Hey guys, how are you? Like and hype this video, for more amazing updates. Chapter 1. The black clouds are like tides, and the wind roars like dragons. Howling winds, accompanied by blizzards from the north, raged in the long and narrow village of Scotchy. Fine and hard hailstones swarmed down like bullets, crackling and hitting the wooden boards, making painful groans. The great Lord of Tides, Lord of Wind and Snow, the source of thousands of lives. Deity, the ancestor god of our murloc race. We offer sacrifices to you with fanatical piety, offering the blood of our enemies, the flesh of our prey, and the bones of our ancestors. Thank you for protecting us in the wind and snow, allowing your pious and humble children to reproduce and survive. In the spacious house built with wood, fine sand, shells, and seaweed, devout prayers continued one after another. A group of short figures about 1.12 meters tall, kneeling and sitting densely in the ground room. They are covered with fine gray scales, with short limbs, webbed hands and feet, protruding eyes, and fish gills on their cheeks that follow prayers. Stop vibrating. This is a group of Scotchy murlocs. The leading figure was cutting off pieces of fat venison with a bone blade, offering it to the stone altar built in the center of the longhouse. And on the altar, there are large mottled bloodstains, internal organs, intestines, and a few white bone fragments. As the tribute to the head figure progressed, the voice of prayer became more and more orderly and loud, mixed with humility and fanaticism, overwhelmed by hail, wind, and snow, and pierced into the sky. At the same time, the oval-shaped sacred pattern composed of snowflakes and waves in the center of the room began to emit thick white light. This is the gods, watching them. Record, your believers held a devout sacrificial ceremony for you. Record, your followers sacrificed a strong male ice deer with 2 horns to you. Record, you have obtained 473 points of faith. Outside the longhouse in Scotchy village, Luze was standing suspended in the middle of the sky that was being ravaged by a snowstorm. His body exudes a faint mysterious golden light, covering his figure and making him indescribable. With the completion of the sacrifice, a rare look of joy appeared on his face. Open the statistics panel. Thinking slightly, in Luze's mind, several special panels embodying the rules of the main world opened naturally. God interface. Username, Luze, citizen number FQXS32649606011996. Real name, Deity. God's name, Lord of Tides, Lord of Wind and Rain, source of thousands of lives. Godhead, none. Clericship, none. Divinity, 1. Divine fire, not lit. Divine power, 0. Divinity transcendent power, call tide, control wind and rain, accelerate reproduction. God's domain, North Sea ice field. Sect, Scotchy Murloc ancestral religion. Worshippers, Skarky Murlocs. Occupation, none. Faith value, 10,231 points. Sect interface. Sect, Scotchy Murloc ancestral religion. Holy emblem, stepping on waves, with black clouds above the head, surrounded by blurred figures of wind, rain, and snow. Faith, ancestor worship, pagan religion. God's choice, none. Divine spell, first level seawater essence, first level protection against cold, first level storm strike, second level life blessing. Priest, Murloc priest, tier 2. Believers, 1 fanatic, 27 devout believers, 231 true believers, 146 shallow believers. God's domain interface. Area, 40 square kilometers. Environment, ice and snow tundra / polar ocean / offshore hills, 24% / 60% / 16%. Race, Skarchy Murlocs, grayscale Murlocs. Vegetation, low conifer forests, bryophytes, lichens, Arctic seagrass. Animals, two-horned ice deer, polar snow hare. Seafood, tidal flat shellfish, salmon, cod, and krill. Output, pearls, rabbit skins, buckskins, smoked fish, bacon. Comments, an extremely cold place shrouded in ice and snow all year round, with short sunshine hours and long chongyat, barren products, and a bleak future. Currently, the environmental tolerance is saturated. Race interface. Race, Skarky murloc, grayscale murloc. Category, subhuman. Equal rank, the first rank is lower. Occupation, none. Talent, amphibious breathing. Skills, none. Specialty, swimming LV1. Constitution, 0.5, 1 point for adult humans. Strength, 0.4, the explosive power of an 80-year-old man can exceed it for a while. Dexterity, 0.4, legs as heavy as lead. Spirit, 0.3, an ignorant soul who can never become a spellcaster by itself. Evaluation, an extremely weak amphibious race with low development potential. Data that is so crude that it can be called garbage is really not on the table. But this is the result of LUZE's hard work for nearly a year. This is a powerful civilization with gods for all people. Becoming a god has become universal education. Everyone's 9-year compulsory education is to systematically learn knowledge about gods. Until entering high school, with the help of the Federation, with the help of the God's Domain Stone, he opened up the own God's domain and became a demigod. During the 3 years of high school, the academic task of every demigod student is to develop the God realm, cultivate the dependents, and then take the college entrance examination to ignite the divine fire. Until graduating from university and becoming a true god. But a human society has classes. Orphans like LUZE whose parents don't even know who they are, the bottom of the society. It is difficult to ignite the fire and enter the university without accidents. Or even if it is difficult to enter a junior college, after graduation, you can only stop at a weak supernatural power and become a glorious logistician, providing logistical support for other gods who are fighting in the other world, or contributing to the construction of the main world. But LUZE is a time traveler. The mysterious jade talisman in his mind that caused him to travel through, and became dim after crossing, quietly lit up when LUZE's faith value reached 10,000. Consume 10,000 faith points, you can load the Immortal Cultivation mod, yes/no to load. When LUZE's consciousness bet on the jade talisman, a prompt message popped up. In the past half a year since the opening of God's domain, LUZE has explored the jade talisman countless times, but every time before, the load was shattered because of insufficient faith. This time, LUZE took it for granted. In the past 6 months, LUZE has handed in blank papers in every mid-month test, not participating in the God's domain battle, saving the family members, preferring to be the bottom of the class crane, but also to speed up the accumulation of faith points, for this moment. As LUZE made his choice, an extremely intense and abundant white light was projected from the jade tablet to LUZE's world of God's domain, changing the God's domain at a speed visible to the naked eye. LUZE wanted to continue to observe the changing God's domain, but was ejected from the God's domain by an inexplicable force, so that he could only stay on the edge of the God's domain. Only one record is left to be quickly refreshed in the God's domain log. Records, Zyuxian mod is loaded, spiritual chi is launched, and the world of Shinayu is being transformed. Remodeling time, 12 hours in the main world. Record, Tongtian Jianmu settled in, spiritual chi transformation accelerated, and chaos transformation began. Record, primary spiritual veins formed. Record, spiritual chi upgraded to the first order spiritual herbs. Record, the two-horned ice deer king of God's domain has advanced to the first order demonic beasts black ice deer. LUZE's eyes were dazzled by the rapidly refreshed logs of God's domain, but they all had one thing in common, that is, God's domain was gradually getting better. Seeing that there are still more than 11 hours before the end of God's domain transformation, it's not a problem to wait by yourself. Unlink the domain of God. Return to the main world. Luze turned into a ray of golden light soaring into the sky, leaving God's domain in an instant and disappearing. Chapter 2. Donghaipu District, Nanfan City, a civilian apartment. Pft. Accompanied by a slight air pressure sound, the blue hatch opened, revealing Luze wrapped in a faint golden mist. As a demigod who has not ignited the divine fire, in order to put his consciousness into the God's domain opened up in the lower plane, he needs to use the power of the God's domain login cabin. At the same time, this is also to stabilize the mind and buffer mental pressure, and prevent the 1 day, 1 year time flow difference between the main world and the God's domain world from causing confusion in the thinking of newborn demigods. Before the development of the God's domain login pod, every year at least 1/10 of the newborn demigods would be addicted to the sense of power in the God's domain due to the speed of time flow, which would lead to a major change in temperament and affect social stability after returning to the main world. Before the opening of the God's domain, everyone was just an ordinary person, and the rules of the main world were strong. Even the existence of powerful divine power would not be able to show much great power, but ordinary people would still strengthen their bodies a lot after opening up the God's domain. Walking out of the God's domain login cabin, he went straight to the bathroom and washed his face. Just as Luze put down the towel, he heard a ding sound from the watch on his right hand. Click on the reminder, it is a group message sent by the class teacher Dongwan. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, all the students will gather in the classroom for the last mid-month test before the final exam. No one is allowed to ask for leave. The mid-month test is held once a month, and the head teacher puts monster cards to simulate the invasion of God's domain to train the students. It is generally divided into several waves, and students are scored according to their performance and recorded in their personal files, which is an important reference for the second class of high school. For elite students, the mid-month test can show their strength and get resource rewards from the school. But for ordinary students like Luze, the mid-month test is very dangerous, and one mistake will cause heavy losses to the family members of God's domain, which will affect the development of God's domain. This is also the reason why Luze handed in blank papers in the next mid-month test in order to quickly accumulate faith points after losing nearly half of his family members in the first mid-month test. But the consequences of this are also very serious. If there are 2 more such situations, he will be expelled from the school and directly dismissed. This is expressly stipulated by the federal law in order to cultivate qualified gods. However, now that the Goldfinger Immortal Cultivation mod has started to load, Luze's need for faith points is not so strong for a while. Regardless of the strength of the transformed Shinayu, Luze will participate in tomorrow's mid-month test. As usual, I replied in the group that I received it, and Luze began to prepare breakfast. The time is now 8 o'clock in the morning. Since the opening of God's domain, Luze will lie in the God's domain login cabin at night to pay attention to the development of God's domain. Master, that guy is calling again. Luze served breakfast on the white dining table, and before he could move his chopsticks, a holographic avatar of a lucky cat popped up on his watch, with the message request correspondent, Cai Fan Xia. It's her? What is she looking for me at this time? Seeing that the own creditor was looking for him, Luze shook his head helplessly, put the unstarted breakfast aside, and clicked to agree to the communication. Immediately on the holographic screen, a youthful and beautiful short-haired girl in cool clothes jumped out at the seaside. The proud bust seemed to be on the face of the person. With fair and delicate facial features, it gave people a stunning feeling. But Luze will not be deceived by the devil's appearance. Miss Xia, what's the matter? Today is not the day to repay the loan. Luze said angrily. Xia Qianzhi smiled at Yan Yan. Luze, look at what you said. As a classmate, who doesn't know that I, Xia Qianzhi, unite my classmates the most and never do debt collection? Luze rolled his eyes and didn't speak. If it weren't for the fact that she was almost forced to sell the house 2 months ago because the loan was overdue, Luze would have almost believed her lies. Then last time. I've said it all. I didn't do it last time. It was the old guy at home who was messing around behind my back. Besides, didn't I cancel the federal judicial process in time? Otherwise, you can still live here safely now? Xiaoqian's expression froze. Yes, yes, then I would like to thank you, Miss Xia. Tell me, what is it that you are looking for me this time? I don't believe that Miss Xia, with your temperament of going to the Three Treasures Palace for everything, you only came to me this time to exchange feelings. Of course it's not just for exchanging feelings, it's for helping you. Isn't tomorrow a mid-month test? I remember Luze, you've already failed 6 times, and if you fail 2 more times, you'll be fired. How about it, do you want to rebel against life this time, and show yourself well in front of Dong Daimei? I have several good legion cards here. As long as you get one, you will be guaranteed in this month. Entered the top 10 in the exam, and Xianyu turned around, do you want one? After finishing speaking, the watch popped up several new messages one after another. Luze clicked on. Bear Goblin Knights, 4-star Legion card, normal summon 50 tier 2 Bear Goblin Knights at one time, with complete standard equipment and 3-day rations. Centaur Archer, 4-star Legion card, normal summon 50 tier 2 Centaur Archers at one time, with complete standard equipment and 3-day rations. Knoll Axe Thrower, 4-star Legion card, normal summon 81st tier high-level Knoll Axe Throwers at one time, with complete standard equipment and 3-day rations. 3 Legion cards, each of which is very fragrant. All servants are professional fighters who have changed jobs. If they invade Luze's domain, each of them can seriously damage the vitality of his family. There is no problem in passing the monthly exam. But the point is, would Xiaoqianj be so kind? Tell me about the price. Luze said. God's domain is currently undergoing spiritual qi transformation, and it is not yet known what will happen after the transformation. If the price is right, Luze still wants to get one just in case. But when Xiaoqianj quoted the price lightly, Luze was so angry that he just wanted to close the hologram on the spot. It costs 20,000 faith points, why don't you grab it? You know, in order to save enough 10,000 faith points to open the Immortal Cultivation mod, Luze spent almost a year, and I don't know how many times he swallowed his anger. Although the speed of accumulating faith points will be faster and faster when the family develops, but a 4-star white card costs 20,000 yuan, which is still too expensive for him. These 3 cards can help you pass the mid-month exam perfectly, and each card only costs 20,000 yuan. Pay first after delivery, and pay in installments. Don't be too favorable. Besides, Luze, you also know that our family belongs to the goddess of wealth goddess. If you want to ignite the divine fire, in addition to the belief value, the wealth value is also necessary. I can't help it. If my family finds out that I'm doing a loss-making business, they will blow my dog's head off. Saying that, Xiaoqianj made an aggrieved expression, as if a little girl had to eat and was helpless. Luze rolled his eyes. Previously, in order to develop the family and increase the species of God's domain, Luze had already borrowed 50,000 general faith points from Xiaoqianj. Although that transaction was mutually beneficial and win-win for both parties, it still caused a lot of burden to Luze. The principal plus interest totaled 68,000, which was paid off in 2 years, and the monthly repayment was 2,833.33, which forced him to work 2 jobs at the same time. If there is another 20,000 yuan, Luze will really be overwhelmed. Just when Luze was about to refuse, Xiaoqianj said with a heartbroken face, "How about it, Luze, I will give you a 20% discount this time, and allow you to pay the purchase price after repaying the loan without charging interest. This is the only offer. If you don't agree, there's nothing I can do. This. Luze looked at Xiaoqianj in astonishment, like looking at a devil. This kind of retreat for advance method really pinched him to death. 20% off, installment payment, or after repaying the loan, he really couldn't find a reason to refuse. After some fighting with Deva, Luze finally bought the 4-star Knoll axe thrower. After hanging up the holographic image, Xiaoqianj couldn't help but jump for joy on the other end of the phone. Yeah, earning another 10,000 with tears in his eyes, this Luze is really easy to cheat. Raise the price first, then lower it, let him do it easily, I agreed. In comparison, those guys from the Lin family are like old foxes who have lived for thousands of years. If only everyone were like Luze, it's a pity he's a bit poor. On the other side, after making a decision, Luze was also very happy looking at the card that Fei handed over. What he lacks most now is time. He can buy a desperately needed Legion card for free. It's not too sweet. Of course, he also knew that Xiaoqianj's price was 40% to 50% higher than the market price. But besides her, who would give him a 4-star card on credit for nothing? Are you not afraid to pay back? Only Xiaoqianj is daring and not afraid of Luze's repudiation. Everyone gets what they need. Chapter 3. 7:50 at night. There is still 1 minute before the end of the God's Domain transformation. Luze entered the God's Domain login cabin. Seeing that the countdown to the renovation on the Shinayu log gradually returned to 0, Luze thought. Log in to God's Domain. With a violent feeling of falling, Luze only felt his consciousness sink into the boundless darkness, with no one to rely on, only countless stars in the distance. This is the lower space, the transitional zone between the main world and the chaotic sea, where all the demigods, true gods, and even the great gods of human civilization rely on their own gods until they achieve the highest god position and open up the inner kingdom of God. The countless starlight dots in the distance are different gods. But most of them are existences under the true God. Because after becoming a true God, every god will consciously cover up his own god domain, making it less conspicuous in the lower space to increase safety. Through the connection between the God's Domain logger and God's Domain, Luze came to his own God's Domain in an instant, and a pale golden phantom appeared above a small space. But the change in the space in front of him left him dumbfounded. Originally, the area of Luze's divine domain was only 40 kilometers. The terrain mainly included ice and snow tundra, polar ocean, and offshore hills, accounting for 24%, 60%, and 16% respectively. The depth and height were 1 kilometer, including the depth below the underground soil and the space above the ground. Species extremely barren. Looking down from the air, the entire space is dominated by blue, gray and white. The northern part is mostly polar ocean, the southern part of the ocean is a continuous offshore hill to the left, and the right is a large expanse of ice and snow tundra. His clan, the Scotchy Murloc tribe, is located at the confluence of the icy tundra and the offshore hills, taking advantage of the altitude of the hills to block the cold wind from the north. But now, everything has changed. Visible to the naked eye, the total area of God's domain has more than tripled, reaching an astonishing 178 square kilometers. A towering giant stands in the center of God's domain. The crown of the tree shrouding the heavens covers an area of more than 100 acres. It has blue leaves, purple stems, black flowers dotted on the branches, and 3 fist-sized yellow fruits on the top. The amazing spiritual chi. That's the sacred tree built by the Immortal Cultivation mod. Looking down from a high altitude, the entire divine realm is full of vitality. With the sacred tree Jianmu as the center, most of the species in the divine domain are gathered around it, including Luze's family, the Scotchy Murloc tribe. Not only that, but the topography of God's domain has also undergone tremendous changes. Compared with the original, the north of Jianmu is still a vast ocean, but the overall proportion of the ocean has become smaller. In the ocean, dozens of naked islands covering an area of tens to hundreds of square meters appeared, dotted with a few trees on the islands. The low hills on the left turned into continuous hills, and the low coniferous forests on the hills became tall and straight broad-leaved forests. On the right, the ice-snow tundra with only a few mosses and lichens has turned into a wide grassland with green grass and a huge lake in the center of the grassland. In the south of Jianmu, there is a large new forest, which accounts for 20% of the total area of God's domain. A mountain range runs east-west between the forest and the rolling hills, separating the two. Skipping a series of log records, LUZE directly opened the God's domain interface. God interface. Username, LUZE, citizen number FQXS32649606011996. Real name / Deo name, Diskari / Taishang Deazu, the source of Wanfa, the ancestor of all Taos. God name / town name, Lord of Tides, Lord of Wind and Snow, source of thousands of lives / Hongmeng. Godhead / Holy Bit, Nun / Nun. Clericship / Mastership, Nun / Nun. Divinity / Sacred Aggregate, 1 / 1. Divine Fire / Sacred Fire, not lit, Divine Power, 0 points, / Uncondensed, Merit, 0 points. Divine Power / Merit, 0 / 0. Divinity Transcendent Power / Heavenly Deo, summons tides, controls wind and snow, accelerates reproduction / 3000 Deo. God's Domain / Dongtian, Baha'i Ice Field / Taishian Dongtian. Sect / Orthodoxy, Scotchy Murloc Ancestors / Nun. Worshippers / Worshippers, Scotchy Murlocs / Nun. Occupation, Nun. Faith value / incense value, 1731 points, increased by new sacrifices. Sect interface / Orthodoxy interface. Sect / Orthodoxy, Scotchy Murloc Ancestors / Nun. Holy emblem / inheritance, stepping on waves, with black clouds above the head, surrounded by blurred figures of wind, rain, and snow / Nun. Faith, ancestor worship, pagan religion. Chosen / Taoist, Nun / Nun. Divine / Taoist spells, first level sea water essence, first level protection against cold, first level storm strike, second level life blessing / Nun. Priest / Abbot, Murloc priest, tier 2, / Nun. Believers / followers, fanatics 1, pious believers 27, true believers 231, superficial believers 146 / Nun. Destiny protagonist, Nun. New interface. Taoist beasts, Nun. New interface. God realm interface / Dongtian interface. Area, 178 square kilometers. Environment, grassland / polar ocean / low hill / forest, 19% / 40% / 17% / 24%. Spiritual Qi concentration, 1.3. Race, Scarchy Murlocs, Grayscale Murlocs. Vegetation / spiritual plants, broad-leaved forests, bushes, grasslands, seagrass / cold spiritual herbs. Animals / demonic beasts, two-horned ice deer, polar snow hare / black ice deer. Seafood, tidal flat shellfish, salmon, cod, and krill. Innate fetish, Tongtian Jianmu. Output, everything that spiritual qi nourishes. Evaluation, a vibrant and prosperous place with great potential for development. Race interface. Race, Scarchy Murloc, Grayscale Murloc. Category, subhuman. Level, first level higher. Occupation, none. Talent / spiritual roots, amphibious breathing / low water spiritual roots. Skills, none. Specialties, swimming LV1, Yunling LV1. Constitution, 0.9, 1 point for adult humans. Strength, 0.8, comparable to a human teenager. Dexterity, 0.6, heavy guy, +1 speed in water. Spirit, 0.5, ignorant and ignorant souls, a few with outstanding talents become spellcasters. Evaluation, weak amphibian race with low development potential. The same amount of faith value is converted into incense value. The original root of becoming a god has now become sanctification. Sacred position, merit, heavenly deo, these familiar oriental terms, coupled with the earth-shaking changes in God's domain, and within half a year, the low-level Scotchy murlocs evolved into a high-level one under the cultivation of spiritual chi, while amazed Luze felt the power of the oriental god system for the first time. Not to mention that there is an extra Dao Zhang interface. It was transformed from a jade talisman. Click on the Dao Zhang interface. Special Dao Zhang of this issue, each round lasts 7 days in the main world. 9 changes of gods and demons, top-level cultivation technique. Cultivation to the extreme can incarnate innate gods and demons. Price 1 million merits. Aspect of heaven and earth, advanced supernatural power. It can change the aura of heaven and earth, increase the affinity of spirit power, and greatly increase combat power. Price 100,000 merits. Black tortoise eggs, species of divine beasts can hatch black tortoise, one of the 4 divine beasts, to suppress orthodox luck. Price 150,000 merits. Basic Dao Zhang of this issue, each round lasts 7 days in the main world. Basic Qi refining technique, it can support practitioners to practice Qi refining Dzogchen, 10 levels. Each level of the first 3 levels increases constitution by 0.1, strength by 0.1, agility by 0.1, and spirit by 0.2. The attribute value is doubled after every 3 levels. Price 100 incense value. Basic body refining technique, it can support practitioners to practice to body refining Dzogchen, 10 layers. Each layer of the first 3 layers increases constitution by 0.2, strength by 0.2, and agility by 0.1. The attribute value is doubled after every 3 layers. Price 100 incense value. Fireball, basic Taoism. Spend 10 spirit power to launch a fireball with normal power. The control distance is affected by Taoism proficiency and spiritual chi invested. Price 100 incense value. Ice blade, basic Taoism. It costs 10 spirit power to launch an ice blade with normal power, and the control distance is affected by Taoism proficiency and spiritual chi invested. Price 100 incense value. Dongxian scripture, comprehensive Taoism for beginners, contains cultivation technique, pill refining cultivation technique, basic formation cultivation manual, etc. The price is 15,000 incense value. Zhengjin sword ju, primary cultivation technique. It can support the cultivator to cultivate to the great perfection of qi refining, 10 levels, and each level increases constitution by 0.2, strength by 0.2, agility by 0.3, and spirit by 0.1. After every 3 levels the attribute value is doubled, and the natal sword can be refined when the qi refining is perfect. Price is 5,000 incense value. Primary consumption rewards, if you spend 10,000 incense points in Dao Zhang, you will be rewarded with 1 drop of Zua blood essence, top fetish. Elementary incense roulette, consume 100 incense points, turn the elementary incense wheel once, randomly draw treasures, cultivation technique, beast eggs, etc. Luze was full of amazement, and exclaimed that this Xiaoxian mod is too fragrant. In this way, as long as he has enough time, becoming a god and sanctification is no longer a dream. For the gods, the most indispensable thing is time. At the same time, he had a strong premonition that a saint of the same level would definitely be much stronger than a god, as can be seen from the gap between the initial god realm and the initial cave. Chapter 4. After carefully studying the changes in God's domain, Luze gradually calmed down and began to think about the development of the family and how to deal with tomorrow's mid-month test. There are still more than 12 hours in the main world time, which is more than half a year when converted into God's domain time. Such a long time is enough for him to experiment with the ideas in his mind. From today onwards, my name is Hongmeng, Dao name, Tais Hang Daozu. The loud voice shook the heavens and the earth, resounding through the entire God's domain space, and went straight into the depths of the minds of all God's domain creatures. With the sound of the sound, an indomitable and incomparably majestic golden phantom appeared in the sky, stepping on the 36th rank golden lotus flower, surrounded by countless goddesses, and infinite gods and demons kneeling under their feet, singing and praising. A piece of golden rain fell from the sky and fell into the body of the living being, refreshing the spirits of all those who came into contact with it. Seeing this, all the creatures in God's domain knelt down on the ground, even the newly born first-order demonic beasts, the ignorant Xianbing deer king and animals without intelligence, were awed by Luze's mighty power. As for Luze's original family, the Scarchi murlocs, they were even more fanatical. They all knelt down and shouted Luze's new name, Tais Hang Daozu, Hongmeng. In an instant, Luze added 4 fanatics, 230 devout believers, and 135 true believers. The murloc believers in the Scarchi murloc tribe have become loyal followers of Luze except for a few newborns who are ignorant and ignorant. This was not caused by Luze's miraculous performance this time, but echoed the earth-shaking changes in the God's domain in the past 6 months. Although the Scarchi murlocs are stupid, they can still understand that all the changes in God's domain are caused by the mighty power of their own gods. It is the homeland that allows everyone to live, from the original cold and windy to the current one. Vibrant. But so far, Luze's human appearance is not over. Humans have 5 deficiencies, Tao has 5 elements. Qi is concentrated, and precepts reach the peak. He opened his golden mouth wide, chanted the Taoist scriptures, and made a majestic voice. The content comes from the 2 basic cultivation techniques of basic refining technique and basic body refining technique in Daozang, plus a part of Luze's self-perception after practice. Gu Xi Tai Xian, Shen Xi Dao, the god of Gu is immortal, and is the root of heaven and earth. The gods can be spirited, the valleys can be peaceful, Daoist guards one, and thus lives forever. He didn't know if the murlocs of the Scarchi tribe could understand these 2 basic cultivation techniques. Therefore, he did not hesitate to mobilize the few spiritual qi in the God's domain cave, and turned them into spiritual qi gold liquid and blended them into the Scarchi fish. People's body improves their physique and assists in practice. When Luze chanted the scriptures, his appearance was very good, with 3 heads and 6 arms, a golden body, a lotus flower in his mouth, and a golden lotus springing from the ground. This is the instinct of a god, never forgetting to show miracles and collect the beliefs of believers. The price is that it takes a little effort to create a grand illusion. Under the constant guidance of Luze, the murlocs of the Scarchi tribe began to sit in a decent lotus position, trying to introduce spiritual qi into their bodies. When he reached the basic body refining technique, some murlocs withdrew from the meditating state, and entered the open space in the village to pose in slightly weird poses. He recited non-stop, and the 2 cultivation techniques reciprocated. 3 days later, the original tribal murloc priest was the first to wake up naturally from the state of meditation, exhaling white air arrows. His figure became tall and straight at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his appearance became younger than before. At the same time, Shua, the leader of the hunting team of the murloc tribe, also woke up from the standing state with a loud shout. Under the installation of spiritual qi, his stature continued to increase, rapidly increasing from the original 1.45 meters to 1.78 meters, under the gray scales are full of tamped and firm muscles. This represents that the 2 fish have officially stepped into the threshold of spiritual practice. Seeing this, Luze, who was secretly observing, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was worried that the exchanged cultivation technique could only be practiced by humans. But as it turns out, murlocs as demi-humans can, too. It's just that the progress is not very gratifying. Under the condition of non-stop infusion of spiritual qi gold liquid, one day is usually a year, but even so, the murloc priest and the murloc captain Chua, as the most talented members of the murloc tribe, took 3 days entering the body refining layer. It can be seen that the murlocs have poor cultivation qualifications. If it weren't for the fact that they were Luze's initial family members with deep beliefs, Luze wouldn't want to go through such a lot of trouble. However, after this experience, Luze has also strengthened his idea of replacing the family of God's domain master. With the race qualifications of the Skerchi Murlocs, it is really difficult to shoulder the burden of the follow-up development of God's domain cave. In the early morning of the second day, Luze walked out of the God's domain login cabin. At this time, the time in the main world was just past 6 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 3 hours before the meeting time that the head teacher said was 9 o'clock. Luze recalled the development of the Skerchi Murloc tribe before leaving. The population breakthrough is 500, and besides the Murloc priest, there are 2 more qualified tribesmen who break through to the first floor of qi refining, and 3 tribesmen who break through to the first floor of body refining. They are all fanatics of Luze. Under the continuous nourishment of spiritual qi, the average height of the Skerchi Murlocs also increased from 1.12 meters before the transformation of God's domain to 1.34 meters, which is half the height of a human boy. The Murlocs from the breakthrough to the body refining floor were all over 1.7 meters tall and strong. The increased strength of the family members gave Luze a lot of confidence. According to the intensity of the previous mid-month test, Luze is confident that even without Xiaoqiange selling his own army card, he can safely pass the first 2 waves of the test. As for the third wave of the most difficult test, he followed the principle of giving up if he couldn't do it. After all, passing 2 rounds of tests is enough to pass. Even if passing the mid-month test, it is enough to guarantee not to be expelled. Luze knew very well that compared with those top students in the second generation of Gods and God's domain who were able to obtain rare low-level family members shortly after the establishment of God's domain, his development time was still too short, and his background was much worse. So there is no idea of competing for the first place in this monthly test. Although ranking high can obtain the resource support of the school, it must be done according to its ability. Luze didn't forget how his family suffered heavy losses during the first monthly test. Of course, even if he was sure that he could pass the test, Luze did not plan to return the Noel Axeman Legion card he got from Xiaoqiange, and even planned to buy another normal Noel species card from her. The species carrying capacity of the new God's Domain Cave Sky has been greatly increased, and he plans to reform a Wolf-Man tribe to further enhance the diversity of God's domain races and the strength of his subordinate families. Chapter 5 850 Luze entered Class 1, 17, of Nanfan No. 2 Middle School on time by pinching his watch. This time is a little earlier than the meeting time stipulated by the class teacher Dongwan, but not much earlier, and it can save him a lot of trouble under normal circumstances. But today someone obviously didn't want to make it easier for him. As soon as Luze entered the class and sat down in his seat, a boy with red hair, nearly 2 meters tall, and 2 slightly protruding horns walked over, followed by a boy with triangular eyes and numb eyes. Like a follower. Hey, this is not Luze, the well-known master of the management department in our class. How about it? The first year of high school is almost over. Have you advanced your family to the second level? Luze remained silent and did not speak. No, I know not. As far as your rubbish family, the Skerchi Murlocs, I can send 2 teams of first-order soldiers at will to wipe them out. If you want me to say, you might as well just drop out of school and go to my green forest plain. The company rents a farm to operate, and I see that in the face of my classmates. I guarantee that someone will lower the rent for you to a minimum, so that you can farm, develop, and operate as much as you want. Ha 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 ha. The red-haired boy laughed sarcastically. That's it. The hemp stick follower strengthened his momentum. Luze is well known in the entire Nanhai No. 2 Middle School as a master who has handed in the blank papers in the monthly exam 6 times in a row. But obviously not a good name. Even being his classmate, Yanwei was a little bit embarrassed. Last week at a friend gathering, because of Luze, he was ridiculed by a rival who is also the second generation of gods, saying that Nanhai No. 2 High School is a hot chicken and a coward. What university? Just go home and farm as soon as possible. And one of the most important businesses of the Yanwei family is farming, providing logistical supplies for the gods who are fighting in Outland. Yanwei knew exactly who they were pointing at Luze, but who he was actually targeting, but he still couldn't get angry, so he was already full of anger. Seeing Luze replying received in the class last night, Yanwei made up his mind that today he must make Luze look good, let him know what shame is, and force him to drop out of school voluntarily to preserve the school's reputation, so that the next time a friend gathers, we can win the round. But he obviously didn't know enough about Luze beforehand. Luze was able to withstand the pressure and hand in blank papers in 6 monthly exams. He didn't even pay attention to the words of Dongwan, the head teacher. Although he didn't know why Yanwei, who was a classmate, troubled on, but with a calm mind, it was right to ignore him. Anyway, the teacher will come in 10 minutes, just as there is a fly buzzing next to him. Call. Therefore, in the face of Yanwei's provocation, Luze ignored it. This made Yanwei, who is majoring in the fire-type gods, furious, and no one dared not give him face like this. He slammed the table. Luze, Daddy was talking to you, didn't you hear? I gave you a face, didn't I? He stared at Luze, like a tiger descending a mountain, looking like he would choose someone to eat. Luze sighed inwardly, looking at the posture in front of him. He knew that today was inevitable. Without getting angry, he calmly said to the furious Yanwei, Student Yanwei, I thought it was a fly buzzing in my ear just now, but I didn't expect you to be talking. Seeing your powerless look, didn't you have breakfast this morning? God TM didn't eat breakfast. The students next to me burst out laughing when they heard it. And Yanwei blushed even more, and even Wu Feng, who was like his henchman, was furious. They never expected that Luze, who has always been insignificant in the class, would have such courage. Wu Feng wanted to teach Luze a lesson, but Yanwei stopped him. He suppressed the anger in his heart, leaned down to approach Luze, and said to Luze with murderous intent, Luze, you are looking for death. I will give you one last chance, in front of the whole class kneel down and apologize to me for being rude just now, and then voluntarily drop out of school. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Hearing this, the faces of the students around who were still laughing and watching the excitement instantly turned cold. Everyone could see that Yanwei was serious. At a time like this, there's no need to make a fuss for no reason. What's more, everyone has no friendship with Luze. Xiaoqiange, the only one in the class who had a lot of interaction with Luze, hadn't arrived in class yet. Luze, just kowtow and apologize. If you make young Master Yan happy, maybe he can let you go. Wu Feng arched his face playfully. But obviously, Luze has no such awareness. You're thinking of peaches. Ignoring Yanwei's anger, Luze looked directly into Yanwei's eyes, not avoiding his eyes. The speech speed is not fast, the voice is not loud, but it is loud. In an instant, the class became quiet, and everyone couldn't believe one's ears. Even if you don't want to give in, there's no need to be so tit for tat. In school, with the protection of federal laws, Yanwei has no way to do anything excessive, and can only beep a few words. But after all, he is the second generation of gods with outstanding academic performance, and you Luze are just a scumbag who is about to be dropped out of school. Even if you are not expelled from school, the second and third year of high school will also have an extraterritorial plane battle test, and it is inevitable that there will be times when you need to rely on the strong. After all, not everyone is good at fighting outside the territory. And Luze doesn't look like a strong man. Could it be because he was about to be expelled from school, and he was a little lost and crazy? Many people secretly shook their heads at Luze's irrationality. But Luze has his own considerations. It's not that he wants to confront Yanwei tit for tat, it's because Yanwei's conditions are unacceptable. The dropping out of Yanwei's mouth is not as simple as dropping out of school in Luze's previous life. In the previous life of Blue Star, you voluntarily dropped out of this school. As long as you did not commit any crimes, you could transfer your student status to another school and start over. But not in this world of gods and gods. If Luze is expelled from school like Luze's current situation, he will definitely be abolished from God's domain. That not only means that he has no future to speak of, but even because of the voluntary abolition of God's domain, his soul will be damaged and his lifespan will be greatly reduced, which is worse than that of an ordinary person. Without Yanwei's action, his life would be worse than death. It can be said that from the very beginning, at the moment when Luze lost face, Yanwei did not want to make Luze feel better. The kind that Luze can't hide from. That being the case, there is no need for Luze to compromise. Anyway, with the protection of the school and the federal law, Yanwei will not be able to use any low-level methods for a while, and it will be difficult for her family to use her power. In order to protect ordinary people and students and maintain social order, the Federation has enacted strict laws. As long as there is a god who dares to do evil to the citizens of the Federation in the main world, they will be punished at the slightest and exiled to the alien side to guard the border, and at the worst, the godhead will be abolished and returned to their original form. Therefore, no matter how powerful Yanwei said, it was just to scare people with harsh words. Luze has own judgment. On the other side, Yanwei's face was also as cold as ice. After he knew that Luze could not be bluffed with a few words, he calmed down while being furious. He patted Luze on the shoulder, showing a cold smile. Luze, very good, you are very good. I began to believe that you did not participate in the monthly test before to cultivate your own family. Then I wish you pass this monthly test. When we have a chance, we will compete again. At the end, Yanwei raised the corners of his mouth, revealing two tough canine teeth, like a devil's smile. Luze didn't respond yet, but Wu Feng couldn't help shivering. The air conditioner in the classroom is too cold. Chapter 6. The episode before the monthly test ended quickly, and the classroom returned to its previous appearance in the blink of an eye. The familiar classmates chatted with each other, exchanging experience in the development of the family, and major current events in the Federation, as if everything just now had never happened. Luze sat quietly on the single seat, returning to his taciturn appearance. Yanwei also didn't seem to take what happened just now to heart, talking anecdotes with Wu Feng and a few other fans, with a look of laughing at Yan Yan. Only occasionally when the eyes glance past Luze inadvertently, can one see the haze hidden in the depths of the eyes. At exactly 9 o'clock, Dongwan, the head teacher, stepped into the classroom on time in high heels. As a member of the Shuiyu ethnic minority in the Federation, she is wearing a sea blue dress, with long dark blue hair, rare sky blue eyes, and a crystal clear water blue gemstone embedded on her forehead. Paired with fair and delicate facial features, it is full of mysterious exotic style. However, unlike other Shuiyu people who majored in water-type priesthood, Dongwan's priesthood is education and erudition, and divinity racial secrets. So after graduating from university, as a person with weak divine power, she did not choose to fight outside the territory, but entered the school to become a teacher, and she has taught dozens of students so far. Students, call everyone today. Old teacher, I'm sorry, I'm late. Just as Dongwan was about to give a mobilization speech before the monthly test, Xiaoqiange, who had arrived late, appeared at the door of the classroom. Today, she is wearing a green camisole on her upper body, denim shorts on her lower body, and open-toed cowhide boots on her feet. She is dressed cool and playful. Dongwon looked at her in surprise. She remembered that the girl in front of her had obviously asked her for leave last night. But at this time, he still rushed over in a hurry. It was a bit strange, but Dongwon didn't go into it. He nodded and signaled the other party to enter the classroom. Dongwon continued, "Since all the students are here, let's follow the old way and advance to God's domain. I'll go in and talk about the requirements for this monthly test." Hearing this, all the students took out a ring made of transparent crystal from the seat drawer and put it on their heads. The next moment, the entire class 17 of senior high school was shrouded in mist, and everyone disappeared. At the same time, a huge and towering palace suddenly appeared in the boundless void of the lower plane. The whole body of the palace is made of red gold, with a faint water blue divine light lingering all over the body, and a powerful divine power blooms from within. Fluorescence was flowing on the magnificent plaque made of divine spar, and it was written impressively Class 17, Grade 17, Nanfan City No. 2 Middle School. This is a palace artifact, manufactured by the Federation's No. 1 Artifact Manufacturing Institute, and distributed to schools for teachers to use in group teaching. Dongwon's is the basic T1 version. In addition to its powerful defense, its main function is to project the consciousness of the students to the lower space during teaching, help link the students to their divine domain, and then protect their real bodies. Some are like the computer entrance examination classroom in Luze's previous life, but the Another World version is more powerful. When Luze first revealed his real body and appeared on the golden floor of the palace hall, except for the head teacher Dongwon, most of the other students had already arrived. Compared with the lack of miraculousness in the main world classroom, the hall of the palace at this time is a bit radiant, and everyone's body is more or less full of divine light. This is because the suppression of the rules of the main world is absent. Speaking of which, after opening up the realm of the gods and awakening the divinity, all the students have literally stepped into the demigod class. Although they are strong and weak, they are fundamentally different from ordinary people, and they can be called the favored children of heaven. This is also one of the important reasons why all students want to work hard to climb up and not want to be expelled. After dropping out of school, they will either become ordinary people who will do nothing for the rest of their lives, or stop at ordinary demigods and make no progress in this life. This is extremely difficult for the students who still have longings and dreams at this time. Until the last moment, who can accept own mediocrity? But in fact, even in the first year of high school at this time, the differences among the students have already formed. The most obvious is reflected in the vision revealed by oneself. Ru Yanwei, as a pure descendant of a generation of gods, standing in the palace at this time is like a titan iron tower. He is more than 1 foot tall, with dark red horns on his head, and the crimson divine light blooming around his body extends more than 1 foot. It was one of the few people present who had 2 strong divinities when awakened, and his class ranking was always in the top 3, and his grade ranking never fell out of the top 20. People's pride is really proud capital. As for Luze, even though he has a thin glow around his body, compared to Yanwei, he looks like a kid in kindergarten. Even Wu Feng, Yanwei's follower, looks much stronger than Luze. In addition to Yanwei, there is another powerful guy in the Great Hall who is more than a foot in the body, and that is Luze's old acquaintance Xiaqiange. Don't look at people wearing suspender tops, denim shorts, and leather shorts in the main world, but in the lower world, each of them exudes a radiant divine light, and they are all demi-magic artifacts. As for the jade bracelet on the left hand, it is even surrounded by tiny golden dragons, which is clearly an artifact that has been baptized by divinity. There are 4 words written all over his body, rich and powerful. Of course, his own strength is not weak, and he also has 2 divinities when he awakens, and his grade ranking is always above Yanwei. Except for the 2, the most obvious abnormality in the class is a very handsome guy with a purple crystal embedded in his forehead like Dongwon. God, but grandparents are true gods. Even if he only has a little basic divinity, with the strong support of his family and relying on his awakened powerful transcendent power, he has beaten Yanwei several times in the monthly test. In addition, Qin Nance Hong, King Hui, Bai Yu, Jin Qi, and other students who are more outstanding in the class, relying on the hard work of the day after tomorrow, can often squeeze into the top 100 in the grade. If you work harder, you can even sprint to the key class of the school when you are in the second grade of high school. And being able to enter the key class means that as long as there are no accidents in the middle, it is a certainty to ignite the magic fire and become a true god. During the brief interval, the students stood in 2s and 3s. Because of the competition between each other, after entering the palace hall, everyone became serious, no longer the relaxed expressions they had when chatting with each other in the main world. When all the students had successfully logged in, an extremely dazzling golden light descended from the sky accompanied by a soaring coercion, covering the entire hall. All the students became more solemn, and all of them turned their attention to the blue figure that suddenly appeared in front of them and distorted the space slightly. Every time the captivating blue eyes sweep over a student, it will make him lower his head to avoid the sharp edge, no matter whether it is the 1st grade or the 10th grade. This is the deterrence of a true god. After scanning around, seeing that everything was normal, Dongwon removed the divine light, revealing a pretty figure like the big sister next door. Today is the last mid-month test of the first year of high school. Leaving aside the resources for rewards, this is the last monthly test for you to improve your average score and compete for the first place. It is also a life and death test that determines whether a few people can continue to stay in school. Measurement. If someone still dares to hand in a blank paper, I will tell you to leave immediately without waiting for the final exam. School is for cultivating gods, not cowards and softies. As she spoke, she paused her gaze heavily on Luze. Chapter 7. Withdrawing her eyes from Luze, Dongwon said indifferently. As usual, the first level difficulty coefficient is raised for each monthly test. The last monthly test was at level A8, and this month's test is at level A9, which means that the overall combat power of the first wave of basic invaders is 90. Invasive species are still randomly, a total of 3 invasions. The total time for the exam is 2 hours, freely allocated. Special reminder, although the difficulty of this test has increased, it is still within the scope of your response. It is not difficult to pass, but you need to pay attention to methods and methods. However, considering the background and experience of some students, if you feel if you can't pass, you can contact the teacher to give up at any time, but the score calculation will be terminated at the same time. After a pause, Dongwon flipped her hand, and a stack of cards emitting a faint golden light flew out of her palm and spread out vertically in front of her. As the difficulty increases, the test rewards also increase by the same coefficient. In addition to the fixed credit rewards, each of the 20th to 11th place will be rewarded with a random 1-star card, each of the top 10 will be given a random 2-star card, and the 3rd place will be awarded a random 2-star card. On the basis of the 2-star card, a designated 3-star card is awarded, the 2nd place is awarded a designated 4-star card on the basis of the 2-star card, and the 1st place is awarded a designated 5-star card on the basis of the 2-star card. Do you have any questions? After finishing speaking, Dongwon focused his attention on Yanwei, Xiaoqianzhi, Yunyu, and other top students in the class. The other students glanced at them, and Luze didn't even glance at them. After all, poor students have always been unpopular. In this regard, Luze has no opinion. Already used to it. But getting used to it is a habit. Even if Dongwon doesn't want to see him, Luze still wants to squeeze as far as possible in this exam. Who made the rewards so tempting? Not to mention the 1-star card, the 2-star card starts at thousands, the 3-star card is several thousand, the 4-star card is worth more than 10,000, and the 5-star card is more than a dozen or 200,000. For a civilian demigod like Luze who has no resources, every card is money and the key to improving his strength. The god's domain opened by the newly promoted demigod is in the lower space, and if you want to develop, you must pass the God's Domain card. Due to the incompleteness of the new God's Domain rules, the number of God's Domain cards that each demigod can use is limited in the 3 years of high school. On average, 1 or 2 cards can be used per month in the first year of high school, 2 to 4 cards in the second year of high school, and 2 to 4 cards in the third year of high school. 6 cards, any more will exceed the carrying capacity of God's Domain and affect the stability of God's Domain. Of course, this does not mean that the more resources you have, the more God's Domain cards you can use, but according to their quality level. For example, during the first year of high school, each person can use 2 cards per month with 1 to 2 star cards, but only 1 card per month with 3 to 5 star cards. But actually, not to mention 2 2-star cards, 5 2-star cards may not be as good as 1 5-star card of the same type in improving God's Domain, which prompts new demigods to try their best to use high-quality God's Domain cards. But except for Xiaoqiange and Yanwei, who have the backing of their families, they can use 4 or 5-star cards at every turn. Ordinary students like Luze sometimes couldn't even gather the resources for 2 2-star God's Domain cards. Therefore, in each monthly test, the strength of the non-top students who are rewarded at the top can be greatly improved compared with the original. This also makes students more enthusiastic about taking part in the monthly test. Although some family members will be lost, it is still worthwhile to be able to improve the system of one's own domain and increase the potential for development. Seeing that no one had any opinions, Dongwan's voice sounded again. Since that's the case, let's all go back to God's Domain and prepare. After speaking, Luze waved his colored sleeves, and he felt an irresistible force coming from him, and he couldn't help but fly to the God's Domain login platform in the side hall, and so did the other students. But from the corner of the eye, a few figures could still be seen standing there without moving, and started a new round of conversation with Dongwan. "This is a small stove." Luze smiled wryly, he didn't expect this to happen in Otherworld. Then it was dark. When the consciousness regained again, he had already returned to his own Dongtian God realm. According to past practice, before the monthly test officially starts, Dongwan will give the students 4 to 5 minutes of preparation time, and God's Domain will take about a day. Luze returned to God's Domain. Due to the development of more than a month, the Scarechi tribe added a lot of newcomers, but at the same time, several old murlocs passed away, reducing Luze's devout followers by several. But this is only temporary. With the growth of the new murlocs, through the word of mouth of the tribe's elders, the number of Luze's followers will only increase, and the quality will continue to improve. Now Luze has 531 murloc believers, including 12 fanatics, 267 devout believers, 201 true believers, and 51 superficial believers. In terms of faith value, incense value, supply, through prayer, fanatics can provide 10 points per day, pious believers can provide 1 point per day, true believers can provide 0.2 points per day, shallow believers can provide each day 0.02 points. Although the faith value, incense value, provided by murlocs is only 1/5 of that of humans of the same level, the believers who can't stand Luze are of high quality, and now they can provide nearly 400 faith points for Luze every day. Theoretical faith value is 428.22, but there will be shortages and losses in actual production, which is more than 5 times higher than before loading the Xiaoxian mod. Already a fortune. If it is used to repay Xiaoqiange's loan, it will be repaid in less than a year. But Luze will not be so short-sighted. Fools know how to choose between cultivating a hen to lay more eggs and selling the hen directly. Therefore, in the half a year after the transformation of God's Domain, although Luze received nearly 400 faith points every day, he deposited almost 0 in his pocket, and basically he transformed it into spiritual chi gold liquid to cultivate his own madness. Believers, totally can't help but spend. But it's worth it. Because those spiritual chi gold liquids allowed Luze to have 5 more fanatics with a layer of cultivation base, the lifespan was increased by 10 years from the original 20 years, and each person could provide tens of thousands more faith points. Dozens of times the income can be called blood earning. In just over a month, he was not in God's domain and did not convert the faith points into spiritual chi gold liquid, so the faith points, incense fire value, on the panel broke through to the 20,000 mark. Not forgetting the own task, and calming down a little, Luze spent 531 points of faith, incense value, to issue a Taoist order to all believers. One believer consumes 1 point. Tell them about another world gangster invasion and get them ready. As a result, the Scotchy Murloc tribe immediately became agitated and mobilized the whole tribe for war. At the same time, Luze also issued instructions to the demonic beasts Xianbing Deer King to help it defend against foreign enemies. As a first-level elementary demonic beasts, its strength is equivalent to the combination of a first-tier Qi refining warrior and a first-tier body refining warrior. When it is caught by surprise, it can play a big role in breaking up the invaders. As for the innate sacred tree, although Luze could feel that there was a vigorous vitality in it, he couldn't communicate. It must be because the time has not come, so he didn't make arrangements. Seeing that all possible preparations have been made, and there is still half a day left, looking at the remaining 20,000 incense points on the panel, Luze suddenly had an idea: how about drawing a lottery? He also tried to smoke the junior incense roulette in the Daozang interface a few times before, but nothing good came out, either some food, or some ore. The best time was to pull out a few pieces spirit stones. It doesn't feel like it's worth the cost. In addition, at that time, it was necessary to transform spiritual chi gold liquid to cultivate believers, so I gave up after smoking a few times. But now, it's too late to transform spiritual chi gold liquid to cultivate believers. These incense values are idle, so why not try to draw a lottery? Thinking about it, Luze acted immediately. Food, or spirit stones, herbs, food. The first wave of 10 consecutive pumps, looking at the pile of garbage in front of him, Luze felt like crying. This TM is so folded that you don't have to wear your pants, right? Are you an African? Luze, who didn't believe in fate, gritted his teeth and turned his heart hard. Daddy still doesn't believe that, with 20,000 incense sticks, you can't get a single useful thing. Then, half an hour later, looking at the remaining 800 incense sticks on the panel, Luze was ready. It's too easy to get on top of. But the point is that nothing valuable has been drawn yet. The only thing of value may be an elementary comprehensive Taoist book called Kui Shui Zhenju. But facing the enemies who are about to invade God's domain, this thing is useless. You can't let the Murloc priest go up to shoot the enemy with the Taoist scriptures on it, that's too stupid. Forget it, let's save some incense points to perform Taoism. Thinking so in his heart, Luze involuntarily tapped the rotate in the middle of the incense wheel again. It perfectly interprets what it means to be addicted to food. Just when he was about to sweep the spinning thing to the garbage pile on the left again, he was attracted by the sudden appearance of 3 egg-sized dark blue beads with mysterious patterns. Looking at the introduction about the function and use of beads that appeared in his mind, the corners of Luze's mouth unconsciously grinned to the base of his ears. It's too fragrant. With it, even if you pass the 3rd round, it's not hopeless. After all, he couldn't help kissing the bead in his hand, and said with emotion, it's really a good thing. Chapter 8. In the hall of the brilliant temple, the exquisite crystal hourglass timer is gradually returning to 0. Dongwan took out a stack of assessment cards, randomly combined them according to the order of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rounds of assessment, and preloaded them into the space outside the God's domain of all the students in Class 17. When the teaching collection reported that everything was loaded, Dongwan turned to the page showing the assessment content of Xiaoqianzhi, Yanwei, and Yunyu, and flipped through it lightly. There's nothing wrong with Yunyu, but what are Xiaoqianj and Yanweis, harpies, and iron zombies? If you follow this order, wouldn't it be easy to pass the level, without any challenge at all? Recalling the characteristics of Xiaoqianj and Yanwei's family members, after thinking about it, Dongwan switched the positions of the harpy and the iron zombie. This should be enough. It can not only achieve the purpose of the test, but also vaguely remind them of the shortcomings of their own family members. As the crystal hourglass was completely reset to 0, a huge and magnificent bell rang at the height of all the students' gods at the same time. The mid-month test has begun. Dozens of golden cards collapsed quickly, turning into a golden mist, and under the restraint of divine power, they transformed into a golden rainbow bridge and flew into the God's domain of the examiners. Luze, who had been staying in God's domain, sensed the invasion of foreign objects, opened the God's domain light curtain, and a mechanical system prompt sounded immediately. There are intruders who are building a portal, and they will officially invade God's domain in 10 minutes. Please be ready, Your Majesty the demigod. Luze's heart shuddered, and he immediately attached his consciousness to the murloc priest. He stood on the sacrificial platform, stomped down the bone staff in his hand, and made a loud voice. Children, the invaders have arrived. According to the order of the ancestors, destroy them. Destroy them. Shawa, the hunting leader of the murlocs, brandished the sharpened bone blade and roared wildly. Under its leadership, the murlocs in the audience waved all kinds of weapons and screamed. Although they were chaotic, their morale was high. Luze nodded in satisfaction, recalling the embarrassing situation when he faced the invasion of God's domain for the first time. He couldn't help but feel that this is not what it used to be. He waved his staff and shouted, "Go!" As a result, the murloc fighters who had already formed a team quickly filed out under the leadership of the elite murloc captains who had entered the body refining floor. A minute later, 3/4 of the murloc tribe was empty, leaving only some old, weak, sick, and disabled. Seeing this, the old murloc priest said to the 2 young murloc priests behind him, "Let's go too, the tribe needs us." "Yes, Lord Priest." As the master of the cave, Luze has the home field advantage and can perceive the location of the invading portal in advance. The invasion portal this time was located in the northwest of the God's domain grassland, just not far from the murloc tribe, which saved him a lot of incense and did not need to use move divine art to help the family members on their way. By the time the large group of murlocs arrived, the invasion portal had already begun to take shape. It was a 3x10 rectangular dark light gate with a surface of gloomy light rippling like waves, suspended half a meter above the ground like a black hole. Cracks in time and space around the light gate were clearly visible like glass cracks. Wisps of ghostly air flowed from the dark light. The inside of the door spread outwards, gradually covering a large area in front of the light door. There was a soft poof, as if a layer of membrane had been pierced. A humanoid creature emerged from the aura, and a sharp blood-stained spear protruded deeply. GG, Yeguno is on top. The nearly 2-meter-tall intruder has reddish-brown fluffy fur, and the muscles under the fur are strong and strong. From the perspective of the head, it looks like a hyena, with sharp yellow teeth and blood-red eyes, emitting acid from a distance. Rotten smell. Wild Knoll. It twitched its huge grey nose and grinned, "Zuzu, it's the smell of dirty murlocs. The salty smell from their bodies can't be stopped even a mountain away." At this moment, a second equally strong wilderness wolf man appeared, holding a black bone staff, and his long and narrow bloody eyes gleamed, the taste of heresy. It slapped the bone staff on the grass, held the blood ruby embedded in the top, and said in a hoarse voice, "The great Yeguno told me to kill those dirty murlocs and use their flesh and blood to build new altars. He will come to this world and turn this place into a new home for our gnolls." The leader of the wilderness gnolls held up their thick spears and called out loudly, "Come out, warriors of Yeguno! Kill those heretics!" In the dark mist, a wild wolf man with a smaller body quickly emerged, 1, 2, 3, and soon, the entire area shrouded in mist was crowded, and the number was 80 or 90. Above God's domain, Luze, who had been paying attention to the situation here, frowned slightly. This is the difficulty of level A9? Difficult. If this was before the transformation of God's domain, with the strength of the original Murloc tribe, let alone the second round, in the first round alone, Luze would have to use the 4-star army card purchased with a loan. After all, wilderness gnolls are second-order creatures. Although most of them have not experienced career change, the quality of innate is still much better than that of Luze's family, the Scarchi Murlocs. After a battle is fought, at least half of the young and middle-aged Murlocs will be killed or injured. At that level, Luze doesn't need to continue to develop. Not to mention that in less than a month, they will go through a more difficult final exam. For commoner students like them, every test is a huge test, just like going upstream in a turbulent current. If you don't pay attention, the ship will be destroyed. Of course, this is also related to the training tendency of the Federation. What the Federation needs is a strong man who has gone through all kinds of hardships. Otherwise, how will we deal with those treacherous and cunning alien gods crawling out of the corpse pile in the future? At that time, there is no teacher to give them a chance to stop at any time. After thinking about it, Luze directly used the 4-star army card Gnoll axe thrower purchased from Xiaqianj without giving those wild wolf men a chance to straighten out their formation. This is also what he had planned long ago. If the average strength of the first wave of invaders is weak, give the Murlocs a chance to practice their skills. If the enemy is powerful, then gather all the combat power to swarm up to minimize the loss. Conserve strength to meet the next challenge. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. Following the order of the Murloc priest, and under the leadership of the elite Murloc captain, hundreds of Murlocs charged towards the wilderness gnolls in a mighty manner. It can be seen from this formation that not only did the wilderness jackals on the opposite side not panic at all, but they all let out violent and cruel laughter. Although Luze's Murlocs are much taller than ordinary Scotchy Murlocs, their average height is still less than 1.4 meters. From a distance, it looked like several adults leading a group of weak half-grown children, rushing towards another group of strong adults, as if hitting a stone with a pebble. Until there was a whistling piercing sound. Accompanied by the sound of piercing the air, overwhelming single-handed axes flew into the ranks of wild wolf men, making a muffled sound of piercing through flesh and blood, followed by a shrill scream. This sudden change surprised the leader of the wolf man and the priest of the wolf man. They didn't know where the attacker came from behind. Obviously, at the first moment of their arrival, they looked around, and apart from the Murloc directly in front of them, there was no smell of other enemies around. They turned their heads and looked behind them. Then, I saw the group of similar people wearing leather armor, with hand axes hanging from their waists, grey-green fur all over their bodies, and grinning likewise. These bloody traitors! The leader of the jackals roared angrily. I'm going to kill them. With that said, he was about to rush back. But he was stopped by the wolf-man priest at the side. Stupid! We need to deal with those dirty Murlocs more than those traitors. The gnoll priest also roared loudly. Now, charge me forward. The great Yeguno is watching us. Kill those dirty Murlocs, Yeguno will give us more power. After finishing speaking, the wolf-man priest raised his staff high, and the blood-colored gem at the top burst and turned into a vigorous blood mist, covering all the surviving wolf men. Where the blood fog was shrouded, the bloody eyes of the jackals became more scarlet, and the fur on their bodies began to rot and fall off, but their figures became taller. Gnoll divine art, corruption and boiling blood. At the cost of one's own fur and flesh, one's fighting spirit and endurance can be greatly improved in a short period of time, and fear and pain can be greatly relieved, so that he is not afraid of death. If the wolves in such a state rushed into the formation, the Murlocs would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Chapter 9. Luze must not allow such a situation to happen. Blast. Showers. Extremely cold. With 3 spells in a row, Luze used up all the remaining incense points. In the next second, on the grassland where the sky was originally clear, there was a gust of wind and showers in a small area, and under the influence of the extreme cold, it formed icy hailstones, and bullets swarmed on the wilderness jackals. Let them be dizzy for a while, unable to move an inch. This is what Luze is for. Taking advantage of this opportunity, another wave of hand axes fell from the sky and fell into the team of wilderness gnolls. At the same time, the old murloc priest and the 2 young murloc priests behind him summoned together a huge ice blade over 2 meters long. Basic Taoism, ice blade. The huge ice blade broke into the crowd of wolves in the wilderness silently, raging back and forth, cutting off all obstacles along the way. Until the spirit power was exhausted, it turned into a cloud of ice mist and exploded, freezing the surrounding knolls into ice sculptures in an instant. After these repeated blows, by the time the wild wolves rushed out of the snowstorm, there were less than 10 companions left. The others either died, or were seriously injured and fell to the ground, unable to move. Even the leader of the wolf-man priest had a thigh cut off by the huge ice blade, and lay trembling on the cold ground. The wild gnolls are over. Under the leadership of the elite murloc captains at the first level of body refining, the murloc army swarmed up. The remaining gnolls and the leader of the gnolls were hacked into a ball of mud by hundreds of weapons before they could react. Blood stained the vast grass. In a square god's domain with an area of about 120 square kilometers, a great battle is taking place beside a wide river. A large group of about 400 centaur archers wearing fine leather armor and holding refined longbows are forming a long snake, across a river more than 10 meters wide, crazily attacking almost the same number of kobolds on the opposite side. Shooting! The howling iron arrows flew all over the sky, making the kobolds who lacked long-range attack power helpless to fight back. What's even crazier is that the centaur archers didn't care about the waste of resources, and they shot 2 quiver in a row, and they didn't give up until there was no longer a standing kobold in the open space across the river. Donghuan, the class teacher who was watching the battle in God's domain, twitched the corners of his mouth, looking speechless. She was once again shocked by Xiaoqian's wealth. This is not an exam, this is clearly burning money. There is no technology content at all. With a change of thought, Donghuan teleported to the sky above another god's domain. Below the domain of the gods is a large expanse of lava volcanoes. There are not many other terrain types, and there are not even open spaces. On the only large open space in God's domain, a group of about 300 red-skinned lava goblin warriors were fighting with a larger number of skeletons. Behind those lava goblin warriors stood a dozen old lava goblins with stone staffs and slightly hunched figures. Under the order of one of the lava goblins who looked like a leader, the goblin warriors who were fighting with the skeletons retreated quickly, maintaining only a crude line of defense. And as the lava goblin warriors retreated, a dozen old lava goblins in the rear raised their stone staffs at the same time, and a dark red light on the top of the stone staffs lit up, and quickly condensed into a lava fireball the size of a basketball. Like a red-hot iron ball with a carbonized appearance. As the old lava goblins swung their wands, more than a dozen lava fireballs slowly crossed the defense line of the lava goblin warriors and fell into the crowd of skeletons. Boom, boom. A series of shocking loud noises sounded, and every lava fireball burst, covering a 5*5 area. Under more than a dozen lava fireballs, except for the long and narrow line near the lava goblin warriors' line of defense, the entire skeleton group was shrouded, and the skinny skeleton warrior inside was surrounded by flames, instantly ignited with rapid flames, and was melted in the blink of an eye. For a rubbing of ashes disappeared. Good. Donghuan in the sky above God's domain couldn't help but nodded. Although Yanwei's lava goblin mages still have certain flaws, what is rare is that under Yanwei's training, their ability to control spells and coordinate with each other is extremely good. Further make up for the shortcomings, and the future achievements will never be low. Immediately afterwards, she went to Yunyu and other students with good grades to observe the sky above God's domain. Her brows were sometimes furrowed and sometimes stretched, and her mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. Taixuan Dongtian, Luze God's domain. The first round of invasion is over. Under Luze's careful operation, there were no other losses except for the desperate counterattack of the last remaining wilderness gnolls, which resulted in the casualties of more than a dozen murlocs. It was an almost perfect victory. Moreover, with the excellent iron and wood spear trophies provided by the wilderness wolves, a small part of the murlocs' weapons were replaced, so that the murlocs' overall combat effectiveness increased rather than decreased. The 3 rounds of intrusions in the mid-month test did not come one after another. After each round, there will be a half-day rest time in the middle, and the location where the portal appears will not be changed. In view of this, after the battle, Luze immediately asked the murlocs and the summoned gnoll axe throwers to clean up the battlefield, and then centered on the portal, dug some trenches for the layout of the terrain, trying to gain a favorable position. This is what the class teacher Dongwan said before the exam: it is not difficult to pass, but you need to pay attention to the method. If you can effectively use various conditions, arrange them reasonably, occupy the home field advantage, and reduce the battle damage with the weak, it is not difficult. Half a day passed quickly. The dark portal, which had been silent for a long time, once again experienced new fluctuations. Under the same mist, new intruders began to appear. It was a huge, mighty, and powerful goblin-like creature, over 2 meters tall, holding a black long-handled mace in its hand. The skin color of its body ranged from light yellow to yellowish brown, covered with thick brown-red rough hair. It has a bear-like face, eyes like a beast, green and white eyes with a red pupil in the center, a pair of big shovel-shaped ears, and a mouth full of sharp tusks. The Goblin Bear, or the Goblin Bear Bandit who has changed his job. Luze judged the other party's identity immediately based on the other party's physical characteristics. These guys are evil, greedy, and stupid, with a bear-like sense of smell, tough fur, and sharp claws. Most of them rely on instinct to fight, and they can use some weapons after changing jobs. Although the individual strength of the Ursine Bandit and the Gnoll Axe Thrower belong to the first level of advanced, but in a head-to-head encounter, the 3 Gnoll Axe Throwers may not be able to take down a Ursine Bandit. Their only flaw is wisdom. Because it was the second round of exams, the number of these bear goblin robbers was more than that of the wilderness gnolls in the first round, there were hundreds of them. This meant that Luze could not choose to confront them head-on. Seeing that the second wave of bugbear bandits had all arrived, under Luze's order, the murlocs and gnolls who had been standing loosely a few hundred meters away from the bugbear bandits and confronted them through a simple ditch scattered in an instant. Like a broken flock of sheep, went in all directions. But if you observe carefully, you can find that they are not unorganized, but are led by elite murloc captains, maintaining a loose but not scattered formation, and the 80 wolfman axe throwers are even running in the same direction. This is Luze's strategy to disperse the enemy's strength and lure the enemy to go deep. In the endless grasslands, this strategy may not be effective against other invaders, but it is almost impossible to fail against stupid bear goblin bandits. Seeing the food in their mouths fleeing in all directions, the large group of goblin bears began to chase them out in 2s and 3s without waiting for the order of the bandit leader. Originally, the bugbear bandits wanted to unite their forces, but after several yells to no avail, they simply ignored it and led a group of about 30 bugbear bandits to chase after the largest group of gnolls, the axe throwers. To a goblin bear, these are all food for granted. But the actual result was doomed as early as the moment they chased them out. Chapter 10. There was no surprise. After spending more than half an hour, all the bear goblin robbers were divided and wiped out. For this reason, Luze also lost dozens of murloc familia, and even the gnoll axe thrower suffered nearly 20 casualties, a loss rate close to a quarter. The main reason is that when the bandit leader was besieging the goblin bear, the jackals had no choice but to stand in front in order to prevent the leader of the bandit bear from breaking through. This made Luze couldn't help but secretly fear that if he really confronted the tough, he would have good results. According to the original plan, after the second round, Luze should finish the test and hand in the paper to Donghuan to get the result. Being able to achieve the current results with minimal battle damage is enough to ensure that he enters the top 20, and it is not impossible for him to even break into the top 10. But thinking of the big killer that was drawn in the lottery before the exam, Luze always felt a little bit unwilling to give up like this. How about trying the third round? If it doesn't work, ask the class teacher for help and terminate the test. Although it is easy to leave Donghuan with a bad impression of being ambitious, it is still a method. And, Luze quickly made up his mind. Is there anything worse than turning in 6 blank papers in front of the class teacher and leaving a bad impression? Otherwise, why did people say those words before the monthly test, when they barely mentioned their names? That being the case, Luze still needs a FG face, anyway, it can't be eaten as a meal. Might as well rush. If you pass it, you can greatly increase your usual credits and get better rewards. If you fail, you will call the teacher at worst. Thinking of this, Luze didn't terminate the test, but allowed the half-day rest period to pass little by little. The sky gradually dimmed, and a faint black mist escaped from the portal, blending into the boundless night. The crack in time and space, like a glass crack, gradually expanded, and the black mist rose more and more. A series of pale shadows appeared from time to time, and disappeared from time to time, staggering through the thin screen, and came out. Even though the wind was galloping and whistling, the dense mist still spread firmly and slowly, showing no sign of being blown away. Because it was formed by the undead with the soul power and resentment of the living beings. Undead canopy. Woo woo, who? Strange and resentful voices came from the mist, and several translucent figures that were looming were like weeping. Then there are a large number of skeleton warriors with blades, and skeleton archers with bone bows on their backs. Several necromancers wearing dark magical robes disappeared among them. This is the third wave of trials that Luze ushered in, a mixed undead army composed of 200 skeleton warriors, 100 skeleton archers, a small group of ghosts, and a small group of necromancers. Melee, ranged, assault and spellcaster. In a certain sense, this is already an army with complete elements. It is far from being comparable to the incomplete mob in Luze's family. Luze asked the Knoll axe throwers to take the lead in launching a tentative attack. Dozens of heavy single-edged axes roared and smashed into the army of undead. Shenmeng's strength was far beyond what the thin skeletons could resist, smashing dozens of skeleton warriors into a pile of scattered skeletons in the blink of an eye. But there was no expression of joy on Luze's face. Because the necromancers hidden in it waved their staffs. A streak of dim light flew out from the top of the staff and landed on the fallen skeleton. Then, under Luze's gaze, the originally scattered skeletons were reassembled into brand new skeleton warriors in an instant, standing up again while staggering. Luze frowned slightly. This is going to turn into a war of attrition. If the necromancers are not killed first or their magic power is exhausted, the skeleton army will never be able to kill them. But under the protection of a small group of second-order ghosts and hundreds of skeletons, with the strength of Luze's current family, it is really unrealistic to suddenly behead him. But really consuming it is not the solution. Could it be possible that after a test, you will completely become a loner? He thought of the trump card released yesterday, the 3 mysterious Koishui Gen Li. Elementary Koishui Gen Li, one of the 5 elements divine thunders, guided by spiritual chi, it can be fired immediately, with great power. Attack range 10*10. Luze can be sure that if one elementary sunflower water thunderbolt goes down, no matter whether you are a necromancer, a ghost, or a skeleton, you are guaranteed to turn into fly ash. But the key point is that the necromancers on the opposite side are extremely scattered, hiding one in the east and one in the other. Even if Luze uses all 3 junior Koishui True Thunder, it is difficult to cover all the necromancers to solve the battle at once. Their formation needs to be suppressed. With this in mind, Luze possessed the old murloc priest and immediately issued a combat order. As a result, the murloc warriors and the jackal axe throwers began to move slowly, approaching the location of the undead army. At the same time, the skeleton archers on the opposite side also began to bend their bows and set arrows, shooting white bone arrows scatteredly. A distant alien plane, a dark palace deep underground. At this time, the demigod Lich Grus was sitting quietly on the skeleton throne, secretly licking his wounds. As a noble demigod, he has been having a rough time recently. Since the loss of several extremely devout fanatics, there have been inexplicable newborn demigods attacking him recently. The strength of those guys is not strong, but there are a lot of them. In groups of 3 or 4, form cliques and act together. Who knows when half Shendo can be mass-produced? Not only did his family members suffer heavy losses, but he was also seriously injured. Although a lich has an almost infinite lifespan, and its wounds can heal within a few decades, it can be regarded as a powerful demigod with 5 points of divinity, and can enter the ranks of high-level demigods by a group of only 1 or 2 points. It's too embarrassing for the divine newborn demigod to chase after him. He couldn't swallow it. However, the situation is stronger than people, and if you can't swallow it, you have to swallow it. No matter how strong he is no match for a group of demigods alone. So, now he can only hide in the dark depths of the ground, accompanied by rats and bugs all day long. Who made him fail to open up the domain of the gods, unable to draw the family into the protection of the kingdom of gods, and unable to counterattack. At this moment, he suddenly felt several extremely thick lines of faith. It belonged to a few fanatics who had disappeared, and after more than a year, they reappeared. And at this time, their line of belief fluctuated severely. Clearly there was an urgent situation and they wanted to report it to their own gods. If there were many families before, Grus might not have taken them to heart. But as the few fanatics he had left at this point, Grus felt compelled to answer their call. He linked his consciousness to the thread of faith and read the contents. Newborn gods, newborn demigods, weak family members. As the picture was transmitted, Grus couldn't help being overjoyed. It's so sleepy, I'm here to send a pillow. If everything is true, as long as he wins this new god's domain, he will no longer be a tree without water or roots, not to mention stepping into a high-level demigod. Even if he ignites the divine fire and becomes a true god, it is not hopeless. After linking several threads of belief in succession, I found that they all reported the same content. Now Grus no longer suspects him. He took out a dark black crystal and put it into the hexagram circle in the hall. He wants to descend from the gods to help the family members complete their mission. He issued an oracle to the other family members, asking them to protect the incarnation he descended on. Then, a little bit of divinity was separated immediately, and the god descending ceremony couldn't wait to start. Chapter 11. Tai Xian Dongtian Luze God Realm. Not long after the battle of the third round of testing entered into intense heat, Luze felt locked by a deep evil thought. That is the breath of the same demigod. Following the lock of that breath, the necromancers and ghosts who were originally scattered quickly gathered their formation towards the middle. A necromancer surrounded in the middle began to emit a large black mist, and his breath climbed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Luze didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he wanted to use the family to force the necromancers to gather together, and use Junior Koishui Zhenli to solve it all at once. As a result, the necromancers are gathered together now, but the situation is not the same as he thought. There is an unexpected presence among the intruders. A serious death-type demigod descending from the gods. Elementary Kuai Shui True Thunder. Whether it will work on demigods, Luze has no idea. But now that the arrow is on the string, it has to be launched. If he doesn't want to terminate the test immediately, he must end the battle before the class teacher Dongwan senses the breath of the alien gods coming. That is to say, he had to kill the opponent before the demigod completely descended to God's domain and interfered with the laws of God's domain. This doubled the pressure in Luze's heart. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the opponent's shrinking front, Luze secretly held 3 elementary Koishui True Thunder in his hands while keeping the family members under pressure, and then quietly infused them with the spiritual chi simulated by divine power. He wants to fight with his back. In a short period of time, the spiritual chi poured into the 3 thunderballs far exceeded the standard spiritual chi units required for excitation. But Luze didn't stop. The spirit power simulated by the divine power is like a flood of water that has opened the gate, pouring into the small lake without stopping, and overflowing the dike in the blink of an eye, but it is blocked by the sudden appearance of a temporary dam and cannot break through. Until Luze can't continue. On the other hand, the spiritual aura of death on the necromancer's body as the medium is also strong as if it were real. Looking from a distance, it seems that a large cocoon completely condensed by darkness appeared in the dark night. The rest of the necromancers stopped consuming magic power early on, and used the power of death to pull the souls that had not completely dissipated into the leader of the necromancers. A ferocious lich face appeared in midair. The surrounding grass withered, the land became scorched black, and the environment began to transform into a deathland suitable for the survival of the undead. Everything indicates that the death-type demigod on the opposite side is about to condense into a complete divine incarnation, and the divine power has begun to affect the surrounding area. Under normal circumstances, as a newborn demigod, Luze would most likely kneel in such a situation. Even in terms of divinity, both his real body and the opponent's divine incarnation have only a little divinity. But in the actual battle, he can't hurt the opponent even if he fights to the death. Because in the battle between the gods, apart from the family members, the most important thing is to rely on each other's understanding of the priesthood and laws. Now Luze's understanding of priesthood and laws is like a primary school student who has just entered the first grade, but Grus is a social worker who entered the society early. Even if the other party asked him to use both hands and feet. Elementary school students will not be opponents of adults. However, because Luze had a cannonball that was drawn in a lottery, he wanted to throw a cannonball to try to blow up the opponent before calling the teacher. If it doesn't kill you, call the teacher immediately. Anyway, I won't lose. Hey, it's just so shameless, just playing. The only miscalculation is that Luze didn't understand the power of the firecrackers he threw. When the Lich Grus saw the immature newborn demigod throwing 3 beads exuding an unknown aura, at first, his heart skipped a beat. He had discovered Luze's secret behavior long ago, but in order to descend to the divine incarnation as soon as possible, he could only watch the other party act like this. Seeing that it was about to descend completely, the other party took the lead in attacking. Grus couldn't help wondering whether the opponent had planned for a long time, and he specially found this moment when he couldn't advance or retreat. At the same time, he also wondered whether the avatar of On could withstand the opponent's attack. Especially when the 3 beads exploded on top of his head with a bang. At that moment, Grus's heart tightened, and he concentrated his whole body's divine power to defend, but after waiting for a few seconds, he only found a faint, if invisible, electric light flickering on and off above his head. It doesn't look like it's under attack at all. Grus is dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out what the hell the other side was doing. Not only did Grus not know what Luze was up to, but Luze himself couldn't figure it out either. The promised Kuai Shui Zhen Li is so powerful. 3 together, it must explode. What's going on now? Could it be that spiritual chi has been filled too much? Just as he was wondering, Luze suddenly saw a jet black as ink flashing, followed by half of the sky with the same jet black as ink scurrying around, covering more than half an acre, bearing its teeth and claws like octopus claws waving wildly. Then there was a dull and loud noise that seemed to explode from the depths of the void, as if it was close in front of you and far away in the sky. Before Luze could figure out what happened, there was nothing in front of him. There were nearly 10 necromancers and a small group of ghosts left in front of them, as well as the demigod incarnation who had almost completely descended. After the arc flashed, they couldn't even see a single hair. Even the dozen or so knoll axe throwers who were accidentally affected were no exception. It seemed to disappear without a trace. Only a drop of crystal-like golden light suspended in mid-air kept flickering, exuding divine power fluctuations that Luze couldn't help, vaguely telling what happened just now. Luze couldn't help swallowing, remembering the description about Koishui Gen Li. This TM is not so powerful, it is simply too big. True God Strike is estimated to be nothing more than that. He waved his hand to summon that bit of divinity to his face, and he didn't know whether the expression on his face was joy or worry. If he had known this earlier, he would not have chosen the third round of testing. Keeping this thing as a life-saving hole card, isn't it more than a bit of divine fragrance? You know, from the second year of high school, Luze and the others had to conduct actual combat drills, going to real demi-planes and low-level planes to wage wars and defend wars. In such a war, not to mention demigods and high-level demigods, even true gods with weak divine power may be encountered. At that time, every extra hole card for life-saving will give you more hope of surviving when danger strikes. Gods, too, are mortal. At the same time, in the dark underground palace, Grus couldn't help covering his head and let out a painful roar. Unstoppable divine power burst out in all directions, annihilating the hexagram circle surrounding it. Without the protection of the magic circle, the tall underground palace began to collapse. But at this time, Grus, who had a splitting headache, had no time to take care of it, and let the endless stones drown him. But along with the endless stones, there is also a red gold spear carrying unparalleled power. The red gold spear was covered with thick red divine power, piercing through the many obstacles in the ground and hitting Grus precisely, until the first stage's thick divine power barrier rose from Grus. Looking at a few familiar faces in mid-air, Grus, who had a splitting headache, almost wanted to die, and roared. "Are you done yet?" But the three people suspended in mid-air didn't respond to him at all. With the wave of the jade hand of the blonde woman with wings on her back, the red gold spear roared and attacked Grus again, followed by a bright golden bead and a huge altar. Grus didn't dare to face the sharpness directly, and flickered to avoid it. He remembered the bit of divinity he had lost just now. "I feel like I ate shit. What the hell have you encountered recently?" A dignified demigod who was kicked out like a stray dog. Chapter 12. In the boundless void, Dongguan was constantly switching between God's domain and paying attention to the exam status of the students. The mid-month test lasted for 3 days in God's domain, and more than a day has passed by now. Except for a few students, most of the students have passed the first round of tests and entered the second round. A few top students such as Xiaoqiange, Yanwei, and Yunyu have even entered the third round, starting the competition for the top 3 in the class. However, due to Dongguan's small adjustments before the exam, Xiaoqiange and Yanwei's exams did not go well in the third round of exams. Actually is not to say that it cannot be passed, but compared with the first 2 rounds, the third round seems a bit procrastinated. The third round of invasion of Xiaoqiange God's domain was 202nd level primary iron zombies. As one of the typical representatives of low-level undead creatures, iron zombies move slowly, have great strength, strong physical resistance, and thick skin. Facing Xiaoqiange's family of centaur archers, the slow-moving iron-skinned zombies, like the previous intruders, had almost no achievements and were purely moving targets. But as guys known for their defensive power, they are too hard. Even if the whole body is shot into a hedgehog, as long as the fire of the soul is not extinguished, it still has vitality. The centaur army, which led to 400 people, almost shot all the feather arrows they carried with them, and there were still nearly 20 iron zombies that were able to move. Xiaoqiange lost his temper. On the other hand, Yanwei was not much better than Xiaoqiange, and was even more angry. It never occurred to him that the intruder in his third round turned out to be a second-order harpy with the ability to fly. The number is no more than 1 squadron, but they can fly. Although his family, the lava goblin mage, also has the ability to cast spells from afar, the lava fireballs fired are so slow that they can't even touch the fur of the harpies. Let him have to do it himself. But sensing the aura of a demigod, those harpies escaped. As a result, a good intrusion test turned into a hide-and-seek game between Yanwei and the harpies. Only the battle on Yunya's side was going smoothly, going on steadily and coming to an end. Buzz. While observing, Dongwon felt the soul tremor coming from the artifact teaching collection, and Dongwon opened the collection. Above is a distress message with a red exclamation mark. Record: your student King Hui requested to end the test. Dongwon frowned. She didn't expect that King Hui, who was always in the top 10 in the class, would be the first to finish the test. Usually, he mainly focuses on steady play. Before he had time to think about it, he teleported to the sky above King Hui's god's domain. Dongwon, who was about to rescue him, looked at the nearly collapsed god's domain in front of him, and his face suddenly became solemn. This is clearly not due to the mid-month test. Reminiscent of the rumors among the classmates before, King Hui used the god's domain card overload in order to speed up the development of the god's domain. Dongwon sighed. A good seedling is ruined like this. In the current situation, being expelled from school is a trivial matter, and whether King Hui can survive the shattering of God's domain is still unknown. Obviously, I told everyone again and again not to use the God's domain card beyond the carrying capacity. Why did some people not listen? Taking back the second and third rounds of God's domain cards that have not yet started testing, Dong Wanyu sent the dejected King Hui out of the lower space with a wave of his hand without looking at it. Just as she was about to go to the next student God's domain, she discovered that teaching collection had received another message. Record: your student Luze has finished the test. Dongwon was even angrier. Before the exam, I reminded everyone to pay attention to the methods. Unexpectedly, there are still people eager for quick success. King Hui is because of the collapse of God's domain, and Luze is because of what? Want to hand in a blank paper again? She was full of divine power, waved her sleeves angrily, and her figure dissipated on the spot. It reappeared in the sky above a gloomy God's domain. What's happening here? Dongwon released divine sense, and found that she couldn't observe the situation in the God's domain in front of her. God's domain concealment, this is an ability that at least high-level demigods and even true gods can master. Luze knows this? Or is it wrong? But the coordinates of God's domain displayed in teaching collection are here. While wondering, Dongwon saw a familiar figure appear. Luze was shrouded in faint divine power. Luze, what's going on? Are you sure you want to terminate the test? Dongwon looked dignified. Terminate the test? No, teacher, I have finished the test. I passed all 3 rounds. Luze was puzzled. Then you use the teaching communicator. No, you said you passed all 3 rounds of tests. Dongwon was shocked. She called out teaching collection and turned to the latest message. Record: your student Luze has finished the test. It really is. With a big wave of her hand, she grabbed Luze's shoulder. Go and have a look in your divine domain. The golden divine power surged, the two disappeared, and when they reappeared, they entered the Luze God's domain. Looking at the towering tree in the middle of God's domain, Dongwon was shocked again. This is World Tree? But it doesn't feel like it. Also, Luze, why did your God's domain suddenly become so large? I remember that when you initially registered, your God's domain seemed to have an area of only 40 square kilometers, and the environment of your God's domain is also different from what you registered. Dongwon opened the teaching collection to register Luze's God domain data, which is completely different from the reality. Before Luze could answer, she flashed to the battlefield where the murlocs were defending against the invaders. Many murlocs were carrying the dead bears and gnolls. She stretched out her finger, and a light curtain popped up where the portal existed. On it was the picture during the test. Revisit. Following her whisper, the screen returned to the beginning of the test, when the wild wolf man had just entered the domain of God. Afterwards, Dongwon began to seriously speed up browsing. While the portal serves as an intrusion channel, it also has the function of recording the exam, which LUZE knows. This is also to allow teachers to better judge the performance of students. With the passage of time, Dongwon's expression changed constantly. There were doubts, approval, joy and frowns. But until the third round of the test battle entered a fever pitch, she did not see what LUZE could rely on to pass the third round. Until the sudden appearance of the demigod incarnation, the pitch-black electric arc. Another world demigod, a powerful one-time magic device, it looks as powerful as a real god's blow. Having found the reason, Dongwon breathed a sigh of relief. As a teacher, what she fears most is encountering things out of control. As for the expansion of the domain of the gods, the heterogeneous world tree, and the last divinity, none of this is a big deal. She has led dozens of students. What kind of students she has never seen. Everyone has their own encounters, there is no need to make a fuss. Maybe an ordinary-looking student might be able to establish a relationship with a powerful being. Even she herself was not favored by the clansmen at first, until she had an adventure later. As long as it does not violate federal laws, she will not ask or interfere. This is the job of being a teacher. After a moment of silence, Dongwon said, "LUZE, your performance in this test is very good, the teacher is very pleased. It's all because the teacher has misunderstood you and didn't pay enough attention to you. But don't worry, I will make up for you in the next time. If you have any questions or difficulties, you can find me at any time. If you have any urgently needed God's domain card, you can also contact me, and I will find a way to help you find it." As a true god, it is really rare to be able to treat a new student demigod like this. No matter how naive LUZE was, he would not complain at this moment. What's more, Dongwon has good intentions. "Thank you, teacher. Don't worry, I will definitely trouble you a lot in the future." As he spoke, LUZE showed a bright smile. Chapter 13. As a student, it is a good thing for LUZE to get the attention of the class teacher. You must know that only the Federation can produce many rare God's Domain cards required by the early stage of the development of the God's Domain. Even if some true gods have one or two of them, the quality cannot be guaranteed to be as good as the Federation's, and the types will not be as complete as the Federation's. This is also one of the important reasons why even true gods are willing to send their heirs and direct descendants to the school. Because the school can give what they can't. Only by laying a good foundation in school and then using the resources of the family can the future generations go further and better. For example, Yanwei's parents and grandfathers are all true gods, but so what, they don't only have a son and grandson like Yanwei. As a true god with an infinite lifespan, not to mention Yanwei's grandfather, even Yanwei's father has a lot of sons and daughters. Yanwei is just one of them. If he can't ignite the fire in high school and enter the university, he won't get the follow-up resources from the family. However, compared to ordinary demigods like LUZE, their second-generation gods still have much greater advantages. Here, seeing that LUZE's answer was not unusual at all, Dongwon also began to show a friendly smile on his face. "Talking to smart kids is easy," she said again. "LUZE, after the confirmation of teaching collection, you are the first student to complete the mid-month test. In other words, you are the first in the class of this monthly test." Ah! LUZE's face was full of disbelief, but his heart was full of joy. Originally, he just wanted to rush to the top 3, but unexpectedly, he overachieved his goal inadvertently. But before he was happy for a few seconds, Dongwon immediately poured a basin of cold water. Don't be proud. This time you passed the third round of exams, thanks to the help of those 3 disposable magic devices. In terms of family strength, you are far from reaching the level of Xiaqianj and Yan Wei. If you don't want to be short-lived like King Hui, you have to make good use of the gains from this exam. Luze knew that Dongguan was kind enough to remind himself to make good use of the accidental divinity and monthly test rewards to lay a solid foundation. Luze had already planned for this point. However, Luze was a little confused about what she meant by a flash in the pan like he King Hui. Just as he was about to ask, Dongguan said, "You will know about King Hui soon, and you must learn his lesson. I'll give you the rewards for this monthly test first." According to the rules, in addition to a random 2-star God's Domain card reward, the first place will also have a designated 5-star card. To tell you the truth, your luck is really good. You can get a rare 5-star card for the first time. For this card, Xiaqianj, who had promised to ask for leave last night, rushed back, "But I didn't expect to be accepted by you. Take the lead." As he said that, Dongguan threw over 2 cards, one with a golden white bottom and the other with a golden blue bottom. Luze took the card and looked at it curiously. The gold and white one is the random 2-star card resource card Barren Iron Ore, common. A miniature barren iron ore vein can be formed in the domain of the gods, producing lean iron ore that is difficult to mine. Useful for Luze, but not much. His family, the Scarchi Murlocs, have yet to develop the technology to smelt lean iron ore. It can only be put into the god's domain and cultivated slowly, with the hope that as the god's domain grows over a long period of time, it will gradually evolve into a medium to large ore vein or an iron-rich mine that can be easily utilized. He casually threw barren iron ore, normal, into God's domain, then dissipated the divine light covering the surface of the gold and blue God card, and looked at this rare 5-star card that Dongguan said. The surface of the Shenka is a black land pattern. Fertile land, 5-star God's domain card, rare. Increase the area of God's domain by 3 km * 3 km at one time, limited to fertile black soil. What the hell? Luze's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't help patting his face with his hands, feeling like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He really didn't expect that the rare card that Dongguan said was so rare. The 5-star rare quality God's Domain land card increases the area of God's domain by 9 square kilometers at one time. What is this concept? If before Luze's God's domain is transformed, he can expand his God's domain by a quarter in one go. Although from the grade of God's domain card, from low to high, it is divided into common, golden white, rare, golden green, uncommon, golden blue, epic, golden yellow, legendary, golden orange, mythical, red gold. The rare quality is only medium. But the specificity of the God's Domain land card is enough to increase its value by 2 levels, comparable to the legendary 5-star card. No one would complain that own God's domain has a large area. No wonder Xiaqianj wanted to fight for her wealth. In fact, this thing is not sold in the market at all, only the school will reward it as a prize during the exam. How about it, isn't it a big surprise? Dongguan smiled, since you won the first place in this monthly test, I have some good news to tell you. Next week, Nanfan City will organize an exchange competition for first-year high school students. The weekend will be open to all first-year high school students in the city. Audition, the main match next Friday. You can skip the audition and directly participate in the main match. The officials of Nanfang City have prepared generous rewards for this exchange match. According to the information we have received, the value of the prizes for the top 16 alone is no less than the 5-star God's Domain card in your hand. So, Luze, please take the time to digest the results of this exam, and strive to achieve good results in the exchange competition. After a few simple instructions, Dongguan disappeared in place. The mid-month test was not over yet, and just now another student sent her a new message. Call. Back in the main world, Luze sighed in satisfaction. The mid-month test ended satisfactorily and yielded a lot. Now, he can leave school and go home. God teaching is so loose and free. On the way home, Luze, who was not in a hurry, walked slowly. The public projection screens on both sides of the street were all kinds of novel advertisements. Northern Territory Pioneering Group recruits attacking gods, with good remuneration including food and housing, and a guaranteed minimum annual salary of 700,000 yuan. The Emerald Group is looking for wood and life deities with a salary of 110,000 years. Anyone with weak divine power can be interviewed. The summer training class of Jinkei Education is about to start, recruiting God Card Maker Family Cultivator Species Evolutionist and other demigod students. After the training is over, the 10,000-year salary is not a dream. Morning News. Recently, the first expedition group discovered more than 10 special plane groups near the Sirius Crystal Wall system on the northern border of the Federation. They are suspected to be another Crystal Wall ancient civilization site. For details, please see the special report. Nanfeng City will hold the 13th Senior Freshman Exchange Competition to select outstanding students and vigorously train them. For details, please consult the Education Association on the municipal official website. For cross-plane express delivery, please choose Instant Wind Express. The exclusive God will serve you wholeheartedly. The seemingly ordinary advertisements reveal the powerful power of the world in which they live. Even the gods are divided into different ranks and integrated into the daily society. After paying close attention to the information of the Tuai High School freshman exchange competition, and confirming that Dong Wan, the head teacher, was right, Luze walked quickly towards a storefront. In order to earn more faith points, Luze worked a lot of part-time jobs, but now he is not going to go. He wants to say hello to the shopkeepers, so as not to delay their business. Chapter 14. What? You said I was fired. Not long after entering this store named Green Forest Card Shop, Luze was surprised by the manager's words. It's one thing to voluntarily resign, quite another to be fired. Especially when I went to 3 part-time shops in a row and was told so, all fools knew that they were being targeted. After returning home, looking at Yanwei on the communication watch asking for a call, a flash of understanding flashed in Luze's heart. Click to connect, and there is a projection of Yanwei holding a red wine glass. He is leaning on a luxurious sofa made of unicorn skin. There is a rectangular golden oak table in front of him. The background should be in a private luxury shuttle. Student Luze, have you received the gift I gave you? The corners of Yanwei's mouth raised slightly, and his tone was gentle, revealing a feeling of superiority. Gifts? Are you referring to getting several shops to fire me? Luze narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes flickering. Seeing Luze's full of vigilance, Yanwei raised his glass to kill him in one gulp, then put down the glass and laughed heartily. Fire you? Luze, you misunderstood, it's just that the managers of those shops don't know the real God. I help you. They just correct it. You can take a look at the bank's Shengsuan notification. 3 minutes ago, there should have been a payment of 100,000 faith points. That is my small apology to you. I apologize to you for being rude at school. This made Luze a little confused. Just now, there was indeed an inexplicable amount of belief value in the account. He was planning to go to the bank to check the transfer person, but he didn't expect it to be Yanwei. Given Yanwei's temperament, apologizing and transferring money to make amends is definitely not a small picture. Luze politely replied calmly, Student Yanwei, you are being polite. My tone was not very good at the time. I should be the one apologizing to you. Also, if there is anything, Yanwei, you can speak directly without beating around the bush. I'm not used to it. As for the 100,000 belief value, well, don't waste it. Think of it as severance compensation. Haha. Yanwei laughed loudly, sat up from the sofa, and leaned straight towards the communication screen. student Luze is really straightforward, so I won't go around the corner. I want to make a deal with you. I originally thought that the biggest competitor in this monthly test was Xiaoqiange, but I didn't expect that the final big winner would be Luze, you. I'm very interested in that rare 5-star God's Domain land card. Are you interested in exchanging it? The price is guaranteed to satisfy you. Hearing Yanwei's words, Luze couldn't help frowning. As soon as the exam was over, the rewards he got were leaked out. Is it the handwriting of Dongwan, the head teacher? But looking at her performance in God's Domain, she doesn't look like that at all. Is it a disguise? Until Luze caught a glimpse of Ban Kun's new group message. This monthly test results ranking. First place, Luze. Number of rounds passed, 3 rounds. Passing time, 26 hours, 43 minutes and 12 seconds, God's Domain time. Rewards obtained, Fertile Earth, 5-star card, Rare, Barren Iron Ore, 2-star card, Common. Each reward has a detailed introduction. At the bottom of the grade list, there is a series of frequent news from the classmates. Luze is amazing. +1 +1 +1. This is the real master, forbear for a long time, if you don't make a move, you will be the first. It seems that there is another 6th child in the class. Luze was ashamed, it turned out that the problem was here. It seems that the results will be announced for every exam before, but I am used to handing in blank papers before, and I didn't pay much attention to it, so I forgot it for a while. No wonder Yanwei would look for her. He collected himself, and said loudly, Student Yan, you know what my initial God's Domain is like. No one would give up the opportunity to increase the God's Domain, and I'm no exception, because it represents the foundation of strength. Sorry, I can't trade. Yanwei smiled, did not speak, but sent a list neatly. Then he said, I also know the significance of the area of God's Domain to us new demigods, but I firmly believe that everything can be traded, it's just the size of the bargaining chip. As long as it's on this list, I can help you get what you want, provided you don't use up that 5-star land card. I know you won't be able to make a decision in a while, so think about it first. After speaking, Yanwei cut off the communication. In fact, knowing that the first place in the monthly test was Luze, and the reward was the rare God's Domain land card, it was hard for Yanwei to tell what it was like. At the same time, I also understand that my previous behavior in the class was too reckless, because I offended a potential classmate inexplicably because of a trivial matter. Fortunately, he wants something like a face, but not much, it depends on who the other party is. So, here comes the apology. Of course, he really wanted to trade that God's Domain land card with Luze. Even if the chance is not great. Because that card can effectively improve the ecological layout of his domain. Through this test, he clearly saw the flaws in his family, so he planned to add a little family that could attack from a distance like Xiaoqiange. In this way, it is also possible to avoid the embarrassing scene where you end up personally when you encounter flying enemies next time. Another point is that this year's Nanfeng High School freshman exchange competition will be held soon. Through the vague wind, he knew that this year's freshman exchange competition would be different from usual, and it seemed that it could have something to do with the more than 10 special plane groups just discovered in the Sirius crystal wall system. Every time a new group of planes is discovered, it represents an uncultivated virgin land, and the benefits are so great that it is unimaginable. If a newborn demigod has the opportunity to obtain a base outside the realm of the gods, it will be of great help to his future growth. Even without relying on the family, the achievement of a true god is just around the corner. It's a long-term event. Therefore, as long as Luze is willing to trade, he is willing to pay a little more. On the other side, after hanging up the instant holographic communication with Yanwei, Luze clicked on the list of items sent by Yanwei. There are hundreds of kinds. From goblin half-orc centaur tauren wild boar wild horse herd and other middle and low-level belief races and species resources, to balrog dark egg nicer gold nun mark zinjao ancient war tree seedling fountain of life and other high-level item materials are on the list. And there are many kinds that are urgently needed by Luze God's domain. A complete and balanced God's domain ecology needs to be carefully matched. From terrain veins, to various common vegetation, magical vegetation, herbs, to various biological groups, and the top belief family. Indispensable. It has never been supported by one or two species. This is also what Luze learned the most in school before becoming a demigod and opening up the realm of the gods. It is related to the success rate of demigods igniting the divine fire. The more complete the ecology, the higher the ecological carrying capacity, and the higher the chance of igniting the fire. After loading the Immortal cultivation mod, although Luze's future path is not the same as that of other people, he still needs to perfect the world and be blessed with living beings to obtain merit. This is the way to go. Chapter 15. Open the Shinyu login cabin and enter the Tai Xian cave. Holding the rare 5-star land card in his hand, Luze fell into deep thought. He is deciding whether to use this card to further increase the area of Tai Xian's cave, or use it to trade to improve the cave's background and enhance his strength. As he himself said, no one would dislike the small size of own God's domain. Not to mention that the current area of Taixuan Dongtian is only 178 square kilometers, which is 1,780 square kilometers, which is only the size of a county in the previous life. And those who become true gods have an area of hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Therefore, in primary and junior high schools, no matter which teacher has repeatedly emphasized that there is an opportunity to increase the area of the gods, one must grasp it, and that is the foundation of becoming a god in the future. But what made Luze unable to make up his mind was what the head teacher Donghuan said after the monthly test. The officials of Nanfeng City have prepared generous rewards for this exchange match. According to the information we have received, the value of the prizes for the top 16 alone is no less than the 5-star God's domain card in your hand. So, Luze, please take the time to digest the results of this exam, and strive to achieve good results in the exchange competition. Among them are Donghuan's expectations and Donghuan's suggestions. The key is what she said, the prizes for the top 16 are comparable to 5-star land cards. What about the quarterfinals, semifinals, and top 3? The prizes will definitely be more generous. But Luze asked himself, using this God's domain land card, is his current strength sure to get a place in the freshman exchange competition next Friday? The answer is negative. What Donghuan said is correct. The strength of the own family is indeed far behind that of Xiaqianj and Yanwei. Even after being impregnated with spiritual qi, due to the short time, his family, the Scarechi Murlocs, could not step into the threshold of the second-order race. Not to mention, in addition to racial aptitude, the number, weapons, and equipment that affect the combat power of the family members, whether they have been transferred by fighters, etc. Of all the above, Luze is not worthy of praise. The only qi refining and body refining systems worth looking forward to, because of the qualifications of the Scachi Murlocs, so far, the number of cultivators in the cultivator's Taoism realm are not impressive. In fact, judging from the ice blade art issued by the Murloc priest in the mid-month test, the cultivator system is very powerful. This can be done only on the first floor of qi refining. What if the cultivation base is increased to the second or third floor, and the number changes from the current few to dozens or hundreds? Combine it with magical item to form a magic circle, and each person has a medicine pill to supplement spirit power. Thinking about that scene, Luze's heart surged. When the time comes to face the mid-month test, a round of ice blade technique can be taken away directly. But the crux of the problem is still, lack of foundation. His Tai Xian Dongtian lacks everything now, not even the most basic copper ore and iron ore, and the only vein of poor iron ore is still newly added, which prevents his family, the Scarchi murlocs, from entering the ironware until now. Era. And like Xiaqian's family centaurs, they have already entered the Iron Age. They already have the ability to forge ironware by themselves, and most of the arrows they use are self-made. This is the difference in background. Distraughtly, he opened the God interface, wanting to see the latest progress of Taixuan Dongtian. Username, LUZE, citizen number FQXS326496060119996. Dao name, Tais Hang Daozu, the source of Wanfa, the ancestor of all Taos. Dao name, Hongmeng. Holy place, none. Vocation, none. Holy aggregate, 1. Holy fire, not lit, merit, 0 points. Merit, 0. Heavenly Dao, Dao 3000, a holy seat is required to understand the complete Dao law. Dongtian, Taixuan Dongtian. Orthodoxy, none, not created. Followers, Scotchy Murloc cultivator. The subordinate family members can change jobs, none. Incense value, 1211 points. Orthodoxy interface. Orthodoxy, none, not created. Dao inheritance, none. Taoist, none. Taoism, ice blade, fire bomb. Moderator, none. Believers, 11 fanatics, 258 pious believers, 190 true believers, 100 shallow believers, reduced ones were sacrificed in the last round of battle. Destiny protagonist, none. Taoist beasts, none. Cave interface. Area, 178.3 square kilometers. Environment, grassland/polar ocean/low hill/forest, 19%/40%/17%/24%. Race, Scarchi murlocs, grayscale murlocs. Vegetation/spiritual plants, broad-leaved forests, bushes, grasslands, seagrass/cold spiritual herbs. Animals/demonic beasts, two-horned ice deer, polar snow hare/black ice deer. Seafood, tidal flat shellfish, salmon, cod, and krill. Innate fetish, Tongtian Jianmu. Output, everything that spiritual qi nourishes. Evaluation, a vibrant and prosperous place with great potential for development. Compared with a day ago, the values of several interfaces have not changed much. LUZE knows that the decrease of fanatics, pious believers, and true believers is due to war sacrifices. Axeman. The only thing that LUZE doubts is that the area of Taixuan Cave has somehow increased by 0.3 square kilometers, from 178 square kilometers to 178.3 square kilometers. Generally speaking, before becoming gods, the domain of ordinary demigods will not automatically increase. Until he clicked on the new, that appeared behind the innate fetish, Tongtian Jianmu column. Tongtian Jianmu, innate fetish, communicate chaos, determine yin and yang, and connect the two realms of Deva. Current effect, slowly increase the concentration of spiritual qi in the cave, and expand the cave, main world time, 0.3 square kilometers/day. A series of question marks appeared in LUZE's mind. He knows that Tongtian Jianmu will have extraordinary effects after he settles in Dongtian. Originally, he thought it was just to transform the cave and increase the concentration of spiritual qi in the cave. I didn't expect to expand the cave. Simply heaven-defying. But when you think about it carefully, it should be like this. If there was no such effect, why would the cave suddenly expand by more than 3 times after the transformation? This made LUZE ecstatic in his heart. Now he's still tangled up. With Tongtian building wood, Taixuan Cave is expanding all the time. In comparison, the importance of that 5-star land card plummeted. It's better to use it in exchange for some new wisdom family members, mineral veins, spiritual materials and other necessary items. In this way, he can fully arm his family and develop Taixuan Dongtian. If he is lucky enough to get a good ranking in the freshman exchange competition, the speed of Dongtian's development will be further greatly increased. Everything is coming and going. Luze restrained his turbulent emotions, and prepared to make a list of required magic cards. Just as I was about to close the cave panel, I found that the Daozang interface, which had been quiet before, was flickering slightly. After clicking on it, Luze was almost dizzy again. I just feel that there are too many surprises today. Chapter 16. In the void formed by the Daozang interface, a drop of bright golden blood the size of a little finger floats in mid-air. Before touching it, a breath of majestic power like a vast ocean, vast and starry sky rushes towards your face, which is very impressive. Depressed, like being overwhelmed by Mount Tai, a little out of breath. That is Daozang's primary consumption reward. 1 drop of Zhuo blood essence. Knowing that her lottery draw on the junior incense roulette is also a Taoist consumption, Luze was very excited, and Dang even chose to receive the reward. In his previous life, he had heard many myths about the 12 ancestor witches, and he was familiar with the power of the ancestor witches. As the powerful existence of the blood essence in the body after the great god Pangu opened the sky, the ancestor witch was born with a tyrannical physical body, devouring the world, manipulating feng shui, thunder and lightning, filling mountains and seas, and changing the world. It belongs to the existence second only to saint in the prehistoric world. Compared with the main world today, it is at least equal to the first level of great divine power. Note: Saint and Luze in the prehistoric world are not the same concept after lighting the holy fire. The rules of the prehistoric avenue are perfect, and Saint is even better than the supreme god of the main world, but if Luze ignites the holy fire and achieves the holy position, the early stage can only be compared to the weak divine power from the realm due to the law of the great Dao, but the strength must far exceed the weak divine power. Luze didn't know which ancestral witch the drop of blood essence in front of him belonged to. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, he saw that the void in front of him suddenly expanded infinitely, turning into a vast land of unknown geometry. A human body with a beast head, wearing red scales, piercing ears with fire snakes, and feet with fire dragons, a huge figure of thousands of feet stands on the ground. Wherever he went, there were seas of flames, the ground was dry and cracked, the ground was broken, and endless magma spewed out. Wherever he went, flames burned the sky, and molten flames fell from the sky, just like the god of fire descending into the world. A strong killing intent shocked Zhuxiao. Around it, countless creatures bowed their heads and knelt down, like an ancient god's residence. Beast-headed human body, wearing red scales, piercing ears of fire snakes, and feet of fire dragons, wherever it goes, flames burn the sky. Could this drop of blood essence belong to the fire god Zurong among the 12 ancestor witches? In an instant, Luze, who had escaped from the illusion of blood essence, had an expression of unbelievable horror on his face. What I saw just now is almost exactly the same as the legendary 12 ancestral witches, one of the ancestors of the prehistoric witch clan, the ancestor of fire, the god of fire, Zhurong. That coercion, even though he didn't make a move, the power he exuded was unmatched by anyone in Luze's impression. The strongest person Luze has ever seen, Donghuan, the head teacher with weak supernatural power, is not even as good as an ant in front of him. He had a premonition that if Donghuan appeared, the other party wouldn't need to lift a finger, just a look would wipe her out. The killing intent on his body is almost as real as it is. Luze thought that the illusion was over. Unexpectedly, the earth changed suddenly, and a new scene appeared again. All I saw was a human body with a python head, wearing black scales, stepping on a black dragon, and a titan wrapped in a green python with a killing intent all over his body, swimming wantonly on the black dragon in the sea, and the monstrous and huge waves swept away in all directions crazily. Wherever he went, countless majestic floods poured out. Standing on the land, with a wave of hands, the torrent of water submerged the boundless land. It is a water god with boundless power, Gong Gong, the ancestor of water among the 12 ancestor witches. The scene changes again. A titan shaped like a yellow sack, red like pill fire, 6-legged and 4-winged, a faceless titan quickly shuttled through the void, and while flapping its wings, the entire body escaped into the void out of thin air, flying at an indescribable speed. Shuttle in the void, that's not called shuttle, it's a kind of teleportation. With the flapping of wings, one can span hundreds of thousands of miles, shuttle through countless spaces, and with a wave of hands, the spaces continue to shatter. This is Wu Dijiang, the ancestor of space speed among the 12 ancestor witches. Then, a human-faced bird body, with green snakes on its ears, and a titan holding a red snake in its hand, walked in the void, and countless electric lights swept in all directions, as if the sky and the earth were covered in countless electric lights. Jumping quickly in the void, it landed on the living being, and was immediately scorched black by electricity. This is the ancestor of electricity, Wu Yan, Yu second tone, among the 12 ancestor witches. Hutu, Xianming, Tianwu, Zhujian, etc., each of the ancestors clearly appeared in front of them, and each of them had the terrifying combat power to destroy the world. That monstrous killing intent seemed to fill the world. A flash of understanding flashed in Luze's heart. This drop of blood essence does not only contain the supernatural power of one ancestral witch, but the supernatural power of all 12 ancestral witches. In a certain sense, it can be called a low-profile version of Pangu blood essence. Just as he was thinking, the bright golden blood quickly sank into Luze's forehead. Suddenly, from the depths of Luze's soul, a tearing feeling arose and spread to the whole body, as if countless flying ants were nibbling at Luze's meridians. In the main world, Luze's god's domain landing cabin began to flash red lights, and issued a frenzied intrusion alarm, but was covered by an unknown aura. The real body of Luze in the landing cabin, with bulging veins on his forehead, has a ferocious complexion, his whole body is red like a hot iron, boiling the light blue nutrient solution, and the air is filled with faint blue water vapor. But Luze only felt a burning sensation inside his body, as if it was going to burn all the muscles in his body. The bones of the whole body are also constantly being refined, starting to turn into a faint black gold color, with mysterious Dao patterns appearing on it. A bright golden blood gradually condenses from the core of the heart, which is not as good as the blood essence of the ancestral witch, but you can also feel the surging power on it. With the appearance of the bright golden blood essence, Luze's heart was quickly dyed pale gold, and the same pale gold blood shot out from the pumping heart, quickly flowing to Luze's whole body, transforming his body. His body was tall, straight, and strong at a speed visible to the naked eye. He emerged from the god's domain landing pod, becoming more than 3 feet tall, but was wrapped in an invisible breath, which did not reveal the boundary of the bedroom. Luze grinned and endured, letting out a beast-like, inhuman roar of pain. After an unknown period of time, the pain from the soul, meridians, muscles, dantian, and bones gradually decreased until it disappeared. Luze's real body floating in mid-air also gradually shrunk and returned to its original size and fell into the god's domain landing cabin. But the whole person looks healthier, there is an inexplicable temperament between the eyebrows, the muscles are stronger, and the skin is smoother, making people look at the word good-looking involuntarily in their minds. At the same time, a cultivation technique named 9 cycles Xiangong and a formation diagram named 12 capitals of gods and demons appeared in Luze's mind. 9 cycles Xiangong is the supreme cultivation technique for body forging, created by Pangu. It can be practiced to the extreme to become a saint in the body. It belongs to a different system from the sanctification of merit, which is more difficult and stronger. The 12 capitals of gods and demons formation is a combined formation, which can combine the power of 12 people to summon a great witch who is one realm higher. If the 12 ancestral witches gather together, they can condense the true body of Pangu. Luze slowly opened his eyes in the god's domain landing cabin, and the eyes were shining brightly. As soon as his consciousness moved, he reappeared in Taishuan cave in the lower world. After fusing this drop of Zhua blood essence, which is comparable to a low-end version of Pangu blood essence, his physical body is already comparable to a true god. Entering the Taishuan cave, you no longer need to use the Shinayu landing pod. Chapter 17. Taishuan Dongtian, above 9 heavens. Luze revealed his true body of 3 feet, stepped on the wind and thunder, and had wings on his back. This is purely relying on the strength of his physical body, without using the slightest power of incense and fire. Ziawu blood essence has greatly improved the transformation of Luze's real body. When he was in the main world, he was still miraculous, but when he entered Taishuan cave, he would not consciously reveal various supernatural power. After being free and carefree, feeling the majestic power of the real body, Luze fell to the top of Tongtian Jianmu. As time went by, he could clearly feel the breath of life in Jianmu getting stronger, but it was still far from reaching its peak. Open the Daozang interface. Because it took a lot of time to refine the ancestral witch blood essence, the main world is already the morning of the second day, and the daily basic Daozang has been refreshed. Basic Daozang of this issue, each round lasts for 1 day in the main world. Merman blood potion, a blood potion that contains a trace of merman blood essence. After use, a certain degree of merman blood essence will be obtained. The higher the fit, the better the effect. Each serving is 200 incense value, remaining 100/100. Yuehua Lingshu, seedling increase the concentration of spiritual qi within a certain range. Practice under the tree can improve the cultivation efficiency. Each tree has 5,000 incense value, remaining 5/5. Mirror flower and water moon, primary supernatural power mirror flower water moon mirror flower, turning emptiness into reality, condensing reality into emptiness, allowing beginners to condense a clone with 3 levels of strength of the deity, which lasts for 3 hours, and the effect increases with supernatural power practice realm and increase. The selling price is 20,000 incense value. Aoki Genja, Intermediate Wood System Cultivation Technique, Volume 1. It can support practitioners to practice until the transcend tribulation stage, transform the true qi in the body into innate Yumua qi, and increase the affinity of wood system Taoism, priced at 50,000 incense value. Suan Shuizu, top grade magical item. A top grade defensive magical item condensed from Xianling heavy water. Spirit power consumption is small, and the defense is amazing. Huanja pill, first rank medicine pill. A top grade medicine pill refined from first rank spiritual herbs Huanjiako as the king, supplemented with clear condensate and Tianyuan fruit. 1 pill can increase the refining period. Cultivator January cultivation base, 100 incense points each, remaining 50/50ths. There are 6 Taoist products in this issue, including medicine pill, supernatural power cultivation technique, and magical item. They belong to different types and have different effects. But there is one common feature. Everything Luze wants. As a poor ghost, he wants to move home when he sees something good, so as to grow his own Taishuan Dongtian. Looking at the incense value in the early 100,000s on the god's account, Luze bought all the basic Taoist products except Aoki True Explanation Cultivation Technique without any hesitation. If it wasn't for the lack of incense, Aoki's True Explanation, he also wanted to win the cultivation technique that can be cultivated to the transcend tribulation stage. It's a rare and good thing, and it's good to collect it if you don't need it for the time being. Then, his incense value balance instantly returned to below 4 digits again. But Luze thought it was worth it. Especially seeing the introduction of the merman race in the merman blood potion. Race, merman. Category, subhuman race. Level, tier 6. Occupation, none. Talent, tide call, water system spiritual roots. Specialty, picking pearls LV3, weaving silk LV1. Physique, 46, physique is not the mermaid's strong point. Strength, 56, mermans can also have powerful strength. Agility, 54, doubles speed in water. Spirit, 65, natural caster. Intellect, 32, can become a cultivator. Evaluation, an extremely good aquatic race. A merman with a human head and a fish tail, beautiful and good at singing, weaves water into gauze, tears into beads, dark blue hair, deep green eyes, born with spiritual roots of water system. Although using the mermaid blood potion is due to the degree of fit, there is definitely no way for the user to raise the original race level to the level of a purebred mermaid at once. But what Luze needs now is not a purebred merman. The higher the race, the more resources it needs to grow and reproduce. The idea in his mind is to select some Scotchy murlocs with relatively superior aptitude and let them use the merman blood potion to make their bloodlines closer to the merman race. As long as the aptitude of the new race can reach the third level after using the potion, Luze will be satisfied. That is already a qualitative leap. Compared with the dull Scotchy murlocs, he is looking forward to the new race to surprise own. Without hesitation, he immediately issued a Taoist order to the murloc priest and held a grand sacrificial ceremony. He wants to bless the pious believers in the sacrifice. In fact, it is to use the sacrificial ceremony to explore the qualifications of the family members, and at the same time to show miracles to increase the faith of the believers. In this respect, Luze belongs to the old missionaries. After receiving the Taoist order, the old murloc priest immediately summoned the clansmen to prepare for the grand ceremony. The murloc priest holding a staff walked in the village, constantly waving his hands. "Be careful! That is a rare and precious stone tool. Hurry up, you guys, the logs on the left side of the high platform have been eaten by insects and ants, hurry up and replace them. Be courageous, isn't it just slicing open the ice deer's stomach and taking out the heart? I dared to do this when I was 3 years old. And you, Shawa, hurry up and lead the hunting team to prepare enough snow rabbits. I will offer generous blood food today as a for this sacrifice." The old murloc priest chattered endlessly, orderly directing various preparations. This is the Taoist order handed down by Taoist himself, and he attaches great importance to it. As one of the most devout believers in the village's belief in Taoist ancestors, he always maintains high respect for Taoist ancestors. In the blink of an eye, it was night, and a huge bright moon appeared in the sky, shining bright moonlight all over the earth. That was a miracle simulated by Luze with divine power. The reason for this is the upcoming sacrificial ceremony held by the murloc tribe. The Dao ancestor gave us a wealth of food. And a home that is as warm as spring. Praise the great Taishang Taoist ancestor, Hong Meng. Praise the great Taishang Taoist ancestor, Hong Meng. Praise the great Taishang Taoist ancestor, Hong Meng. Amid the pious prayers one after another, in the village filled with the smell of meat and fish soup, Luze's stalwart golden figure appeared in midair. Seeing this, all the murlocs immediately put down their work and bowed reverently. "I am Taishang Dao Patriarch, Hong Meng, bless you now, my devout believers." As soon as the words fell, all the murlocs who worshipped felt themselves lifted up by an irresistible mighty force and floated in the air. Then a monstrous wave descended from 9 heavens, covering all murlocs with mighty coercion. Ever since, they were dizzy from the impact of the abundant spirit power. In the huge waves, under Luze's intentional drive, 100 points of blue aura freely swayed and merged into the bodies of the murlocs with outstanding aptitude. At the same time, blue giant cocoons formed by the waves wrapped around his body. The bloodline integration ceremony begins now. Chapter 18. In the mighty world, there is silence. It has been more than 3 days since the bloodline ceremony started. The murlocs of the Scotchy murloc tribe, after the magnificent sacrificial ceremony, their faith level soared. Especially seeing the 100 giant blue cocoons floating on the sea surface with a diameter of more than 2 meters, the faith in my heart became more devout. These are living miracles. And in LUZE's God's Domain panel, a series of messages are being refreshed. Record, your family, the Skerchi Murloc, has used the merman blood potion, and the current fusion progress is 71%. Record, your family, the Skerchi Murloc, has used the merman blood potion, and the current fusion progress is 83%. Record, your family, the Skerchi Murloc, has used the merman blood potion, and the current fusion progress is 92%. As the progress of the fusion progressed, tiny cracks began to appear on the giant blue cocoons, which indicated that the fusion of the biological blood in the giant cocoons was about to be completed. Clatter! Clatter! Suddenly, waves rose in the sea. One after another, the huge waves crashed towards the shore. But the giant blue cocoon floating on the sea didn't move at all, it seemed to be ignored by the tide, and it seemed to be fixed on it. Until a burst of blue sea tide waves rising from nowhere appeared, from the initial inaudible to gradually covering the sound of the waves, resounding throughout the world. Then, there was a burst of cocoon shell cracking. The new family members who have fused the mermaid blood potion broke out of their cocoons. These new lives have different sizes, some are adults and some are juveniles. But without exception, they all have dragon tails, slender streamlines, and a good figure, similar to human beings. They are more than 2 meters long and slightly thin and tall. Looking at the appearance, each of them has a handsome appearance, a handsome man and a handsome woman, with dark blue hair and green eyes. Compared with the original Skerchi Murlocs, they are two completely different races. They stand on top of the waves, and the sea immediately calms down. But the strange thing is that all the mermen did not leave after breaking out of their cocoons, but bowed their heads in the same direction towards the sea to salute. There was also an unbroken blue cocoon, with a hint of pale gold on the cocoon shell. Luze used his divine power, and through the cocoon shell, he found a young mermaid with a girlish face, who fell into a deep sleep. Different from other mermen, her merman's tail scales are light golden, very noble. After careful observation, Luze frowned. He found that the situation of the merman girl was not optimistic. It seemed that it was because of her lack of origin. Even though she had a high degree of compatibility with the merman blood medicine, it was still difficult for her to take the final step of evolution. In the middle of her chest, the beating of the heart is very weak, the breath is not obvious, and the vitality of the whole person is extremely weak. A thick thread of faith connects the girl and Luze, revealing her identity as a fanatic. The big blue cocoon eagerly absorbs the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, trying to complement the essence of the mermaid girl. But with today's Taixuan Dongtian, this is tantamount to a drop in the bucket. Luze is hesitating whether to help her. That would cost a lot. But with the current situation of Taixuan Dongtian, if there is a leader-like existence, the gain will be huge. And the merman girl is such an existence, which can be seen from the attitude of the merman girl who has broken the cocoon towards the merman girl. Seeing that the evolution was unsustainable, the mermaid girl's aura became weaker and weaker. Luze reluctantly peeled off a bit of gold from his forehead, exuding the radiant divinity of divine coercion. It was the loot obtained after killing the demigod incarnation of the lich with the true thunder of sunflower water. It is the purest source of power, and it is most suitable to complement the source of the merman girl. But in the current state of the mermaid girl, a little bit of divinity will make her empty. Luze scanned the entire Taixuan cave with his spiritual thoughts, thought for a while, and divided the divinity into three, about 5:4:1. The largest portion was thrown into the body of the merman girl. The second part is put into Jianmu's body to help the life in it take shape as soon as possible. Another copy was thrown into the body of the Xianbing Deer King. As the first demonic beasts in Taixuan Cave, Luze would like to take this opportunity to cultivate them. In the last mid-month test, the Xianbing Deer King performed very well. He made a lot of contributions to annihilating the bandit leader of the bear and goblin, and was even seriously injured. At that time, seeing it knelt down in front of her full of spirituality, Luze decided to make up for it if he had the opportunity. This is the opportunity that belongs to it. With the help of the divine origin, the miraculous will stand out. In the blink of an eye, the golden-tailed merman girl's condition improved day by day. The majestic heartbeat began to rise and fall, echoing on the sea. Hearing this heartbeat full of vitality, the faces of the shattered sharks around him began to show joyful expressions. They could feel that everything was improving quickly for the noble clansmen. Thanks to the ancestor gods, thanks to the great Taishang Daezu. The mermen prayed devoutly in unison, and the lines of faith of dozens of people became thicker, reaching the point of fanatics in the blink of an eye. They felt more and more the vast power of the ancestor gods, how majestic and great. As time passed, a huge spiritual chi vortex began to form on the surface of the sea, and the focus was on the giant blue cocoon with light gold. At the same time, two more spiritual chi vortexes quietly formed. One is located in the center of Taishen Cave, and the other is located deep in the grassland. The spiritual chi in other parts of Taishen Dongtian began to thin out at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Luze see it in his eyes and worry him in his heart. At this time, he couldn't help at all. The meager incense left on the book is not even enough to support a spiritual chi vortex. Just when he didn't know what to do, Jianmu's body, which seemed to be immovable from ancient times, suddenly shook its branches slightly. Above the 9 heavens, in the void, a pure spiritual chi suddenly rushed towards his face. After landing in Taishuan Cave, it will be divided into 3 parts and fall into 3 spiritual chi vortexes. After a long time, the spiritual chi vortex gradually dissipated, and Jianmu stopped shaking. Looking at the still Jianmu with its slightly drooping branches and leaves, Luze suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Jianmu, I'm tired. But Huang Tian paid off, and with the sound of click, the last blue cocoon that Luze had poured so much painstaking effort into shattered. A figure like the darling of the creator was revealed. On Ruyu's delicate and pretty face, a crescent-like blue pattern was imprinted on her forehead. Without a trace of makeup, she was still peerlessly elegant, like a banished fairy on 9 heavens. As for the pale gold tail that should have existed, it turned into a pair of slender jade-like long legs. It's so beautiful that it's not like ordinary people. Seeing the woman in front of him looking at him who was hiding in the sky with ignorant eyes, Luze blushed, and with a wave of his sleeves, his divine power immediately transformed into a long snow-white dress and draped it on the woman. At the same time, the middle fruit among the 3 fruits on the top of Jianmu exploded with a puff, revealing a slightly dull young man wearing an azure Taoist robe. There was a long howl in the depths of the grassland, and a feral boy wrapped in animal skins with slightly protruding antlers appeared at the place where the Xianbing Deer King was originally. Chapter 19. The suburb of Nanfeng. A group of villas occupying a vast area in the middle of the mountain. In the living room of a slightly luxurious villa, a young and beautiful girl with short hair is holding a lollipop in her hand, teasing a 2 or 3-year-old child. Come on, Qian Shan, call me sister. Elder sister. Hey, how cute. After finishing speaking, the short-haired girl took back the lollipop that was handed to the child's mouth, and stuffed it into her own mouth. Seeing this, the child named Qian Shan burst into tears instantly. At the door, a long-haired woman in a black uniform just stepped into the room. Seeing this scene, she frowned with slender eyebrows on her cold face. Casting an unkind glance at the short-haired girl, she took out a fist-sized red fruit from nowhere and handed it to the child. Come on, Qian Shan, don't cry, eat the fruit. Thank. Xie Qian. Yes sister, Qian. Ge sister is bad. The little boy Xia Qian Shan smiled happily when he took the fruit, but Xia Qianj beside him blew his nose and stared angrily. Okay, Xia Qian Shan, I will accompany you every day and bring you delicious and fun things. If you don't say hello to me, Xia Qian Ye will bring you a broken fruit for half a year. Just say hello to her. Just wait and see. I will bring you something delicious next time. Hearing this, Xia Qianyi's tone was not kind. Can't you be more mature? Why don't you be angry with a child all day long? If you can put half your mind on cultivating God's domain and familiars, you won't even get the first place in the class in a small mid-month test. This time, Xia Qianj became even angrier. Xia Qianye, what do you mean? You were born 2 minutes earlier than me, what kind of airs are you putting on your sister? If it weren't for you, I would have been able to go to the number 2 middle school. Break number 2 middle school? Think about your theoretical grades in the senior high school entrance examination. If it weren't for your family relationship, you might not even be able to get into number 2 middle school. Xia Qian also showed no mercy. Hearing this, Xia Qianj turned around and left. She couldn't get used to this elder sister since she was a child. Although it is undeniable that the other party is excellent, the tone of speech and actions are really unacceptable. More importantly, every time the other party said it was true. How annoying! Meeting room on the second floor of the villa. By the time Xia Qianj arrived, the small conference room was almost full of people. There was only one seat for the first seat on the left and one seat for the last seat on the right at the small conference table for 10 people. Facing the gazes of everyone in the meeting room, Xia Qianj consciously sat at the end on the right. When she sat down, the boy with dreadlocks on the left nodded kindly to her. Then Xia Qianye walked in. Since everyone is here, today's meeting begins. Seeing Xia Qianye sit down, the young man who had been lazily leaning on the main seat straightened up. He patted the table lightly, and the people who had been communicating in low voices immediately fell silent. Everyone is called together from all directions today. Everyone must be confused about what it is for. It's normal to have doubts, and I was also confused before. But before clarifying your doubts, please take a look at the material in front of you. Xia Qianj flipped through the topmost material boldly. The content was a series of reports about the discovery of more than 10 special plane groups near the Sirius crystal wall system. It's all content that has appeared in news reports, nothing new. Xia Qianj doesn't know what's the use of reading this. Then she casually flipped through the second copy. Large-scale god battle broke out in the Sirius crystal wall system. The First and Third Legions suffered heavy casualties. It is suspected that ancient gods with powerful divine power took action. And the third one? Z38 Ancient God Prison, a medium-level criminal god of Knowles Yeguno escaped through the Void Corridor, and his whereabouts are currently unknown, and the 4th Federal Bureau of Investigation is investigating. Are you wondering why I want you to read these 3 unrelated reports? You can pay attention to the chronological order of these 3 reports. After the Federation discovered the special plane group of the Sirius crystal wall system in January, a large-scale war of gods broke out on the border in early February, and then the god of Knowles Yeguno fled. The more than 10 special plane groups discovered by the Sirius crystal wall system, the accurate information of the gods returned after investigation, confirmed that they are part of the main plane of ancient times. This news shocked everyone present. Then, Xia Qianhe entered the official topic of today's meeting. Xia Qianhe spoke fluently for more than 4 hours. Xia Qianj's head was dizzy after listening to it, and it was already dark when he walked out of the meeting room. She was really a little puzzled, why those ancient gods were haunted everywhere. Xia Qianj, who has studied the chronicles of the gods, knows the horror of the ancient gods. As the rulers of the ancient times, they were powerful, and in order to expand their ruling area, they would always launch god wars for no reason. This made the mortal creatures of life in that era in dire straits, and even the weak gods became consumables. Later, due to the development of the times and technology, the strength of the new gods gradually became stronger. An inevitable large-scale battle of gods broke out. The Twilight God battle between the old and new gods finally ended with the tragic victory of the new gods. But the original main plane was torn apart. In order to find a new and stable habitat, the tragically defeated 7 supreme gods brought their families and followers to the current main world. After dozens of 10,000 years of development, the current situation has been formed. However, the failed ancient gods did not disappear, even if they had fallen in the Twilight God War. With the worship of hidden followers and belief races, there is no shortage of reigniting the gods, condensing the divine priesthood to retrieve hidden in the rule's memory. Then mess around in the new world. Like an unstoppable terrorist. However, Xiaoqian's most intuitive impression of the ancient gods came from a visit to the ruins. It was a fragment of the main plain called S32, where there were still many traces left after the battle of the Twilight God, leaving behind various miraculous items, from corpses to bones to broken gods, everything they all exude a palpitating fierce divine power. Even many ancient gods are still sealed in it. The special plane group of the Sirius crystal wall system discovered this time has attracted the covetousness of a few ancient god remnants because it involves the former main plane. It is said that it is for a fragment of a great artifact hidden in a group of special planes. However, under the heroic guard of the federal garrison, the invading ancient gods were wiped out, and even a powerful divine being fell. The god of Knowles Yeguno escaped to participate in the divine battle, but before he could get there, the battle was over and he disappeared. These are all the news that Xiaoqian got, and it is also the background for holding this family meeting. According to him, in the near future, various parts of the Federation will hold a series of competitions among high school students to high school students, select outstanding students, and then explore the more than 10 special plane groups. Yes, by high school students who have not lit the fire. The reason is because the influence of Twilight God War on the more than 10 pieces of the main plane has not dissipated until now. Once there is an existence with a slight level of divine power and above entering, it will cause the collapse of the plane. During the experiment, 2 special planes rich in resources have already collapsed. As a student who has not yet finished her first year of high school, Xiaoqian also received the own task, which is to be the top 3 in the upcoming Nanfeng City Freshman Exchange Competition. Because only the top 3 have the opportunity to explore the special plane group of the Sirius crystal wall system. This made her 2 brows almost blend together. Although she is outstanding in Nanfeng No. 2 Middle School, the best high school in Nanfeng City is not Nanfeng No. 2 Middle School. It was Nanfeng No. 1 Middle School, which had attracted outstanding students from the entire Nanfeng City. Thinking about what Xiaoqian said at the end, if he couldn't get the top 3 in the high school freshman exchange competition, he would stop his family sponsorship for 1 year. Xiaoqian became even worse. What evil did I do? Chapter 20. Xiaoqian entered the parking lot of the villa, and just got on the own private autopilot shuttle when a new message was sent. Luze, are you interested in making a deal? Attached picture, Fertile Earth, 5-star God's domain card, rare, .jpg. Xiaoqian : Xiaoqian, what are you kidding? Shocked.jpg. Luze, no kidding, 7 o'clock, wait for my news, see the outcome then. After reading it, Xiaoqian was at a loss. She is clear about Luze's situation. After consulting Dongwan, the class teacher, she learned that the reason why Luze's third wave of invasion ended so quickly was because he used a powerful one-time magic device. Although I don't know where Luze got it, it must be worth a lot. It's hard to say if it's worth using something like this just to pass a small mid-month test. Just like herself, she also has several artifacts, life-saving, offensive, and one-off. But it costs a lot of faith to use it. Xiaoqian won't use it until the critical moment. Even though she knew that the reward this time was a rare God's Domain land card. So she couldn't understand that Luze didn't keep the God's Domain land card obtained at a huge price to make up for the lack of innate, but traded it. What is the plan? This is due to the lack of innate consciousness, and it is useless to use the God's Domain land card. Why don't you make a fortune and then completely ruin it? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel sad for those civilian students with poor talent. No matter how hard they try, some gaps cannot be bridged in 1 or 2 tests. On the other side, Luze obviously didn't know what Xiaoqiange was thinking. He was copying and pasting the message sent to Xiaoqiange, and resented to Yanwei and Yunyu. Since he decided to sell the 5-star God's Domain land card, he had to sell it for a good price. So what better way than bidding? Luze plans to invite the three of them to a group holographic video at 7 o'clock in the evening, and the highest price will win. As for why not pull other people? According to Luze's understanding of other students, he doesn't think there is anyone in the class who can afford the price. Nanfeng No. 2 Middle School, Vice Principal Chen Linfeng's office. Dongwan, the head teacher of the 17th class of senior high school, is sitting opposite Chen Linfeng's desk and reporting on her work. Looking at the recommendation form in his hand, Chen Linfeng frowned. Luze. According to the information on the information, I don't see anything special about this student Luze. Are you sure you want to recommend him? You know, this time our number 2 high school has only 10 places to be exempted from the main competition. I tried my best to give you a spot in class 17 because your students in class 17 performed very well before. Like Xiaoqiange, Yanwei, and Yunyu, they are outstanding. No matter which one of them gets the quota, I have no objection with the teachers of other classes. But for this little-known Luze who has handed in 6 blank papers in a row before, I am afraid. Can't convince the crowd. The most important thing is that other teachers will have opinions. Chen Linfeng's words reveal disapproval inside and out. Dongwan nodded to express her understanding, but she didn't give in at all in her words. I know, but I have already said this in front of all the students in the class. If Luze, who is the number 1 in the monthly test, is not given the spot, other students in class 17 will have objections, even Xiaoqiange, Yanwei, and the others will not be willing to get this quota. I also have to take care of the students' feelings. Hearing what Dongwan said, Chen Linfeng couldn't help but fell into deep thought. He understood that Dongwan's words were just on the scene. In fact, it is necessary to maintain his authority as a class teacher. You can't change what you swore to in the last second and change it in the blink of an eye. This will make the classmates look down on her. But more importantly, Dongwan is about to enter the weak divine power. As the vice principal of No. 2 Middle School, Chen Linfen is nothing more than a weakling. He also had to take care of Dongwan's feelings. Even if you want to change someone in the end, you have to give Dongwan a suitable reason. At this moment, he saw a watch message from Yewu, the head teacher of the 2nd class, which meant that he wanted to apply for a place for the outstanding students in the class to be exempted from the main competition. After thinking about it, he directly forwarded the screenshot of the message to Dongwan, and then said in a tone that seemed to be negotiable but could not be refused, "Well, I'll make the decision, and I will give Luze a trial match internally. Other classes that didn't get a quota must have more or less opinions. I will randomly select the first place in a class from among them to invade Luze. If he can withstand it, he will be given a place in the main match, and he will be rewarded with an additional 5-star rare card. If he can't resist, he will be compensated with a 5-star rare card, but the place in the main match will be taken away. In this way, for all everyone can have an explanation. What do you think?" Dongwan was silent for a while, then nodded. She understood that this was Chen Linfeng's biggest concession to herself. Invading God's domain, the invaded party has a great advantage. If they can't resist the invasion of their classmates in this situation, then it is really meaningless to participate in the freshman exchange competition with such strength. What a waste of a spot. It's better to give up a spot and get a 5-star rare card as compensation. Although Luze showed a certain potential in this mid-month test, it seemed that he had awakened the blood of an ancient god hidden in his body. Note, because of the existence of ancient gods, many people in the main world have hidden god bloodlines, which will lead to huge changes in the god realm when awakened, so Dongwan was not too surprised by the huge changes in the Luze god realm last time. But before they grow up, they can only obey the reality. Thinking about it, Dongwon immediately sent a message to Luze, explaining the extra match of the trial. Luze was currently preaching to the new family members black-scale merman in Baha'i in God's domain, and he couldn't help being happy when he saw the news. I couldn't help but read the racial attribute of black-scale merman again. Race, black-scale merman, a subspecies of merman with a blood purity of 30%-40%, which can evolve. Category, subhuman race. Level, the third level is higher. Occupation, none. Talent, tide call, water system spiritual roots. Specialty, picking pearls LV1, weaving silk LV0. Physique, 14, physique is not the mermaid's strong point. Strength, 16, comparable to low-level orcs. Agility, 18, doubles speed in water. Spirit, 21, natural caster. Intellect, 13, can become a cultivator. Evaluation, an extremely good low-level aquatic race, which has inherited the talent and specialties of the native species, and is of great cultivation value. Luze suddenly felt that the school was too good. Knowing that you lack resources, you try to give yourself resources. With nearly 100 black-scaled mermans today, without adding the hero-level golden-scaled merman Luo Li, named by Luze, Luze is enough to defend against the invasion of students of the same grade, or invade other students. In the current situation where most of the students in number 2 middle school are first and second tier family members, Luze can beat 99% of the students with the third tier family members alone. Not to mention, every black-scaled merman has low-grade or medium-grade water system spiritual roots. After Luze personally preached and taught the elementary comprehensive Taoism Koishui Zhenju, in just half a year, without Luze with the extra assistance, they can easily enter the first level of Qi refining. This is equivalent to nearly 100 first-order mages who know the ice blade technique. A small number of outstanding talents have already entered the second level of Qi refining, and among them is the former old murloc priest She Luo. As the first Skaza murloc to become a cultivator, he was the first to be selected as the target of the fusion potion, as were the other Scotchy murlocs who had broken through. Being able to become a cultivator has already proved their qualification talent. Now, most of them have entered the second floor of Qi refining. As for Luo Li, the most outstanding talent, the golden scale shark, already at the 6th level of Qi refining, with the assistance of first-rank medicine pill Huang Yadan, it seems that there is no cultivation bottleneck. Then Lu Xian, named by Luze, the feral young man incarnated by the Xianbing Deer King, also entered the 4th level of Qi refining. After strengthening their origin with divinity, their talent is no longer at the same level as ordinary family members. However, Luo Li and Lu Xian were far inferior to Jianmu's incarnation, Lingmu Daoist. Because of the strength of innate's original source, Lingmu Daoist already possesses the cultivation base of the divine transformation middle stage in his transformation form, and his strength is comparable to that of the legendary family in the main world. Refining Qi is also known as refining and transforming Qi, followed by Qi refining divine transformation, then soul refining returning void equals ordinary demigod, and finally refining void indistinguishable Dao equals higher demigod. After indistinguishable Dao, you can transcend tribulation to become a fairy equals become a god. However, due to the particularity of the Jianmu innate fetish, Lingmu cannot leave the main body too far for the time being, and can only stay in the Taishan cave. But that's already extraordinary. If Luze thought, facing the upcoming invasion of God's domain by students of the same grade, he would be able to repel all the invading enemies without any family members, just relying on Master Lingmu alone. Legendary and non-legendary are no longer the same. Chapter 21. The Lower Plane, the Endless Void. In a splendid golden palace, several figures exuding radiant divine light were chatting casually. Lao Yat, you are still thick-skinned. What was decided at the meeting of all class teachers in the grade, you just made a hole. That's right, you old boy, Did you secretly pour the ecstasy soup on Vice Principal Chen? It was originally for Xiao Dong's class. Who doesn't know that Xiao Dong is the direct descendant of Vice Principal Chen? Hearing this, Ye Wu, the head teacher of the second class standing in the middle, had a painful face. Originally, he sent the news just as a routine. He was encouraged by two old friends beside him, and he had no hope of success at all. Who knew that Vice President Chen, who has always been uncompromising, was really relieved. Said he was willing to give it a chance. As long as the students who rank first in the monthly test of the second class can complete a God's domain invasion, this spot will be given to their class. Speaking of this, I have to talk about Chen Linfeng's original plan. According to the discussion with Donghuan, he originally planned to draw lots for classes without quotas. But after chatting privately with several class teachers, Chen Linfeng had to change his mind. Because those monkey-spirited homeroom teachers got this opportunity when they learned that they had to let their students carry out an invasion of God's domain. Rejected immediately. Are you kidding? Don't you know what level the students in your class are? The students didn't even understand the domain of their own gods, and they invaded other people's domains. Is it true that the home field advantage of the gods is a display? Therefore, Ye Wu's first thought was to refuse when he first saw Vice President Chen's news. But Chen Linfen didn't give Ye Wu a chance to refuse. Sent Luze's profile directly. Seeing this, Ye Wu was delighted. He really didn't expect that Luze's strength was so rubbish. He didn't even have a second-tier family member. Only by relying on a few hundred first-level Scotchy murlocs and a small number of first-level high-level knoll axe throwers, they can get the first place in the monthly test of the 17th class. I don't know what the other students in class 17 eat. After obtaining the consent of the student Lin Qianqian who ranked first in the class, Ye Wu readily agreed to the invasion trial. For this reason, 2 5-star rare cards were transferred from the resources of the second class. This is also the reason for his heartache. However, as long as Lin Qianqian can win this spot, everything will be worth it. Here's an opportunity. As long as Lin Qianqian can squeeze into the top 32 in the main competition, it proves Ye Wu's teaching level. Don't worry if the school doesn't invest more resources in the second class in the future. Maybe Ye Wu will have the opportunity to continue to lead the second class after the second class is divided into classes. That would allow him to go further. But the premise is that Lin Qianqian can win this trial match. The easier the better. Within a few minutes, Chen Linfen, the vice principal, and Donghuan, the head teacher of class 17, also appeared in the Palace of Glory. Seeing this, Ye Wu and the three who were joking immediately became serious. Ms. Yat, how is the preparation of Lin Qianqian in your class? It's already ready to go. Teacher Dong, where is student Luze? Also ready. Then let's start. It just so happens that Lu Chen and Wu Ping are also here to witness this trial match. Following the words of the vice principal Chen Linfeng, several teachers present nodded unanimously, and then officially started this small-scale trial match. Take Xuan Cave. Following the order over there, Luze immediately received feedback. Alert! Your god domain Tai Xian Cave is being eroded by mysterious forces. Alarm! The intruder is Lin Qianqian, citizen number FQXSXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Alarm! The invader army will arrive at Tai Xian Cave in 1 minute. Alarm! Entering the countdown, 59, 58, 57. Alert! Please be prepared to deal with it. This is the first time that Luze has encountered the invasion of God's domain outside the exam. Unlike what the teachers expected, as the weak side, he didn't feel nervous. Even a little eager to try. Just take this opportunity to try the combat power of the black scale merman. As the countdown counted down to 0, a faint blue mist broke through the divine barrier of Tai Xian's cave. A group of thin, light blue-skinned frogmen stepped out of the mist. They are 1.56 meters tall, hold a sharp harpoon, and have 2 protruding green eyeballs with bloodshot eyes, looking like a tiger. According to the oracle of the ancestor god of the frogman, the lord of the storm, attack this dirty land that does not obey the teaching. Destroy all heretics who dare to resist. A sharp and stubborn voice sounded, as if a stone had been caught in the vocal cords. Through the faint blue mist, one can see that the voice is a knight headed by the frogman, and a dark green sea lizard with a body length of nearly 3 meters is crawling under him. Outside God's domain, Yawu saw this scene with a look of complacency. He knew that Luze's family was the Scotchy murlocs, an amphibious race that had an advantage in fighting in water. If it were someone else, even if they had second or even third-tier family members, if they were not aquatic races, if they accidentally invaded God's domain, Luze used magic to change the environment, dragged him into the water to fight at home, he would have to suffer on the spot. This is the home field advantage of the invaded side. Unfortunately, he met Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian's initial family frogmen are also an amphibious race, and they are advanced second-level shallow sea frogmen who are not afraid of water. And it also loaded the first-level combat profession shallow sea warrior and the second-level combat profession sea lizard knight. Regardless of the quality of the family members or the combat profession, it can be regarded as a comprehensive crush against Luze. And this time, Lin Qianqian dispatched almost all her staff, except for the old and weak left behind. A total of 300 first-level frogman shallow sea fighters and 30 second-level sea lizard knights were dispatched. As for the frogman invaders, there were about 400 Skaki murlocs with various weapons, and many Skaki murlocs even held wooden clubs. The teachers all watched from Lin Qianqian's perspective. Seeing this scene, Yawu was delighted, while Dongwan's face instantly became ugly. Originally, she thought that with own orders, Luze should seize the time to increase his strength, not to mention other things, at least the weapons and equipment and combat professions of the family members can be updated. But now it seems that the strength is not even as good as last time. Because there is no knoll axe thrower. What a big disappointment! From Luze's point of view, she probably understood what he meant, and wanted to take advantage of her family's aquatic race. But it is clear, and to use the racial advantage, he must also develop hard power, otherwise, like now, facing the same amphibious frogman, what would he use to fight with others? Compared with Dongwan's ugly face, Chen Linfeng's face was livid. Good guy, if I didn't worry about holding a trial match, and I participated in the high school freshman exchange match with this strength, wouldn't this be a slap in the face of number 2 middle school? With a wave of his sleeve, he wanted to decide the winner and leave on the spot. But looking at Dongwan's attitude of not giving up, after thinking about it, he still didn't leave. Simply wasting a few more minutes of time, there is no need to offend the subordinates because of this. And in Taixuan Dongtian, Lin Qianqian was also furious when she saw Luze's troops appearing. After all, you are also the number 1 in the monthly test of Class 17. With this lineup, who do you look down on? Do you really think that everything will be fine if you have the home court advantage? She was ready to teach each other a lesson. However, what no one noticed was that in the deep water below the Scotchy murlocs, 2-meter-long figures were lurking. They held relatively unified long-handled weapons in their hands, and many of them were wearing leather armor. The black scale tails under their bodies swayed slightly, and there was a solemn murderous look without saying a word. Chapter 22. The war is about to start amidst the horns of the frogmen. With the sound of conch shells, the frogmen who landed on the shallows jumped into the water one after another, as if they were making dumplings. The 30 sea lizard knights riding on sea lizards rushed to the front. The leading fanatic knight waved a harpoon and shouted, "For the glory of the Lord of Storms, the whole army strikes! Destroy those ugly and dirty little murlocs!" Among the high-altitude cracks in the Taixuan cave, Lin Qianqian despised the enemy strategically, but not tactically. Under her command, the frogman fighters formed a more dispersed formation, divided into 3 echelons, front, middle, and rear. Even if the troops at the front are blocked for a while, the frogman fighters at the back can surge up like a tide, and finally cut through the enemy's formation. At the same time, she was also carefully observing Luze's movement, feeling the fluctuations of divine power in the domain of the gods, preventing him from jumping over the wall in a hurry and using a large-scale destructive magic spell that consumed a huge amount of faith points. If it really reached that level, Lin Qianqian could only be forced to defend herself. Although it would consume a lot of resources, Lin Qianqian would not hesitate to win this trial match. There was a sparkle in her eyes, and she murmured, "I hope you can be acquainted." But what responded to her was the sudden rise of waves on the sea in Tai Xian's cave. There were no signs, no fluctuations in divine power. Like a ship caught in a storm at sea, the frogman warriors charged towards the Scotchy murlocs hundreds of meters away. They were swimming well, but the calm sea in front of them suddenly became choppy, and there was an undercurrent under the water. The leader sea lizard knight was hit head-on by the oncoming huge waves more than 10 meters high, and almost fainted. Thanks to his strong physique. "I'm the shaman of the Lord of Storms, this little wave wants to force me back, don't even think about it. Children, follow me to stabilize your figure. This is the magic of ability god, and it can't last long. As long as we survive this wave, victory will belong to us immediately." As soon as the words fell, a bigger wave rushed over. "Knock him down directly." Moreover, there were a few dark shadows in the waves, and with just a flash, the 3 frogman knights following the leader sea lizard knight disappeared, leaving only 3 solitary sea lizards drifting in the waves. Seeing this scene, Yawu from outside God's domain frowned. "Mr. Dong, Luze in your class seems to be a bit unwilling to give up. As far as the scope and power of this magic spell are concerned, it might consume thousands of dollars per second. Faith value. If you keep fighting like this, Lin Qianqian won't need to make a move at that time, and he will use up half of it. It's not worth it." Hearing this, Chen Linfeng, the vice principal who had been watching carefully, nodded. At the same time, he was also angry that Luze couldn't see the situation clearly when he was about to die. Although such waves will affect the frogman's attack, the Scotchy murlocs who are weaker in physique cannot stabilize their bodies in the waves. When the weather is calm, it will eventually be head-to-head. This wave of operations has almost no effect other than wasting time and faith points. But the strange thing is that after seeing this scene, Dong Wang calmed down and fell into a state of thought. It was Lu Chen who was watching the battle from the sidelines and said, "Old Yat, something seems wrong. The sea lizard knights that Lin Qianqian was knocked over by the waves didn't come up for a long time. There seem to be other creatures under the sea. Could it be that Luze has other family members?" Hearing this, Yawu's expression froze, and his eyes immediately gathered his divine power. Through the obstacles, everything on the battlefield became clearly visible in the blink of an eye. Then, he saw those 2-meter-long figures in the deep water, holding a weapon and stabbing into the body of the frog who fell into the water. The swift and huge force seemed to pierce the frogmen and tear them apart. The 1.56-meter frogman looks like a child who hasn't grown up in front of them. The dark green blood in the frogman's body flowed out along the wound, and was diluted by the surging waves, so it didn't show for a while. But with the passage of time, the surrounding sea area is still visible to the naked eye and turns light green. "Qian, be careful. There are other family members of Luze lurking under the surface of the water." But at this time, without Yawu reminding, Lin Qian already knew. Because she has already sensed that several thick lines of faith in her mind have become dimmed, and one of them belongs to the fanatic frogman. "Insidious and cunning villain, I didn't expect to underestimate you," Lin Qian said through gritted teeth, her tone wishing she could tear Luze apart. She didn't hold back, and gave the oracle to the frogman shaman again. "Use the divine spell Blessing of the Storm Lord immediately." Hearing the oracle in his mind, the leading frogman shaman sat on the sea lizard for a moment, but immediately reacted, holding the rein and weapon in his left hand, and tore off a water blue flower hanging on his chest with his right hand. Bead. Crush hard. In an instant, a water blue divine light burst out from the bead as the center, like an arrow leaving the string, spreading in all directions, covering an area of 500 meters away from Fang Yuan. Under the shroud of the aqua blue divine light, the turbulent waves around immediately calmed down, revealing a few black-scaled mermans who had no time to hide their figures. After those shallow sea frogmen were shrouded in the water blue divine light, their originally thin bodies immediately swelled a bit, showing strong muscles, and a layer of water blue armor began to appear on their bodies, stained with aqua blue divine light. But Lin Qunqin's face did not show the slightest joy. Although there is no winner or loser right now, Lin Qianqian has no doubt that the final victory will belong to her. But the price is too high. This Storm Lord's blessing magical orb was made by myself at a huge cost. It took a lot of painstaking efforts and was very valuable. She had the frogman shaman carry it with her just in case. It is the whole card she prepared for her family. I didn't expect it to be used in a small trial match. Now, she wants to kill all of Luze's family members and make him cry and beg for mercy, otherwise it will be difficult to vent his anger. But above God's domain, the vice principal Chen Linfeng showed a look of shock on his face. But not because of Lin Qianqian, but because of Luze. If you're not mistaken, the Luze familia who were lurking in the water and flashed by just now are a bit like deep-sea naga. Even if it's not a deep-sea naga, it's not a skarky murloc. The strange thing is, why is it not displayed on Dongwan's own information? Chen Linfeng couldn't help looking forward to this. If it is naga, even the lowest level 2 armed naga belongs to the 3rd tier race. Those who can cultivate 3rd tier family members, let alone number 2 middle school, even Nanfang number 1 middle school where talented students gather, are also among the top students. If that's the case, what a fart for a trial match. He immediately applied to the school for a batch of special resources for targeted training of Luze. This is a proper true god seedling. Also, what happened to Dongwan? He didn't even have such important information about the students in the class. It seemed that after the trial match, he had to have a good talk with her. Thinking about it, Chen Linfeng glanced at Dongwan complainingly. As for Luze's class teacher, Dongwan, although his face was calm, his heart was filled with turbulent waves. When she first saw Luze's transformed god's domain, she felt that Luze seemed to have awakened the blood of an ancient god hidden in his body, and she couldn't help but give him a high look. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such entrustments to him, and tried her best to fight for him in front of Chen Linfen. But now it seems that Luze is still a little underestimated. In just over a day, Luze has cultivated a 3rd tier family, and the potential is far beyond that. Yes, as a true god with the priesthood of race and erudite knowledge, Dongwan could tell at a glance that those black-scale mermaids had a 3rd level racial strength. Although it is somewhat similar to the deep-sea naga, it is by no means a species. Because the faces of naga are not so beautiful. Obviously, this is a new race cultivated by Luze based on the Scotchy murlocs. In addition to the super-large god's domain of more than 170 square kilometers. With Luze's current potential, Dongwan can be sure that as long as he doesn't fall midway, he will be sure to pass the exam. And there are not many Zhongbens hung in the whole Nanfan city a year. Chapter 23. Under the Taixuan cave, there is a battlefield on the sea. With the blessing of the Lord of Storm's magical spell, the black-scale mermaids who could not control the waves no longer hide their bodies under the order of Shaluo, the former murloc priest possessed by Luze. Appeared on the sea. In order to win this battle, you have to fight head-to-head in the end. And looking at the nearly 100 black-scaled mermans that suddenly appeared on the sea, no matter how angry Lin Qianqian was, she couldn't help but gasp at this moment. In addition to the feeling of being cheated by the class teacher Yewu, an idea popped up in my mind unconsciously. What kind of monster is this Luze? Is it heaven-defying to cultivate a third-tier family member Naga before the end of the first year of high school? As for whether it is an extraterritorial race, are you kidding? Is it true that God's domain development iron does not exist? Before the domain of the gods is completely stabilized, that is, before the end of the first year of high school, apart from self-cultivation, it is impossible to put third rank and above family members in the domain of the gods. The laws of God's domain cannot bear it. But at this time, even if Lin Qianqian wanted to regret it, it was too late. Even Blessing of the Storm Lord has already been used, and it cost a huge price. Even if she faces the third-tier family, she still has to give it a try. After all, in terms of the quality of the family members alone, the frogman loaded with divine magic is not much different from the third-tier race. What's more, her family, the shallow sea frogman, has the advantage of changing jobs. Everything is not a foregone conclusion, and it will only be known after a head-to-head fight. However, regardless of winning or losing, she made up her mind. After the trials are over, you must file a complaint with your little aunt and let her take care of your little uncle. There is no parent who digs a hole for his niece to dance. Thoughts were spinning, and in a blink of an eye, under the order of the gods on both sides, the murloc army led by the black-scale merman and the frogman army led by the sea lizard knight approached each other quickly, and neither of them was timid. It was as if two dump trucks that hadn't slowed down in time stirred up white waves, and then slammed into each other heavily. All of a sudden, the car was turned on its back. Puff puff puff. At the first contact, dozens of frogmen were knocked out under the rapid charge of the black-scale merman. Dozens of black-scale mermen were also staggered left and right by the huge inertia of the sea lizard knight, and fell into the water. But there were almost no casualties. The weapons of the black-scale mermen and the murlocs poked at the shallow sea frogmen, and the water-blue armor on their bodies immediately made waves, deflecting and blocking their strength and aim. Instead, it was the frogmen's blue glowing weapons that pierced through the leather armor of the black-scaled mermans. But that's all. A layer of faint blue light shone impressively at the breach in the black-scale merman's leather armor, and the shapes were clearly pieces of light blue and white silk like thin cloth. It is the shark silk cloth made by the sharks using the talent skill weaving silk. It does not get wet in the water, the surface is extremely smooth, light and tough. Under the close-fitting clothing of the sharks and the nourishment of spiritual qi, it has become a piece similar to the existence of half-magical item. Although it doesn't have much power for the time being, it is no problem to block the frogman's exhausted attack. After one round, apart from the Scotchy murlocs who had suffered some casualties, and the black-scale merman and frogman fighters who had sufficient protection, no one could do anything for a while. But it was exactly what Luze wanted. After all, it was just a trial match. Otherwise, he just needs to let the sharks open their hands and feet and attack freely. There are nearly 100 mermen, each with ice blade technique. At most 2 or 3 rounds, the frogman will suffer heavy casualties. Although the water blue armor can deflect physical attacks, it doesn't have a very good defense against magic attacks. However, considering that the sky above God's domain does not know how many teachers are watching the battle at this time, if you do too much, it will be a trivial matter to hate the teachers. I am afraid that the whole cards will be exposed in advance. Luze is also preparing to perform well in the freshman exchange competition. He didn't want to reveal his whole cards ahead of time and be deliberately targeted by others and fall into a passive position. However, even so, with the passage of time, the balance of victory quickly fell to the side of the black-scale merman. Blessing of the Storm Lord. The duration of this magic spell is 10 minutes. After the battlefield has reached a stalemate, every attack of the merman will weaken the water blue armor on the frogman by 1 layer. Under the gradual reduction of layers, it is almost difficult to achieve the desired effect. When the magic effect gradually disappeared, the frogman fighters could no longer hold on and began to suffer casualties. The tireless attacks of the black-scale mermaids can tear a huge wound on the frogman warriors with every blow, and there is no escape. These are not weak murlocs at all, but powerful Naga warriors. Death, let the frogmen's deep-rooted fear of Naga well up in their hearts. Even though there are obvious differences between the black-scale mermen and the Naga, when the fear of death looms over their hearts, the frogmen find it difficult to distinguish, or don't want to distinguish at all. All are hard to beat. This is not an enemy we can stop. The great Lord of Storms, the Frogman Ancestor God, please bless your devout believers. We can no longer fight, please bless us. Seeing this, Lin Qianqian felt distressed, but her strong self-esteem made it impossible for her to say the word admit defeat. How so? No, this is not the result I want. Lin Qianqian wanted to grit her teeth and persevere, but she heard a magnificent scolding in her ear, enough. As the sound fell, a cocky divine light engulfed all the frogman warriors and took them away from Luze's domain. It also includes Lin Qianqian herself. But what was unclear was that Lin Qianqian felt like she was being relieved from a heavy burden. It is not embarrassing to lose to such an enemy. She is just a little unwilling. Fortunately, Yewu has already conceded defeat on her behalf, and everything ends here. Principal Chen, we are the ones who made a fool of ourselves this time. I will definitely reflect on it when I go back. Congratulations to Mr. Dong too, for training such an outstanding student. He will definitely become a pillar of number 2 middle school in the future. Farewell. After speaking, Yewu immediately disappeared in the great hall with all his divine power flowing. Seeing this, Lu Chen and Wu Ping greeted Chen Linfen and left here. Only Chen Linfeng and Dongwan were left in the great hall. They looked at each other, only to hear Chen Linfen laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Dong, you even hid it from me this time. If I knew this earlier, why bother to come to this?" Hearing this, Dongwan smiled wryly, "Principal Chen, I really didn't hide it from you, I just found out." Real. Real. Okay, I believe in you. Now, let's invite student Luze to come over and have a chat. Chapter 24. Take Xuan Cave. In front of Luze, a God's Domain dialog box and a flickering God's Domain coordinates appeared. Seeing that it was Dongwan who sent it, he immediately issued an oracle to order the black scale mermaids to clean up the battlefield and take care of the dozen or so sea lizards left in the God's Domain that have not been taken away. Then the divine power flowed all over his body and disappeared in place. When he regained his vision again, he had come to a small courtyard with a quiet bamboo forest. There are also 2 more figures in front of him. "Hello, Teacher Dong, this is Principal Chen." "I met Principal Chen, hello, Principal Chen." Luze said hello politely. Regarding this, Chen Linfen nodded with a smile on his face, "Student Luze is also good. Don't be restrained, please sit down." When Luze sat down, Chen Linfeng snapped his fingers, and a beautiful woman with white skin like snow and protruding back immediately stepped out gracefully from the side, holding a tea set in her hand. Under Luze's surprised gaze, Dongwan explained with a smile, "This is Principal Chen's favorite puppet maid, driven by magic crystals, advanced bionic materials, and infused with low-level intelligence. It looks just like a real person. It's not a valued customer, he won't recruit him for service, you are blessed today." After finishing speaking, the stunning puppet maid walked to the table, put down the wooden tray, picked up the teapot, and poured tea liquid into the glass cup in front of Luze. The crystal-clear liquid exudes strong life waves. "Student Lu, please use it." The maid smiled slightly after pouring tea, and returned to the side room. Chen Linfeng smiled, "Try it. The spiritual tea soaked in the fountain of life is an excellent drink to relieve fatigue." Luze picked up the glazed teacup and smelled it, only to feel a fresh fragrance in his nostrils, and immediately refreshed, "This thing must not be cheap, right?" Dongwan took a sip and replied with a smile, "Someone once offered 3 million for this pot of tea." Luze trembled in fright, and hurriedly put down the teacup, "Since it's so expensive, can I not drink this tea?" Change to a 5-star white card. Hearing this, Chen Linfeng and Dong Wang couldn't help being taken aback, thinking that there was something wrong with their ears. Until I saw that Luze had a serious look that didn't seem to be fake. A thought flashed through the minds of the two. Good guy, this shame is definitely as thick as the walls of the main world. This is an invitation to drink tea, not a transaction. But remembering the background of growing up in Luze orphanage, the smile on Chen Linfeng's face remained undiminished, and he said immediately, "It's fine, as you like. According to the market price, this cup of tea is more than enough to exchange for a 5-star white card. No matter how I calculate it, I earn it, I agree." As he spoke, Chen Linfeng flipped his palms and threw out a gold white card and a gold green card. "There is another one as compensation for this trial match, and I will give it to you together. Now, can we have a good chat? Of course, I have always admired you, the principal. If you have any instructions, please tell me. If there is any need for me to answer, I will definitely know everything, and I will say everything." After receiving the 2 God's Domain cards, Luze grinned, showing his big white teeth, very happy. Originally, he just said it casually, but Chen Linfeng actually agreed. It's easy to prstut a 5-star God's Domain card for nothing. This made him feel even more worthwhile participating in this trial match. It only took half a day, not even a few sketch murlocs were killed, and a total of 2 5-star cards were mixed, as well as a dozen sea lizards that Lin Qianqian hadn't had time to take away. No matter what, it's a profit. And Chen Linfen was even happier after hearing Luze's answer. "I just feel that the student in front of me is very interesting. When we first met, I didn't even know who I was, but in the blink of an eye, I opened my mouth and said that I have always admired myself. This face and heart are almost catching up with me back then. Ahem, but he likes it. Only with this kind of mind can you adapt faster when you arrive in the outer domain. Like the kind of flowers that are kept in the greenhouse indifferent to the world, even if there is a talent, there is no guarantee that it will be killed by some cunning evil god in an unknown corner in the end. What is your main family? I don't think I've seen it before. It looks like Naga, but the strange thing is that teacher Dongwan didn't find a matching subspecies in the database. It's not Naga. They are just similar to Naga, but they are not of the same species. I named them black scales, and I trained them on the basis of the Scotchy murlocs. Black scale merman? A new race. Chen Linfeng muttered to himself. Tier 3. Tier 3. After receiving an affirmative answer, Chen Linfeng nodded in satisfaction. Chen Linfeng doesn't really care about how the black-scaled merman and the Naga were cultivated. That involves students' own privacy and secrets. He just wanted to know if the black scales had stepped into the threshold of the third-tier race. That is the most basic mark to distinguish ordinary outstanding students from gifted students. And the answer is yes. In addition, before the end of the first year of high school, it has a 178 square kilometer ultra-large God's domain. Fully proved the potential and talent of Luze. After a brief thought, Chen Linfeng decided to immediately increase his investment in Luze as the vice principal of No. 2 Middle School. Today's No. 2 Middle School is in great need of outstanding students with potential like Luze. It must be cultivated well. Luze, congratulations on passing my inspection. As the vice principal of the No. 2 Middle School, I will send a formal application to the No. 2 Middle School School Committee in accordance with the requirements of the Special Student Identification Procedure, and conduct key observation and training for you. During this period, you have no obligation. The only thing to note is that if your growth rate fails to meet the school's training expectations, the output of resources to you may be interrupted at any time. Now I will officially inform you. After finishing speaking, Chen Linfeng turned on the watch and opened a dialog box. After entering a series of codes representing his personal identity, he sent the video he just recorded. This is the school's filing procedure to prevent someone from using their power for personal gain and using the school's resources to train students who do not meet the requirements. The reply on the other side was very quick, and within a few seconds, a reply was sent back with the school's God seal, with 2 golden characters written on it, "Agree." Exudes the fluctuation of divine power of order. Along with it, there was a card pack that shone with golden light. The card pack floats in mid-air, radiant and colorful, and looks miraculous. Seeing that Luze was sitting still on the seat, Chen Linfeng reminded, "What are you still doing in a daze? Take the card bag, this is a greeting gift from the school." The rarity of the God's domain cards inside may not be very high, but almost all of them are high-quality products that are hard to find on the market. It will be of great benefit to you in perfecting God's domain. Hearing this, Luze finally realized it. It was also the first time I knew that the school gave such preferential treatment to the students who valued it. This is completely different from treating ordinary students. It's just that Luze has some doubts. Does he really not need to fulfill any obligations in the future? From the previous life to the present life, he never forgot a word. That is, there will be no pie in the sky. Sometimes, the free is the most expensive. However, as far as the moment is concerned, it is useless for him to think too much. After all, a school is a place where students are trained. Furthermore, the Federation has strict laws. Before you want to deceive people or do something illegal, you have to ask the God of justice and order, the great divine power, if he agrees. Otherwise, those law enforcement officers everywhere will teach you a good lesson. Chapter 25. This meeting came and went quickly. The short meeting is over. With a wave of Chen Linfen's hand, the picture in front of Luze's eyes was blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, it was full of vitality. Back to Taishen Cave. Towering giant trees stand in the center of God's domain, and the canopy seems to be more dense than before. The black-scale mermen are chasing and intercepting the last escaped sea lizard, while the Scotchy murlocs are building a sea lizard's lair by the beach. With these big guys of nearly 3 meters, Luze can also start to build a sea lizard knight army in the next step. But not until these sea lizards reproduced new offspring. A knight's mount is always well cultivated since childhood. In this way, riding can also be more handy. Divine Sense glanced around and saw that there was nothing unusual in God's domain, and everything was developing in a good direction. Luze spread the wings behind his back, and with a flash of golden light, he came to Tongtian to build the wooden roof. There is a log cabin here, which is a resting place that Luze built for himself. A wooden bed and a set of wooden tables and chairs in the house are more symbolic than practical. Pulling out the chair and sitting down, Luze took out the radiant card case, unpacked it and put it on the table along with the 2 loose cards given by Chen Linfeng. Immediately began the joyful card verification time. As Chen Linfeng said, the rarity of these cards is not high, 3 gold green, rare, and 4 gold white, common. However, the special divine power fluctuations emanating from several cards still made Luze full of expectations for these God's domain cards. He picked up the first golden green God's domain card and wiped off the divine light on the surface. It was a lush medicine garden. Sakadu's primary potion garden, 5-star God's domain card, rare. The primary potion garden made by potion cultivator Sakadu has an area of 80*80, and dozens of first and second level low-level potions are planted in it. This is one of the 2 loose cards given by Chen Linfeng. It is an ordinary medicine garden card. Other students may sigh when they see it, thinking it is useless. But Luze was delighted to see it. Actually is not saying that he is going to develop golden devil medicine. Instead, it was able to satisfy the request of Ling Mu Daoist. Master Ling Mu asked him more than once before, asking him to help find some elixir seeds. Aoki true explanation, which is majored by Ling Mu Genren, requires the spirit of wood spirit to practice. Although he is the incarnation of Jianmu fruit, with the innate spirit of Otoki, but it has its own quantification. If you want to further improve your cultivation base, besides daily practice, the best way is to cultivate spiritual plants. While helping them grow, absorb the escaping wood spirit energy from them and transform them into cultivation base. But today's Tai Xian Dongtian spiritual qi concentration is relatively thin. It is difficult to breed any rare spiritual plants, spiritual herbs. After searching the entire Taixuan cave, Master Ling Mu only found a dozen or so first-order cold spiritual herbs. Let the real Ling Mu have the ability to cultivate elixir, but it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. However, with this elementary potion garden now, his urgent needs can be greatly relieved. After the medicinal materials are cultivated and matured, you can use some potions with similar medicinal effects to try to refine some of the many medicine pills recorded in Aoki True Explanation. It kills two birds with one stone. Thinking about it, Luze immediately issued a message to Ling Mu. At the same time, throw the medicine garden card to the Immortal cave where he is practicing. When Ling Mu received the Taoist order and flew out of the Immortal cave, he saw a stream of light flying towards his direction at high speed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, it landed in the open space in front of him, forming a large medicine garden, with hundreds of spiritual plants of different postures growing lushly in it. Seeing this, Ling Mu's face showed a hint of joy, and immediately bowed respectfully to the center of the God realm, where Tongtian Jianmu was located, and said in his mouth, "Thank you for the generous gift of the Taoist ancestor, Ling Mu will live up to expectations." Then, he plunged into the medicine garden and began to understand the habits of various medicinal materials. After Luze felt the respect from Ling Mu, he nodded slightly, and then threw the card he just read in his hand to Bahai. It was another loose card given by Chen Linfeng, large swarm of sturgeon, 5-star God's domain card, white. After using it, you can get a group of sturgeon with a number of about 100,000. A good species resource card, which can increase the food types of the black scale merman and skaky murlocs. After 2 hors d'oeuvres, Luze picked up the card in the card pack. In the first 2 cards, one shows a warrior holding a shield, and the other shows a warrior holding a short spear about to throw. Shield Warrior, Tier 1 Melee Profession card, 5-star white, allows qualified family members to become shield warriors, Strength +2, Constitution +2, required equipment, any melee weapon, shield. Short Spear Pitcher, 1st level long distance professional card, 5-star white, allows qualified family members to become short spear pitchers, Strength +2, Constitution +1, Agility +1, required equipment, short spear. Although they are all just ordinary 5-star professional white cards, as the Vice Principal Chen Linfeng said, they belong to the kind of high-quality goods that are not high in rarity but hard to find on the market. Fast forming. Especially short spear throwers, compared with long-range physical occupations such as archers, although their range is slightly shorter, the equipment is extremely simple to make. If you don't have metal products, wooden spears will work too, but they will be less powerful. As for the shield warrior, the shield in his hand can protect himself and his teammates, and it is easier to form a system in large-scale legion battles. It really solved the urgent need of Luze's family without a job. And the next 3 cards in the card pack did not disappoint Luze. Enriched Iron Ore, 5-star God's Domain card, white. After use, a medium-sized enriched iron ore that is convenient for open-pit mining can be formed in God's Domain. Cobalt Blacksmith, 5-star God's Domain card, green. After use, you can summon 50 junior Cobalt Blacksmiths who can forge iron. 10-year Acceleration card, 5-star God's Domain card, green. After use, it can speed up the flow of time in the God's Domain. 1 day in the main world is equal to 10 years in the God's Domain. Sustainable time, 1 day in the main world. A set of card packs, not only long and short-range job transfer cards, but also iron ore and blacksmith, and a special time flow card. No matter who it is, as long as it is used, the combat power of the own family can be formed immediately, and the chain is intertwined. No wonder Chen Linfeng said that it would be of great benefit to him to perfect God's domain. Thinking of this, Luze couldn't help feeling more grateful to Chen Linfeng and Donghuan. Each of these God's domain cards is what he urgently needs. Almost one step narrowed the distance between him and Xiaqiange, Yanwei, and others in terms of family occupation and equipment. Let him truly enter the ranks of outstanding students. However, this also explains from the side why Chen Linfeng and others attach so much importance to Luze. Because of the high-level family members, the gap between occupations and equipment can be easily smoothed out with resources and surpassed. But the cultivation of the family members cannot be completed in a short while. Some students can't cultivate their own exclusive family members throughout their lives. If they want to improve the family's combat power, they can only buy other existing high-level races. From innate, it is a step slower than students like Luze. Chapter 26. 6:50 at night. Luze pinches out of Taixuan Dongtian. After several months of hard work in God's domain, under his careful arrangements, the newly summoned kobold blacksmiths have settled down, changed their original beliefs, and established a preliminary belief in Luze. Several devout kobold blacksmiths have even become devout disciples of Luze. The rich iron ore was placed near the sea. On the one hand, it was convenient for the murlocs to mine, and on the other hand, it was easier to supplement food for the murloc workers and kobolds. With the full cooperation of the kobold blacksmiths, the newly built ironware factory was able to produce 3-sided standard iron-clad solid wooden shields and 30 iron-headed short spears in one day. Production capacity is mainly limited by the mining speed and smelting process of iron ore. But there is no way, the too difficult technology Scotchy murlocs and kobolds can't master it for the time being. The black-scale mermaids are fine, but they have long been positioned by Luze as the main combat family with their water system spiritual roots. Therefore, they are currently arranged to practice in the Shuiyu dojo built by Luze in the center of Bahai. The 5 moonflower spirit trees were also planted on the west side of the dojo, forming a simple spirit gathering array to provide a certain amount of spiritual qi concentration support for the sharks who were about to break through realm. Everything is going in a good direction. The only one who might be a little annoyed is the real Ling Mu, because that greedy guy Liu Xian always steals the spiritual herbs from the medicine garden while he is not paying attention. Although he had already placed restrictions on Liu Xian and ordered him to work as a medicine boy in the medicine garden to take care of herbs to make up for the loss. But it's obviously not a good idea to let a thief be the manager. There is a kind of water system spiritual herbs that Liu Xian loves most called phantom spiritual herbs, and there are only a few newly sprouted seedlings left for no reason. 7 o'clock in the evening. Luze launched the group chat holographic communication on time, and the invitees included Xiaqiange, Yanwei, and Yunyu. But the one who first appeared on the Yunyu holographic interface in the upper left corner was not one of the 3 familiar to Luze. It was a woman wearing a long black dress, with long straight black hair, and narrow and long phoenix eyes, looking a little cold and luxurious. The woman is not very old, 28 years old. Her glass-colored pupils looked at Luze with a scrutiny. "Are you that lucky Luze, my little brother's classmate? I want the God's Domain land card, how about a price?" Just when Luze had a black question mark on his face and was confused about the situation, a message popped up on the screen. News: Xiaqiange joined the group chat. Then, Luze heard 2 different female voices say at the same time, "It's you." After saying this, Luze found that Xiaqiange's eyes suddenly became unkind when looking at Own. And the long-haired woman who was the first to join the group chat looked at Own with a faint cold look. This really made Luze laugh out loud. "Are you kidding me? Now I'm selling stuff. If you want something from me, why don't you show me any face?" Before Yanwei went online, he immediately said, "I don't care about your relationship, but don't show me your face. There is only one 5-star God's Domain land card, and you can exchange it with a high-quality God's Domain card of the same value, or you can bid directly." I'll give you 5 minutes. Whoever bids more to my liking, I'll give it to him. If you're not satisfied, I'll use it myself. The outdated deal will be void. The countdown starts now. After finishing speaking, Luze took out the God's Domain land card and played with it in his hands without even looking at the two of them. And as his words fell, a red countdown also appeared above the chat screen. Luze wasn't joking, he really only planned to give them 5 minutes to bid. With the support of the school, he has made up for his most urgent shortcomings. If he couldn't sell it for a good price, he would rather use this card himself. However, to Luze's surprise, the expected bidding scene did not appear. After Luze finished speaking, the long-haired woman gave Xiaoqiange a contemptuous look, and swiped to turn off the holographic video. On the other hand, Xiaoqiange seemed to have been stimulated by something, and directly sent a message for 2 God's Domain cards. God's Domain Religion, Religious Template Card, Special. Function: after use, the original religion can be upgraded to a religious order. Religion Priest: it can produce 1 professional high priest and 4 professional priests. Available matching magic spells: 5th level magic skills 1, 4th level magic skills 2, 3rd level magic skills 3, 2nd level magic skills 4, 1st level magic skills *5. Order Guard: you can form 100 Order Crusaders, exclusively for the order. Effect: in the Church, Prayer Effect plus 25%, Missionary Effect plus 25%. Church Radiation Area, plus 25% Compatibility of the Guards of the Church, plus 25% of the Magic Effect of the Church. Tree Guards, 5-star God's Domain card, purple, 20 tree guards can be summoned, and their strength increases with the growth years. The initial level is the first level, 10 years is the second level, 100 year is the third level, 500 years is the fourth level, 1000 year level 5, the highest, can water the fountain of life to break through racial boundaries. These 2 are epic level 5-star God's Domain cards, which are equivalent in value to your 5-star God's Domain land card. If you are willing to exchange, I can also pay you an additional 1 million general faith points and pay off all your previous loan balances. Xiaoqiange said sincerely. But in fact, when Xiaoqiange said these words, he felt a little uneasy. Although in terms of value alone, the 5-star rare God's Domain land card is indeed worth about the same as the 2 God's Domain cards she took out. But one has a price but no market, and the other has a market but no price. Not the same. However, this is already the maximum limit she can come up with. Epic level high quality God's Domain cards, each of which can greatly improve the God's Domain. If it wasn't for the appearance of that annoying woman, she wouldn't even take out these 2 cards and keep them for herself. After all, she originally planned to exchange some common and rare 5-star God's Domain cards with Luze, trading quantity for quality. Based on her understanding of Luze, the previous Luze couldn't even get 2 5-star cards that could be used every month. After thinking about it, she felt that this was one of the important reasons why Luze was willing to exchange this 5-star God's Domain land card. After all, as long as you are not stupid, anyone will choose between a full meal and 3 dishes and 1 soup. Luze should be no exception. It's just that the sudden appearance of her rival Yunzhang and Luze's unexpectedly tough tone made Xiaoqiange feel a little more threatening. Make her have to pay a higher price. She needs this 5-star God's Domain land card from Luze to expand the area of God's Domain and improve the terrain structure of God's Domain. Only with more, bigger, and more fertile land can she support the increased number of family members. She knew that some gifted students in number 1 middle school had cultivated 3rd-tier family members, just like her deadly enemy Yunzhang. Xiaoqiange couldn't train the own family to the 3rd level for a while, so she had to find another way if she wanted to get a high ranking in the next high school freshman exchange competition. For example, go the quantitative route. The resources needed to raise a 3rd-tier family are more than several times that of a 1st and 2nd-tier family. As long as she armed her own family with equipment to the teeth, and then used several times the number, she might not be able to pile up those limited number of third-order family members to death. Anyway, the high school freshman exchange game adopts a full realistic projection method, and the family members will not really die. Suicide play is extremely useful. So, after talking about the own conditions, Xiaqianj stared straight at Luze, waiting for his next answer. Chapter 27. But Luze frowned, obviously not very satisfied with these two cards. With the number of Luze's family members now less than 1,000, it doesn't really matter if you use the sect card or not. Generally, the number of family members in the domain of the gods exceeds 10,000, forming villages and towns, and the role of the religious order will be manifested. Luze, who has a perfect score in theoretical knowledge, is very clear about this. There is also another epic level tree guardian. This card seems to have a good growth rate, and it can cultivate a 5th level tree guardian. But Luze is not a deity of the elf pantheon, has no natural priesthood, and is not proficient in cultivating various ancient war trees. If the dryad guards are allowed to grow slowly, they will be useful, at least after 100 years. By that time, he had already entered the 2nd year of high school, and the 23 and 4 level tree spirit guards could play a mediocre role. Only elves with a long lifespan, closeness to nature, and those who like to herd ancient trees will be interested in God's domain cards like Tree Guardian. The reason why Xiaqianj has this card is that she plans to replace the own family with elves in the next step. The Xia family has several natural gods and has enough experience in this area. But it didn't suit Luze very much. After being silent for a while, seeing that Yanwei still had no sign of going online, Luze sighed and was about to speak. Xiaqianj, who is good at observing words and expressions, felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly said, "Well, I also know that these two cards will not be very useful to you for a while, so on the basis of just now, I will give you another 2 million credit value. May I? This is already the maximum amount of resources I can draw from the family in a short period of time." Xiaqianj explained with a little expectation. Luze glanced at her. It was found that there was a trace of anxiety and tension on her snow-white face, and she really seemed to want to make this deal. This made him think of the scene when the first monthly test was over. The Scotchy murlocs of the own family had suffered heavy losses, and in order not to be expelled from school, they found Xiaqianj by themselves. At that time, I was so nervous and full of anticipation. Although it was only a transaction at the time. But without Xiaqianj's help, it would be difficult for him to save enough 10,000 faith points to activate the Immortal Cultivation mod. Presumably, the current situation will not be any better. Thinking of this, Luze nodded, "Okay. You don't need to add another 2 million faith points, just follow the previous conditions. However, please exchange the 1 million faith points for some resource type 5-star god cards. I need perfect the species in God's domain." Hearing this, Xiaqianj showed a happy smile, and a trace of charm appeared unconsciously on her pretty face. She gently flicked her short hair by her left ear, and said with relief, "No problem, I will send someone to send you the magic card you need within half an hour. At that time, you will ask him to take the one I want. Just bring a card back. Also, thank you." When she said this sentence, her speech speed obviously paused, and there was a little extra gratitude and sincerity. However, it was covered up in an instant, and she continued to smile. "If you need any magic cards in the future, you can continue to look for me, and I will give you a 20% discount." Regarding this, Luze couldn't deny it, and didn't take it very seriously. Because, he was suspicious. At that time, will Xiaqianj still be able to provide the magic card that he needs at that time? Luze didn't wait for long, and within 10 minutes, someone knocked on the door of On's house. The person who came was a young man wearing a black hat, who looked about the same age as Luze, with the 4 characters Kamikaze Express printed on the chest of his shirt. After revealing his identity as a delivery man, the other party handed over a palm-sized box, which was neither gold nor wood, with a special divine pattern engraved on it. This is the masterpiece of the contract gods, specially used to protect items that need to be delivered by others. However, there are very few people who can't think of intercepting such express delivery. After all, the supreme deity of the contract system is also the god of justice and order of great power. If you don't want to stay in the main world, it is better for ordinary people to obey the order honestly. After taking the card box from Xiaqianj, put On's Fertile Earth 5-star Rare God's Domain card into another empty box. Witnessed that it was sealed by another divine pattern. Luze signed the form handed over by the courier brother, indicating that the transaction was over. After closing the door, with a thought, Luze reappeared in the sky above Taixuan Cave. He first threw the white cards that Xiaqianj had given to all parts of God's domain. Record: there are a large number of tree resources in your domain, including iron birch, white oak, golden leaf banyan, and cedar. Record: a batch of unicorn bull herd resources appeared in your god's domain. Record: a group of green-maned horse resources appeared in your divine domain. Record: a batch of herring resources appeared in your god's domain. Record: a batch of deep-sea pearl oyster resources appeared in your divine domain. Ordinary resource integration is very simple. But when Luze used the sect card, something strange happened. Reminder: you have used the God card of the sect, which belongs to the modifiable scope of Xiaoxian mod, yes/no modification. Can it be remodeled? This is the first time Luze has encountered something that can be modified by Xiaoxian mod after the transformation of God's domain. Thinking about the huge changes after God's domain was transformed into a cave, he chose yes without the slightest hesitation, and spent 30,000 incense points to speed up the transformation process of the sect's God card. Record: you have used the modified religious order card, a special religious trend of thought was bred in Taixuan Cave. Record: because of your teaching, the leader of your clan, the mermaid Luo Li, had an epiphany about the way of water, and created a special sect Ming King sect to worship the Taizhang Taoist ancestor. Record: the Ming King sect was established, and the sacred land was located in the Shui Yudao Kang, and rewarded the Qi Si Yuntian formation of the protecting sect. Record: the Ming King faction obtained the role of Head 1, the role of Deputy Head 1, the role of Inner Sect Elders 3, the role of Outer Sect Elders 6, the role of Holy Maiden *1, and the role of True Disciple *10. Record: your sect obtains the corresponding Taoism system, Supernatural Power 1, Top Taoism 3, Advanced Taoism 6, Intermediate Taoism 9, Elementary Taoism *18. Record: Ming King faction disciples practice plus 50% in cultivation speed, plus 50% in missionary effect, plus 50% in belief improvement, and plus 50% in combat ability. Other Ming King factions influence range, all bonuses are 30%. Record: the Ming King faction can enlighten the Taoists of the Guardian Sect 200, and the Sacred Beasts of the Guardian Sect 3. Record: you have acquired the special sect Ming King sect, please refer to the Orthodoxy interface for details. In front of Luze's eyes, the Shinyu diary recorded the birth of the Ming King school in detail. With the formation of the Ming King faction's Guardian formation, a strange fluctuation of spirit power occurred at the original location of the Shuiyu Taoist temple and a few miles away from Fangyuan. As far as the eye can see, the sea surface, which was originally clear, began to rippling with blue waves and sparkling water. Dozens of crimson-backed lizards writhed and frolicked, and from time to time, schools of jade linfish jumped into the water and swam happily. The surface of the water shrouded in clouds and mist is gradually flowing up and down, the drizzle is like pearls and jade silk, and the spiritual fluid of the sea is swaying wantonly, taking a deep breath, like drinking nectar, refreshing the heart and spleen. This huge change caused the black-scale mermaids who had been practicing quietly to come out of the dojo. I saw a beautiful woman in the center of the dojo holding something like a jade plate and groping for it. With the input of the spiritual chi in her hand, the mist within the area covered by the large formation became more and more dense. After a while, it was no longer possible to clearly see the situation inside the area covered by the large array from the outside. Chapter 28. Looking at the great changes in the location of the Water Moon Dojo, Luze had a clear understanding of the mighty power of the Immortal Cultivation mod for the first time. He couldn't wait to open the Orthodoxy interface, wanting to see what's going on with the Ming King sect. Orthodoxy interface. Orthodoxy, Ming King sect, first level sect. The inheritance of the Dao, Koishui Genju, comprehensive Taoism for beginners. Large protector formation, Qi Si Yuntian formation, first level. Faith, Taishang Taoist ancestor, Hong Ming. Sect effect, Ming King sect disciples practice speed plus 50% in Long Yuan days, formerly the North Sea of the Gods, missionary effect plus 50%, faith improvement level plus 50%, combatability plus 50%, influenced by other Ming King sects, range, all bonuses are 30%. Ming King factions internal duties, head 0/1, not yet, deputy head 0/1, not yet, inner sect elders 0/3, not yet, outer sect elders 2/6, Sarah, Sha Wao, Holy Maiden 1/1, Luo Li, True Disciple 0/10, none. Ming King faction internal Taoism, supernatural power 0/1, nothing yet, top level Taoism 0/3, nothing yet, advanced Taoism 0/6, nothing yet, intermediate Taoism 0/9, nothing yet, primary Taoism 5/18, ice blade, fire bomb, water mist, black water shield, water spear. Followers, fantastic followers 124, merman 100, scarechi murlocs 24, pious followers 478, scotchy murlocs 448, gnolls 25, kobolds 5, true believers 60, gnolls 35, kobolds 25, shallow believers 20, kobolds 20. Destiny protagonist, Luo Li, Holy Maiden of Ming King faction, practice speed plus 100%. Protecting Taoist soldiers, 0/200, none for now. Orthodox Divine Beast, 0/3, none. Just looking at the Taoist interface, the Ming King faction is just an empty shell, except for the Holy Maiden Luli, the two outer sect elders Sheluo and Chua, there is not even a single true disciple for a while. Even the Taoism that can be loaded, there are only 5 elementary Taoism, which looks extremely crude. But Luze saw that there was nothing wrong with it. He has known for a long time that with the current number of families in Taixuan Dongtian, it is difficult to support a sect, especially an alternative sect that has been transformed by the Immortal Cultivation mod. Being able to put up the skeleton is a great success. With the skeleton, the next step is to fill it with flesh and blood. When the Ming King faction grows up, he will have full confidence whether it is to resist the future invasion of God's domain or to preach in foreign domains. As for the empty internal missions and internal Taoism of the Ming King sect right now, Luze is not in a hurry to fill them. After all, you don't even have many disciples, so what's the use of matching the high-level position of the head with those high-level Taoism? Of course, the main reason is that Luze does not have so many resources to allocate for the time being. Take the head of the Ming King sect as an example. As the master of a sect, the cultivation base must at least be able to subdue all the disciples in the sect, not to mention reaching the realm of refining qi and returning to God like Master Ling Mu, it must reach the 8th or 9th level of refining qi bar. But apart from Luo Li, Sheluo, and Chua, the black-scaled mermaids with the highest cultivation base, are only at the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining, and there is still a short distance away from the 3rd level of qi refining. If Sheluo is to be the leader, Luze needs to spend incense points to make up for the lack of realm, but unfortunately, spending all the nearly 700,000 incense points that Luze has saved today will not make up for this hole. With the black scale merman, the incense value that Luze can get every day has greatly increased, and it is currently around 1,600 per day. There is also Taoism. With the cultivation base of the black scale mermaids today, it is not enough to release intermediate and above Taoism. This means that if the Taoism above the intermediate level is loaded, every time the disciplines of the Mingkang faction are used, Luze has to spend a lot of incense points to supplement the consumption. After such a battle, regardless of winning or losing, Luze innate will lose a lot of incense. What's more frightening is that if the high-level Taoism is loaded, Luze's remaining incense value cannot support the believers to release the Taoism, and the blow to their faith will be devastating. Might as well not load it in the first place. When the conditions are met, it will be gradually improved. However, Luze's internal duties and Taoism can be ignored for the time being, but he has to hurry up to supplement the teaching and Taoist soldiers. Because once you change jobs and become a Taoist guard, no matter whether you have a cultivation base or not, you can load 2 primary Taoisms and release them once a day. Each release does not require Luze to spend extra incense points, but only needs to spend 10 spirit stones. When they change jobs as Taoist soldiers, they can engrave the spirit gathering patterns on their bodies. Therefore, Luze immediately spent 600 spirit stones to transform all the remaining 60 jackal axe throwers in Tai Xian's cave into junior Taoist soldiers of the Mingkang sect, and loaded them with the junior Taoist fire bomb technique and Xian Shui shield. At the same time, another 1,400 spirit stones were spent to convert all 140 Scotchy murlocs into low-level Taoist soldiers of the Mingkang faction, and loaded them with the primary Taoism Ice Blade and Water Mist. Needless to say, Fire Bomb and Ice Blade are attack techniques, but the reason why all the 140 Skakis were equipped with Water Mist was due to Luze's tactical considerations. His initial expectation was, when the battle begins, first let the Scotchy murlocs release Water Mist to interfere with the battlefield environment, and then the troops from all sides will charge in unison. After entering the Taoism release range, first perform a wave of fire bomb and ice blade baptism on the enemy, then let them eat a wave of short spears and hand axes, and finally use the Xian water shield warriors with shields charged into battle. If the line of sight is obstructed, the opponent is able to maintain the formation and not disperse if they receive long-range strikes one after another, and face the shield-wielding warrior charging. Luze is willing to praise them for being so hard. That way, he will give the other party the highest courtesy and let loyally lead the black-scaled merman to launch the final charge. If he still can't win this way, Luze has nothing to regret. After all, no one can beat a bad guy in a hot pot. An order was issued to Luli, asking her to do a good job in the construction of the Mingkang faction and further increase the cultivation of sea lizards. Looking around God's domain for a week, Luze always felt as if he had forgotten something, until he found out the Epic Tree Guardian card. Because he felt that this card was not very useful, he was debating whether to use it or not. After all, it was still a quota for a God's domain card. But after thinking about it, Luze still put the Tree Guardian into the domain of God. He also has a 10 years time acceleration card that is useless. After using the 10-year-old Tree Spirit Guard, you can reach the second level. 20 slow-moving Tier 2 Tree Guards. Although they are useless in offensive battles, they can still be used as shield walls in defense. How much can be considered waste utilization? Thinking of this, Luze dropped 20 Triant Guards next to the Immortal Cave of Immortal Lingmu. Anyway, Master Lingmu has raised a medicine garden, and grazing 20 Dryads of the same family, it must not be a problem. Luze didn't expect him to be well raised either. Just don't raise it to death. Just like that, everything was arranged properly. Luze tore open the 10 years time acceleration card, and left Tai Xian Dongtian in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, when Immortal Lingmu came out, he looked at the 20 more saplings exuding the spirit of innate wood that suddenly appeared at the entrance of Immortal cave, with a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't remember that he had ever planted a tree. It must be Deyazu's ability again. Involuntarily flashed through my mind. Deyazu Jene is also a great supernatural power. Thinking about it, Ling Mu's faith in Luze became stronger and stronger. However, it is a pity that because of the origin of Jian Mu Guo, the real Ling Mu, it is difficult to provide Luze with any incense value for a while. But the karma connection between each other has deepened again in the dark. Chapter 29. Because of the use of the 10 years time acceleration card, Luze returned to the main world, and he had to wait until a day later to enter Taishan Dongtian. This gave him a rare moment of relaxation. Main universal time today is Saturday. It seems that because of the rest day, Luze walked on the street, and there were obviously a lot more pedestrians passing by. However, among the streets and alleys, the most eye-catching thing was the exchange competition for freshmen in high school. There are advertising banners everywhere, and holographic projections simulated by divine power. On the huge 5-story publicity screen of the tallest Shenyang building in the center of the block, the real-time scene of the weekend audition was being broadcast. Different from the 1v1 of the official competition, the audition adopts a screening mode, which means that the participants are all faced with the same test content, a total of 5 rounds of tests. As long as you can pass, you can get the qualification for the main competition. However, the difficulty is not low. The participating students surnamed Xiat, who were broadcasting on the big screen, were from Nanfang No. 6 Middle School. Their family members were some second-order desert lizardmen. Their strength was not weak, and they had already entered the 3rd round. But in just the 3rd round, he encountered a mixed force of hundreds of 1st and 2nd-tier family members, both long-range and short-range. Although they are all the most common low-level family members, Luze estimated that the difficulty of coping with them is already more difficult than the 2nd round of the last monthly test, and only slightly easier than the 3rd round of the test. But in comparison, the students didn't have much pressure to deal with it. Because the C elections are the same as the main competition, they all use holographic projection technology. Contestants' familia will not be truly death. And at the beginning of each round, all the family members you loaded will be restored. This makes the first tactical choice of many audition players is the suicidal mad dog style of play, commonly known as life for life, all the way to the past. The student surnamed Xie from No. 6 Middle School that Luze was watching seemed to be thinking in this way. However, although this trick works, it does not apply to all scenarios. Sometimes it can be counterproductive if used incorrectly. Luze had just watched the audition, so he didn't know what the student surnamed Xie would encounter next. So look carefully. At the same time, he was also secretly thinking about what tactics he should use if he met a student named Xie, or replaced him in the same audition as him. It turned out that the answer was the same as that of the student surnamed Xie, pure recklessness. However, Luze is based on absolute strength. In front of 200 guards who can cast spells from a distance, these guys who are less than the 3rd level seem a little too weak. But he did not underestimate the other participating students because of this. Because he knew that the really good students were like himself, and they were exempted from auditions. The strength is far stronger than that shown by the student surnamed Xiat. Time passed quickly, an hour and a half later. Relying on good family quality and a relatively reasonable occupation, the student surnamed Xie has just made it to the 5th round. There were not many test troops in the 5th round, only 30 3rd-tier 4-armed snakemen and 100 ordinary snakemen, not even a single long-range attack unit. Although the quality of the test troops faced was somewhat higher, the number was greatly reduced, which made student Xie heave a sigh of relief. With nearly 700 family members, he felt that he could pile them up to death. Same as the previous 4 rounds, he asked the priests accompanying the army to use auxiliary divine spells on the troops to directly press them head-on, so as to quickly end the battle. Facing the black mass of second-tier desert lizardmen, only 4 rows of snake man troops looked very thin. Luze watched with bated breath, wanting to see the result of the last round of battle. Then, I heard an old and slightly joking voice next to me, "This kid surnamed Xie is going to be unlucky." Hearing this, Luze turned his head and found that it was an old man with grey hair holding a teacup. He was lying on a deck chair beside him, shaking his fan and watching the game intently. That sentence just now seemed to be just an unintentional remark. Probably feeling Luze's puzzled eyes, the old man turned his head and looked at Luze, but he didn't mean to explain too much, and said in his mouth, "Keep watching the game, you will know soon." Obviously, the old man watched more than one round and knew what the student surnamed Xie would encounter next. Curious, Luze looked down seriously. Soon, I understood why the old man said that. At the beginning of the battle, the troops of the student surnamed Xie and the snake people used the low-level magic bloodlust that almost all gods would come standard with. Bloodlust, improve the subject's fighting will, morale and endurance, and greatly relieve fear and pain. But the same low-level divine spell, because of the difference in the recipient, the effect produced is very different. The 4-armed snake people who have entered the 3rd level have higher physical fitness than the 2nd level family members, and it seems that they have changed to a fighting profession such as swordsman. After using bloodlust, each 4-armed snake, the armed snake man, seems to be the god of death on the battlefield, dancing with 4 arms like a windmill. In a frontal collision, even if there were only 30 of them, those desert lizards couldn't stop them. It was like a kitchen knife cutting into tofu, and the desert lizardman that touched it fell down in pieces without any resistance. Seeing this, the student surnamed Xie frantically mobilized the family members from other parts, regardless of the loss, trying to fill the hole. But totally unstoppable. The huge gap in individual strength made the desert lizardman unable to hold on for even a second in front of the 4-armed snakeman. The huge formation was pierced in the blink of an eye. Then was swept back and forth. Until all the desert lizardmen are slaughtered. Ignore the dejected expression of the student surnamed Xie after his failure. Seeing this, Luze thought about it. Obviously, the 5th round was specially designed by the organizers for the mad dog style of play of the participating students. Since your family is not afraid of death, then I will simply slaughter you with absolute strength. But in fact, this round is not difficult to pass. According to the teaching in the tactical theory class, one must not act rashly in the face of an enemy whose individual quality is obviously stronger than his own. At least take a look. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be invincible in 100 battles. This point, student surnamed Xie did not do it. And as a preset test, after entering the battle, the snake people will definitely use bloodlust first to expose their cards. At this time, the student surnamed Xie only needs to abandon some family members and block them in stages, until the magic time of the snake people is over. Even if there are only 50 ordinary desert lizardmen left in the end, the student's surnamed Xie will be able to slaughter the snakemen who have entered a weakened state at that time like chickens and dogs. That is to say, avoid the edge in tactics. The student surnamed Xie obviously did not do this. It is doubtful whether he even understood this truth. So he lost. This reminded Luze of the knowledge taught by the teachers in the classroom, and the war of the family does not mean that one can win by fighting without brains. To adapt to the time and place, make the best use of the situation. In the textbooks, it is not uncommon for the weak to defeat the strong, and the less to attack the more. Most of them are. The integration of theory and practice made Luze enlightened for a moment, and he felt that he had gained a lot. Also let him from now on, make up his mind from the bottom of his heart, after entering the main match, even if he encounters an enemy who is obviously weaker than himself, he should not take it lightly. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. After all, sometimes the outcome is only a matter of thought. Chapter 30. On the top floor of the Shenying building, there is a huge conference hall. Yunzhang and Yunyu are also watching the audition at this time. Seeing that the student surnamed Xie fell in the 5th round, Yunyu couldn't help but cursed, "Sister, is Xierongxing a pig? You can kneel too. Don't he know that the snake people are a typical aggressive race, and they are best at breaking formations? Just relying on his desert lizardmen who have just entered the 2nd level, what strength are they using? I don't know how he got introduction to low-level families. How did you get on?" Hearing this, Yunzhang glanced at him faintly with glazed eyes, and said in a cold tone, "You still have the nerve to talk about him? When Mr. Lin, your head teacher in the 3rd grade of junior high school, came to visit his home, he mentioned you and Xierongxing more than once. Regarding the class, Mr. Chen Yike's introduction to low-level families is the most skipped. Ms. Lin said during her home visit that although Mrs. Chen is a little older and more easygoing, her teaching level is still very good. I want you to listen carefully to the class. As a result, who listened to it? As long as you listen carefully to a few lessons, you won't be at your current level." "Sister, I'm listening." Yunyu replied weakly. "Yes, you did. You listened to the most critical review lessons, so you got 63 in the Introduction to Low-Level Families High School Entrance Examination and entered the 2nd middle school. Xierongxing asked for leave and didn't listen, so he got 28 in the exam and went to number 6 middle school. Yunzhang has a way of hating iron but not steel. In fact, if you only look at the god talent that Xierongxing tested before the high school entrance examination, not to mention the 1st middle school, the 2nd middle school should be safe, as long as he can pass the passing line in several theoretical courses. But the strange thing is that during the senior high school entrance examination, Xierongxing didn't score more than 30 points in several important theory courses, and most of them were multiple-choice questions. Yunchang even felt that the correct rate of stepping on the dirty solace of the shoes on the test paper was higher than that of Xierongxing's serious answering. Afterwards, Xierongxing's father, Xie Huiken, Yunzhang, and Yunyu's cousin, was so angry that he beat Xierongxing. I heard that 7 or 8 of the sticks were broken. After entering the 1st year of high school, Yunzhang heard that Xierongxing was always in the top 10 of the 6th middle school, and thought he was enlightened. Unexpectedly, it was still so disappointing. Thinking of how much his cousin Xie Huiken attached importance to this freshman exchange competition last time, and thinking that Xierongxing didn't even pass the audition. While Yunzhang was angry, she couldn't help but mourn in advance for her little cousin own. She remembered that her cousin said that if Xierongxing dared not live up to his expectations, he would switch to the constant artifact next time. Thinking about it, Yunzhang gave Yunyu a cold look. Raccoons of the same feather. In an instant, Yunyu felt as if a gust of inexplicable cold wind was blowing through his whole body, and he couldn't help shivering. And quickly recall whether there has been any trouble recently. Xierongxing made his cousin angry, and at most he would be beaten and tortured. If I messed with this devil old lady, I would really be worse off than dead. It's not the same. However, Yunzhang didn't mean to offend him too much, and changed the topic. After watching for a long time, I have seen almost the same things that should be seen. Let's go to the main arena too. Hearing this, Yunyu was puzzled. Sister, I'm going because I want to participate in the audition. Why are you going? Didn't you already walk into the main match? Saying this, Yunyu had a little bit of selfishness in mind. Because he couldn't wait to get out of Yunzhang's sight. Every time he stays with the old lady On, he always feels creepy. But Yunzhang didn't care about him. He glanced at him and said, accompany you, and see if there is any competitive opponent by the way. Hearing what she said, Yunyu obviously didn't believe it. Sister, you are thinking too much. Those who want to participate in the audition have never been the top students of various schools, so there is no competition for you. The goal of our qualifiers is to compete for the top 32, and your main seed is aimed at the champion, which is not the same level at all. But Yunzhang shook her head cautiously. Don't underestimate other people. Every year, there is no shortage of upset players in the exchange competition. This year's situation is special, and there must be more variables. For example, in the last monthly test of your class, who would have thought that a student at the bottom of the crane who had turned in 6 blank papers would suddenly win the first place in the class? Not only did he get the rare land card, but he was also exempted from the audition to participate in the main competition. This is the bloodiest lesson. Hearing this, Yunyu suddenly became furious, and replied disdainfully, "Sister, take him as my lesson, then you think highly of him. If he didn't know where to get a few powerful disposable magic director, the last monthly test didn't even pass the 3rd round. I can't wait to meet him in the main game, so that I can easily book a victory. Just rely on his rubbish scotchy murlocs, and my lava goblins will shoot down a few fireballs, and they will all be wiped out." Regarding this, Yun's Hang was non-committal. A guy who is not even as good as his little brother is not worthy of his attention. But those guys with powerful 3rd-tier families in the number 1 middle school and Shen Lingyun, the well-deserved number 1 in the number 1 high school, had to be cautious. Facing them, even with the pride of Yun's Hang, I dare not say that I am fully sure. Thinking about. Suddenly, Yun Shang felt her watch vibrate, and a new unread message came. The sender is Wu Fei, the class teacher. She clicked on it. After a few seconds, his face suddenly became serious. The organizer has urgently notified that the auditions will end today, and the main competition will be moved forward to Monday. At the same time, as long as you enter the top 32, there will be special rewards. Because of knowing some little-known news, Yun Shang is far more sensitive to this information than others. She couldn't help muttering to herself in an inaudible voice, "What do those old guys want to do, or is the situation almost out of control? This seems too anxious." Yunyu didn't notice this, and was standing at the door pressing the elevator. "Wait until there is a ding and the elevator arrives." He turned his head and said to Yun Shang, "Sister, the elevator is here, let's go downstairs." Yun Chong nodded absently, and appeared at the elevator entrance in a flash. "Go by yourself later, I have other things and I won't be with you." As for her little brother's next audition, she no longer cared much about it. In comparison, she wanted to find out what happened to the organizer. Why did the race originally scheduled for Friday suddenly mention Monday? It's really abnormal. On the west side of the Shenying building, after watching the competition of the student surnamed Xiat, Luze nodded to the old man on the deck chair to say hello, and then entered a noodle shop next to it. It's been a long time since I've eaten noodles from this restaurant, so he's thinking about it. The 2 bowls of armored rhinoceros noodles he ordered had just arrived on the table, and Dong Wan, the class teacher, also sent a message about the advance of the main game. However, compared to Yun Shang's approaching enemy, Luze, who has no news, seems indifferent. He only replied with a routine "got it," and immediately picked up the chopsticks and started to move. Anyway, it's a competition, so what if it's 2 days earlier or 2 days later? The only thing he is concerned about now is what will happen to Taishan Dongtian after the duration of the 10 years acceleration card ends tomorrow. He remembered that before he left, one of the most important Taoist orders was to let the family members create humans. With the richness of species resources in Taishuan Cave today, it is enough to support a family with a population of several thousand. Chapter 31. A casual day always flies by. Luze eats and strolls alone, just trims his slightly longer hair, buys 2 sets of seasonal casual clothes, and has dinner, and it is already 8 o'clock in the evening when he returns home. Take a bath and wash up as usual, lean on the bed and read Introduction to Gods, and fall asleep. Woke up the next morning. The whole person is refreshed. Patiently spent the rest of the time until the watch rang the preset alarm, Luze thought. When it reappears, it is Taishuan Cave. A series of God's domain logs came rushing forward. Record: your family member Loyal Li Realm Breakthrough, entered the 8th level of Qi Refining. Record: your family, Shaluo, has become a first-level craftsman through self-taught together with the craftsman. Record, your family spirit wood has made some achievements in pill refining and herbal medicine, and has become a second-level pill refining master. Record, your family spirit wood consumes innate yi wood source, attuned to the tree spirit guard. Record, your family treant guards are enlightened by the source of innate odoki, and the power of the source is mutated, completing the original form of the grass and trees. Records, your family, the Scotchy murlocs, are nourished by the spiritual chi of Long's Day One and taught by the black scale merman. Their race level has been broken through, and they have obtained a new race talent primary water system spiritual roots. Record, the number of your familia Scotchy murlocs has increased to 1,000. Record, the number of your familia Scotchy murlocs has increased to 2,000. Record, the number of your familia black scale meridians has increased to 200. Record, the number of your family gnolls has increased to 300. Record, the number of your family kobolds has increased to 300. Record, your Shinaihu Tai Xian Dongtian spiritual chi concentration has been raised to 2. Shinaihu diary recorded every detail of Tai Xian Dongtian's changes. But standing in the sky above Taixuan's cave, what Luze saw before his eyes was far more vivid and specific than the words in the Shinaihu log. In 10 years, except that the area of the Tai Xian cave has increased by 3 square kilometers, the effect of Tongtian building wood, an increase of 0.3 square kilometers a year, that is, 1 day in the main world before the acceleration. Several tribes that have begun to take shape are also dotted on the land of Tai Xian cave. The largest is the Scotchy Murloc tribe on the southern border of the Long's Great Abyss, with a population of over 2,000, and a small town scattered around a port. There are many thatched houses and wooden houses in the town, and there are even many stone houses with 2 or 3 floors. But the biggest one is a large dojo-like place in the center of the town. Under Luze's observation, there are a large number of Scotchy murlocs coming in and out every day, praying to a 10-meter-high giant stone statue similar to Luze standing in the center of the ashram. A few older black-scale merman presided over the related affairs of the dojo. Obviously it is a teaching site of the Ming King sect. Under Luze's observation, there are more than 1 such missionary sites in the entire Taixuan cave. In addition to the dojo in the Scotchy Murloc village, there are also smaller dojos of the same style in the Gnoll and Kobold tribes. It is also hosted by the black-scale mermaid. Standing a stone statue of Luze, enjoying the incense and sacrifices of jackals and kobolds. In terms of location, one of the other 2 tribes is located to the left of the Skaza Murloc tribe, and the other is located to the right of the Skaki Murloc tribe. With the Scotchy Murloc tribe as the center, they conduct simple trade with each other. It seems to have formed a primitive order ecology. Apart from the Scotchy Murloc tribe, there are 2 places in God's domain that have changed the most. One is the original residence of the Ming Kang faction Shuiyu Dojo. Compared with before, the current Water Moon Dojo has a much larger main area, and it also looks more misty and misty. Thanks to the efforts of the black-scaled mermans, several nearby small islands have long been connected together, and they are living with many new generations of black-scaled mermans. From time to time, some small boats rowed by the Scotchy Murlocs would be seen, guided by the black-scale sharks, unloading some ore and supplies on the outlying islands. Then with a few shells filled with spiritual chi, I rowed away happily. In addition to Water Moon Dojo, the other place is the Immortal Cave of Immortal Ling Mu. The original 80*80 medicine garden around Immortal Cave has been expanded by more than 3 times without the restriction of the courtyard wall. Surrounded by giant trees and clouds. With a small hill as the center, small medicine fields and small medicine gardens are formed one after another, and there are vigorous and bright elixir plants planted there. But the biggest change is that there are many more boys and girls wearing azure Taoist robes and braids. Under the command of a young man wearing an azure Taoist robe, they shuttled through the medicinal fields and gardens, catching insects and weeds, watering and fertilizing and laughing and joking with each other from time to time, which seemed extra lively and lively. Luze couldn't help laughing when he saw it. These monsters of plants and trees adhering to the spiritual chi of heaven and earth are born, people can't help but love them when they see them. However, these are not what Luze is most satisfied with. What Luze was most satisfied with was the sophisticated weapons and equipment piled up in the warehouse of the Ming King faction. And after a lot of training, the Taoist troops have begun to take shape and momentum. They gathered on a peninsula not far from the station of the Ming King faction. Under the leadership of Shua, the outer sect elders of the Ming King faction, they began to train at sunrise and meditate at sunset. After 10 years, it seems that everyone has stepped into the realm on the second floor of Qi refining. Although this may be the highest realm they can reach in their lifetime, it is completely enough for Luze. With them, facing the upcoming high school freshman exchange competition, Luze not only did not have the slightest anxiety, but was a little impatient. If you don't return home, it's like traveling at night in brocade. He wanted to see, after a lot of careful preparation, whether he could meet the requirements of the head teacher, Dong Wan, and enter the top 16 of the freshman exchange competition. It's not just about getting rewards, it's about proving yourself. Turned in a blank paper 6 times, and was laughed at so many times. Although Luze didn't care about it, he had long held his breath in his heart. Chapter 32. Because the race was brought forward to tomorrow. For a day, Luze stayed in Taixuan Cave, constantly trying to find ways to increase the fighting power of the family, and doing all the preparations he could. This upcoming exchange competition for first-year freshmen brings together high-level first-level elite students from the entire city of Nanfeng. Although he despises the opponent strategically, he will not let the tension and anxiety affect his own mentality. But tactics dare not have the slightest slack and relaxation. According to the statistics of the main competition students sent by the class teacher Dongwan not long ago, only based on preliminary information statistics, among the students who have qualified for the main competition, there are already more than 10 people who have third-tier family members. Mainly students from number 1 and number 2 middle schools. Among them, students from number 1 middle school account for more than half, and number 2 middle school has 2 students besides Luze. The quality of the family members of the other students who have qualified for the main competition are almost all second-level, intermediate and high-level. And the quantity, occupation, and equipment are all good. If you just look at the information on the watch, Luze can be called the number 1 weak chicken. Yes, on the registration summary form of participating students forwarded by Dongwan, Luze still registered the previous information. There are no black scale sharks. Compared with the race quality of other students on the registration form who are easily second-level intermediate, second-level advanced, or third-level elementary, and the number of family members of 8, 900, or even thousands, Luze's first-level high-level scarechi murlocs and the number do not exceed 500 family members. It looks really thin and horrible. But Luze didn't feel wrong. This is obviously the number 2 middle school deliberately hiding its own strength, so that he can catch his opponent by surprise in the official game. There are only advantages and no disadvantages for yourself. But it also reflects from the side that the information on the registration form is just like the 4 characters marked on the homepage, for reference only. How reliable it is, only God knows. After all, no one would foolishly register all the details of their own family members. Early the next morning, Luze quit Taixuan Dongtian. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Dongwan's personal shuttle parked at the door of the apartment. The Nanfeng City Stadium, where the main match is held, is located on the outskirts of the city, far from Luze's residence. In addition, every student who is recommended for the main competition must be led by the recommending teacher into the arena. In the end, Dongwan decided to make a trip in person to pick up Luze. "Hello, Teacher Dong." As soon as he got on the shuttle, Luze greeted him politely. Hearing this, Dongwan nodded with a bright smile, "Just find a seat, don't be so polite." Looks authentic. Today, Dongwon is dressed in business attire, with no makeup on her face. Although simple and elegant, she has white and flawless skin, a good face, eyes full of alien flavor, and a crystal blue gem embedded in her forehead. Still charming with every frown and smile. Thinking of the rumors of the Shuiyu clan's own enchanting halo, coupled with the identity of the other party's class teacher, Luze didn't dare to look too much. The true God cannot be profaned. Dongwon didn't pay much attention to these. As soon as Luze sat down, she immediately handed over a bronzing invitation letter with the seal of God on it. This is your invitation to participate. It contains your basic information and some precautions for participating. It will be used when entering the arena and logging into the competition equipment. Take it first. Okay. Luze took it, glanced at it casually, and then closed it. The above information has been known long ago, and there is nothing to pay special attention to. Following Dongwon's one-button start, the shuttle lifted off and entered the autopilot mode. Dongwon turned the direction of the seat. By the way, Principal Chen asked me to bring you a sentence. He said that all the leaders of the school are looking forward to your performance. As long as you can enter the top 32 in this exchange competition, in addition to the rewards from the organizers, the school will also have other rewards. Every time you advance one round, the rewards will increase incrementally, and the guarantee will not be worse than the card pack given to you last time. Hearing this, Luze was not surprised. In order to motivate the students to perform well and win glory for the school, this kind of operation is very normal. He was sure that, besides himself, the school would also entrust this to other outstanding students of number 2 middle school through the head teachers. However, it is always affirmation of own. After telling Principal Chen's words, Dongwon didn't say anything else. Instead, I chatted with Luze all the way, occasionally talking about some things that need attention. Half an hour later, the shuttle landed at the shuttle parking place of Nanfan City Stadium. Enter the stadium from the passage, and verify the identity of the participating students to the staff. As soon as he entered the arena, Luze saw many reporters with long guns and short cannons shooting at him and Dongwon. At the same time, there are still people explaining. The two entering the arena right now are teacher Dongwon Dong from number 2 middle school and her recommended student Luze. The family members of Luze's students are rare, Scotchy murlocs. Family level, first level advanced. The racial characteristic is reproduction. Let's wish him the best of luck. Looking at the information on the prompt panel, the face of the anchor who introduced Dongwon and Luze almost turned black. According to the usual practice, after introducing the participating students, he must analyze his family's advantages in a few words, and then wish him good results. But the poor anchor really didn't know how to praise the racial characteristics of the Scotchy murlocs. In desperation, he simply wished Luze good grades, and then turned the camera to the next student entering the arena. However, what he didn't expect was that the own live broadcast room exploded because of this. Luze was discussed one after another. Peace Elite, this classmate Lu is very courageous, even the first-level family members dare to come to participate in the exchange competition for freshmen in high school. Awesome! Favorite healthcare, it's admirable to be courageous, you don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. With this strength, hurry home, wash, and sleep, don't be ashamed. Wandering Rose, upstairs is right, +1. Brush and ink painting Hong Chen, for a hammer, are you all stupid? Everyone knows how accurate the information in the anchor's hands is. Don't even think about it, student Lu's real strength is so poor, and he will be recommended by the teacher is it? It must be a sham. I bet that student Lu is definitely a dark horse. Some are for it, some are against it. The live broadcast room is lively. Even though the anchor had started to introduce other students, the topic in the live room still revolved around Luze. Someone even made a bet at the opening. let the popularity of the live broadcast room rise rapidly. Seeing this situation, the young anchor who introduced Luze just now did not introduce other students, so he took the time to catch up with Luze. If you don't hurry up to catch up on such a hot spot, you'd be really sorry for his professionalism. Chapter 33. Hello, dear students. This is the site of the exchange competition for first-year freshmen officially held by Nanfeng City. This competition uses Nightmare Company's latest dream landing technology, which is a 100% replica of the participating students' family skills, racial talent, racial expertise, job change, equipment, and real-time thoughts. In order to ensure the normal progress of the game, all students are requested to go to the designated place half an hour in advance for identity verification, game login and family loading. Except for elimination and the end of this competition, it is not allowed to quit halfway, otherwise it will be treated as a waiver. All participating students, please arrange your time reasonably. Nanfeng City officials wish you excellent results in advance. Put on the wireless earphones issued by the staff, accompanied by soothing music, a gentle female voice prompts sounds. Once again broadcast related matters to Luze. Separated from Dongwan in the guidance hall, according to the real-time prompt of the headset, Luze came to the login area. In the large landing area, hundreds of silver-white landing pods of the same style are lined up in rows. The non-gold and non-jade material depicts a simple and mysterious faint divine pattern. Under the series connection of neat and uniform silver connecting lines, it is full of technological texture. Luze came earlier, and it was not yet the unified login time, but there were already many students waiting in the lounge next to the login area. Luze found classmates Xiaoqiange, Yanwei, and Yunyu in it. However, apart from Xiaoqiange nodding his head, neither Yanwei nor Yunyu intended to greet Luze. They are like strangers who don't know each other. Qiange, who was the one who greeted you just now? He looks quite handsome, why didn't I recognize him? The baby-faced girl next to Xiaoqiange asked curiously when she saw Luze greeting him. Luze. It's him. Hearing this name, the baby-faced girl who was originally full of interest lost interest in an instant. Among the participating students, there are two kinds of people who are easiest for everyone to remember. One is powerful, and everyone hopes not to encounter them. There is also one with extremely poor strength, and everyone hopes to meet them. As the number one of the latter in the registration form, Luze's name is known to almost every participating student. And everyone is looking forward to matching him in the official game and securing a victory for themselves in advance. Hearing the appearance of the name that he had been longing for, several students near Xiaoqiange locked their eyes on Luze at the same time. It seems that as long as he imprints his appearance in his mind, he will definitely be able to match him in the game. The students arrived one after another. From time to time, some well-known Fenjian students will enter the arena, attracting the attention of everyone in the lounge. But Luze didn't pay attention, just sat quietly in the corner, waiting quietly. Until the wireless earphones sounded. Cadet Luze, please go to landing module 332. And as he got up, all the students also heard the sound and moved. Everyone filed out from the 8 halls, looking for the own position. After a while, they all found their own landing pods and stood by. Under the unified reminder of the wireless earphones, all participating students took out the bronzing invitation letter for identity verification, and then followed the prompts to lie down in the open silver-white landing cabin. A warm liquid like water flowed out from the connection port next to it, gradually submerging Luze's mouth and nose. But he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. After all the students have completed the basic operations, the door of the silver-white landing cabin is closed, and it gradually rises from a flat position to an upright position. Then, a light golden eggshell-shaped metal shield rose from the ground, completely enveloping the landing module. This is a safety device as well as an isolation device. From now on, except for the end of the game and being eliminated, the students who have logged in will no longer be able to communicate with the outside world. No 332 Dreamland Competition Landing Capsule. Player used, LUZE. Citizen ID, FQXS32649606011996. School, Nanfang No. 2 Middle School. Current status, God's domain scanning. Current status, scanning is over. Current status, loading the family to the main system. Current status, loading complete. Dear student LUZE, your family has been loaded, please conduct the family inspection. If there are any omissions, you can rescan and load. If you find a bug, please report it in time. Dream Fairy number 332, at your service anytime. The gentle female voice is as usual. According to the prompt, LUZE moved his mind, and then opened his eyes, and there was an empty and flat square in front of him. On the square, hundreds of slightly dull family projections lined up ready to go, including Scotchy murlocs, jackals, kobolds, black-scale mermen, and treant guards who showed their original forms, including Luo Li. They are all the family members of LUZE's domain. Except for the figure of the real Ling Mu. LUZE was already mentally prepared for this. After all, the existence of Deist Ling Mu is special, and he can't even provide incense value. It is normal not to be judged as a family member by the dream system. However, even so, everything in front of him was enough to shock him. Because except that they are in an unconscious dormant state at this time, all the family members are exactly the same as those in the God's domain, and even the equipment they wear is exactly the same. After some inspection, it was confirmed that all other family members except Deist Ling Mu had been loaded correctly, and LUZE clicked OK on the bullet box of the family inspection. Immediately, the gentle female voice sounded again. Family inspection is complete, let's move on to the introduction of the rules. This competition will be divided into two parts, the Top 32 competition and the Championship competition. Top 32 competition, all contestants are randomly matched, and each contestant will have 5 rounds of projection competitions. Those who win 5 games in a row will advance directly, and those who win the same game will have 2 additional rounds until the top 32 students are selected. Championship competition, the top 32 students will have a 1v1 knockout match for the final championship competition. Friendly reminder, the terrain of this competition is random, there is no time limit, and there are no tactical restrictions. All students can command their families to fight as they like. System broadcast, all student families have been loaded, and the first round of competition is about to begin. System broadcast, the game starts, the following random match will be made. System broadcast, the random match is successful, please select the first round of participating families within 1 minute, the number is limited to 500. Exchange competition for freshmen in high school. Name, LUZE. School, Nanfang No. 2 High School. Current record, 0 wins/0 losses. vs. Name, Guan Kun. School, No. 4 High School of Nanfang City. Current record, 0 wins/0 losses. Family selection complete. Terrain is being randomized. Family is launching. Consciousness loading. When LUZE chose the participating family members and regained consciousness again, he had already appeared above a swamp. At the same time, there was a voice of commentary that sounded familiar. Hello, audience friends, student number 332 LUZE, whom we have been following for a long time, finally started the first match. Next, he will play against the Guan Kun students of Nanfang No. 4 High School, bringing us a wonderful duel. Please let us wait and see. Chapter 34. The commentary gradually dissipated in LUZE's ears. That was another way for the official to remind him that the game had officially started. However, it is only a hint. As the figures of the families of the two parties in the swamp below gradually solidified, all sounds were completely cut off. This is to prevent the anchors from inadvertently revealing some unnecessary information during the commentary, which will affect the fairness of the competition for the students. Under the virtual god's domain in the dreamland, the swamp filled with light mist measures 3 square kilometers in length and width. Dead branches and rotten leaves sink and float on the water surface, making the sound of sinking bubbles from time to time. Occasionally, there are a few gray and short trees with crooked necks, standing still. The gray and black background looks very dilapidated and desolate. Seen from above, 2 densely packed families appeared symmetrically on the east and west sides of the swamp at the same time. On the one hand it looks neat and tidy, on the other it looks a little disorganized. In a neat line are the family members of the management group of students from the number 4 middle school, and all the swamp lizardmen lined up in a relatively neat queue. The somewhat disorganized ones are Luze's family, in a large queue, forming 3 faintly scattered parts. Among them are the Scotchy murlocs, the gnolls, and the relatively unfamiliar black-scale mermen. At a glance, it clearly gives people the feeling of a motley crew. But in fact, this is Luze's strongest combat power. Of the 500 sent troops, 100 were adult black-scale mermaids, 200 were humanitarian troops, and the remaining 200 were elite Scotchy murlocs who had been transferred. Even Luo Li was among them. Under the random matching mechanism, Luze didn't have the slightest intention to hide his clumsiness. Anyway, the students couldn't communicate with the outside world. After one game, they would face new students in the next game. They were not familiar with each other, and each time was a new round of confrontation. The disciples of the Mingkang faction must have received the order from Daezu. This is the test of Taoist ancestors for us, and it is also our care and cultivation. He paid a huge price to allow us to enter the secret realm of Taegzu and fight against unknown enemies. Here, we will not really die, we will not become old, and we can show our peak state. Let us be the sharpest knife and the strongest shield of Taoist ancestors, let the enemy know how powerful we are, and let them kneel before the majesty of Taoist ancestors. Tao Patriarch will protect his people forever. Army attack. In front of the small open space, Shaluo impassionedly carried out the pre-war mobilization. As a former priest of the Scotchy Murloc tribe and today's elder of the Mingkang faction, he has enough majesty among the family members and has rich experience in commanding battles. He is the one with the highest cultivation base except Luo Li among the people present, and also the most devout follower of Luze. Commander appointed by Luze. Compared with him, although Luo Li's cultivation base is higher, he is still slightly inferior in commanding the family to fight. However, judging from the line of faith, the two are the same. As long as they take one step forward, they can reach the highest realm of believers' saints. That requires a unique opportunity, and it will also require Luze to spend a lot of divine power to transform. Under Shaluo's command, 200 elite Scotchy murlocs walked in front, 200 soldiers in the middle, and 100 black-scale mermaids in the rear. This can effectively protect the Jackal humanitarian soldiers and avoid non-combat attrition. On the other side, Guan Kun's family members are also undergoing the same pre-war mobilization process. This is the basic skill for the gods to teach sacrifices. The third-level junior swamp lizardman war priest frantically waved the blood-red bone staff that symbolized power in his hand, aiming at the enemy at the other end. However, compared with the unparalleled trust of the fanatical family members in the virtual god's domain, Luze's opponent, Guan Kun, felt inexplicably uneasy. Originally, when the random match opponent was confirmed to be Luze, Guan Kun's joy was beyond words. As the number 1 weak chicken on the statistics table, Luze's name is well known to all the participating students, especially the students whose strength belongs to the middle and late stages like Guan Kun. He even found out through his friends in number 2 middle school the glorious deeds of Luze scoring 6 consecutive blank papers. This made him think that he had basically locked in the victory of this game. Until I saw the Luze family appearing on the battlefield. That made Guan Kun's complexion visibly pale. It was the first time he had seen a Scotchy murloc with an average height of 1.67 meters and obvious muscles. Coupled with the sophisticated weapons and equipment, he is almost catching up with his family of swamp lizardmen. Not to mention, the opponent's team also had 60 jackals who were nearly 2 meters tall and a squadron of strange family members who looked a little like Naga. No matter how you look at it, it reveals a weirdness. However, for now, he can only wait and see. So is Luze. Time passed bit by bit amid the intense attention of Luze and Guan Kun. In the sky, each other can clearly see that the families of both sides are moving towards the relatively solid center island in the center of the virtual god's domain. However, compared to the swamp lizardmen who are at home in the swamp, it is not easy for the Luze family to move forward. The ubiquitous mud is really a big obstacle for them. Boys, work harder. As long as we reach the land ahead, we can rest on the spot. Sarah said out of breath. The excellent armor made by the kobold blacksmith can provide them with good defense, but it also increases the burden on them to travel. If it weren't for the murlocs and black-scaled mermans being amphibious races, the non-combat attrition alone would be enough for them to eat a pot. Seeing them getting closer and closer to the central land. Hiss hiss. A series of black shadows with huge tails landed before them. Each of those black shadows is nearly 2 meters high, like Luze's Knoll family, with a pair of blood-red eyes, and the whole body is covered with thick green scales, and the green scales are covered with a double-layered grey rhinoceros. The leather armor, on the hands with only 3 fingers, all hold a handful of specially made weapons, including short bows, spears, and some even hold huge chains. This is the family that Guan Kun is proud of, the swamp lizardmen who have been transferred to the first-level lizardman hunter and the second-level lizardman elite hunter, each of whom is proficient in weapons such as short bows and spears. As for those swamp lizardmen holding chains, they have all been transferred to the second-level special profession chains warriors. In a head-to-head encounter, even some tier 3 occupations are no match for them. Because they landed first, the swamp lizard people had a great advantage. Those lizardmen hunters and lizardmen elite hunters holding short bows, under the command of the 3rd-tier swamp lizardman war priest, immediately formed a formation, and without hesitation, launched an attack on those Luze families who were still mired in the quagmire. Attacked. All of a sudden, a rain of arrows hit the sky. Like a storm in a storm. Chapter 35. Raise the shield. All shield-bearing warriors immediately stopped and raised their shields on the spot, ready to meet the enemy's attack. The others hid behind the shields, waited to survive the enemy's first round of arrow rain, and then listened to my command and waited for an opportunity to counterattack. When he saw long-range troops with short bows among the enemies appearing on the opposite side, Shaluo knew immediately that his side had lost the opportunity. Unobstructed views of the swamp. In the mud of unknown depth, it is impossible to charge immediately, and the range of the short spear pitcher is not enough. This means that it is bound to be beaten passively for a while. Fortunately, Shaluo had expected such a scene long ago, so he let the Scotchy murloc squadron, who had been transferred to shield warriors, walk in the front during the march. In this way, although the marching speed cannot be increased, it can organize the formation as quickly as possible in the face of a sudden attack from the front. And it is true. Under Sharo's order, the well-trained, short and hard-covered Scotchy murlocs with huge tower shields in hand stopped immediately, and quickly gathered their formation and raised their shields according to the instructions. As the guardians of the team, this is the time to play their role, and it is also the scene of the most training. The solid oak shield covered with a thick iron sheet is 1 meter wide and 1 person high, and when the two sides are put together, it instantly becomes a solid shield wall. When the rain of arrows from the swamp lizardmen hit, the shield-bearing warriors seemed to be ready for battle. Ding ding dang dang! Arrows rained down all over the sky, hitting the iron shield with a non-stop sound. The continuous sound of collisions is like a rushing reminder suddenly sounded on the battlefield. However, even if the shields of the shield warriors were shot into hedgehogs in the blink of an eye, many Scotchy Murloc shield warriors were so shaken by the huge force transmitted from the arrows that they wanted to vomit blood. No one took a step back either. From time to time, under the shield, the muffled sound of arrows piercing into the flesh, followed by the muffled hum. Those were the few arrows that the shield could not block, passing through the gaps and hitting the unlucky warriors. But that's all. Compared with the expected results that the enemy wants to achieve, such losses are almost insignificant. However, it is not Shero's style to be passively beaten all the time. In the case of sufficient cards in one's own hand, he is going to fight back. On the other side, the third-tier swamp lizardman war priest saw that the enemy was holding up a shield like a hedgehog, and the arrow rain had little effect, so he quickly issued the next battle command. Snort! Do you really think you can sit back and relax with a shield? Looking at the dozens of tall Changia warriors beside him, a cold light flashed in the blood-red eyes of the swamp lizardman war priest. Lianjia warriors are best at breaking such turtle shells. He wants to use his absolute strength to tell the Scotchy Murlocs on the opposite side that useless family members like you are only suitable to be swept into the garbage dump as captive food. You are not qualified to spread the brilliance of the gods. Warriors of the swamp lizardmen, let us smash the tortoise shells of the enemy and use their carcasses to proclaim the supreme majesty of the lizard god. Under the command of the swamp lizardman war priest, the swamp lizardman with huge iron-headed chains took the lead to move forward, followed by lizardman hunter and lizardman elite hunter holding spears. And, as a blue-gray light shot out from the staff in the hands of the swamp lizardman war priest, the shrouded lizardman warriors became lighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the first-order divine art Swift Wind, which surrounds the subject with wind elements, greatly increasing the subject's movement speed in a short period of time. It is an extremely useful magic spell in the swamp. However, this is not the end. After casting the first-order divine spell Swift Wind, immediately afterwards, another cocky yellow ray of light shot out from the staff of the swamp lizardman war priest, covering a wider area, covering almost all the lizardman warriors. This is a second-order divine spell Wind of Power, which can greatly increase the strength attribute of the subject, and lasts for 5 minutes, with almost no side effects. Moreover, the swamp lizardman war priest is still ready to use the third magic technique, the third-level fanaticism. It can greatly stimulate the potential of the subject, increase attack speed and morale, and maintain sanity. Just wait for Lianjia warrior to contact the enemy and release it immediately. The duration of 1 minute is enough to smash the enemy's inner 3 layers and outer 3 layers to pieces. But, in the swamp, it's foggy. The thick fog spread in all directions centering on the position of the Scotchy Murloc shield warriors, as if an arrow from the string quickly enveloped the swamp lizardman. Seeing this, a trace of disdain and contempt flashed in the eyes of the swamp lizardman war priest. This mist does not contain a trace of divine power fluctuations, and it has no effect except to cover up the figure. However, in front of the lizardman whose sense of smell is more sensitive than the kobold's, such self-deception is like a poor magician performing a show full of loopholes. There is no deception at all. On the contrary, it affects own line of sight. Just a clown. Under the leadership of the Changia warrior, the lizardman warriors approached step by step, even though the fog was so thick that it seemed as if water droplets were about to drip, it did not slow down their steps in the slightest. The fishy smell of the Scotchy Murlocs could be smelled 800 meters away. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. Put. Just after entering the 30-meter limit, a slightly old voice suddenly came out of the thick fog. That was Shero's order. Hearing the sound, hundreds of iron-tipped short spears and dozens of hatchets flew out of the dense fog in an instant, and even the originally thick fog was thinned out by the huge force. It turns out that this is your strategy. Hearing the pitiful screams of his compatriots one after another, the swamp lizardman war priest was calm in his heart. No mood swings at all. It is undeniable that such an unexpected short-range and long-range attack is indeed extremely powerful. In this round alone, at least dozens of lizardmen soldiers were killed or injured. But only the first round can achieve such an effect. A distance of 30 meters is already too close. If the murlocs do not want to accidentally injure friendly troops, they must immediately prepare for battle. It was too late to even organize the shield warriors to defend again. The leading Lianjia warrior had rich experience, and immediately shouted charge, and took the lead in rushing forward. Under his leadership, the lizard people following behind let out angry roars one after another. Immediately there were hundreds of hurried footsteps on the muddy swamp. But what greeted them was a series of cold ice blades. Chapter 36. The howling ice blade exudes an astonishing coldness. All the water mist along the way is condensed into crystal clear ice beads. Then drew out a series of azure blue spiritual light trails, breaking into the bodies of the blocking lizardmen one by one. What double-layered rhinoceros leather armor, what thick green scale armor, including the thick flesh. They couldn't resist the ice blades that were more than 20 centimeters long, shaped like crescent moons, and as thin as cicadas' wings. If you touch it, you will be injured or killed. The leading Lianjia warrior rushed to the front, and his tall body attracted a lot of attention. There are more than 10 ice blades aimed at him alone. As a result, more than a dozen streaks of azure aura flashed across, leaving only a pile of broken pieces of meat and broken chains, not even blood. All were frozen into broken ice and blood clots. This is the result of 10 years of hard work by the soldiers. When realm was improving slowly, under Loyal Li's teaching and instructor Shua's training, as the spears and shields of the Mingkang sect, what the Taoist soldiers did most was to brainstorm and study how to improve the power of the elementary Taoism they mastered. Finally came to a simple answer. Compress, keep compressing. From the thickness of one finger at the beginning, to the thickness of half a finger, and finally as thin as cicadas' wings, the spirit power consumption of the primary Taoism ice blade technique has never been reduced, even with the improvement of the cultivation base of Taoist soldiers. Has increased. But the volume is getting smaller and thinner. The chill that emanates is getting stronger and stronger. As a result, in the test on the training ground, within 50 meters, the ice blades issued by each Scotchy merhuman could easily pierce the double-layer iron armor carefully forged by the kobold blacksmiths. The same is true for the basic Taoism fireball technique of the Jackal soldiers. From the size of a basketball to the size of a fist in its final form, the temperature of the center of the fireball is thousands of degrees, which can easily melt the double-layer armor into molten iron. Almost reached a realm that can't be upgraded. One step further, it will be the threshold of intermediate Taoism. However, on the battlefield, Shua, the training instructor of the Taoist soldiers, looked very ugly at this time. Are you all pigs? How many times have I said that unless I say that I need to focus fire, no more than 3 people can aim at a target? As for that swamp lizardman who doesn't even reach the 3rd level, what qualifications does a team have to waste spirit power for it? Do you know that on a real battlefield, every ice blade spirit power saved may eventually save a comrade's life? Hearing this, behind Shua, a skaky murloc with big left eye and small right eye pouted speechlessly. Just now, it was obviously you who said to kill the most arrogant guy who rushed to the front first, but everyone did what you said, but it didn't get you any favors. You have finished all the words. But it didn't dare to say this in person, otherwise the instructor of dual cultivation would beat him on the spot until he vomited out his breakfast yesterday. But sometimes, people are unlucky, and they have to stuff their teeth when drinking cold water. Trachoma, don't think I can't see you because you're hiding behind me. I'm talking about your team. I know that your team is united as one, but there is no need to focus on one target every time. I have told you 3 times. When you go back, each will deduct 3 lingbei and have an extra month of training. No haggling is allowed. Hearing this, Trachoma's big left eye met his small right eye, and he was instantly dumbfounded. Sin. However, compared to the dumbfounded Trachoma, Guan Kun's eyeballs in the sky above God's domain almost stared out. What the hell? This F***ck is just an exchange competition for first-year high school freshmen. Not many people even have third-tier family members. You can get me more than 100 spellcasters. Is this still a joke? Who can bear this? Guan Kun knew very well about his ignorant family members. If everyone fought each other with real swords and guns, this group of cold-blooded swamp lizardmen would definitely be able to fight to the last, without taking a step back. But in the face of spellcasters, the existence of the spokesperson of the gods that they have always advocated, how much fighting spirit they can have in their hearts, only God knows. No, right away. Because the swamp lizardman change a warrior who rushed to the front has collapsed. Whoever saw the commander who was about to rush into the enemy formation was cut into pieces by the crescent ice blades exuding cold air, and the comrades beside him were cut to pieces by the ice blades flying out of nowhere. One piece falls in the west. Inner fears will inevitably come to mind. The distance of only 30 meters is like a path of death that no one can pass. Any swamp lizardman who stepped in would turn into a corpse, falling freely together with the ice beads condensed in the air. This moment is surrounded by the feeling of death. Very frustrating. Especially under the influence of the ice blade technique, the fog became thinner. All the swamp lizardmen could clearly see that the enemy on the opposite side had reorganized their formation, and began to move forward with the heavily armored warriors holding shields as the leader. From time to time, short spears and hand axes flew from the sky behind the shield. Where there are a little more swamp lizardmen, dozens of ice blades will fly over and slaughter them wantonly. In such an unequal battle, even the third-tier swamp lizardman war priest, who is a fanatic, could not see a glimmer of hope of victory. But it will not retreat. As a fanatic, he will die on the way to charge for the gods. Warriors of the lizard god, stabilize the formation, and stabilize the formation with me. The magic power of the enemy's mage apprentices is limited. As long as we support them a little more, we can easily smash the heads of those dirty murlocs. Persist in. SHH. 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 Before the words finished, it enjoyed the same treatment as the leader of the swamp lizardmen Lianjia warriors. There are more than 10 blue ice blades hundreds of meters away. A familiar roar can be heard faintly. Trachoma, who made your team focus on fire again? It's still a target outside the formation. Ah, is that the enemy's war sacrifice? Oh. Trachoma, very good. You are very good. You are indeed an outstanding disciple I taught. After going back, everyone will be rewarded with a lingbei, and they will be trained for another month. As soon as the words fell, the ice blade that was condensing on Trachoma's hand trembled and dissipated with a shua. Keep commanding to buckle 3 lingbei, more training. A lingbei is rewarded for meritorious service, and additional training is also given. Do more training. What kind of evil did I do every day? Chapter 37. God's Domain Outside. The live room that broadcasts LUZE matches. Looking at the background that was turning into a deep starry sky, the crowd who had been watching the game with bated breath suddenly became an uproar. Favorite healthcare, is this an official bug? This is only the first year of high school, so there are so many families of spellcasters? When did the caster turn into a Huxia cabbage? Brush and ink painting Hongchen, bug a hammer. Haven't you seen the official introduction? The technology used in this competition utilizes the broken godhead of an extinct nightmare-type medium divine power deity. Rather than thinking it's a bug, you might as well say that the organizers made it up for student LU, that's more reliable. Favorite healthcare, what the upstairs said makes sense. I want to report with my real name, and the organizer will cheat on the students. Brush and ink painting the world of mortals. Peace Elite. Wandering Rose. The live broadcast room fell silent again. Everyone suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the mind of this god friend with the idea of favorite healthcare. If people really open it up, how can they not wait until the critical moment to use it, and expose their whole cards in the first game. Isn't this pure NT? However, no one wants to talk to favorite healthcare anymore, especially brush and ink painting Hong Chen. He felt that he had paid attention to the other party's behavior before. There are also some NT tendencies. Nanfeng High School Freshman Exchange Competition. Record: the management group students of the number 4 middle school in Nanfeng City initiated a surrender. Record: student Luze from Nanfeng number 2 middle school won this competition. Record: the game is over, the student link is disconnected. Record: formatting the virtual god's domain. System notification: the next random match will take place in 3 minutes. Above the virtual god's domain, looking at the god's domain that gradually dissipated below, Luze's face was calm. Just as other students will follow him from the information registration form, he will also follow other outstanding students on the list. However, Guan Kun is not his object of attention. Therefore, he never worried about the outcome of this game from the very beginning. The only thing I care about is the performance of the Taoist soldiers. The result is beyond imagination. The Taoist soldiers proved the feasibility of his pre-designed tactics with their actual performance. Warriors with shields defend, water mist environmental interference, long-range physical attacks with short spears and hand axes, ice blade long-range Taoist strikes. Even without the need for the jackals and the black scales to take action, the enemies in the first battle collapsed under the saturated long-range strikes. The existence of Dao soldiers has given Luze a generational difference to a certain extent at this stage when students have not advanced to the second year of high school. There are generally no religious groups, and the level of family members does not exceed the third level, and it is impossible to form a large-scale caster army. Level leader. The only two flaws may be the range of hundreds of meters and the number of usages of Taoism. With the cultivation base on the second level of Qi refining for Taoist soldiers today, even with the help of the spirit-gathering patterns on their bodies, the number of times that Taoism can be used in each battle cannot exceed 4. After 4 times, most of the spirit power in the Taoist soldiers will be completely consumed, and they will be reduced to ordinary soldiers. Before the top 32 competition, because the number of participating family members was limited, the 200 Taoist soldiers might be able to play a decisive role. But when it comes to the championship competition, there is no limit to the number of participating family members. In a large-scale battle of thousands of people, Taoist soldiers can only be used as surprise soldiers at critical times to deal with the enemy's elite troops. Otherwise, the enemy's huge cannon fodder troops can exhaust the Taoist soldiers to death. After all, gnolls and Scotchy murlocs are not high-quality family members in essence. After the spirit power is exhausted, it is difficult to expect them to play a big role. System broadcast: the second round of random matching begins. System broadcast: the second round of random matching is successful. Please select the second round of participating families within 1 minute, the number is limited to 500. Second round of Nanfeng Freshman Exchange Competition. Name: Luze. School: Nanfeng No. 2 High School. Current record 1 win/0 loss. vs. Name: Yuan Yet. School: No. 1 High School of Nanfeng City. Current record 1 win/0 loss. Family selection complete. Terrain is being randomized. Family is launching. Consciousness loading. Same as the first scene. When Luze regained consciousness, he still appeared above the virtual domain of God. Correspond with the opponent on the opposite side. However, when Luze focused his gaze on the opposite figure that was also shrouded in golden light, the expression on his face became rare and dignified. Because the other party is Yuan Yet. As a student who has been ranked around 10 in the first grade of No. 1 middle school for a long time, he is one of the few objects that Luze focuses on, and he is also a rare existence on the registration form that has registered the information of the third-level family members. Race: Sword Blood Werewolf. Category: Orc. Level: the third level is lower. Occupation, none. Talent, animalization, tough skin. Specialty, hunting LV1, tearing LV1. Physique, 12. Power, 15. Agility, 11. Spirit, 9. This is the information of the third order family member Sword Blood Werewolf registered by you and yet on the registration form. Luze remembered it clearly. The four-dimensional attribute has a double-digit breakthrough in every item except spirit, and the core attribute strength has 15 points. Compared with Luze's family, the black scales, it is not much better. This is just data on paper. Luze can be sure that the actual attributes of the Sword Blood Werewolf must be much stronger than this. Just don't know how many there are. But this doubt didn't bother Luze for long. In the virtual god's domain below, as the game started, the figures of the family members gradually solidified. Luze glanced over and got the answer he wanted. 300. The number of sword blood werewolves that appeared in the field of vision reached an astonishing 300. It was 3 times the number of black-scaled mermans participating in this field, more than all his black-scaled mermans combined. In addition, the random terrain is forest. This made Luze's complexion even more ugly. What is the advantage of the caster? Luze is very clear. Face the enemy head-on, range advantage, and nowadays the enemy magic resistance is very low. But in today's forest where there is almost no open space, the two sides cannot fight head-to-head. There will be no 1 in 10 of the advantages they have. After all, with the cover of trees, the Taoism you release can be easily dodged by the enemy. On the contrary, the sword blood werewolf with hunting expertise will be strengthened to a certain extent in the forest, and his body will become more flexible. Chapter 38. Outside God's Domain, follow Luze's Anchor live broadcast room. Looking at the newly appeared families of both parties, after listening to the Anchor's personal introduction to Yuan Yat, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became lively again. Favorite healthcare? Ah. Well, it's useless to open it now. Haha. I bet on a crystallization of divine power, student Lu will lose this match. If he can win, I will immediately sponsor a divine power crystal for him, and I will do what I say. You can take screenshots as proof. Proud.jpg. Everyone doesn't know why this god friend with the ID favorite healthcare likes to target student Lu so much. But one thing he said was right. With the strength shown now, Luze's chance of winning is indeed very small. Even if he has a caster's family, the possibility of winning is at most no more than 30%. As people who have experienced it, they know very well what spellcasters are most afraid of. Complicated terrain, enemies with strong physical fitness. Once you are attacked by a melee profession, no matter how powerful your spells are, you will inevitably be slaughtered. So this time, even Pen Mo Hui Hongchen, who had been complaining about favorite healthcare before, did not reply. After all, no matter how bad the words favorite healthcare are, the facts are the facts. The light is the benefit of the tongue, and it has no effect. In this round, he temporarily has the upper hand. The camera zooms back to the arena. The sky above the virtual god's domain. Yuan Ye put his arms around his chest, looking at Luze in the distance with aloofness. Faced with this scumbag student who was matched to own, he could only lament the other party's bad luck. The 303 intermediate ranks were transferred to the rare profession Swift Warrior Sword Blood Werewolf, and the 202nd senior ranks were transferred to the ordinary werewolves of Jungle Shooter. Plus the advantage of the forest terrain. Even if the opponent he is facing this time is Yun's Hang, a talented student in the first middle school who has been pressing on him, he is still qualified to wrestle with the opponent, and he has a great chance of winning. It really took advantage of the place. Not to mention, the guy on the opposite side, the main family members are just some murlocs with less than the 3rd rank. Even if there is a squadron that looks a lot like the family of the 3rd tier race Naga. In the forest, you still have to hate defeat. Below God's domain, there are mountains and hills of different heights, and dense forests with towering trees. Shaluo looked at the big trees around that could only be hugged by several people, and the subordinates who were hidden by the tall plants, and fell into deep thought. It's not like he hasn't been to the forest before. There is a forest in Taixuan Cave. But it was the first time for him to lead his troops to fight in the forest, especially in the primeval jungle with such lush vegetation. Complicated and unfamiliar environment, very limited field of vision, and enemies who don't know where they are. This made Shaluo hesitate for a while, not knowing whether to issue an order to let everyone stand by, or to explore deeply in the dense forest. This is likely to determine the next step of the war. Seeing this, the holy maiden Luo Li, who had never shown anything special before, swam over with her tail wagging. At this time, Luo Li revealed the prototype, with special ink smeared on the tail, which looked no different from ordinary black scales. But Shaluo didn't dare to neglect in the slightest. Master Holy Maiden, do you have any advice? Looking at Luo Li who swam closer, Shaluo said respectfully. Luo Li shook her head, Shaluo Elder, I can't talk about giving advice. You are the commander-in-chief appointed by the Taoist ancestor, and you have rich combat experience. According to the usual practice, I should not have intervened in your command. But this Taixu's secret realm trial is extremely important to His Majesty Deity. The current environment is complicated and we are facing an unknown predicament. Seeing that you are hesitating for a while, I think you may need my help. Shaluo nodded solemnly, please tell me. I remember that Deity Mian once said when he taught us that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be invincible in all battles. War is fought at the right time, place, and people. On the battlefield, we must take advantage of our own as much as possible, occupy a favorable position, choose the right time, and then boost our own morale, hit the enemy's morale, and preserve our own strength. Weaken the enemy's strength. Ultimately let the balance of victory lean towards our side. Luo Li's words were very conceptual, it seemed that she was just repeating what Luze had said, nothing special. But upon hearing this, Shaluo couldn't help but his eyes brightened. I can't help feeling in my heart. It's true that the authorities are fascinated, but the bystanders are clear. Since the purpose of everything is to win. As long as you move in this direction, nothing is wrong. Then why hesitate? I was really dazzled by a moment of confusion just now. Thinking about it, Shaluo was firm and confident, looked around, and immediately issued an order, Shama, group the short spear pitchers you command in twos, send out 5 groups, investigate the situation within 500 meters around, and send another 5 groups find some vantage points to ambush, and when you find the enemy, immediately whistle and warn. Besides that, all the others immediately moved to the northwest, occupied the higher hill in sight, and built simple fortifications on the spot. Then keep the same and wait for the enemy to come. Everyone, move quickly. Quick! Quick! Shaluo Elder's voice is sonorous and powerful. Hearing this, everyone suddenly lifted their spirits. This is the role of the backbone. Under his command, several groups of short spearmen immediately went into the dense forest, while others marched in small groups to the northwest hills in an orderly manner. Everything is in order in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Luze's brows stretched out at the height of God's domain, who had an ugly expression on his face. He saw Shaluo's intentions. Such a steady style of play is really in line with the old murloc priest's usual style. However, this is also an important reason why Luze assured him of commanding the battle. Under Shaluo's current behavior, although the quality gap between the family members cannot be changed. But as long as you occupy a favorable terrain position, and then clean up the surrounding debris, give the soldiers room to display. Use your own strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Even if Yuan Ye has 300 sword blood werewolves, it is still unknown who will win the battle. After all, Yuan Ye didn't know that Luze's Taoist soldiers had the ability to cast spells from afar. If, like in the last battle, they attack at a closer distance, under a wave of unprepared blows, even if they can't smash the enemy's formation in one fell swoop, the casualties caused can still seriously damage the blood werewolf's vitality. At that time, the blood werewolves who have been seriously injured will no longer have an absolute advantage in numbers. Soldiers will fight soldiers, generals will fight generals, trump cards will fight trump cards, and the black scales will not have so much difficulty in dealing with them. After all, the racial quality of the Third Order Advanced is there. Not to mention, after more than 10 years of cultivation, the cultivation base of every black scale mermaid has reached at least the third level of chi refining, body refining level 3, and each of them has more or less mastered 1 or 2 attack Daishu, physical technique. Under the leadership of Luo Li, with the same number, Luze firmly believes that they can easily defeat any family members below the 4th rank. Chapter 39. Sand. Rustle. A series of blood-red figures ran quickly in the dense forest, stepped on the ground covered with dead branches and fallen leaves, and made a small sound like spring-eating mulberry. This is the talent instinct of the sword-blood werewolf. The pads on the soles of the feet can effectively buffer the sound caused by landing, so that whether they are chasing or hunting, they can get as close to the target as possible without being discovered. Whoa! Whoa! Suddenly, 2 short spears pierced through the air and came towards them. Shoot straight at the 2 blood werewolves running ahead. Seeing that they were about to be stabbed, they saw their figures dodge, and narrowly dodged them with a slight difference. However, don't wait for them to be happy. The ear-piercing sound of the whistle immediately spread to the ears. Then came one after another like a relay, which spread far and wide. They have been found. Seeing this, the blood werewolf shaman who was the leader let out an angry roar, and instantly changed his body shape, from the original upright state to a tall blood-silver giant wolf. It caught up with the 2 scarechy murlocs who were still running away in 2 or 3 steps, and took one bite at a time, tearing off the heads of the 2 murlocs as if pulling a toy. Then with a slap of the giant claw, the corpse was smashed into a pulp. Dark green blood flowed and gathered. The blood werewolf shaman stopped in a pool of blood and transformed back into his figure. The warriors of the blood wolf tribe, those ugly and dirty murlocs have discovered us. Don't hide your tracks anymore. Catch up and tear them apart. Take their blood and fear as the best sacrifice to the great blood wolf god. Ah! Hearing this, the blood werewolves who had hidden their figures stepped out of the shadows one by one. The miserable green eyes were full of fanaticism and bloodlust. Then Chi roared. Ah! The huge sound waves shook the surrounding vegetation and branches and leaves, and the sound resounding through the sky spread far away, showing awe-inspiring killing intent. Shaluo Elder's long-awaited army of blood werewolves. That's it, here we come. The hills in the northwest corner of the virtual domain of God. On a simple high platform built of logs. Hearing the thunderous roar from not far away, Shaluo Elder couldn't help showing a sneer of disdain. If you are in an unfamiliar jungle at this time, you will be dizzy and lost your way. Maybe many murloc warriors would be scared out of their wits by this burst of murderous roars. That is the so-called head start. But now, looking at the subordinates under the high platform who are ready to go, Shaluo hopes that the enemy will appear immediately. The psychological construction has been done in advance and the deployment has been made. The more imposing the enemies behave at this time, the more they can arouse the soldiers' desire to fight. In particular, they have prepared a unique meeting gift for each other early on. The virtual domain of the gods is 3 kilometers long and wide, and the area is not as wide as imagined. After confirming each other's positions, it took only a few minutes for the blood werewolves to arrive at the hill where Shaluo and the others were. In the shadows of the trees, the figures of blood werewolves and ordinary werewolves loomed under the branches and trees, staring at the hills ahead. There, the murloc figures were very clear. However, they did not immediately attack the hills. As hunters who have been wandering the jungle for a long time, looking at the strange silence above, they instinctively feel that something is wrong. Master Blood Fang, what should we do now? Beside the blood werewolf shaman, a scar-eyed blood werewolf who looked more majestic than him asked respectfully. Hearing this, the eyes of the blood werewolf shaman named Blood Fang flashed coldly. Blood Eye, don't worry, wait until all the ordinary boys arrive. Seeing that there are more and more ordinary werewolves with bows and arrows around them, until they stop growing, Blood Fang's cold voice came out. Blood Eye, ask a small team of purebloods to lead a squadron of ordinary people to launch a tentative attack on the murlocs on the hill. I want to see what those damn murloc trash are up to. Yes. Scarred Eyes Bloody Werewolf Bloody Eyes responded respectfully. It is very clear about the meaning of Lord Shaman. This is to use ordinary werewolves as cannon fodder to test the strength of the enemy. Judging from the sentinels deployed by the opponent earlier, there is no shortage of wise men like Lord Shaman among the murlocs. As a result, such a temptation is very necessary. Although this is likely to cause heavy casualties to ordinary people. But compared to the noble purebloods, everything is exactly what it should be. Sand. Rustle. Under the hill, a squadron of second-level high-ranking ordinary werewolves who had been transferred to Jungle Shooter, led by a team of purebred werewolves who had been transferred to Swift Warrior, groped up the hill with a short body and agitated emotions. They are grateful to the respected Lord Shaman for giving them this precious opportunity. As long as they can make contributions to this and obtain the qualifications to perform the ceremony, they can become noble existences among the clansmen just like those blood-red figures in front of them. It's really hard to come by. Above the hills, behind the shadows of trees and trees. Looking at the ugly werewolves below, Cheyenne, the leader of the Taoist squad with big left eyes and small right eyes, leaned into the ear of the chief instructor of the Taoist soldiers, Shua, and whispered, "Instructor, do you want to do it? This time, we promise to follow your command and fight wherever you point, within 100 meters, without missing a single one." Hearing this, Shua glanced at Trachoma angrily. "Didn't you hear what Shero Elder said before? Follow the military orders. Without his order, even if those wolf cubs touch your eyes, they are not allowed to release a single Taoism. Later, throw the short spear on the right spot for me." Hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed across Trachoma's face, but the two eyeballs rolled around, and in the blink of an eye, they slapped their chests firmly. "Don't worry, instructor. I promise to act in accordance with military orders. In the future, I will definitely look more like a short spear shooter than those short spear shooters. In the whole Ming King faction, who doesn't know that my sharpshooter Trachoma has the best accuracy? That's the best." Shua looked down and replied indifferently. Then, Shaluo Elder's sonorous and powerful order came from above. "All Lancers, take aim and get ready. Cast." Hearing the order, apart from the shield-bearing warriors, the remaining 4 centurions immediately followed the arranged order. "Start throwing in turn. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, 4 waves." Intensive swoosh sounds gradually sounded. Puff! Puff! Immediately below came the sound of spears and axes breaking into flesh. And the terrific screams. Regardless of the plight of the clansmen, the surviving werewolf shooters took advantage of the gap to quickly launch a counterattack. A sparse rain of arrows hit. However, limited by the terrain and field of vision, even if the shield-wielding warriors did not raise their shields, very few Scotchy murlocs were shot. Compared with ordinary werewolf shooters with dozens of casualties. In the first round of trials, the werewolf's defeat was obvious. 5 more teams. But this time let them take cover according to the terrain and put some pressure on the murlocs. I want to see what that group of rubbish smelling all over their bodies are relying on to dare to wait for us here without hiding. If there are only so few things right now, hum. The blood werewolf shaman let out a cold snort full of chills. They will understand, what is a drop of blood, 100 people pay. Chapter 40. Seeing that under the hill, several small groups of ordinary werewolves with black longbows were carefully pressing up, Shailuo's eyes froze. The commander on the opposite side is really careful. It's all up to this level and still testing. Overwhelming 1/3 of the dependent troops, aren't you afraid of stealing chickens and backlashing a handful of rice? Or is there another conspiracy? However, no matter what the other party plans, Shailuo has decided to respond to all changes with the same. As long as the enemy's main force does not appear, he will resolutely prevent the Taoist soldiers from taking action. If you want to complete the planned deployment, at this time, it depends on whose patience is better. On both sides of the hill, scattered arrows and sharp spears came and went, one after another. The surrounding trees and land were full of arrows and short spears. Many dead bodies lying under the trees, as well as seriously injured people lingering on their last legs. Blood stained the ground red. However, after a few rounds, with the consumption of the short spears, the long-range firepower of the murlocs could not help but weaken. Coupled with the fact that short spears are not as accurate as bows and arrows, even with the advantage of terrain and numbers, the murlocs still suffered a lot more casualties. And under the ubiquitous and tricky attacks of werewolf shooters, several outer small gentle slope positions were lost one after another. It was even pushed to the main slope where the large troops were located. However, the main slope has a higher slope and a larger area, and there are shield warriors defending it. It is almost impossible to push forward only with the insignificant scattering of werewolf shooters. However, even so, the morale of the werewolves was still greatly improved. With only 150 numbers, they can suppress 500 enemies to attack, which has greatly proved their strength. It also proves that the enemy is strong outside but capable in the middle. Seeing this, the tall blood werewolf shaman Blood Fang, who had been observing the battle ahead, felt more and more disdain for the murlocs. It can see that the retreat of the murlocs is not a feint. It really can't stand the pressure of werewolf shooters. After all, jungle scattering is the strength of the werewolves who have changed their profession to jungle shooter. Under the firepower of ordinary werewolf shooters, if they can't quickly close the distance, even noble pure-blooded werewolves will have to back away. This is why it allows werewolf shooters to come forward and try, and feints can sometimes become main attacks. But now, Blood Fang is ready to launch a real main attack. It no longer wants to waste time with these trash murlocs. It wants to lead the elite pure-blood werewolves to tear all the murlocs in front of them to pieces in one fell swoop. Blood Eye, you lead a squadron of elite men and 5 squadrons of ordinary men to attack from another direction. The remaining sons and I will advance from the front. Let's fight on both sides, and make a quick decision. Don't waste any more time. Yes, my lord shaman. The movements of the blood werewolves could not be hidden from the condescending Shailuo. Seeing that the enemy's main force finally moved, a faint smile appeared on Shailuo's face. The flower of hope is finally about to bear fruit of victory. With a flick of his finger, the Taoist soldiers who had thrown their short spears immediately went to the designated position under the cover of the shield-bearing warriors. From their line of sight, there are more than a dozen almost hollow, broad trees standing in front of them. As long as the last straw is pressed, they will collapse forward. This is the gift they prepared for the werewolves. Prelude to the tree. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Trachoma's eyes were eager, watching the enemies with bloody fur below step into the designated area little by little. Just a little more, and an attack can be launched. The spirit power condensed in his hand was already full and was about to escape. Preparation. Put. Chapter 41. The battle has been heated from the very beginning. Get ready, let it go. Kill. The shouts of killing soaring to the sky sounded simultaneously in several directions above and below the mausoleum. Boom. Dozens of werewolves led by them had just rushed into the 100-meter range of the main slope, and saw a dozen or so towering trees in front of them, like light clouds, with a flash of blue light, like light clouds. It blows and collapses with the wind. The canopies covering tens to hundreds of square meters are like cattail fans that have been magnified thousands of times, densely crossing each other and covering nearly 1,000 square meters of land in front of the main slope. Everything is just as well designed. The trunk and thick branches of the collapsed tree looked light, but the weight was astonishing. Many blood werewolves and ordinary werewolves who entered the coverage area couldn't dodge, and were directly crushed into lumps of blood mud. Even those affected by ordinary branches will inevitably vomit blood and fly a long way, or directly lose a certain part of their body. For a while, the scene was like a major natural disaster. However, this sudden small blow did not lower the morale of the blood werewolves, but made them even more angry. Following the roar of the blood werewolf shaman Blood Fang, who was the leader, he turned into a huge blood silver wolf beast. The roars of the beasts followed one after another in an instant, and the rest of the blood werewolves began to turn into beasts one after another. Beast transformation: Strength +4, Dexterity +5, Constitution +4, obtain beast skin, physical resistance and magic resistance increased by 30% each. This ace talent skill that blood werewolves are proud of can not only greatly improve various attributes, obtain a beast body, but also maintain sanity, and there is no time limit. With this skill, they have come back countless times when the enemy thought they had the chance to win. After all, in terms of physiological structure, beasts are completely different from ordinary half-orcs. Not to mention that after the blood werewolf transforms into a blood wolf beast, its vitality will also increase greatly. They jumped among the fallen branches, ignoring the pleas of the injured tribesmen for help. A few cruel people even make them shut up. In a tribe that admires the strong, the losers will never have pity and sympathy. The blood wolf transformed into a blood werewolf is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the obstacles of the collapsed trees and rushed halfway up the main slope. The straight line distance from the elite Skaki Murloc shield warriors at the top of the slope was only a few tens of meters away. At this distance, they only need a few jumps to pass, and they can break into the enemy formation after a few seconds. However, Shaluo Elder, who has always been hospitality, since he agreed to prepare a big gift for the guests, how could he be anticlimactic? Seeing that the enemy was getting closer, Shaluo on the high platform pressed down with his left hand, and the tower shields erected by the shield warriors immediately lay down horizontally, revealing the jackal soldiers behind them. Get a special flame barbecue. SHH. 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 The orange fireball with a gorgeous tail flame quickly smashed towards the nearest blood wolf. But unexpectedly, they didn't mean to dodge, but went straight to meet them. Of course, it's not that the blood werewolves lost their minds after turning into blood wolves. But in their eyes, a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball is really not worth wasting time dodging. After all, according to the ranks of conventional spells, a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball will only be able to be called a first-order elementary spell. And they have beast skins, which can resist any spells below the third level. Although they may wonder why there are so many gnolls who can release fireballs among the murlocs, they still won't to put them in one's eyes. Just tear it up together. This made the jackal soldiers very happy. Although there is only one word difference between Taoism and magic, they represent two completely different powers. In Taoism, fireball, also known as fire curse, is a primary Taoism that uses the power of fire to attack. The lower limit may be the same as the fireball spell, the weak ones can only be ignited, but the upper limit is very different, and the size of the power never depends on the size, but on the nature of the flame used. As a result, the blood werewolves suffered a big loss from a wave of empiricism. The thousands of degrees of high temperature of the low-level Taoist fireball technique released by the wolves made the place where the subject was hit instantly filled with the smell of charred roast meat, and quickly ignited the thick blood-red hair all over his body, turning him from the blood wolf beast. Become a fire wolf. Chapter 42. Seeing this, the blood werewolf shaman's blood teeth were about to crack. It didn't expect that, being cautious, it still underestimated those damned murlocs. What's even more damning is that the opponent has such a large number of caster troops in their hands, and they didn't even make a move until now. And the strange fireball technique released, even the resistance of the animalized skin after transforming into a blood wolf beast can't resist it. With just this one move, he lost nearly 4 teams of pure-blooded people. Unbearable. It stopped immediately. He opened his bloody mouth and let out a rhythmic roar. This is a battle song, a skill that only shamans can master. It is similar in essence to the magic of sacrifice. However, the biggest difference between war song and divine art is that war song can also be used even when Blood Fang transforms. And compared with divine spells, the covering range is wider. However, the consumption is relatively larger. The song it is singing at this time is called War Song of Gale Wind, which belongs to the second-level battle song. It can summon a blue wind element to surround the subject's body, increase the movement speed by 40%, and weaken the long-range physical attack to a certain extent. Using it at this time, although it cannot weaken the power of the fireball technique, it can make the blood werewolves more agile. Coupled with the excellent flexibility of the blood werewolves, this made the second round of fireball attacks by the Jackal soldiers barely achieve any results. And in just a few seconds, the distance between the blood werewolves and the elite Scotchy Murloc shield fighters was reduced to within 50 meters. If you go one step further, you will be able to rush into the Murloc formation. Soon after a song was over, Blood Fang felt a little tired. However, it didn't stop singing. Instead it continued to chant another war song without stopping. Compared with the previous war song of Gale Wind, the rhythm of this battle song is more rapid and the tone is higher. This is the third-order battle song Blood Boiling. It can moderately shock the blood of the subject through the power of singing, improve their morale, attack speed, and fighting spirit, and at the same time exert a continuous effect of bloodthirsty that lasts for 5 minutes. Bloodthirsty, the more severely injured the subject is, the crazier the fighting spirit will be, until the effect of death or war song ends. These two battle songs are Blood Fang's bottom line as the new shaman. In order to bring this battle to a quick end, he spared no expense in chanting continuously with a huge amount of blood chi energy. After the second battle song Blood Boiling was sung, Swaya's whole body looked a little older at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the blood werewolves affected within the scope of the war song seemed to be injected with a source of infinite power. Surrounded by the green and red elements on his body, not only did his movement speed increase greatly, but the blood vessels on his body boiled to the point where his veins burst out. The eyes, which were originally miserable green with red, were bloody. Kill. 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 All that comes to mind is a strong fighting spirit. But, I don't know when. Around, it's foggy again. In the live broadcast room outside God's domain, everyone who was watching the live broadcast felt a strange feeling in their hearts. Why does it feel like I have seen this scene not long ago? An unbelievable idea popped up in Wang Wang's favorite healthcare unconsciously. Will Yuan Yat, whose main force is the blood werewolves of the third-tier family, lose to Luze? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He shook off the unrealistic thought in his mind. The animalized blood werewolves are different from the swamp lizardmen in the previous game. They can escape the extremely fast fireball. Presumably, he should be able to avoid the ice blade technique that is not much faster. No, why should I add bar? I can definitely escape. Favorite healthcare. I keep firming this idea in my mind, wanting to brainwash myself, as if this can affect the final trend of the game. But what favorite healthcare didn't know was that in the depths of the thick water mist, Luo Li, who had always been miraculous, shot. Luo Li, who is on the 8th level of Qi refining, is roughly equivalent to an 8th level professional in the professional level established by the main world in terms of practicing realm. What does this mean? It means that generally speaking, if there is no attack from a god or an opponent of similar level, she alone can determine the final trend of a battle with hundreds of people. Of course, this does not mean that she can kill hundreds of people by herself. Before entering the legendary rank, if one is not careful, even a professional with a strength of rank 9 may be beaten to death by a low-level professional. Luo Li is no exception. Unless she enters the realm of refining Qi and returning God, equivalent to the legendary tier in the overworld occupation tier. However, even if she hadn't entered the realm of refining Qi and returning God, she would still play a huge role in this battle with only a few hundred people. If it was the same as the previous battle, even if the Scotchy murlocs attacked suddenly, the cold ice blades would not be able to hit the blood werewolves, or even if they hit, it would be difficult to further expand the results of the battle. Because under the influence of the two battle songs of the Blood Werewolf Shaman Blood Fang War Song of the Wind and Blood Boiling, the Scotchy's merman would probably be rushed in before releasing the second round of Ice Blade. The Blood Werewolves slaughtered wantonly, and they could not escape death in the end. But now, Luo Li only released 2 auxiliary middle-level Taoism, and the situation is very different. Mist Art, Intermediate Dao Art, reduce the perception of enemies entering the fog range, causing them to lose their way. Slowness Art, Intermediate Dao Art, freeze the enemy's body with cold breath, making it slow and difficult to move forward. Because the 2 Taoism techniques were released by Luo Li, the cold breath brought by chilling technique will not directly freeze the water mist in the air, but will make the water mist in the air even colder and biting. So, when the blood werewolves rushed into the fog, suddenly, I found that my nose seemed to be out of order, and my sense of direction began to get lost. Moreover, the sudden drop in temperature caused their body temperature to plummet, and the icy cold mist attached to the air seemed to be a gangrene, penetrating the deep chill into their bone marrow. In just a few seconds, they were completely cold. Struggle. The originally boiling blood and crazy killing intent also condensed in an instant. Chapter 43. Outside the fog, the exhausted Blood Fang was one step behind. Watching the own boys rushing aggressively into the sudden fog, and then no sound. The thick mist is like a monster that chooses to eat people, no matter what goes in, it turns into nothingness. Not even the sound. As for the enemies that originally existed there, they were even missing at this time. This was beyond Xue Fang's cognition, and made him feel a bad premonition in his heart. However, the trust in the tribe made it choose not to act rashly. Now that the deployment has been made, all it can do, exhausted, is wait and see. In this way, maybe I can recover more energy earlier and continue singing a song when needed. Thinking about it, it bent its eyes to the other side. A few hundred meters away, in the other direction, where the fog did not spread, the screams of killing continued. In the sight of Blood Fang, the ordinary werewolves led by Swayan and the branch troops composed of blood werewolves have officially handed over the enemy. Their enemies are eccentric familia that look a lot like the Naga. The leader was a majestic warrior holding a broad sword, and he found Blood Eye as soon as he fought. Let Swayan find no flaws for a while, so he can only keep dodging. At least a third-tier intermediate professional. Xue Fang reckoned in his heart. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Blood Eyes in the tribe, who are second only to own, to be so passive. However, Blood Fang is not worried about the safety of Blood Eye. It knew that Swayan held several cards in his hand, and what he was best at was to fight protracted battles, exhausting the enemy's physical strength, and defeating them with one blow. Didn't get into its rhythm at this time. However, as soon as this thought arose, Blood Fang saw that the sword-wielding warrior who was fighting against Blood Eye suddenly had a flash of azure blue aura, and then he rushed to Blood Eye's side with lightning speed, raised his palm with the broad giant sword, cut off the huge head of the Blood Eye with one blow. Blood Fang could even see the disbelief in Blood Eye's eyes, until his head fell to the ground, and his eyes froze unwillingly. At the same time, the other enemies did the same. After finding a blood werewolf, they used the same method to chop off the head of the blood werewolf who was fighting. The blood werewolves of the third-tier intermediate level have no power to fight back in their hands. Panic, the whole brain is filled with blood teeth. Its uneasy heart, since the beginning of this battle, has raised an emotion called fear for the first time. At the same time, it is also mixed with deep regret. If it had known this earlier, it wouldn't have said anything so reckless. Breaking it up into parts and harassing it constantly was the correct way to play. But now, it's too late. Accompanied by dozens of azure blue ice blades flying, Xuefang found his own head and flew into the air inexplicably. Only a faint sound was heard, "Instructor, we have killed the enemy's commander again." Then completely lost consciousness. In the sky above the virtual god's domain, amidst Yuan Yi's astonished expression, the virtual god's domain gradually dissipated. He didn't figure out what happened until the end of the game and he was judged to be a loser. The people who had been watching the game in the live broadcast room outside God's domain also looked confused. Fog, a short battle, dozens of flying ice blades, and the battle is over. You are so strong on horseback, why did you play so conservatively at the beginning? What about being funny? Of course, Luze couldn't answer this question either. Although he had high hopes for the black-scale mermans, he never expected that they would be so thunderous when they shot, which not only shocked everyone else, but also shocked himself. Fortunately, before the game, he had also told Shalukian that the enemy was very powerful, so he must fight steadily and be careful. The script is completely different. Nanfeng City Stadium, a conference hall shining brightly between reality and reality. In the conference hall, sitting one by one were full of divine light, exuding a powerful and coercive figure. If Luze were here, he would definitely recognize the blue figure with a crystal embedded in his forehead, which is Dongwan, the head teacher of On. However, she was sitting in the last row near the corner. Every figure sitting beside her exuded a coercion no less than hers. The figures with independent seats sitting in the first 3 rows, the space beside them was slightly distorted, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. At this time, huge screens were placed in front of everyone. Among them, a new message was refreshed on the lower left screen recording the game situation. Record of the second match, number 23 Nanfeng number 1 Middle School Yuanye versus number 332 Nanfeng number 2 Middle School Luze. Battle result, number 332 Nanfeng number 2 Luze wins. Seeing this news, the red figure second from the left in the first row turned around and rushed to the cocky figure in the back row with doubts on his face. "Old Fang, that Yuanye seems to be an elite seed player from the number 1 middle school you contacted. How could you lose to a little-known number 2 middle school Luze? This makes me very suspicious of your office's work attitude. Even the information on the initial registration form should not be so different." Hearing this, the cocky figure looked embarrassed, and replied, "Don't worry, Director Wang, I will go and find out right away." Guaranteed to follow the instructions of the superiors, not to miss a capable student, and select outstanding talents for the Federation. Director Wang nodded, turned around and didn't reply. Seeing this, Lao Fang's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Then, the conference hall returned to its previous quiet state in the blink of an eye. However, many people, intentionally or unintentionally, wrote down the name Luze. To be able to defeat an elite student from number 1 middle school, this student is absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 44. Luze won 2 games in a row, easily beheading Yuanye, an elite student from the number 1 middle school, fully proving his own strength with practical actions. Seeing this, the second match ended, and the live broadcast room outside God's domain who had been watching him exploded. However, unlike the previous praises and criticisms, although the discussions in today's live broadcast room are still intense, the direction of the wind has changed greatly. No matter what everyone discussed, they all fully recognized Luze's strength. As for favorite healthcare, it even received sponsorship from 3 divine power crystals in the live broadcast room. Favorite healthcare, I have long seen that student Lu is very good, and it seems that my reverse prediction skills have improved again. Congratulations to myself, 666. Peace Elite, can you still show some face upstairs? Wandering Rose, +1. Painting the world of mortals with pen and ink, big health brother, I admire you. With your shameless skin, the plain barriers of the main world are probably not as thick as it. I'm curious, how did you manage to be so brazen? Favorite healthcare, what's the point, without it, practice your ears more. When will you be taken away in public by the Federal Security Bureau from the Crimson Paradise 13 times in a row due to prostitution issues, and you will be out of school? Peace Elite. Wandering Rose. Pen and ink return to the world of mortals. Seeing the reply of favorite healthcare, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked, even more shocked than seeing Luze easily solve Yuan yet. That is the Crimson Paradise Plain. Man's sacred land. The place with the most followers of the goddess of pleasure. In that kind of place, if you can't afford the money, forget it, and 13 times in a row. How thick skin and face is this? Compared with this, favorite healthcare's performance in the live broadcast room is really a child's play. Maybe he was watching the live broadcast in the detention center of the Federal Security Service at this time. In the dream arena, Luze returns to the original space. It hadn't waited for him to come out of the aftertaste of the last game. System notification, the next random match is in progress. System broadcast, the third round of random matching is successful. System broadcast, students are asked to choose the third round of participating families within 1 minute, the number is limited to 500. The third round of Nanfan Freshman Exchange Competition. Name, Luze. School, Nanfang No. 2 High School. Current record 2 wins/0 losses. vs. Name, Lin Qian. School, Nanfang No. 2 High School. Current record 1 win/1 loss. Both families are choosing. Family selection complete. Terrain is being randomized. Family is launching. Consciousness loading. With the emergence of the new virtual domain of the gods, the families of both sides have solidified. Luze saw it, and had fun. It really is an old acquaintance of own, that Lin Qian who has a family of frogmen. Compared with the last trial match, her current strength has been significantly enhanced. Among the 500 participating families, the number of the most elite sea lizard knights reached a squadron. Among the remaining 400 families, there are 2 squadrons of first-level frogmen shallow sea warriors and 2 squadrons of second-level frogmen elite shallow sea warriors. Obviously, after the trial match with Luze, she also put a lot of effort into cultivating the family members after returning. It's just that I don't know whether to say she is lucky or unlucky. She actually let her meet Luze again in the official competition, and it was Luze whose strength had improved qualitatively compared to the last time. In addition, the random terrain is desert. It seems that the winning rate is slim everywhere. However, Lin Qian's character can be seen from the last trial match. She is obviously the kind who doesn't hit the south wall and doesn't look back. Even though she knew that her opponent was an old acquaintance Luze, and she had a slim chance of winning against him who had a third-tier family, she had no intention of giving up this match. With her strength greatly increased, she still wants to give it a go. However, reality is sometimes crueler than imagined. Because it was a desert terrain randomly, the scorching high temperature scorched the endless land. Not long after landing, her frogman warriors were visibly depressed. The sea lizard under the sea lizard knight, because of its larger exposed area, loses water faster, and even lay on the ground without moving a few steps. No matter how the knights on it drive it, it won't work. The morale of the whole team is low. As for Luze's family, although they are mainly amphibious races such as Scotchy murlocs and black-scale mermen, which are seriously affected by the desert terrain, the tide-calling talent of the mermen and the water mist of the Scotchy murlocs art, but it can bring them some hard-won water vapor in the desert. Casting it from time to time, even if it can't restore them to full energy, can still ensure their basic needs. Let them be in much better condition than the frogmen. However, this is not a long-term solution. If they stay in the desert environment for a long time, under the continuous high temperature, as a hydrophilic amphibious race, even if they try to remedy it, they will still die in the end. This is the power of nature. However, Lin Kyunkin's frogman family couldn't bear it before the black-scale merman and the scarchy murlocs could reach that point. By the time Cheryl led his exhausted subordinates to find the frogmen, they were already dying, and the non-combat loss of personnel was serious. Therefore, in this game, LUZE won another easy victory with almost no effort. It can be called the welfare bureau that sends warmth to the community. Chapter 45. Fourth round of Nanfeng High School Freshman Exchange Competition. Name, LUZE. School, Nanfeng No. 2 High School. Current record, 3 wins/0 losses. vs. Name, Yunyu. School, Nanfeng No. 2 High School. Current record, 2 wins/1 loss. Both families are choosing. Family selection complete. Terrain is being randomized. Family is launching. Consciousness loading. LUZE didn't expect that as soon as the third round of the welfare competition ended, the fourth round of matchmaking would start again. What's more, the one who was matched turned out to be Yunyu, an acquaintance of On and a classmate. Although they were not students of the same class before, as classmates, and Yunyu was always the top 3 in the class, compared to Yunyu's contempt for LUZE, LUZE knew a little bit about Yunyu. Knowing that his family is a rare goblin, and it seems to be equipped with some kind of rare special occupation, the strength is extremely unusual. Even Dongwan, the class teacher, praised him many times in public, saying that his family members were trained well and had spent a lot of energy. If they continue to be trained, they will have great potential. But now they are rivals. For LUZE, these are not good news. Yunyu was so strong before, in case he has advanced the family to the third level now, and quietly hides the strength on the registration form like himself, and the family has loaded special and rare occupations. Even with the strength of the black-scale mermaids and Taoist soldiers, what is the final result of this battle? LUZE still has to put a question mark. After all, in this 5 consecutive rounds of random matches, before the battle officially started, no one knew the strength of the opponent. There are too many variables. Just like LUZE, if anyone uses the information on his initial registration form as a reference to deal with him, he will definitely suffer a big loss. However, as the game progressed to the 4th round, there were very few such people. In addition to referring to the information on the registration form, what everyone pays attention to most now is the number of victories in the game. For example, at this time, Yunyu found out that LUZE's record is 3 consecutive victories. Even if he dismissed him before, now he can't help but pay attention to it. He didn't think that LUZE's 3-match winning streak was pure luck. Because just looking at the information on the registration form, LUZE belongs to the weakest group of people. According to the information on paper, he should be unable to beat anyone. But now, he has won 3 games in a row, and he looks stronger than him, but he only has 2 wins and 1 loss. Judging from this record alone, a lot of things have been revealed. After all, being able to win represents a kind of strength in itself. However, no matter what you pay attention to, Yunyu doesn't think he will lose to LUZE in this game. If it wasn't for the bad luck in the last match, there was a problem with the matching terrain, and the opponent was Gu Jianfeng, who was the top 3 in the No. 1 middle school, who was on the same level as his sister Yun's Hang. I should also be 3 victories now. In this kind of random matching game, it has to be said that sometimes luck really matters. But now, Yunyu felt that it was time for him to come to Jitai. As long as he wins this game and strives to win the next game, even if he loses one game, he should be sure to enter the top 32. After all, except for those guys with powerful third-tier races, no one can guarantee that they can maintain a complete victory. The new virtual god domain gradually appeared, and the figures of the families of both sides began to solidify. Looking at the matched terrain, Luze felt that he won the last game too easily, and the system specially increased the difficulty for himself. Temas even once again matched to the desert terrain. However, this time, the better thing is that there is an oasis in the center of God's domain that covers an area of about 1 square kilometer, and a sparkling lake occupies more than half of the oasis. Otherwise, if it is still the same as the previous game, Luze feels that even the own family doesn't need to fight, the opponent can consume him to death, and finally ends up in Lin Kyunkin's end. After all, compared to the water-loving amphibious races such as the black-scale merman and the Scotchy murloc, Yunyu's family goblins are much more adaptable to the arid environment. The endless desert, the scorching heat, the sand that burns your feet, everything makes the oasis in the center of God's domain look extremely conspicuous. Therefore, as soon as the battle started, the families of both sides all focused their sights on the central oasis. The commanders of both sides, who have rich battles, understand that no matter which side occupies the oasis and blocks the other side from the oasis, it means that they have already won half of the battle. In particular, when Yunyu's family commander, Chief Goblin, saw that the enemies on the opposite side were some amphibious race of Scotchy murlocs and naga-like black scales, which made them occupy the oasis at any cost. Even more determined. If you go out, you must go, and if you attack, you must defend. This simple principle of the art of war is known to every qualified commander. This made this battle into a white-hot state from the beginning of the rush. Both sides want to take the first step into the oasis and seize the opportunity. The importance of mobility is undoubtedly revealed at this time. The first ones to enter the oasis were the Black Merman from Luze's squadron. With agility as high as 18 points, they are the number one in the field, wagging their tails, drawing arcs, and swimming quickly on the sand. When they entered the oasis, even if the goblin warriors on the opposite side were running like smoke, they were still at least 300 meters away from the oasis. It's just that, in comparison, the Scotchy murlocs are farther away. At this time, they had only run half the distance with their short legs, and they were still 600 meters away from the black scale sharks in the oasis. The jackal soldiers ran a little faster, but they still had a distance of 400 meters. Seeing the goblin warriors wearing leather armor and holding huge two-handed axes getting closer and closer to him, own follow-up troops were still procrastinating, and a multiple-choice question appeared in front of Shaluo Elder. Is the top in front to prevent the enemy from entering the oasis? Or should we retreat into the lake and wait for the follow-up troops to avoid the edge? Shaluo Elder did not hesitate, and immediately gave the best answer with practical actions. Everyone retreats to the lake first, takes advantage of the geographical advantage, and waits for the arrival of other tribes. Being amphibious, in terrain with water, is the biggest advantage of the black-scale mermaids over the goblins. However, as soon as he entered the water, Shaluo Elder felt a bad feeling in his heart. Because the lake near the shore has only a shallow layer, even if it swims quickly to the center of the lake, it is only 1 meter deep. The water of the lake is no longer an insurmountable obstacle for the enemy. This is bad. Chapter 46. The Sky Above the Virtual God's Domain. Yunyu, who had been paying attention to the battle in God's domain, glanced lightly at Luze who was not far away, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. It seems that luck is really on my side. Originally, seeing that there was a lake in the oasis in the center of God's domain, he was a little worried. What if Luze's amphibious family entered the lake first? Although the goblin berserkers of the own family are powerful in combat on land, they are very difficult to survive in water. Even if they are not stupid enough to enter the water to fight the enemy, if the lake is too deep, they will not be able to deal with the enemy for a while, not to mention wasting time, and adding variables. But now, that worry is over. However, the 1 meter deep lake couldn't even submerge the waists of the goblin berserkers who had been strengthened for several rounds and were more than 2 meters tall. As long as they can stand firmly on the ground, without the advantage of the lake water, these dark green leather guys with tamped muscles, long pointed ears, hooked noses and golden fish eyes will show the enemy the fine steel axes in their hands. Power. In terms of melee ability, they are not much better than the third-tier family members. What's more, the number is 500. On the other hand, when encountering an unexpected situation, Shaluo was not overly panicked. Compared with head-to-head encounters with the enemy on land, even if the lake is shallow, it can provide them with a lot of help. So, there was nothing wrong with the decision to go into the lake. That being the case, what it has to do now is to consider how to withstand the enemy's upcoming attack and wait for the arrival of other subordinates. Judging from the enemy's attire, Shaluo could easily tell that the opponent's job-changing class belonged to the assault fighter type, and the strength attribute was not weak. Fine leather armor, two-handed axes, and each of them had a few one-handed axes hanging on their waists like the jackal human soldiers. It is foreseeable that there will be several rounds of hand axe throwing at the beginning of the opponent's engagement. If you don't take countermeasures to deal with the sharp axe blade that is radiating cold light, even if the black-scaled mermaids have several layers of defense, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not be killed by armor piercing. Therefore, Shaluo is going to let the black-scale sharks deal with it with all their strength. Shaluo would not make such low-level mistakes that he had the whole cards but had to hide his clumsiness, which eventually led to the defeat of the battle. Yes, after 3 games, even if they met the third-tier blood werewolf in the second round, under Shaluo's superb commanding skills, the black-scale mermaids did not use their full strength. When fighting against the blood werewolves led by Swayan, they only relied on their excellent physical fitness and the basic body-refining combat skill cloud piercing to kill the enemies one by one. As for the cultivation base they rely on the most, they haven't revealed it at all. So, until now, except for Luze, no one knows that his black-scale mermaids also have the ability to cast spells, and they are stronger than the Taoist soldiers. The Taoist soldiers only have the cultivation base on the second level of chi refining, and after more than 10 years of cultivation, every black-scaled mermaid that has been transformed by blood has already reached the bottleneck of the early stage of chi refining, which is the peak of the third level of chi refining. Going one step further, he is about to step into the threshold of the middle stage of gas refining. And body method dual cultivation. But right now, their strength at the peak of Tier 3 is already unattainable for many students in the freshman exchange competition. Including Yun Yu, who is secretly proud of himself in the sky above the virtual god's domain at this time. 502 top level, well-equipped dark pattern goblins rushed into the central oasis one after another with chaotic steps. As the army passed by, all the low coniferous shrubs, cacti, and other plants along the way were swept away, leaving the ground in a mess. As small close relatives of orcs, violence and destruction are their nature, especially after changing to the second-tier rare profession berserker, their tempers become more irritable. If it weren't for the leading goblin chief who had a great deterrent effect on them, they might have fought each other while pushing and shoving. But at this time, under the leadership of the nearly 3-meter-tall goblin chief, they had only one goal. That is the group of ugly guys with black scales in the center of the lake ahead, making them run out of breath. Their eyes were dark red, and they were panting heavily, looking at the black scale sharks with brutal killing intent without concealing it. It seems that only killing can make them feel comfortable. In comparison, the black scale mermaids seemed calm and peaceful. Apart from solemnity, there is no other emotion on the handsome faces. The secretly aroused spiritual chi was released together with the order of the leader, Shaluo Elder. More and more goblin berserkers entered the oasis, getting closer. The black-scale mermans could even clearly see the thick pores on the ferocious face of the goblin berserkers rushing forward. Looking at their big fluffy hands holding the single-handled hatchet at their waists, the black-scale mermans held their breath and remained motionless. Near point. Come closer. Shaluo secretly calculated the distance. He was waiting for the other party to step into the lake. Shhhhhhhhh. The nearest enemy has already thrown out the sharp hand axe at his waist first. At a distance of 70 to 80 meters, the sharp hand axe arced across the sky, and most of them fell into the lake, but a small part pointed directly at the black-scale merman standing in the center of the lake. Buzz! However, before the blade of the axe smashed into the bodies of the black-scale mermans, a dark blue-black water shield with a diameter of about 60 centimeters emerged, and the blade of the axe was bounced off with the tough shield surface. This is the shark silk cloth woven by the black-scaled mermaids. Under the guidance of Shaluo, the low-grade magical item Xian Shui Dharma cloth comes with a self-protection technique that is carefully refined. It can automatically resist physical attacks and magic attacks according to the inspiration, and it is strong enough to resist the fireballs and short spears and axes thrown by the jackal human soldiers. But at present, it can only block one fireball or 3 to 5 short spear and axe attacks at most. But already extremely extraordinary. In the main world, this is an ability that can only be possessed by a magician. In the sky above the virtual god's domain, Yunyu saw the dark blue mysterious water shield floating in front of the black scale shark. It was unbelievable. He really didn't expect that Luze actually had a squadron of caster families. This is too depressing at present. No wonder he was able to win 3 games in a row. However, the spellcasters don't hide behind the warriors, but raise their swords and want to fight melee. They are really stupid. I guess they didn't expect that the lake in the center of the oasis is so shallow. It's really worth stealing a chicken and eating a handful of rice. Yunyu thought very optimistically. Right now, as long as own goblin berserkers rush over, no matter who you caster or not, they will all be chopped into a ball of meat. That scene, just thinking about it makes people feel happy. And the live broadcast room outside God's domain. Favorite healthcare, is there anyone who pinches me? Is this really the strength that a freshman in high school can possess? 200 second-tier spellcasters, and 100 third-tier spellcasters who can beat blood werewolves in close combat. Now I really believe that student Lu didn't open the cheating, because the official cheating would not dare to do so. Wandering Rose, in comparison, I'd rather believe that he's cheating. Peace Elite, +1, I can't even think about this, it's beyond the scope of a genius, it's truly a monster. Painting the world of mortals with pen and ink. Chapter 47. There were many discussions in the live broadcast room outside God's domain. It didn't affect the increasingly fierce battle in the virtual God's domain. Just as the dark blue-black water shield that appeared in front of the black-scale merman blocked the previous wave of sparse single-handled axes, the next wave, more single-handled axes followed. That was the goblin berserkers from behind catching up. Goblin berserkers full of tyranny and killing intent don't care if you are a spellcaster or not. They uphold the consistent fighting instinct. A few rounds of hand axes must be thrown before engaging the enemy. Seeing that all the thrown hatchets were blocked, their hearts became more and more manic. Gradually, there was only one thought left in his mind, tearing apart all the enemies in front of him. Led by the huge goblin chief, they charged forward fearlessly like bloodthirsty beasts. The dark green skin gradually turned dark red as the distance from the black scale merman got closer. That was a sign of impending madness. Hurrah! Noisy splashes sounded. The first goblin berserkers stepped into the lake. As they stepped in, even the water in the lake seemed to rise a lot. Seeing this, Shaluo's eyes became serious. It's time to fight back. Call the tide. It let out a low howl, and the sound reached the ears of every black-scale merman. Under its command, the black-scaled mermaids, who had already been ready to go, quickly worked out the last magic formula in unison. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Clatter. Crash. The sound of splashes became louder. The goblin berserkers didn't take it seriously, and rushed into the lake more and more like dumplings. The water splashed everywhere, and the lake gradually became choppy. But what is unexpected is that the shallow lake water slapped to the shore, but was blocked by an invisible boundary, agitated back and forth, stacked together, and a blue wave was formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wave started from the direction close to the Scotchy murlocs and surged towards the goblin berserkers. From the initial height of 1 meter, to 2 meters, to 3 meters. When they reached the center of the lake where the black-scaled mermaids were, it was already 10 meters high. And stay with it. The black-scale mermen stood proudly on top of the tide, being pushed forward by the lake water. Looking from afar. For a moment, it seemed like the water god controlling the waves. Seeing this situation, the goblin chief looked shocked, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. It has lived in the dark jungle all year round, and has never seen such a scene. Fortunately, the fighting instinct prompted it to recover quickly. Seeing that the tide was getting closer and closer, it roared loudly, its blood was surging, and its figure rose from more than 3 meters to nearly 5 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a violent little titan. This is the skill it relies on for survival, berserk. Seeing this, the other goblin berserkers followed closely behind. They were more than 2 meters tall, and after going berserk, they all broke through 3 meters, and their muscles became more compact. His eyes were red, and his mouth roared like a beast. The blue veins in their hands holding the big axe were violent, and the tense muscles couldn't wait to unleash shocking power, splitting the enemy in half. It's a pity that what they faced was not only the turbulent waves more than 10 meters high, but also an opponent whose squadron looked thin, but the actual strength was not much worse than them. Each of these opponents was wearing a dark blue mysterious water shield, and after the blue light flashed on their bodies, their speed was actually faster than the rushing waves. Before they could react, he waved his two-handed broadsword and slashed at them. Then it left huge wounds on them at an unattainable speed. When they finally reacted, a huge wave rushed towards them with majestic force and washed them away. What followed was another round of more rapid attacks from the enemy. For a moment, brown-green blood stained the adjacent lake. Chapter 48. The tide rushes forward. After the black scale sharks succeeded in one blow, they didn't stop. Go with the wave. Their agility doubled in the water, like galloping rowing boats, constantly interspersed between the gaps left by the goblin berserkers, sparking white water splashes. Faced with something that is really unavoidable in the way, they will directly slash and slash. There is only one purpose: they must use the power of the water to completely break up the formation of the goblin berserkers like cavalry rushing into formation. Among them, Shua's offensive is the most prosperous. As the instructors of the Dao soldiers, the dual cultivation of the Shua body method, both of which have reached the realm of the 3rd level peak. The best thing is to attack. From the beginning of the battle, it used its own long sword as its core, and used the elementary Taoism ice freezing technique to condense a giant ice blade more than 3 meters long. With the same basic combat technique cloud-piercing slash, ordinary black-scaled mermaids under a single strike can only leave a deep bone wound on the berserk goblin berserkers, which is seriously injured but not fatal. And it splits the target blocking the way in half with a single sword. Even the huge goblin chief, after being berserk, couldn't help but retreat more than 10 steps after a blow to it, and then watched it ride the waves in astonishment, and then walked away. However, with 100 against 500, they are still enemies like goblin berserkers who are good at melee combat. Even with the help of the waves of the lake, the melee strength of the black scale mermaids still seemed a little too reluctant. With the help of the waves of the lake water, he barely broke through the enemy's formation, and that momentum was completely consumed, turning into a gentle current flowing around, and finally seeped into the quicksand and wasted up. Moreover, it also paid the price of 3 black scale sharks. The 3 black scale mermen failed to break out of the formation of the goblin berserkers, and were surrounded by a large number of goblin berserkers. Under the siege of the goblin berserkers, the mysterious water shields that came with their robes and the mysterious water shields summoned by Taoism were difficult to sustain and were broken one after another. The defensive power of the chainmail and robes worn on the body was inevitably cut to pieces by the big axes of the goblin berserkers. Even ignoring the frenzied counterattack consumed by spirit power, he would still be unable to escape the fate of death in the end if he cut down several goblin berserkers one after another with one enemy. This was the first time that a black-scale merman died in battle. Although it is in a virtual battlefield, there will be no real death. But upon seeing this, the fierce Shua still had blood-red eyes and his canthus were about to burst. He raised the ice giant blade in his hand and wanted to charge back, but Shua Elder stopped him. Shua, don't be impulsive. The wave has dissipated, and there is no advantage in speed. Let those goblin berserkers surround you. No matter how strong you are, you will have to repeat the mistakes of the fighters. Wait a second, the trachoma are coming. Yes, after all this time, the short-legged Scotchy murlocs have finally arrived. Reached the other side of the oasis lake border. However, facing the empty lake, they didn't rush over immediately. Instead, under the command of the temporary commander Trachoma, the formation was reorganized. The warriors with shields are in front, the spear throwers are in the middle, and the Taoist soldiers are behind. Moderate, but also very secure. In this way, even if the goblin berserkers came to charge, they would be able to fight for a few rounds without being rushed away. View from above the battlefield. For a moment, the situation became that the black-scale mermaids were on the left. The goblin berserkers are in the middle, half in the dry lake, and half on the left bank of the lake. The Scotchy murlocs and gnolls are on the right bank of the lake. It looks like the goblin berserkers are surrounded. However, this is only an illusion. At this time, even after a wave of black-scale mermaids charged, there were still nearly 400 goblin berserkers on the battlefield. Under the leadership of the goblin chief, they all looked fierce. If, regardless of the black-scale mermen on the left, they charged towards the team of Scotchy murlocs and gnolls. That scene, just thinking about it makes me chill. On the battlefield, the situation seems to be trending in this direction. After the goblin chief yelled loudly in goblin, the goblin berserkers started to move. Once again there is a charge posture. The target was directed at the Scotchy murlocs and gnolls lined up neatly more than 100 meters away. Seeing this, Shaluo Elder thought inwardly, it's not good. After fighting the goblin berserkers just now, especially seeing the scene when they besieged the lone black-scale mermaid, Shaluo had a certain understanding of their combat power. If they rushed over, the troops formed mainly by the Scotchy murlocs would be absolutely irresistible, even with the Taoist troops as the main force. It is very likely that after 1 or 2 rounds of Taoism, the goblin berserkers will rush into the formation and massacre the murlocs. At that time, the battlefield situation will become more and more confusing. Shua, organize the soldiers to prepare to charge. Forming a front and back pincer attack. We must not let them rush into the opposite side so easily, they can't stop the trachoma. Shaluo ordered quickly and eagerly. Yes. Shua replied cleanly. Obviously, it also saw the movement of the enemy. It's just that none of them noticed the sinister smile hanging from the corner of Goblin Chief's mouth. The black scale sharks moved very quickly. Under Shua's organization, they quickly organized into a charge formation, with Shua as the leader, charging towards the backs of the goblin berserkers. The distance of more than 100 meters, at the speed of the black scale sharks, only takes 7 or 8 seconds at most. However, what is unexpected is that just after the black-scaled mermaids rushed halfway, the goblin berserkers, who were about to charge the Scotchy murlocs, suddenly all rushed under the command of the goblin chief. He turned around and faced the black-scale sharks. And charged at the black-scale mermaids with a more fanatical attitude than charging at the Scotchy murlocs. It's clear that Chief Goblin is targeting them from the start. But at this moment, it was too late for the black-scale mermaids to retreat. They didn't prepare in advance like the goblin berserkers. If they retreated abruptly, it might make the originally neat formation become a mess, making them unable to advance or retreat, and instead giving the enemy an opportunity. All black-scale mermen are aware of this. Seeing this, Shua roared angrily, the battle to the death will never retreat. Boys, follow me to tear up these dirty green-skinned monsters. Fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat. The black-scaled mermaids fought with awe-inspiring spirit, and their speed was raised again and again. Two trends, one black and one green, collided heavily. Chapter 49. However, from a high altitude, it can be seen that although the black tide with the dark blue mysterious water shield is thin, it is obviously stronger. Under the first wave of contact, no one fell to the ground. On the contrary, the goblin berserkers who looked taller fell down. It is obvious that a piece is sunken inward. But as the goblin chief led the last goblin berserkers to the top, the speed of the black scale sharks fell into a state of stagnation at a speed visible to the naked eye. In particular, when the goblin chief tore off a blood-red amulet on his chest and crushed it, a blood-red ripple spread out and shook the bodies of the black scales. The originally quick movements of the black scale sharks suddenly became sluggish. That was the third-order divine magic talisman carried by the goblin chief Slowness. Slowness technique: use the power of elements to slow down the figures of all enemies within the range, reducing their attack speed and movement speed by 30–60%. The effect of the technique depends on the level of the subject. The physical fitness of the black scale sharks has only been reduced by 30%, but that is also a huge weakening. For a while, many black-scaled mermaids couldn't react in time, and were sent flying by the huge force from the axes of the goblin berserkers, and the formation suddenly became messy. On the other side, Trachoma saw the situation here, and immediately shouted, "Keep the formation! Speed up! Speed up! Holy Maiden and Elder, they need us!" Hearing the order, the pace of the shield-bearing warriors immediately sped up, stepping forward step by step in a neat rhythm. The sound of orderly footsteps resounded on the battlefield. Soon, they approached the backs of the goblin berserkers. However, being attacked from both sides did not make the goblin chief feel uneasy. Before he could give an order, the few groups of goblin berserkers at the rear automatically broke away and rushed towards the Trachoma that was rushing over. This made Trachoma instantly feel insulted. "Don't take bean buns as dry food. We have always been the main force in previous battles." So, as soon as the goblin berserkers stepped into the best attack range of 60 meters, the ice blades of the Skaki murlocs rushed in one after another. 140 Skaki merhuman soldiers were divided into two rows and attacked sequentially. Then there were fireballs from 60 jackal human soldiers. Formed a simple three-stage formula. A little closer, the short spears of the short spear throwers also threw out one after another. The shield-bearing warriors held their shields in a tight defense. Under the nearly saturated firepower, there were not one goblin berserkers who could rush to the shield warriors. Before the axe blades of the surviving goblin berserkers hit the shields of the shield warriors, the second round of ice blade attacks by the Skach merhuman soldiers followed. As a result, in a short period of time, the several teams of goblin berserkers who rushed to the battle were completely annihilated. This is the power of Dao soldiers. It was also the result of the goblin chief's underestimation of the enemy. If the firepower of the Dao soldiers cannot be suppressed at one time, under the refueling tactics, unless the spirit power of the Dao soldiers is exhausted, the goblin berserkers will die as many as they come. But at this time, Chief Goblin had no time to react. Especially when Luo Li's carefully prepared mid-level Taoism water healing technique was released and dispelled the effect of slowness technique. The pressure from the black scale mermaids increased again, and the trend of the goblin berserkers being attacked from both sides was hard to change. "Brothers, listen to my orders, and follow the usual training, all aiming at that stupid big guy who is fighting with the instructor. As long as it is down again, I can apply to the instructor to reduce the additional training. Whether the next life is happy or not, it's all here. Aim, right now, shoot." In Trachoma's distorted voice that was so excited, more than a dozen ice blades flew out with beautiful blue arcs, and the targets of the ballistic trajectory all pointed directly at the lower body of the goblin chief. Roar! Listening to the extremely angry howl, watching the ice blade that he issued cut off the vital point precisely. A large mass of black and green flesh fell down. Even if trachoma is not the person involved, I can't help but feel pain. Never do such a wicked thing again next time. However, I have to say that the effect is really excellent. Looking at Chief Goblin's distorted expression of pain, and more than a dozen ice blades slashing on Chief Goblin's legs one after another without missing a beat, Trachoma felt a burst of joy in his heart. Now, the instructor has no reason to give his team additional training. Until a familiar growl sounded in its ear, Trachoma, you boy did a good job this time. After we go back, the whole team will reward 3 spirit shells and train for another month. Hearing this, Trachoma's face was full of horror. Looking at Shawa who slashed the goblin chief head-on with the ice giant blade, only one thought flashed in his heart. Presumably, the fear in the goblin chief's heart at this time is nothing more than that, right? The sky above the virtual god's domain. In the void barrier that no one can see. 2 figures were watching the game in the god's domain below. Seeing that the battle has been decided, the cocky yellow figure put his hands behind his back and said, Xiao Ding, this Luze student is really good, let's include him in the seed list. You also know Director Wang's request. You must not miss a player with potential. If it is not necessary, don't match him with other seeded players in the next round. Although this competition is a random match, I think you still have this authority. Hearing this, the figure named Xiao Ding nodded immediately. Director Feng, don't worry, I will greet the technology staff immediately and set a special nightmare mark on him. In this way, unless you enter the championship game. Otherwise, the seed players will not be matched together. Director Feng, well, that's good. There are some things I can't talk to you about, but you have to know that these students are related to our Nanfeng City's ranking assessment in the region this year. If outstanding students are missed, the consequences are definitely not something you and I can afford. Let's do this first. When the list of the top 32 comes out, remember to send it to the conference hall as soon as possible. The leaders are waiting. After speaking, Director Feng's figure disappeared in a flash. Only Xiao Ding was left thinking about it. A city-level competition actually involves the annual ranking assessment of Nanfeng City's districts. It seems that this year's high school freshman exchange competition is not as simple as it appears on the surface. However, this is not my business. Let's run the current game first. Thinking about it, Xiao Ding immediately shot out a talisman, submerged into Luze's body, and then disappeared into this space with a flash of the same figure. He didn't even notice that the moment the talisman entered Luze's body, Luze immediately glanced here in response. Chapter 50. Nanfeng High School Freshman Exchange Competition 4th Round. Record: Student Luze from Nanfeng No. 2 Middle School won this competition. Record: the game is over, the student link is disconnected. Record: formatting the virtual god's domain. System broadcast: the next random match will take place in 3 minutes. System broadcast: the 5th round of random matching begins. System broadcast: matching in progress. System broadcast: matching in progress. System broadcast: matching in progress. Looking at the matching box that was still rotating after nearly 10 minutes of matching, Luze was speechless for a while. No matter how strong or weak the opponent is, at least give him a match. Is the 5th round of random matching so difficult? Idle like this all the time, could it be that there is a bug in the system? Luze was just about to click the inquiry button on the side. Ding! System broadcast: due to 3 consecutive rounds of matching students abstaining, there are no unmatched students in the system. You will be qualified for the 5th round of the competition, and you will win by default. Then came the familiar female voice of the system again. Congratulations to student Luze, top 32 contest won all 5 rounds of random matching matches, qualified for the championship contest, and is currently ranked 3rd. Because other students are still in the competition, please move to the student lounge to rest first. Record, the current scene is changing. Record, welcome to the student lounge, the current capacity is 2. As the surrounding scene blurred and solidified again, the sense of landing came. Luze opened his eyes, and came to a leisure space similar to a high-end coffee shop. Single sofas are scattered in the coffee shop, forming a rough circle. Exactly 32 seats. At this time, the first person in the center and the upper left person have already sat down. Thinking of the system broadcast mentioning that he is currently in the 3rd overall pick, Luze walked to the upper right position and sat down, which is the right-hand side of the first in the center. Unexpectedly, this action made the boy with ice blue long hair in the center frown. On the other hand, the boy on the upper left with handsome short hair and a look of arrogance greeted Luze politely from the air, "Gu Jianfeng, I don't know what to call my brother." Second middle school, Luze. Haha, brother Lu is so strong, he was able to get out of the hundreds of students in the main competition so quickly. Snort. However, before Gu Jianfeng could finish speaking, he heard Binglan's long hair snort coldly, interrupting Gu Jianfeng's greetings. This made Gu Jianfeng's temper that doesn't like to be fussy all the time can't help bursting into anger. "Ye Xiao Huang, what do you mean? Didn't your parents teach you not to interrupt when others are talking? It's just a temporary number 1, what are you doing with this shit? I advise you to pray that you don't meet me in the first round of the championship, or I will prevent you from making it to the top 16. You can try it." Ye Xiao Huang gave Gu Jianfeng a disdainful look, his voice full of arrogance. For this guy whose school ranking has always been behind him, he doesn't think that the other party can beat him. It was the woman Yunzhang who made him a little afraid. However, what he didn't expect was that it didn't matter if the second person who was qualified for the promotion wasn't Yunzhang, but neither was the third one. It was a guy named Luze, who had never heard of it before, and didn't know what it was about. However, this did not prevent Ye Xiao Huang from despising him. At the same time, he couldn't help but underestimate Yun Chang. In his heart, he basically regarded himself as the champion of this freshman exchange competition. As for the others, they are all gametes. Just go through the motions with yourself. Only worthy of second place. Even sitting with a guy like Luze, Ye Xiao Huang felt uncomfortable. But the rules of the game are like this, even if he can't get used to it, he can only endure it for a while. However, seeing someone whom he despises talking in front of him is so noisy. He can't take it anymore. Gu made the performance just now. I have to say that the effect of the cold field is amazing. After Ye Xiao Huang finished those words, Gu Jianfeng didn't speak again, but the eyes he looked at Ye Xiao Huang became colder and colder. For a moment, the atmosphere in the lounge was extremely suppressed. Fortunately, Luze has no feelings. After all, even Dongwan, the head teacher, warned him in front of the whole class, but he never changed his face. If he didn't even have this kind of state of mind, he would have been unable to bear the pressure, dropped out of school and said goodbye to the school as early as after the first monthly exam ended and his family suffered heavy casualties. As for the present little scene, well, if not, the cool and delicate Nigan nuts on the plate are more touching to him. I have to say, this kind of high-quality fruit, which is several thousand pounds outside, tastes really good. Luze ate very high for a while. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, the fourth student entered the lounge. However, beyond Ye Xiao Huang's expectation, Yun Shang was not his favorite. It was a girl with short hair in cool clothes. Luze. You actually entered the top 32? I thought you were eliminated long ago. Hearing this, Luze had a weird expression on his face. What do you mean by you thought I was eliminated a long time ago? Do you think that if it is useful, there is still a need for competition? Everyone just thinks, isn't everyone a champion? However, being an old acquaintance anyway, Luze didn't bother with her, but greeted her, "Student Xiaoqiange, don't just stand there, find a seat first. I guess it will take until all the top 32 students have arrived, only then will the organizers start the next round of championship competition. I don't know how long it will take." "Okay." After finishing speaking, Xiaoqiange walked quickly to the side, and with a light push with both hands, he moved a single sofa on Luze's right side to a position close to Luze. Then, like a lark, he sat aside and asked Luze about everything. It's clear she's interested in Luze making it to the championship too. However, what was rare was that even though Xiaoqiange was noisier this time than Gu Jianfeng before, Ye Shaohuang didn't intend to interrupt. It's just that the eyes looking at Xiaoqiange flickered, as if he was deeply afraid of something. Chapter 51. The arrival of the students was much faster than expected. Since Xiaoqiange entered, a new 32-strong student will be teleported to the lounge every 10 seconds. However, what is unexpected is that Yun Chang, whom Ye Shaohuang is thinking about, has never been seen. Yun Chang didn't appear until the 20th overall pick. Following her was a girl with lavender skin and dark lines. Seeing the figure of the young girl beside her, Yun Chang's eyes were full of anger. He shook his sleeves fiercely, and then sat down at a random place. On the other hand, the lavender-skinned girl looked indifferent, until Xiaoqiange's figure came into view, and her face was filled with joy. "Qiange, it's okay, this is in the top 5. It seems that you have put in a lot of effort before the competition." The girl's words were full of joy, and she squeezed into Xiaoqiange's sofa as she spoke, wrapping her arms around her neck. The large single sofa, 2 people squeezed together, does not look crowded. Seeing this, Xiaoqiange shook his head helplessly, and moved slightly to the side. Of course, it's not that she can't sit down, but that the girl's sincerity-filled chest feels too oppressive. Compared with her, Xiaoqiange's self-proclaimed well-developed body can only be regarded as a slightly raised slope. Simply not a class. "Niu, you met that guy in the 5th round." Xiaoqiange raised her eyebrows, glanced at Yun's Hang, and asked in the ear of the lavender-skinned girl. "Niu, that's right." This time, she was very angry. Looking at her eyes, she wished she could eat me up. "Xiaoqiange, I see. But, you offended her so hard this time, aren't you afraid that she will find a chance to retaliate against you later?" "Niu, I'm afraid of her? It's too early to say that now. If she can still maintain her current advantage in the college entrance examination, it's almost the same. Besides, I have long disliked her, let alone her before. To you. I know you're trying to vent your anger on me, but it's meaningless right now, and it's affecting yourself. You need to hit 7 inches to hit a snake." Xiaoqiange leaned closer to Niu, clenched her small fists tightly, with an inexplicable sternness in her tone. Okay, I get it. Don't talk about her anymore. By the way, who is that handsome guy next to you? I saw that you guys had a lively conversation just now." After finishing speaking, Niu looked at Luze beside him with unabashed eyes, and couldn't help being a little embarrassed because of Luze's thick skin. Those eyes were like watching monkeys at the zoo. "Luze is also an alumnus of our number 2 middle school. But people are hiding it. If you can get the 3rd pick from those guys from number 1 middle school, even if you can't make it to the top 3 in the final, the white-bearded members of the school board will be happy for a long time after the game." "Really?" Niu was surprised, but such an excellent student, why haven't I heard his name in school before? Hearing this, Xiaoqiange blinked her eyes, whispered to Niu's ear and said, "I'll talk to you again after the game is over, I promise to open your eyes." Hearing this, Niu looked at Luze more playfully. In the time spent chatting, the remaining vacant seats in the lounge were filled up one after another by the students. There is only one student left. With the appearance of a figure of Zhang Yu with dark red horns on his head and a body like a small iron tower, the 32 strong students finally arrived. Yan Wei. Seeing this familiar figure, Luze was surprised and took it for granted. After all, his grades in school were comparable to Xiaoqian's. As long as his luck was not too bad, it would not be difficult to enter the top 32. To Luze's surprise, he happened to be stuck at number 32. Not long after Yan Wei sat down, a figure with an invisible face exuding a powerful aura appeared in the center of the lounge. The first feeling for Luze. Stronger than head teacher Dongwan. Hi everyone, I'm Ding Zhou, the host of the championship contest stage of the freshman exchange competition. First of all, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to congratulate all the top 32 students. You all performed very well, and you have proved your own strength with practical actions. The mayor, the main city defense officer, and the adults in the order hall are very satisfied with everyone's performance, so I decided to give you a small reward first. At the same time, I hope that everyone can make more exciting performances in the next game. After speaking, Ding Zhou pulled his hands together, and many radiant card packs appeared in front of him like a magician, each of which was inlaid with a golden spar like an eyeball. Luze glanced over, no more, no less, exactly 32 bags. Each card pack contains 5 5-star cards, 1 rare, and 3 ordinary white cards. The value may fluctuate slightly, but without exception, they are all rare boutiques on the market. In order to show the fairness of the organizer, everyone can randomly select card packs, but the order of drawing needs to be in accordance with the ranking of the top 32, which is the order prompted by the system. Ding Zhou smiled, scanned for a week, and then stopped his gaze on Ye Xiaohuang, who was at the top of the center. Next, let's invite our first pick to draw the card pack. Hearing this, Ye Xiaohuang stood up like a king, ready to walk over to draw. But I heard Ding Zhou Dao, student Ye doesn't need to come over, just sit on the seat and grab it with divine power, it's more convenient. Hearing this, Gu Jianfeng couldn't help laughing softly. Then, facing Ye Xiaohuang's angry eyes, he showed a provocative expression. He did it on purpose. Seeing this, Ye Xiaohuang took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. There is time to settle accounts with you. He threw out a golden divine power pistol, and grabbed a card pack at random. Anyway, I don't know what's in it. He felt that the organizers did this more just to show everyone's ranking and strength. Let the students with high rankings be honored. At the same time, it is also good to further stimulate the competitive mentality of the low-ranking students and arouse everyone's enthusiasm. They are all full of tricks. However, it can be seen from the expectant eyes of many students that this trick is very effective. After Ye Xiaohuang finished drawing, it was Gu Jianfeng. He emitted a white beam of divine power, which was cleaner and neater than Ye Xiaohuang's golden horse. And then Luze. He stretched out his palm and grabbed it forward. I saw a divine light hand about the size of a palm flying out at the speed of light, and gently picked up a card bag like a flower and flew back. With a light movement, the lifting of the weight of the divine power is vividly displayed. With just this one move, Ding Zhou couldn't help but take a high look. It seems that there is not a single student who can be ranked high. But isn't that why the organizers selected them? If the selections were mediocre, he would look down on them. Chapter 52. Everyone is drawn in sequence. In just a short while, the card pack in front of Ding Zhou was exhausted. Seeing everyone happily playing with the card pack in their hands, Ding Zhou continued, I think everyone likes the small gifts in their hands. However, I want to remind everyone that after the game is over and the card pack is opened, everyone must not throw away the gift that looks like an ornament. Golden crystal. That is related to whether you can enter the outer domain to explore before the second year of high school. Ding Zhou's tone was not high. But one stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The few students who knew a little bit of inside information like Xiaoqian showed an expression of excitement and joy on their faces. Especially Xiaoqian. She did not forget the undeniable task assigned to her at the family meeting. Originally, yesterday she received news from the homeroom teacher that there would be special rewards for entering the top 32, but she was still a little uncertain. Now, the conjecture in my mind has come true. She couldn't help but want to stand up and shout. Now, the family can't do without continuing to invest more in themselves. As for other students like Luze, although they don't know the inside story, they feel a lot of joy in their hearts. That's outland exploration. God's domain terrain, new family members, heaven and earth spiritual materials, various treasures. They can all be obtained in outland exploration. To become a real god, this step is essential. Being able to participate before the second year of high school means that they have greatly opened up other students on the road of the college entrance examination where thousands of troops cross the single plank bridge. No wonder that in the emergency notice issued yesterday, special rewards will be given to those who enter the top 32 by name. Originally, Luze thought it was the extra card pack in his hand. Thinking about it now, it really is buying a plant and returning the pearl. This made many students so happy that they discussed loudly with other students around them on the spot. Seeing this, Ding Zhou didn't stop him. Instead, let everyone express the joy in their hearts. After a while, everyone gradually calmed down, and Ding Zhou dropped another blockbuster. Outland exploration is only the basic reward for this championship contest. In addition, every time everyone advances to a round, the top 16, the top 8, the top 4, and even enters the final and wins the championship, there will be additional rewards. Including but not limited to sealed god cards, rare god cards, God's domain treasures, divinity, etc. Now, even though Ye Xiao Huang, Yun's Heng and other students were always aloof, they couldn't help being moved. If you ask, what is most needed to become a god? All students have the same answer, that is divinity. Only by accumulating enough divinity can one condense the priesthood, condense the godhead, and become a true god after igniting the divine fire. Everyone has worked so hard to cultivate the family, isn't it just to gain the power of faith, and then start from the basics, gather it into divine power, and condense the divinity bit by bit. The importance of divinity can be seen from the last time when Luze cultivated 3 hero units with only a little divinity. But this time, the organizer actually directly offered divinity as a reward, which was almost unheard of in previous competitions. We can't help being impassive. Seeing that everyone was blown upside down by the blockbuster he dropped, the smile on Ding Zhou's face grew happier. Before the game starts, let me briefly introduce the rules of the championship contest. Everyone PK up their ears. Different from the first half of the game, for the sake of fairness, before the start of the second half championship competition, everyone must conduct a round of lottery. Each lottery from the 1st to the 16th is double, and the students who draw the same lottery, the winner goes to the next round. Before the quarter-finals, before the semi-finals, until the final. At the same time, it needs to be specifically pointed out that the championship contest no longer limits the number of participating family members. As long as you scan and load the family members into the system, you can participate. After all, in the real battle in the outer domain, you will not play against you families impose any restrictions. And the gods themselves can also take action, and the consumption of faith points is limited to 500,000 faith points. In addition, another point that needs to be pointed out is that in order to avoid unnecessary waste of time due to the lack of time, the family members of some students in the top 32 contest deliberately hid. The initial battle time in the championship contest is 24 hours. After the time is over, the area of the initial virtual god's domain will be reduced to a quarter, and the family members outside the range will be forcibly transferred to the reduced virtual god's domain, and then the time will shrink further with each passing hour until the winner of the match is determined. The purpose of this is to let everyone dare to fight and fight hard in addition to making strategies. After all the adults watching the game can see all your performances. I hope everyone can take overall consideration when formulating combat strategies. In addition, all the lotteries are projected by the adults watching the game with their own divine power. There is no possibility of cheating. Please rest assured to draw. That's all I have to say. The rule introduction will be sent to everyone's bracelets later. Now, please follow the method of drawing card packs, and come up one by one to draw the entry lottery. Let's invite student Ye to draw first. Hearing this, Ye Xiaohuang still randomly drew out a bright number lottery projected by divine power just like he did before. Moreover, the divine power fluctuations on it were erased in public, revealing a red 3. Seeing this, many students prayed secretly, hoping that they would not also get the number 3 lottery. Otherwise, it would be a bit too tortured. Ye Xiaohuang, number 1 in number 1 middle school, has hundreds of third-tier high-ranking family members of the Night Spider Girl. Such a top student, except for a few students present who can resist, the others are purely delivering food. After Ye Xiaohuang finished drawing, it was Gu Jianfeng. With a flash of white light, he also showed his own number 7. As a ruthless person like Ye Xiaohuang, Gu Jianfeng's pressure on the students was no less than Ye Xiaohuang's. This made all the students pray again not to get the number 7 lottery. Seeing the own number lottery, Gu Jianfeng also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he is not afraid of Ye Xiaohuang, he is also worried that he will meet Ye Xiaohuang in the first round. Otherwise, if 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. In vain cheap other people. Next came Luze, who was drawn with the 11 lottery. Compared with the first 2 famous people, Luze, who is not well known, is obviously much less oppressive to everyone. Everyone knows that Luze was able to get the 3rd overall pick, and his strength must be extraordinary. But no matter how unusual it is, no one has ever manifested it before, and everyone does not have a specific concept. There are even some students who are eager to get the lottery 11, maybe they can miss it. For example, number 1 middle school student Fu Zi, who was ranked 13th and also got the 11 lottery. He also has a 3rd-tier family, nearly 200 shallow sea naga, and most of the family members are 2nd-tier amphibious tree frogmen. If he could randomly get water terrain in the next competition, he felt that he had an 80% chance of winning. As everyone knows, his opponent Luze thinks the same way. In this way, some students were happy and some were sad, some students looked forward to it, and some students were worried. This year's special high school freshman exchange competition championship competition officially kicked off the prelude to the competition for the top 16. Chapter 53rd. Championship Contest, 32-16. Name, Luze. School, Nanfang No. 2 High School. Current record 5 wins/0 losses. vs. Name, Fu Zi. School, No. 1 High School of Nanfang City. Current record 5 wins/0 losses. System broadcast. The top 32 advances to the top 16, the basic information of the 11th lottery player has been verified, and the competition room can be logged in. Record, you have entered the game room number 11. Record, your opponent Fu Zi entered the game room number 11. Record, you still have 10 minutes to prepare. Record, the families of both sides began to preload. Record, familia preloading is complete. Record, the terrain is being randomly selected. Record, terrain extraction completed, near the beach. Record, both parties are ready, and the family is officially released. Record, the cast of the family is complete. Record, consciousness loading. Record, the consciousness is loaded. The competition officially begins. A series of system messages flashed. At the high altitude of the virtual god's domain, the biting wind whistled. Luze regained consciousness and was suspended above. Unlike in the first half of the game, where they could only fight in the virtual god's domain, this time, both Luze and his opponent appeared in the virtual god's domain. Although the two sides still cannot directly intervene in the game with their bodies, it is not a problem to use divine magic and command the family to fight in real time. This gives the game a little more transparency. The hard power requirements for the students' families are also stronger. Because it is almost impossible to try to be opportunistic. The terrain of this game is near beach, except for some shoals around, there is sparkling sea in the middle. The entire domain of the gods was 10 kilometers long and 5 kilometers wide, and its area was more than several times larger than in the first half of the game. However, correspondingly, the number of participating families has also greatly increased. Take Luze's side as an example. After all the family members who can play are on the field, it looks like a big black patch from a high altitude. Among them are the black-scale mermen in their early 200s, including both adults and minors, the ordinary Scotchy murlocs in their early 2000s, excluding the converted Taoist soldiers, and the more than 300 ordinary gnolls, not including the transferred Taoist soldier, more than 300 kobold blacksmiths, 200 Taoist soldiers, and 20 tree spirit guards who appeared in the form of tree men. The total is nearly 3,000. On the opposite side, Fuzi has a lot of family members. There are 2 squadrons of 3rd tier Asami Naga, and about 2,200 2nd tier tree frogmen. Considering the terrain of this game, the decisive battle must be in the water. The strength of the 2 sides that can participate in the decisive battle is not much different in terms of quantity. However, in terms of equipment, Luze is obviously much better because of the kobold blacksmith. This put a lot of pressure on Fuzi. Especially after seeing that Luze's main family, the Scotchy murlocs, was also an amphibious race, Fuzi's face became more serious. No one should be underestimated. However, after pinching the water blue talisman in his hand, Fuzi quickly calmed down. Judging from the equipment on the opposite side, almost all physical attacks possesses the power of a talisman. Fuzi felt that One had a great chance of winning. Specifically, it depends on the adaptability on the battlefield. Under the command of the gods of both sides, the families of both sides entered the water almost at the same time. 2,200 tree frogmen led by 200 Naga versus 2,000 Skaki murlocs led by more than 200 black-scale merman stand. For a moment, the sea on both sides seemed mighty. The speed of the tree frogmen in the sea was about the same as that of the Scarchy murlocs. In order to maintain the formation, the 2 sides arrived at the center of the sea area almost at the same time. When they were about 200 meters away from each other, both sides stopped in a tacit understanding. Looking at the Asami Naga holding a trident, and the tree frogs wearing leather armor, holding a blowgun and a dagger, Shero frowned. Unlike the frontal combat troops of our own side, the assassin class is obviously transferred to the opposite side. Assassins may not have an advantage on land. But in the battle in the waters at this time, the Scotchy murloc warriors couldn't hold the shield, and the agility of their own side was not as good as that of the opponent wearing thin iron armor. If you don't pay attention, you might suffer a big loss. However, the advantage of our own side is that the opponent does not know that the Taoist soldiers and the black scale sharks have the ability to cast spells. Just stare at the opponent's Kyunhai Naga and destroy them immediately. With no leader, the tree frogs may collapse on their own. Shero thought about it. Before it could make the next command, it saw the tree frogs on the opposite side suddenly dive into the water all at once. There are obvious ripples on the sea surface. Only the shallow sea naga followed slowly. Seeing this, Shalow's brows almost wrinkled into twists. In this way, the enemy is located underwater, and the advantage of one's own short spear shooter cannot be exerted. I really have to fight hard. However, before it gave an order, Luze's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Call the tide." Shaluo was wondering, facing the same amphibious race, how effective would the talent of the black scales be? Seeing a wave of divine power coming from high above the sky, monstrous waves immediately set off on the sea. Under the turbulent waves, the frogmen, who had dived no more than 2 or 3 meters underwater, involuntarily revealed their figures and were slightly dizzy. Seeing this, Shaluo immediately understood. The same is true for the other black scale sharks around who received Luze's instructions. Immediately activate talent to help your own gods. Waves tens of meters high rushed and churned. For a while, the tree frogmen in it, let alone moving forward to launch an attack, even stabilized their figure and did not drift with the tide became a problem. This made Fu Ziyi very hesitant to activate the talisman in his hand now. Although he has the shallow sea priesthood, he can also launch the shallow sea waves, but he seems a little powerless to calm the waves. If the talisman is not activated, the tree frogs can only resist the magic effect of the enemy gods. But the rune is expensive and has a limited duration. When the two sides are not at war at this time, the effect will be greatly reduced. Or, should we wait for the wave of divine arts on the opposite side to calm down before we catch him by surprise? Thinking about it, the movements of Fu Ziyi's hands slowed down. As everyone knows, this made him lose his last chance. Because, not only did the monstrous waves not stop, but they got bigger and bigger. And, at some point, some black-scaled mermen and skaky murlocs disappeared from the sea. With the surge of black figures under the water surface, dark green blood began to flow out of the water. After that, there were also the corpses of the tree frogmen. Chapter 54. This was somewhat beyond Fu Ziyi's expectation. He didn't expect that Luze's family would be able to attack under such waves without being affected. However, the more so, the more he hesitated. The name of the rune in his hand is Blessing of the King of Water Elements. Blessing of the King of Water Elements, consume a certain amount of faith, and give all the recipients within the range a short-term spell casting ability equivalent to that of a mage's apprentice. It has 3 first-level spell slots, and can freely choose to release water shield spells and water spells during the period. Archery, lasts 30 seconds. As a top-level blessing talisman, it consumes 500,000 faith points and can cover all of Fu Ziyi's family members. Fu Ziyi used it once in the school's midterm test. At that time, facing the test family members who were far superior to his own, Fu Ziyi spent 50,000 faith points to bless the 400 family members at that time. Although it only lasted 30 seconds, the power of the almost instant spell after the blessing was unimaginable. After only 2 water archery skills went down, there were very few figures in the test family who could still stand. More importantly, the effect of water spells such as water archery is not affected or even enhanced in water. This is why Fu Ziyi let the tree frogman dive into the water. As long as you get close to the enemy, release Blessing of the King of Water Elements suddenly, and the tree frogman will shoot thousands of water arrows. Fu Ziyi didn't think Luze's family could handle it. But now, Fu Ziyi felt as if he had taken the wrong script. Under the turbulent waves, the own family can't even stabilize their body shape, but the enemy can run rampant like a dragon in the waves. In this case, Fu Ziyi felt that even if he spent a huge amount of faith points on Blessing of the King of Water Elements, it would have no effect. Because even if the blessed spell is almost instantaneous, the caster must be able to concentrate. But now, can the tree frogs concentrate? You can only fight this wave. To usher in a turning point. Fu Ziyi didn't believe it, Luze's belief value was endless. Judging from the current magical effect, the belief value consumed per second is at least thousands. At most tens of seconds, the opponent's faith value should be squeezed out. Fu Ziyi didn't think that the own tree frogs couldn't last for tens of seconds. But in a minute. Looking at the still rough sea, Fu Ziyi's face turned livid. Of course, he wouldn't be so stupid as to think that there was a bug in the organizer. It must be that the family on the opposite side is a bit tricky. Among the countless families in the main world, there are not a few of them who have the ability to control the waves. However, most of them are middle-high rank races, such as the advanced race of their shallow sea naga deep sea naga. Therefore, he did not expect that Luze's family would have the ability to control the waves at first. But now, looking at those Luze family members who are somewhat similar to their own Naga, they are running rampant in the waves, as if they are helmsmen controlling the waves. Fuzi still doesn't understand that the consumption of Luze's faith is not as much as he imagined. In this way, God knows how long he can persist. Especially seeing the number of remaining surviving family members displayed on the own game page. Asahi Naga, 168/200. Tree Frogman, 1024/2200. Seeing this, Fuzi basically concluded that he had already lost half of the match. The facts did not exceed Fuzi's expectations. When the sea was calm, the number of Fuzi's surviving family members was less than a quarter of what it was at the beginning. In particular, among Luze's family members, there are also spellcasters, and the ice blades cast wantonly slaughtered the lives of the tree frogmen lingering on the sea. Fuzi didn't even have the last thought of struggling. The opponent was the third in the pick anyway, so I didn't deserve to lose. With such comforting thoughts in mind, Fuzi clicked the surrender button on the competition page. It's all come to this point, and it doesn't make any sense to stick to it. Record: your opponent Fuzi initiated a surrender. Record: you have won the game and advanced to the top 16. Record: formatting the virtual god's domain. Record: the thinking of the family members is turning. Record: you have returned to the lounge. The virtual god's domain gradually dissipated, and the surroundings turned into a dark and deep void. Before Luze could react, he felt his figure flash. When he opened his eyes again, he returned to the lounge before the game. There was also a fair fatty standing beside him. It was Fuzi. There was a trace of unwillingness on his face, but when he saw Luze, he still said openly, "You are very strong, I am willing to bow down." Luze was just about to humbly say acceptance. Your strength is not weak. Who would have thought that Fuzi's figure suddenly turned into an illusory spot of light before opening his mouth? Seeing this, Ding Zhou closed his eyes and meditated, and explained, in order to prevent the failed students from leaking the information of the winning students, they will be temporarily transferred to another lounge to rest until the end of the game. After the game is over, the adults will summon you and give you a banquet to reward you. After finishing speaking, Ding Zhou stopped talking and returned to the state of closing his eyes and resting his mind. Luze nodded, and moved back to the seat before him. Because his competition ended relatively quickly, there were no other students in the lounge. Seeing this, Luze also began to close his eyes and meditate, and replayed the previous game. From the matches against opponents of similar strength, he discovered many problems in himself. First of all, it is the equipment and occupation of the family. Luze discovered that although the Scotchy murlocs who have been transferred to shield warriors and short spear shooters have improved their frontal combat capabilities, they will appear to be at a lot of disadvantages when facing the same amphibious family in the water. Not only are the shields of the shield-bearing warriors unable to function, but it is also difficult for short spear throwers to throw short spears in the water. Wearing iron armor greatly affected their flexibility in the water. Both need further improvement. Secondly, the jackals and kobold blacksmiths who did not adapt to the terrain caused soy sauce all the way. This made Luze suddenly yearn for the air family. In this way, what kind of terrain they can play a role. Finally, what puzzled Luze was that Fuzi was holding something in his hand the whole time, but he didn't see him cast it until the end of the battle. Do not know why. And what's strange is that he didn't cast any divine spells to assist in the battle. Although Fuzi may have own plans, it still reminds Luze. In a real battle, you must not stick to the form, and the combat plan you formulate must be adaptable. Otherwise, it is likely to lead to a situation like Fuzi's. Holding the whole card empty in his hand, it turned out that it didn't play any role until the end of the battle. Compared with this, losing the battle after going all out makes it easier for Luze to accept. However, Luze still doesn't want to lose if he can't lose. The victories one after another made Luze feel proud of himself. It even made him think of a thought that he never thought of before the game. Maybe, he also has the hope of winning the championship of this competition. As soon as this thought arose, it ignited the infinite flame in Luze's heart. He wants to try it. Not just for the reward, but also to prove myself. Chapter 55. As the competition time progressed, some students returned to the lounge one after another. Just like the situation faced by Luze, the victorious students stayed behind, while the failed students turned into phantom light spots and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Many of the students left behind had joy visible to the naked eye. After all, there are generous rewards for each promotion round. Not long after, Ye Xiaohuang and Gu Jianfeng also returned to the lounge. However, compared to Gu Jianfeng's relaxed expression, Ye Xiaohuang's expression seemed to be constipated. His opponent is Niu. It seems that he also enjoyed the treatment of Yun's Hang. This made Luze wonder, what exactly is Niu's family? Why does every opponent who has fought against her look so ugly? However, now that Niu has been eliminated, the competition with Xiaoqiange who is familiar with her is not over yet. If Luze wants to know the answer, he can only wait for the game to see if he has a chance. Time passed bit by bit. When Xiaoqiange and Yanwei returned to the lounge one after another, all the top 16 contestants finally came out. The tense competition rhythm did not give the later students much rest time. Under the auspices of Ding Zhou, after the students arrived, the draw for the top 16 to advance to the top 8 began immediately. This time, Luze drew the 8 lottery. The one who drew the same number as him was Yanwei. When Yanwei found out that his own opponent was Luze, the expression on his face was very strange. It was difficult for him to connect the classmate who had passed blank papers in 6 consecutive monthly exams with the current Luze. The world seemed to be divided, and he always felt that he had missed something. In a short period of time, Luze has changed so much. However, the brief absence did not affect Yanwei too much. When the system prompt sounded, he immediately entered the game state of full concentration. No matter who the opponent is, he will win. Championship competition, 16 promotions, 8. Name, Luze. School, Nanfang No. 2 High School. Current record 6 wins/0 losses. vs. Name, Yanwei. School, Nanfang No. 2 High School. Current record 5 wins/1 loss. System broadcast, the top 16 advances to the top 8, the basic information of the number 8 lottery has been verified, and the competition room can be logged in. Record, you have entered the number 8 competition room. Record, your opponent Yanwei entered the number 8 competition room. Record, you still have 10 minutes to prepare. Record, the families of both sides began to preload. Record, familia preloading is complete. Record, the terrain is being randomly selected. Record, terrain extraction completed, plain grassland. Record, both parties are ready, and the family is officially released. Record, the cast of the family is complete. Record, consciousness loading. Record, the consciousness is loaded. The competition officially begins. Familiar process, familiar feeling. Flying high in the sky, Luze took a serious look at Yanwei who was not far away, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional in his heart. The students who used to look up to have now become competitors on the same stage. To prove yourself, start by defeating him. The endless plain grassland. Compared with the sea terrain that Luze got randomly in the last round of the game, it is more suitable for large-scale legion battles. Luze was in the sky above God's domain, carefully observing Yanwei's family. A squadron of Tier 2 lava goblin mages, 8 squadrons of lava goblin fighters, and 6 squadrons of lava lizard shooters. There are melee, long range, spells, and physics. The system is very complete. If those lava goblin mages are not dealt with, this battle will be difficult. After some observation, Luze fell into deep thought as he looked at the slightly old lava goblin mages holding stone staffs. In fact, despite the fact that Yanwei's family is not as large as Fu Ziyi's in the previous round. But if you don't use Blessing of the King of Water Elements, Fu Ziyi is really not Yanwei's opponent in a head-to-head battle. Even if Fu Ziyi has 2 squadrons of the 3rd tier Asahi Naga families. The key lies in the Lava Goblin mages in Yanwei's squadron. The Lava Goblin of the 2nd level high rank is a 1st level special profession Devil Mage after a special ritual transfer. Although there is only one spell Lava Fireball, it is still very deterrent. After all, other people's 1st tier spellcasters can't cast Lava Fireball with an attack range of 5m x 5m, which is comparable to the grenade in Luze's previous army. And Luze's Jackal Human Soldier Fireball pursues the ultimate single target power. It can be regarded as 2 extremes. If there is no way to solve it in advance, Luze doubts whether the Onskachi Murloc fighters will directly collapse under the continuous blow of Lava Fireball. After all, most of them are newly born Skachi Murlocs after using the 10 years accelerator card. Without experiencing the baptism of battle, it is difficult to expect how strong their fighting will is. If you can't attack, you can only defend. Thinking about it, Luze couldn't help but cast his eyes on the 20 stump-like tree guards. At the same time, he also recalled the words that Ling Mu Daoist said after he found him before the start of the game. Daozu, Takeshuan Cave is now actively preparing for battle, presumably there will be disputes in the near future. Ling Mu, I can't leave Takeshuan Dongtian because of Jian Mu's body, but I also want to do my part for Taoist ancestors. If you are going outside the territory, Daozu must take them with you. Speaking at that time, Ling Mu pointed to the boy who was guarding the incarnation of the tree spirit who was picking herbs all over the mountains and plains. In Luze's puzzled eyes, he explained, a battle outside the territory definitely needs a garrison. Although the boys are not strong in frontal combat, as would spirit monsters, under my careful teaching, they can still be used for defense. It works 1 or 2. Did Daozu see the layer of blue light covering my medicine garden? That is the Yumuo Qingtian formation arranged with the bodies of the boys. After taking root in the earth and connecting with the veins of the earth, even if I want to break through the formation, I still have to spend a little effort. When Luze heard it, his eyes lit up instantly. Although in the later explanation of Ling Mu, it must take root in the ground veins to exert its full effect, otherwise the effect may not exist. But Luze doesn't care. In the high school freshman exchange competition, you will never encounter an enemy comparable to the legendary strength of the main world. As long as you need to defend, you can slightly resist the enemy's firepower. Luze was satisfied. No, it's time to use it. Chapter 56. God's domain is high in the sky. Seeing that Luze was in a defensive posture, Yanwei had no intention of confronting him. Even if the number of Luze's family members is far greater than the number of own family members, and there seem to be 2 third-tier family members with multiple squadrons among them, he still started the active offensive side. With the current stage of the competition, the third-tier family is no longer an unattainable existence for Yanwei. Because, the number of third-tier family members who died under the fireball of the lava goblin mages has already far exceeded 3 digits. What's more, he still has a whole card that has never been used so far. If Luze can force him to do it, it will be a big surprise. The lava goblins and lava lizardmen who live in the harsh volcanic environment are born outstanding fighters. The food crisis, territorial crisis, and all kinds of tribulations that Yanwei created to increase their beliefs have forged their iron will. It is precisely because of this that, apart from losing a game against the extremely powerful Gu Jianfeng, Yanwei has been able to defeat her opponents repeatedly and come to where she is today. Especially after there were more lava lizard shooters in the family, Yanwei became more and more fearless. Da-da-da. The lava goblin warriors and lava lizardmen shooters marched on the grass in neat steps. Lava goblin wizards with stone staffs are protected in the middle of the team. In order to accommodate them, the overall speed of the team is not fast. Moreover, with the high-altitude reconnaissance of their own gods, the lava goblins and lava lizards are not worried about encountering sudden attacks from the enemy. So, they walk very leisurely. Every few kilometers forward, I will stop and rest for a while to ensure that I can have sufficient physical strength at all times. On the other side, Luze didn't let the family members idle when he saw this. Instead, an order was issued to let the weaker second-line troops, such as kobold blacksmiths and ordinary jackals, dig trenches on the spot, and move the bodies of the dryad guards in the process to build a defensive formation. Time goes by little by little. The figures of the lava goblin warriors and lava lizardmen archers gradually appeared in the sight of Shaluo and the others, together with the perfectly protected lava goblin mages. As they got closer, a Skaza murloc warrior blew his conch horn. With the sound of the horn, the kobold blacksmith and ordinary jackals quickly entered the rear of the array from both sides of the team. Unless the main battle family members are all dead, Luze doesn't expect them to play much role. Stop advancing. About 300 meters away from the position of the Luze family, a tall lava goblin warrior in dark red armor from the Yanwei family shouted orders. Seeing the team stop, it immediately ran to the middle of the team and reported something to a lava goblin mage with the longest beard. After getting an affirmative answer, it returned to the front of the battle again. According to the order of the high priest, the whole army advances, target the group of ugly murlocs on the opposite side, tear them apart. Tear them apart. Tear them apart. Howls shouted in the common tongue followed one after another. Hearing this, even though Shaluo and the others on the opposite side had experienced many battles, their expressions could not help but change slightly. As for the ordinary Scotchy murloc fighters who had no combat experience, fear was written all over their faces. If it wasn't for the shields held high by the shield warriors that gave them a sense of security, they might have started an uproar on the spot. Seeing this, after getting Shaluo's approval, Shua immediately issued an order to the messenger team around him. Ordered, one by one, the messengers quickly ran to all parts of the position. Under their orders, the Scotchy murloc shield warriors in the front row immediately tilted their shields halfway, picked up the short swords around their waists, and struck the shields, shouting Wan victory! Wan Sheng! Wan Sheng! The voice instantly overwhelmed the opposite side. This gave the ordinary Scotchy murloc warriors great courage in their hearts, allowing them to gradually calm down. The first round of the battle between the two sides. At this point, there is no winner. However, as the distance got closer, the distance between the lava lizardmen shooters in the front row and the Scotchy murloc shield warriors was close to 100 meters. Get ready, shoot! Under the command of the leader of the lava goblin warriors, the lava lizardmen archers in the front row took the lead in attacking, and arrows rained all over the sky. The skill continuous shooting prepares, shoots again. Arrows rained more densely than the first round. Second row ready, shoot. The skill continuous shooting prepares, shoots again. Third row, get ready, shoot. The skill continuous shooting prepares, shoots again. 3 waves in a row, 200 lava lizardmen shooters per wave. Under the multiple rounds of volleys of powerful feathered arrows, almost all the Scotchy murloc shield warriors in the front row were shot into hedgehogs. Even with a shield, the casualties were close to 100. Fortunately, after several rounds of volleys, as the distance narrowed again, the lava lizard shooters moved from the front of the team to shoot freely on both sides. The lava goblin warrior on the opposite side reached the front. Otherwise, Luze will have to activate the magic spell in advance. Spearman throwing ready, shoot. This time, it was Luze's turn to attack. However, as soon as the short spear throwers threw their first round of short spears, hundreds of lava fireballs faintly flew out from behind the lava goblin warriors. Scatter! Everyone disperse! Find cover! Deo soldiers immediately cast water mist. As soon as Shailuo finished speaking, he heard successive boom and boom sounds coming from the front of the position. For a moment, dust was flying in the sight, and stumps and broken bodies flew across. Seeing this, Luze hastily expended a lot of divine power to release the divine spell above the sky. If the opponent is allowed to continue bombing like this, the position will be blown apart before the follow-up tactics are implemented. Blast. Showers. Extremely cold. The howling cold wind condensed the icy rain into beads, which slammed into the positions of the lava goblins like bullets. Slow down their attacks. If there is no blocking, it only takes a few tens of seconds for the Scotchy murlocs to organize a counterattack and instantly turn defense into offense. But as an experienced student, Yanwei will not let Luze do what he wants. Hot. 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 He also responded with 3 magic spells, and the high temperature instantly turned the ice beads into rainwater and evaporated. The remaining howling hot wind blew over the lava goblins and lava lizards, not only did not make them feel uncomfortable, but instead gave them a familiar sense of comfort. This is the role of the gods. Can profoundly affect the battle situation. Therefore, in the last game, Luze was puzzled by Fu Zi's failure to strike from the beginning to the end. It's really difficult. Seeing that Yanwei easily defuses own magic attack, Luze is not surprised. This is the basic skill of an excellent student. In the battle between gods of the same level, apart from the contest of divine arts, it is more about relying on the family. Attack and reduce the opponent's family members, preserve and develop your own family members. Only by ebb and flow can we win the final victory. Just like the battle between the new gods and the ancient gods, a war can cost hundreds of thousand years. For the immortal gods, this is just a matter of sleeping. Compared with time, the development of the family, the growth of divine power, and the comprehension of laws are what the true gods pay more attention to. Chapter 57. Outside the virtual gods' domain battlefield. A separate small game studio. On the monitor in the studio, the battle scene between Luze and Yanwei is currently being displayed. Old Chen, you can do it this year at number 2 middle school. Not to mention 3 students advanced to the top 16, and some students locked in the top 8 in advance. This is a good result that you have never had before. Hearing this, Chen Linfen, the vice principal of number 2 middle school, glanced at his old classmate who was smiling. Bai Lakun, the vice principal of the number 1 middle school and the dean of the first grade. Old Bai, what you said is biased. What is an unprecedented good result? 20 years ago, our number 2 middle school also won the freshman exchange competition. If it wasn't for the fact that the newly appointed Consul Sama said that he would concentrate the power of the whole city to build a first-class high school at the district level, and that he would crazily tilt excellent students and various resources to one of you, the other schools of our brothers wouldn't be in the trouble they are today. Point. However, in my opinion, the current situation will soon change. This time, only half of the top 16 seats in your middle school will be held. If you can't win the top 3 in the future, the newly appointed Director Wang of the Education Bureau, the education reform that is sharpening knives is going to take you first. Bai Lakun shook his head helplessly. Director Wang's education reform is imperative. No matter what the number 1 middle school's performance this time, it cannot be changed. This has been unanimously approved by our school board meeting. On the other hand, Old Chen, your competitive personality has not changed at all compared to your student days. Back then, if you hadn't insisted on applying for the military academy, and your godhead was damaged due to battles outside the territory, you would have followed the advice of your class teacher and applied for Donghai Normal University with me. With your talent, you might have already entered the powerful divine power, and you wouldn't as for spending so many years in a small place like Nanfeng City. Go, I'll tell you about the competition. What are you going to tell me about it? Chen Linfeng replied a little furiously, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No matter how bad I am, I will soon be promoted to the middle level of divine power. Are you afraid that you are still short of the 10th level? I'm 10 first level. Oh, what? Didn't you say you were only 8th level last time? When was the last time? Bai Lakun asked quietly. 20 years ago. Chen Linfeng was a little uncertain. Bai Lakun, to be precise, it was 23 years ago when we saw Wang Hui off together. I'm different from you. I'm a teacher type true god. As long as the students trained by me advance to the true god, there will be law feedback in the dark. In the past 2 decades, number 1 middle school has developed rapidly, and many of its students have become true gods, so they have given me more feedback than in previous years. Unlike old Chen, you have a battle-type godhead. If you don't experience battles, your progress will naturally be slower. But that's good, and you can retreat completely. Unlike Wang Hui, you don't even know where your true spirit is now. As he spoke, Bai Lakun couldn't help showing a trace of melancholy on his face. The classmates who used to be friends with each other in class 13 are now alive, and there are no more than one hand. Hearing this, Chen Linfeng lost the interest of continuing to argue with him, but curled his lips and said, "Life and death are just samsara, what's the big deal?" Seeing that Bai Lakun was about to get angry, he hurriedly waved his hand, don't talk, let's watch the game. I don't know who can beat this kid from the Yanling family or the kid I value. Trick. At this time, in the virtual god's domain, the battle between the Luze family and the Yanwei family has gradually reached a fever pitch. After the first round of magic contest, the lava goblin mages continued to bombard the positions of the Luze family. If it weren't for the Scotchy murlocs releasing water mist on the position in time, blurring the vision of the lava goblin mages. In addition, under Shaluo's order, the Scotchy murlocs scattered in all directions, and the battle damage would rise to a higher level. However, right now, with the deepening of the strategy, Yanwei's family has to face a choice. Should we continue to bombard the enemy's main force in the main position, or should we first disperse a small number of Scotchy murlocs and gnolls who were scattered to the flanks of the team? Because water mist can block Yanwei's vision, this choice falls into Yanwei's hands at this time. Considering that the magic power of the lava goblin mages is limited, and these routes are non-main force scum, after thinking about it, Yanwei finally decided to ignore those Luze's family members who ripped to the flanks for the time being, but to kill the enemy first. Most of them were defeated, so that they could no longer gather together. Then, hit more and eat less, eat them bit by bit. Seeing this, Luze couldn't help showing a smile on the corner of his mouth. The fish finally took the bait. In fact, he was also betting that Yanwei would temporarily let the Taoist soldiers ignore him. Luze deliberately used the black-scale mermans as bait for this moment. The range of the elementary Taoism of the Taoist soldiers is not as good as that of the lava goblin mages. If they don't pretend to be route soldiers, they deliberately walk to the enemy's flank. Under the protection of many lava goblin fighters and lava lizardman shooters, it is tantamount to fantasy for them to attack the lava goblin mage. And now, the opportunity has come. Under the bombardment of the lava goblin mages, the lava goblin warriors kept pressing forward. This creates an attack opportunity for both the lava goblin mages and Luze's Taoists. Walk a few steps forward, and you will be able to bombard the enemy's third-tier family. Seeing that the battle line is constantly advancing under the leadership of On, the leader of the lava goblin warriors is both proud and proud. It really likes to see powerful enemies crumbling or launching a death charge under the attack of the mage group led by the high priest. That feeling is really intoxicating. Seeing a small wave of enemy routes trying to attack the team out of the corner of his eyes, the leader of the lava goblin warriors immediately shouted, "The lizardman shooters on the right are ready for their continuous shooting skills. Don't keep them, shoot them immediately." After finishing speaking, the leader of the lava goblin warrior stopped paying attention to the flanks, but looked forward, and shook the war blade in his hand. As long as the high priests bombed 2 more waves to disperse the enemy's third-tier family members, it's time to wait for someone to play. After touching the fish for a long time, the warblade in the hands of the leader of the lava goblin warriors was already very hungry. SHH. 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 Continuous lava fireballs flew overhead, slowly but with irresistible momentum. The leader of the lava goblin warriors seemed to see the appearance of the enemy being blown to pieces. But, what happened to the blue light that suddenly lit up and enveloped the enemy? Before the leader of the lava goblin could react, it saw that the fireball attack it was looking forward to melted after touching the layer of blue light. Although the blue light on the opposite side also dissipated a layer at a speed visible to the naked eye, the remaining thickness was still enough to withstand 2 more waves of lava fireballs. No wonder the opponent didn't dodge. Is this trying to drain the high priest's magic power and then fight back? So the enemy had this idea. Then you guys really miscalculated. Thinking about it, a sneer appeared on the face of the leader of the lava goblin warrior. It can remember that in order to enhance the combat effectiveness of the mage group led by the high priest, the supreme goblin and fire god specially prepared the extremely effective red flame fruit for them. After taking it, the recovered magic power can cast at least 2 waves of spells, plus the current remaining magic power. It is enough to smash the enemy's defensive magic circle, and continue to smash the enemy's position to pieces. Ah! While thinking, suddenly, a somewhat familiar scream came from the ear of the leader of the lava goblin warrior. It seems to be the voice of the high priest. Ah! 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 Continuous screams sounded from behind, and the leader of the lava goblin warrior turned around abruptly, and then saw a scene that made his eyes tear open. At this moment, the high priest whom it respected very much had turned into a pile of lifeless corpses. And the rest of the lava goblin mages are also being attacked by fireballs and ice blades, and they are falling down one after another. And the attackers were the enemy's route that they hadn't paid much attention to before. Chapter 58. High in the air. Faced with this sudden scene, Yan Wei couldn't help frowning. What an opponent not to be underestimated. He never expected that Luze also had a large number of caster troops. It's really hard for him to bear it until now. However, compared to Yan Wei who was caught off guard, Chen Linfeng and Bai Lakun, who were in the God's Domain's appearance battle, had already expected it. In the previous battle watching, they already knew that Luze's men had such a troop capable of magic attacks. The moment Yan Wei chose to give up defeating the flanking enemies, they knew that this scene would happen sooner or later. Old Chen, that kid from the Yanling family, seems to have a hole in his hand. Even though his ace mage army is about to be slaughtered, there is no big change in his face. They are all your students, do you know what his cards are? Bai Lakun asked curiously. Hearing this, Chen Linfeng shook his head. Bai Lakun, you are not good at being the vice principal. You don't know the basic information of the students. Chen Linfeng asked with a question mark on his face. Why, do you know the details of Yeshao Huang and Gu Jianfeng? Bai Lakun, ah, their mouths are harder than steel, how do I know? There was a sneer at the corner of Chen Linfeng's mouth. That's it. Also, forget it in front of me, next time in front of others, don't make fun of information that you don't understand, otherwise, your face will hurt. Bai Lakun. In God's domain, in the face of Luze's sudden attack, Yan Wei has already given his countermeasures. I saw him take out a half-truncated horn full of natural flame marks, and input divine power into it with a painful face. With the continuous input of divine power, the flame god pattern in the half-truncated corner gradually lit up, and began to emit an aura symbolizing extreme evil and extreme madness to the surroundings. Affected by the breath, Yan Wei's expression gradually became ferocious, as if she was about to lose control, but she did not lose control. Seeing this, Bai Lakun outside God's domain was shocked. This seems to be the severed horn of a certain devil lord. Give such a powerful item to a child, aren't you afraid of losing control? Chen Linfen is used to it, it's rare to see, it's strange, it looks like you have never seen the world. If this belonged to the Devil Lord, then the Devil Lord in the abyss would have captured the main world long ago. At most the peak strength of a high-ranked devil, that guy might want to attack the Devil Lord, but failed. Besides, it's been sacrificially refined. Otherwise, do you think an ordinary demigod with 2 divine powers can use such a thing? However, the strange thing is, didn't you say that the use of artifacts is not allowed? Why does this kid have such a thing? Could it be that there is a bug in the nightmare system? By Lacune, I think he took it out from the 2 horns on the top of his head just now, and it should be sealed into the 2 horns on the top of his head by him. It is probably because of this that it was judged not to be an extra item. Chen Linfeng, it's possible. During their conversation, in God's domain, the severed horn in Yan Wei's hand was already brightened to the extreme. Then, a blood-red light spread to the entire God realm. In God's domain, all the living families, whether it is Luze's family or Yan Wei's family, have all started to become devils. His eyes became blood-red, his figure grew rapidly, and bone spurs grew out from his back. Immediately afterwards, the fighting between friend and foe began immediately. Even Luo Li and Xia Luo were not spared, without exception they fell into chaos. This is Yan Wei's whole card baptism of Devil's Will that Yan Wei will not use unless it is absolutely necessary, to infect all the family members with the power of the abyss. It can be said that 1,000 enemies are hurt, and 1,000 self-damaged. At this point, winning or losing has become a matter of luck. Let's see whose family can survive to the end in the chaotic fight. Sulfur-smelling blood soaks the earth. The familiars who were fighting frantically turned into irrational beasts with 1 punch and 1 claw. Luze watched with cold eyes, quietly waiting for the arrival of the final moment. For a long time, there was no longer a standing figure on the battlefield. The long-lost system notification tone finally sounded. Record: after a fierce fight, your family tree spirit guard survived, and you won the final victory. Record: you have successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Record: formatting the virtual god's domain. Record: the thinking of the family members is turning. System broadcast: warning. Warn. Infected by the will of the abyss, your families will fall into temporary chaos and needs to be baptized by sacred. Record: sacred is being baptized. Record: the baptism of sacred is over. Your family members have a strong belief in you, their willpower has been greatly improved, and their special attribute Abyss Resistance +3. Record: you have returned to the lounge. Back in the lounge, Luze, who was blessed by misfortune, didn't see any joy on his face. What he thinks about is not the outcome of a battle, but the meaning behind the battle. Thanks to this is a projection operation in the virtual god's domain. If this is a real battle, I am afraid that if this battle is won, I will go back to before liberation. No wonder, all the gods regard the abyss as the #1 enemy besides the ancient gods. The Federation has to arrange countless gods to suppress the abyss all year round. If a few devil lords escape to the main world, who can resist ordinary people? Chapter 59. Virtual God's Domain, Student Lounge. Because it took too long to compete with Yan Wei, Luze became the last top 8 student to appear in the lounge. Seeing his figure, several people had surprised expressions on their faces. Compared with Luze, his opponent Yan Wei is familiar with many people, whether they are opponents or friends, they have a certain understanding of each other. Because of this, seeing the delay in the final promotion match, everyone thought that the winner would be Yan Wei. Unexpectedly, it was the little-known Luze. This made an idea pop up in their minds at the same time. The student who can get the 3rd place in the list is indeed worthy of the name. However, there is not much time left for them to be surprised. The host Ding Zhou pressed the rhythm of the game very tightly. As soon as Luze appeared, he recovered from the original state of closing his eyes and began to organize the draw for the next match. Championship competition, 8 promotions and 4 Name, Luze. School, Nanfang No. 2 High School. Current record 7 wins/0 losses. vs. Name, Qinwen Yao. School, No. 1 High School of Nanfang City. Current record 7 wins/0 losses. System broadcast, the top 8 advances to the top 4, the basic information of the number 3 lottery players has been verified, and the competition room can be logged in. Record, you have entered the game room number 3. Record, your opponent Qinwen Yao has entered the number 3 competition room. Record, you still have 10 minutes to prepare. Record, the families of both sides began to preload. Record, familia preloading is complete. Record, the terrain is being randomly selected. Record, terrain extraction completed, Stone Ridge Short Mountain. Record, both parties are ready, and the family is officially released. Record, the cast of the family is complete. Record, consciousness loading. Record, the consciousness is loaded. The competition officially begins. Game after game, there is no chance for people to breathe. Entering the arena, Luze was greeted by low hills and jagged rocks. What a rare terrain! Luze glanced casually, and found that the entire virtual god's domain had this kind of terrain, so he stopped paying attention, and turned his attention to the opponent and his family not far away in mid-air. A gentle young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. And the swarms beneath it skeleton shooters, zombies, ghouls, and Darth Vaders. Looking at a gentle guy, why does the family have to choose the undead? Luze pouted. Although among the Federation's initial recommended family members, the undead family ranks among the top 3 in the recommendation list all the year round because of easy to feed, the belief value provided is small but stable, and the requirements for the environment of God's domain are low. But when it comes to making a choice, the vast majority of new demigod students still won't choose it, so it's rare. The reason is simple. 1. Cultivating the family of the undead needs to transform the god realm into the death land. After the selection, it basically needs to go all the way to the dark. 2. You need to deal with corpses, dead souls, and skeletons all day long. 3. Not to mention 3. If Luze were asked to list the reasons why ordinary people do not choose the undead race, he could list dozens of reasons. But what really dissuades most people is the second one. First of all, from the early stage, although the other initial family members are also rubbish, at least they can interact with each other. Let the new demigod students receive some positive energy feedback when cultivating their families. But what can the undead do? Black and withered deathlands, cold corpses, withered skeletons. Most people would probably feel depressed if they stayed in such a god's domain for a few days, let alone a year to cultivate their families. Not to mention that at the late stage, everyone has become a high-level demigod or even a true god. The sect Holy Maiden and Holy Son chosen by other students are all talented and beautiful, and they speak nicely and are powerful. It turns out your sect is full of headless horsemen, looming ghosts, and liches whose skin folds can hang. That scene, just thinking about it, made it unacceptable for normal students. But I have to say, as long as you can truly accept the undead race and cultivate it seriously, the achievements will indeed be much higher than ordinary students. Take Luze's current opponent Wen Yao as an example. As the existence of ordinary demigods as his parents, his talent is not outstanding, and the help at home is not much. It would be difficult for him to enter the first echelon of No. 1 middle school if he followed the training rhythm of ordinary students. But he chose the undead family. Everything becomes very different. The first is the initial stage. Tier 1 skeletons are easy to cultivate. A mass grave of 1 square kilometer is enough to hold tens of thousands of skeletons. Moreover, the transformation materials are all unwanted corpses, very cheap. Secondly, every time he faces Udist, ordinary students like Luze will lose their family members, but Wen Yao will not. The skeleton resurrection spell and the corpses of Buddhist family members left behind will actually greatly enhance his strength. Let him grow up step by step, get the reward of the school's high star God's domain card, and it will snowball. That's why he was able to cultivate a third-tier family black warrior in just half a year, and entered the ranks of the top students of number 1 middle school. And he won many battles and victories in the grade freshman exchange competition, reaching the quarterfinals all the way. Of course, this is also inseparable from his adaptable command and more reasonable collocation of family members. Take the battle family that he appeared in the virtual God's domain at this time as an example. 5001 level skeleton warrior cannon fodder, 2002 level skeleton shooters, 802 level zombies, 802 level melee ghouls, plus 303rd level black warriors who were advanced from ordinary zombies. The combination of distance and distance is reasonable. Coupled with the scalp-numbing numbers, heaps can kill the average student. However, who told the undead that as long as the fire of the soul is not extinguished, they will not die? That's why the gods of the undead department like to use crowd tactics so much. We have to defend again. Looking at the undead army slowly coming here from all over the mountains and plains, as well as the black warrior and ghoul in armor, who were obviously carefully armed by Bai Wenyao. Even knowing that the average combat power of the undead clan of the same level is not as good as his own, Luze can't help feeling a little stressed. There are too many. Chapter 60. Get ready, shoot. The low stone mountains and the stone pillars that can be seen everywhere have caused a lot of trouble for this battle from the very beginning. The narrow terrain and limited field of vision made it impossible for Luze's 3,000 family members to gather in one place. It can only occupy 2 adjacent hilltops and serve as horns for each other. As a result, one side has already started to engage with the enemy, while on the other side, the figure of the enemy is still unclear. What to do, Shaluo Elder? Listen to the voice, it seems that there is already a fight over there. Looking at the shouts of killing on the opposite mountain, Shayan, the leader of the Taoist squad guarding Shaluo, asked. Hearing this, Shaluo stood on a tall stone pillar and said without turning his head, "Wait. The power over there is not weak. With the command of Commander Shua, it will be fine for a while. Besides, what's attacking now are only first-order skeletons. The enemy's main force is still watching, so there's no need to be nervous." According to the Taoist decree, in the formulated tactics, that side was originally used to disperse the enemy's strength. Therefore, even if the undead surrounded him, Shaluo would not be worried. As long as a passage can be kept at that time, let the main fighters rush over and sacrifice some ordinary Scotchy murlocs, gnolls, and kobold blacksmiths. In his opinion, it's not a big deal. Not to mention, in today's illusion, death doesn't really die. Dedicating one's life to Daezu is what everyone should do. As for God's domain, watching Bai Wenyao's actions, Luze was a little confused for a while. If it is said that it is to consume one's own vitality, it is understandable that you are not the main force. But what do you mean by the first-level skeleton warrior? Without the help of friendly troops, these fragile skeletons would basically fall apart under the attack of short spear shooters. The lucky ones who touched the low rocky hill scattered, and faced the large shields of the shield-bearing warriors, they also fell apart with one shot. In addition to consuming the physical strength of the soldiers, it has no effect. According to the normal rhythm, Luze felt that the opponent should send some zombies and ghouls after sending a large group of skeleton fighters, and then send some skeleton shooters to put pressure from a long distance. This is considered a qualified test. Now it's like delivering food. It doesn't make any sense. It seems that there is some intention to send these skeleton warriors away on purpose. I can't figure out what medicine is sold in the enemy's calabash. For a while, Luze couldn't act rashly, so he could only wait and see what happened. The attacks continued one after another. Many first-order skeleton warriors began to attack another position where Shaluo was. Half an hour later, 40 to 50% of the short spears of the short spear throwers in Luze's family were consumed, and not many of the 5,000 Tier 1 skeleton warriors died. Later, under the command of Shawa, the Scotchy Murloc fighters and the Jackal fighters even intentionally put a small group of skeleton fighters into the formation. Then rushed forward and knocked them into dead bones that could not move at all. Fighting seems to have become a child's play. But Luze became more and more vigilant. He would never believe that Bai Wenyao, an outstanding student who fought all the way to the top 8, would do meaningless actions. Among them, there must be his reason. But Luze couldn't figure it out. The understanding of the undead race is still too little. However, seeing that Bai Wenyao's zombie army started to march, the skeleton shooters followed closely behind. Luze couldn't figure it out, and had no time to think. He could only carefully observe the clues on the battlefield. The combination of zombies and skeleton shooters brought enormous pressure to the soldiers in Shawa's position. Rough-skinned and thick-skinned zombies, even if they have short spears in their bodies, unless they happen to be strung on stone pillars or the ground, their progress will not be affected at all. The fearless and tireless shooting of the skeleton archers also made the short spear throwers cautious even when throwing their short spears. Otherwise, a bone arrow shot from nowhere may just kill you on the spot. The bad rhythm made Luze frown. Until seeing the enemy ghouls and samurai also moved. Is this trying to break through the left position in one fell swoop, and then attack the right? But in this way, even if the undead are tireless and have no morale, it is not so easy to operate. In case the attack on the left becomes stalemate, I will let the family members on the right rush over. He is in danger of being attacked. Could it be that Bai Wenyao wants to decide the outcome in one fell swoop? Then why did he send away all the skeleton warriors earlier? Luze was full of doubts. However, these questions did not linger in Luze's mind for long. As Bai Wenyao brought ghouls and Darth Vaders to the front line, his intentions were quickly revealed. A dense black mist enveloped the battlefield on the left. Large-scale battlefield spell Undead Sky. It seems to be mixed with Resurrection of the Dead. Luze discovered that within the range of the Undead Sky, the fallen skeleton warriors stood up again after rearranging themselves. However, this is not the end. Seeing Bai Wenyao's next move, Luze was so shocked that he couldn't help but swear. Damn it! Shaping spells can still be used like this. In his sight, after the simple arrangement and combination of those fallen skeletons, they not only stood up, but also grew bigger. Each of them turned into a skeleton titan with a height of more than 5 meters. Although the number is greatly reduced compared with the previous skeleton warriors, the combat power has increased by several levels. The huge bone swords swept across and directly swept away the shield-bearing warriors who blocked them. Then, there was the ghoul rushing in through the gap. They are hunched over, with protruding bony spurs on their backs, like hyenas in the wilderness, exuding the stench of death. The sharp bone claws with corpse poison, under a single strike, can cut through the armor of the jackals and tear their intestines open. The furious counterattacks of the gnolls and Scotchy murlocs could sweep them away with a single blow, but after eating 2 bites of corpses on the ground, they would recover and join the battle again. Even, some Scotchy murlocs and gnolls who had died earlier had already begun to undead under the influence of the Undead Sky, and stood up unsteadily again. It's disgusting. Seeing this, Luze hastily spent a lot of faith points to use the dispelling divine art to dispel the sky of undead. However, Luze, the dead who stood up again after resuscitating, was powerless. Unless you use sacred spells and Thunder Tao spells. But the point is, Luze doesn't master these 2 types of spells now. He could only use the squall to slow down the enemy's attack first, and buy time for Shawa and others who were still alive to escape. At this time, you can no longer leave a corpse for the other party. Otherwise, every comrade in arms who once fought side by side, driven by the magic of the undead system, will become a soldier for the opponent to fight. After the second death, the corpse will also become food for the ghouls to restore their vitality. It's really disgusting. Whoosh! The ice blades of the Dao soldiers came in a hurry, and there were many enlarged giant ice blades among them, aiming at the huge skeleton warriors. Under the slash of the ice blade, they had no resistance, and their bones were easily chopped off. However, in order to completely incapacitate them, the fire of their souls must be extinguished. This is difficult to do in a chaotic battle. Fortunately, with the fierce fire support of the Taoist soldiers, Shua, who saw the situation was not good, led hundreds of surviving jackals and Scotchy murlocs to escape. Otherwise, in this round, Luze will be at a loss. Because, after a fight, not only the consumption of equipment, but also the loss of soldiers and generals. And the opponent's combat power has even increased. It really vividly interprets the ebb and flow of each other. Chapter 61. Trachoma, aim at the big skull on the left, FK it. Shua, who had just escaped from birth, was full of anger, his fine iron armor was broken, and he looked very embarrassed. It really didn't expect that it would almost die in the hands of those damn skeletons if it didn't pay attention. What a shame! Fortunately, it led some soldiers to escape successfully, otherwise, it would want to find a hole to get in now. Aside, Shaluo Elder patted it on the shoulder. Shua, stay safe and don't be impatient. It doesn't matter if you lose for a while, just take a long-term view. Moreover, the sacrifices of the soldiers were not meaningless. If you hadn't tried out the enemy's tricks in advance, the enemies coming like this during the decisive battle might really change the situation on the battlefield. But now, after taking precautions, it's no big deal. Just as he was talking, Shaluo's face suddenly changed. Shua, quickly returned to the team to reorganize the team. Just now the Taoist ancestor sent the latest decree, and we are going to let Lord Holy Maiden do his best. You let everyone cooperate well, strive for full firepower, and make sure to catch the enemy by surprise. Hearing this, Shua's face tightened first, and then he smiled instantly. Good guy, Lord Daozu is finally willing to let the Holy Maiden go all out. Shua doesn't know much about the Holy Maiden's strength. But one thing is certain, and that is unfathomable. It can be seen from the last battle with the blood werewolf. Especially after possessing the magical item bestowed by Taoist ancestor. It once had the honor of seeing the scene when the Holy Maiden urged to demonstrate the magical item. There is only one word to describe. That is the raging sea. The power of the magical item plus its own talent stirred up the Long's Day One at that time and almost turned the world upside down. Although it is not in the Long's great abyss and cannot take advantage of the water, but with the Holy Maiden's own cultivation base and the power of the magical item, Shua is still full of expectations. In the middle of the team, after receiving Luze's instructions, Luo Li finally stopped hiding, and changed from her usual miraculous appearance. She activated the spirit power and regained her golden scales. The clouds and mists below her were more than 10 meters above the ground. The blue aura of Xian Shui cassock on her body shone with a blue aura, and a bead as bright as a sea of waves surrounded her body. The sound of Dao Tao is endless, and it is extraordinary everywhere. Seeing this, Bai Wenyao, who was always calm, changed his expression rarely. Hero Unit. God's Domain outside. Main Conference Hall. At this time, the big screen in the center just jumped to the game screen between Luze and Bai Wenyao. Seeing Luo Li soaring into the sky, and the miraculousness displayed by it. Even these important people who have been calm all year round can't help but change their faces slightly. Sitting in the number 1 position in the center, the strong middle-aged man with strong divine power and the divine pattern of the mountain character engraved on his forehead spoke for the first time since the start of the competition. Spellcasting Hero Unit. In this age group, I haven't seen a student own it for more than 10 years. This student can cultivate a third-tier main family and a hero unit at a young age, and the potential is very good. As he said that, a smile appeared on his face. It seems that this year our Nanfeng city is really expected to turn around in the regional assessment. The burly man in the second position next to him, wearing a dark green military uniform, nodded in agreement. Hero units are very important for improving the family troops. There are 2 hero units in the army and no hero units, but they are completely different. At his current age, against students of the same grade, with the help of hero units, the advantage is not insignificant, especially since it seems that he is still a spellcaster. In today's family that generally does not exceed the 3rd level, with the help of magic tools, a high-rank spell, coupled with the help of our own troops, I am afraid that any little guy can't stop it. Hearing this, Ho Yin, the grey-haired great priest of order, touched the Libra pendant on his chest that portrayed fairness and order, with a half-smile on his face. He didn't expect that a young boy he met casually during a rare break would have such a talent. He had already recognized that Luze was the young man whom he met once when he watched the audition on the screen last time. This chance meeting is sometimes really a wonderful thing. He decided that after the game was over, he could have a casual chat with this little guy and make a good relationship. Maybe, in the future, the opponent can also be pulled into the queue of the priest of order. Without exception, the big 3 in Nanfang City praised Luze very much. Although the voices of the first 2 were not loud, they could still hear them clearly with the hearing of all the true gods in the hall. This made Du Jianfeng, the principal of No. 2 Middle School, and Dongwan, Luze's head teacher, feel proud. As teachers, what they like most is to see their own students excel. Especially in front of so many prominent figures in Nanfang City. In the arena, Luo Li's preparations for Taoism were almost completed. With the help of the top-grade magical item Xian Shui Zhu, she can barely use the high-rank Taoism Water Dragon Waterfall. With Suan Shuizhu as the core faucet, a transformed water dragon whose strength has reached the 7th level and contains a trace of dragon's true meaning is summoned. Although spirit power consumes a lot, it is powerful. In the current situation where a group of students' family members do not exceed the 3rd rank, almost no one can stop them, quack killing randomly. Especially in the stalemate in the current situation, the divine powers of the gods on both sides are almost consumed, and there is no way to interfere excessively on the battlefield. The Azure Water Dragon, tens of meters long and with a waist comparable to a water tank, swept across the entire battlefield as soon as it came out. Whether it's the giant skeleton warriors that Bai Wenyao summoned with undead shaping spells, or the black warriors he relied on as his ace. Almost all of them have several claws and one whip. After a mouthful of water Polo Dragon breathed down, all of them were reduced to slag, and there was no way to fight back. Occasionally, the bone arrow of a skeleton archer hits a water dragon, but it also passes through the water without causing any damage. The scene is like returning to the time when Shua was chased by his A. But now the offensive and defensive momentum is easy. Watching Shua is not fun. Leading the black scale mermans down the mountain like fierce tigers, they rushed towards those ghouls and skeleton shooters who slipped through the net, screaming. Never see the downturn just now. You win. Bai Wenyao, who was high in the sky, faced Luze who was not far away, and condensed a few big characters in the mid-air with black mist. Then clicked surrender neatly. The situation has progressed to the point where no one can recover. Even he has hero units. Not to mention he didn't. Record, your opponent Bai Wenyao initiated a surrender, and you have won the game. Record, congratulations on your successful promotion to the semi-finals. Record, formatting the virtual god's domain. Record, the thinking of the family members is turning. Record, you have returned to the Starry Sky Lounge. Chapter 62. As his body turned, Luze disappeared into the virtual god's domain, and when he reappeared, it was already a bright starry sky. Seeing Luze showing a puzzled expression, Ding Zhou in the center explained, the number of the top 4 is small, and there is no need to use the living room with so many seats. Changing to the current scene can make you more comfortable. Here you can show your true body, and this is also an opportunity to show your strength. Luze nodded thoughtfully. With a flash of divine light on his body, his original figure became more than 10 feet long. A pair of wings protruded from the shoulder blades. Light. It really looks like a fractionated divinity spirit. Seeing this, Ding Zhou had a strange expression on his face. You're so flamboyant, I'll see you when the game is over. If he remembers correctly, from now on, the game will be broadcast throughout the city. Luze is very powerful, but his real body looks so good. I'm afraid that after the game, the little fans will surround him tightly. Thinking back to my class back then, a certain Sayabao student received hundreds of love letters every day after the competition, and even Chi Kuokuo's courtship photos. It gave him a splitting headache and almost depression. Ding Zhou couldn't help grinning, as if he saw the happy moment of the happiness troubles Luze was facing. Luze is not the first player to reach the Final Four. Before him, there was already another figure in the starry sky. But Luze couldn't recognize who he was. His whole body was covered in the yellow sand all over the sky, and his face was covered by a rich earthy yellow divine light, making him look like the genie in Aladdin's magic lamp. Seeing Luze always looking at himself unconsciously, the Deng Shen said, "Brother Lu, don't look, I'm Gu Jianfeng. I didn't realize that you are so handsome in real life, it's like a different person." Hearing this, Luze was stunned. "Aren't you too?" I can't help it. The old man insisted on letting me take the route of the desert gods. I have eaten sand for more than 10 years since I was a child, and I can't change it even if I want to change it now. Besides, if I don't put some yellow sand to cover my face, I will look like a mummy. If I don't become a true god, I have to be like this one day. It's really annoying. But speaking of your strength, I remember that your last opponent was Bai Wenyao, right? That kid is different every time we meet. I can't beat him with complete confidence. I didn't expect it to be in your hands. It is estimated that when he goes back, he will have to go to his cemetery to frantically toss again. I heard that he is quite accomplished in the research of structure familiars. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't construct families in the first year of high school, you might not be able to beat him this time. Luze grinned, really didn't know how to answer him. Dage. We are rivals. And I haven't seen a lot of them in total. It's the first time he's seen a socially obsessed person with this level of obsession. Out of politeness, he could only reply a few insignificant words. The two top 4 players don't know when they will be able to make a decision. If he keeps not answering, the scene will look too embarrassing. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, the other two top 4 players came out. It was Yun's Hang, and Xiaoqiange. Seeing Xiaoqiange, Gu Jianfeng couldn't help but swear, "Damn it, Qiange, are you cheating? Even Ye Shaohuang hasn't f'd you." Hearing this, Xiaoqiange gave him a blank look. "Why, do you have an opinion?" No opinion, winner and loser." After finishing speaking, he whispered again, "If I dare to have an opinion, your lunatic sister will come back from outside the territory immediately and beat me up. Who doesn't know, she is a sister protecting madman." Yun Shang also looked surprised. This sister who grew up with me is really unexpected. However, she never regretted making that decision when she was about to graduate from the 3rd year of junior high school. Even if Xiaoqiange and Niu hated her from now on, she would not regret it. Some things, can't tell. Ahem. 4 finalists, if you want to catch up on the old days, after the game is over, I will give you enough time. Now, I'm going to introduce a new rule. First of all, I would like to congratulate you again. After many fights, you have now entered the glorious moment, and you are only 1 step away from the championship. However, I want to remind you that this is an honor, a mission, and a responsibility. Please be sure to show 200% of your strength and perform at your best. This will affect your entire high school career and determine how big a step you take on the road to becoming a god. It's important, I don't need to say more, you know it too. Alright, do not piffle anymore. The new rules are: in the next game, the terrain of God's domain will not be drawn completely randomly, but a fixed location big arena, and each of you needs to choose a teammate for 2v2 battles. The victorious side competes for the championship and the second place, and the losing side competes for the third or fourth place. Don't ask me why the rules are like this. It was just set by the adults. I just followed the script. So, now please decide whether to obey the rules and continue the game, or abstain. Let's choose. Hearing this, Luze twitched the corner of his mouth. It's a fart to choose, there is no choice at all. We have come to this point, who will abstain? Moreover, even the teammates seem to be divided. Gu Jianfeng and Yunzhang are both in number 1 middle school, Xiaoqiange and Luze are both in number 2 middle school. Not to mention that Xiaoqiange and Yunshang seem to have conflicts and cannot be teammates, even if they have a good relationship. Everyone has to take care of the school's feelings at this time, which symbolizes the school's reputation. It must be the first squadron to the second squadron. Thinking about it, Luze turned his attention to Xiaoqiange, and seeing the other party nodded affirmatively, the two said in unison, I choose to continue competing, teammate Luze, Xiaoqiange. The opposite is also the same, we also choose to continue to compete, teammate Gu Jianfeng, Yunshang. Very good. Ding Zhou clapped his hands happily. Because everyone is so smart, let me talk about the extra rewards of the organizer. In order to reduce the trouble caused by the temporary modification of the rules, the organizer decided to reward one of the 4 of you with an epic level sealed god card in addition to the original rewards. I don't need to say more about the value of this. You should know it. After going to Outland, this thing is an indispensable existence for you now. Okay, no need to cheer. Now, you have half an hour to exchange family information and discuss tactics. After half an hour, the system will prompt you to enter the game scene. Next, I'll leave it to you. Goodbye. After speaking, Ding Zhou's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Only 4 of them were left looking at each other, and then flew into the distance in groups of 2 and 2. Chapter 63. They flew for a long time until they could no longer see Gu Jianfeng and Yunzhang. Luze and Xiaoqiange stopped. Luze, for the sake of the competition, let's exchange family information. It's best to be detailed, so that you can have a clear idea when fighting. Xiaoqiange, good. After finishing speaking, Xiaoqiange uploaded a set of information from the competition watch as if she had been prepared. Race, Sen Lin Long, Young Dragon. Category, Dragon, Air Unit. Level, the 3rd level is higher. Occupation, none. Quantity, 2. Talent, Dragon Might, Dragon Skin. Skills, Green Flame Breath LV3, active, Sweep LV2, active, Bite LV2, active. Specialty, Forest Guardian LV2, Dragon Language LV3. Physique, 20. Power, 19. Agility, 21. Spirit, 20. Evaluation, the Guardian of the Forest in the legendary Dragon Clan, the partner of the Elves, has excellent qualifications and combat power, and has great development potential. But seems innate is weaker. Race, Wild Elf. Category, Subspecies of Elves. Level, the 2nd level is higher. Occupation, Phantom Shooter. Quantity, 500. Talent, Eagle Vision, Archery. Skills, Continuous Shooting LV2, active, Aiming at LV2, active, Reshooting LV1, active. Specialty, Shepherd Tree LV1. Physique, 8. Power, 9. Agility, 11. Spirit, 9. Comment, the elves are a subspecies bred from other races. They have inherited the elves' excellent archery talent, but they have never been recognized by the purebred elves, and their development potential is mediocre. Race, Centaur. Category, subhuman race. Level, the second level is higher. Occupation, Centaur archer/Centaur warrior. Quantity, 800/1200. Talent, walking on 4 hooves, the skin of a junior beast. Skills, shot LV1/strike LV1, active, throwing LV2/charge LV2, active. Specialty, long distance trek LV1. Physique, 10. Power, 10. Agility, 11. Spirit, 7. Evaluation, a strong player on the prairie, a qualified fighter, rich in shooters and assault fighters, with average development potential. The 3 sets of family information are only a few hundred words long. It only took tens of seconds for Luze to finish watching. But it took a long time to calm down. This, Sen Lin Long. Luze looked surprised. He suddenly understood why Xiaqianj had come so far. Dragons. Even if it's just a 3rd-order young dragon, it's still a dragon clan. Ordinary students can't deal with it when they encounter it. However, Luze was a little strange about how Xiaqianj was loaded into God's domain. It stands to reason that this is impossible in the first year of high school. Seeing Luze's question, Xiaqianj explained, "For the price they paid, I doubt it's worth it now." At that time, there were 12 eggs in one group, all of which were almost lifeless dragon eggs. The probability of survival was judged to be less than 1 in 10,000. In order to successfully load them into God's domain, I overdrawn 3 God's domain reinforcement cards from the family. Even so, my God's domain almost collapsed due to the disorder of the law, and now it is suppressed by a family artifact. I don't know how much water of life is consumed. Even so, only 2 ends have hatched. Xiaqianj said, his face full of pain. Seeing that Luze still seemed to have doubts, Xiaqianj hesitated to speak. She knew that Luze was wondering where she got such power. But in fact, she is not so resistant. All with the help of another human being. Thinking about it, she couldn't help thinking of the guy who had almost the same face as her but was completely different. What a nuisance! Especially when she threw the dragon egg card in front of her, she looked calm. Overdrawing God's Realm Consolidation card in a large amount of water of life is no exception. She is the one who applied to the family for Xiaqianj. Otherwise, based on Xiaqianj's talent, there are so many children in the Xia family, so they wouldn't be so invested at this stage. However, Xiaqianj couldn't explain the details to Luze in detail. She just changed the subject. "Okay, don't just look at me, you can also send me your family information to have a look." Reciprocity is the most basic courtesy. Hearing this, Luze nodded. Good. As he said that, he also sent several groups of family members messages. Xiaqianj casually clicked to open it. A few minutes later, Xiaqianj opened his mouth wide. "A hero unit. An established caster unit. Tier 3 family. Luze, are you still a human? Isn't this too exaggerated?" Chapter 64. Heard the words. Luze shook his head. "It's nothing, just like you, it's just a fluke. Otherwise, I wouldn't have handed in blank papers for 6 consecutive monthly exams before." Xiaqianj couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard it. She really didn't expect that someone could be so humble as to be shameless. She held back the twitching corners of her mouth, and said, "Then you are really lucky. You can have such a big improvement in strength in a short period of time. It's a pity not to go to the Federal Welfare Lottery Center to draw an artifact." Discourse is full of unbelief and playfulness. Hearing this, Luze couldn't help but smiled knowingly, blinked, and said without answering, "Let's not talk about this now, we already know each other's families, let's discuss the next battle." Just now I heard the host mentioned big arena when introducing the rules. I was thinking, the big arena he mentioned, wouldn't it be the one in the legend? Hearing this, Xiaoqiange collected his thoughts and couldn't help showing a thoughtful expression. As the most famous divine domain building of the great divine power god of war, the name of Grand Arena is known to everyone in the Federation. There is a battlefield of blood and fire. Killing and violence are rampant. It is the sacred land that soldiers most yearn for, and it is also the underworld, where there is a narrow escape. Countless realms have reached the bottleneck. No matter how difficult it is for fighters to advance, they will choose to go there to try their luck. If you live, you can break through. It's dead, it's over. Years of fighting have left almost substantial fighting and killing intent in the great arena. Everyone who steps in there will be affected by it. Involuntarily to fight, to kill, to conquer. Even many war gods who ignite the fire will deliberately suppress realm and go there to hone themselves. After thinking about it carefully, Xiaoqiange said, since it's a simulation of God's domain, it's not impossible. In this way, there are many factors to consider. Even if it is a reenacted low-end version, we still have to consider the impact of killing intent. Also, I heard that the original Great Arena of God of War seems to have regional native races, and random refreshes will greatly affect the situation on the battlefield. This replica version is estimated to be close to 10. We need to prepare early. Otherwise, when we fight on both sides, when we are in a state of anxiety, suddenly another force appears on the flank, it will really kill me. Hearing this, thoughts raced through Luze's mind. He thought Xiaoqiange was right. With the increase of fighting parties, the special environment of God's domain, and the possible existence of neutral families, this battle is far more complicated than previous games. All kinds of unexpected situations may emerge one after another. The problem cannot be solved simply by aiming at the opponent. In a complex battlefield environment, sometimes acting too hastily may backfire. This forced Luze and Xiaoqiange to discuss in detail the various situations that may arise. Half an hour suddenly seemed stretched. Time flies by. Hearing the familiar system prompt sound next to his ear, Luze glanced at Xiaoqiange. It's about to start, according to the discussed countermeasures. After entering the battlefield, first meet up, and then maintain real-time communication. Xiaoqiange had just finished speaking. The figures of the two disappeared, and the original background of the starry sky gradually dissipated. Championship Contest, Semifinals. Name, Luze/Xiaoqiange. School, Nanfeng City No. 2 High School/Nanfeng City No. 2 High School. Current record 7 wins/0 losses, 7 wins/0 losses. vs. Name, Gujianfeng/Yunzhang. School, Nanfeng City No. 1 High School/Nanfeng City No. 1 High School. Current record 7 wins/0 losses, 7 wins/0 losses. System broadcast. The basic information of the students in the semi-final match has been verified, and the competition room can be logged in. Record, you have entered the special God domain Great Arena. Record, your teammate Xiaoqiange has entered the special God domain Big Arena. Record, your opponent Gu Jianfeng has entered the special God domain Big Arena. Record, your opponent Yunzhang has entered the special God domain Big Arena. Record, the game family started to load. Record, the game family has been loaded. Record, consciousness linking. Record, consciousness link complete. Welcome to the Big Arena, Bloody Plain. As soon as Luze regained consciousness, a majestic and grand voice sounded in his ear. He tried to move his body, but found he couldn't. This is a paradise for warriors and the underworld for the cowardly. The voice in the ear continued. This battle will adopt a mixed points system. At the end of the game, the side with the most points wins. On the battlefield, every first-tier enemy gets 1 point, second-tier enemies get 3 points, third-tier enemies get 7 points, fourth-tier enemies get 15 points, 5th tier enemies get 31 points, and 5th tier enemies get 31 points. The above are all 100 points. In addition to the two warring parties, neutral forces and blood beasts will be randomly refreshed on the battlefield to attack surrounding enemies. Every once in a while, the level and number of refreshes will increase, with an upper limit of 6 levels, until all the families of the two warring parties are dead. The current level of killing intent on the battlefield is 1st level, and the area of God's domain is 10 km x 10 km. The game will officially start in 1 minute, please get ready. Wish y'all good luck. As soon as the words fell, Luze found that he could move. However, his complexion became ugly. Because the actual situation was far more complicated than what he and Xiaoqiange discussed. Between the two, there is almost no edge. Previously, they discussed how to deal with opponents without interference from neutral enemies. But now, solving the opponent is no longer the key. Points are the key. If you can't get more points than the opponent before all your family members die, even if you still have family members alive. If you linger on your last breath, you may lose the game in the face of neutral forces that cannot be dealt with. Just like a real war between the two countries, killing people is not the purpose, everything is for actual interests. In this way, the strategy will change. He glanced at Xiaoqiange, who was not far away, and hurriedly flew over. The rules have changed. Now it seems that the organizer wants to test the limit of our combat power in a multi-party melee. Without further ado, let's quickly send an oracle to the family members so that they can preserve their vitality and find a favorable terrain first. Confluence. Now, every living family member may become the key to the outcome. Chapter 65. 10 km x 10 km Bloody Plain. It is said to be a plain, but there are actually many low hills, lakes, forests, and other terrains. There is a canyon surrounded by low mountains in the middle. In addition, other terrains are small, relatively independent of each other and embedded with each other. The 1-minute countdown ends. The virtual god's domain below resumed operation like a stop-motion animation, and it suddenly came alive. The figures of the 4 families participating in the competition also appeared in the 4 corners of the god's domain at the same time. Luze's family is in the northeast corner of god's domain, and Xiaoqiange's family is in the southwest corner of god's domain. Gu Jianfeng's family is in the southeast corner of god's domain, and Yun Chang's family is in the northwest corner of god's domain. Teammates are distributed diagonally. In order to meet up, one needs to cross the entire divine realm. But due to the distribution of terrain, it looks very difficult. The reason lies in the circle of low mountains that divide the entire bloody plain into 2 parts, the inner and outer parts. The ring-shaped low mountain is basically connected as a whole, and there are only 4 entrances to the inner circle corresponding to each contestant, which can be entered and exited. Every entrance and exit is guarded by a tribe of thousands of neutral family members. Teammates want to reunite. Either defeat the guarding neutral family first and enter the internal rendezvous. Or you have to make a big circle from the outside. And, if both parties have made the same choice, it is very likely that you will have to fight your opponent before you meet your own teammates. That would be the worst case scenario. Luze and the others chose to kill the neutral family tribe and enter the inner canyon directly. Not only because such a route is the closest. The huge lake in the inner canyon of the ring-shaped dwarf mountain was also an important reason for Luze to make a quick decision, which would greatly enhance the strength of the black scale sharks. At the same time, you can also get a wave of points. Simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, something is not good. Judging from their respective routes, their opponents, Gu Jianfeng and Yun Hang, also chose the same route. Is this a quick fight to decide the outcome? Luze thought secretly. However, no matter what happened to the opponent, he decided to follow his own plan. Partly to make the best decisions, partly to avoid getting into the enemy's rhythm and becoming passive. Along the way, in order to take care of the slower kobold blacksmiths and skaky murlocs, the Luze family team as a whole did not move fast. An hour later, the straight line distance was only 4 kilometers away, and the target neutral half-orc tribe was still less than 1 kilometer away. But from a high altitude, the range of activities between them has begun to overlap. And the number of blood beasts randomly refreshed around gradually increased. From time to time, dozens of blood beasts charge towards Luze's family team. Although this can earn a little points, it also seriously slows down the speed of Luze's family members. On the other side, Gu Jianfeng's family members, the fast-moving four-armed desert snake people, had already started fighting with the enemies. When those four-armed desert snakes and Luze watched the SIE students audition, the four-armed desert snakes they saw were generally the same, but they were obviously stronger and taller. The four hands holding sharp war blades were like cutting machines in a slaughterhouse. When they waved them at will, the bears and goblins standing in front of them turned into corpses all over the ground in the blink of an eye, like chickens and dogs. Yun Chang's family, 2 harpy squadrons that had entered the 3rd rank, also took advantage of their flight to attack the enemy from the air. The huge eagle claws on their lower bodies can easily catch the cave lizards blocking the path of their companions in the air, throw them down like stones, and smash them into a pool of mud. As for Xiaoqian's 2 young forest dragons, they even started green flame breathing early on, igniting a sea of flames among the jackals. These neutral races, which do not exceed the 2nd level on average, and whose number is no more than 1,000, are really powerless in front of a few elite students. Seeing this, Luze couldn't help but issue a Taoist order to tell Shaluo and others to speed up. He doesn't want to be too far behind. Seeing the vanguard troops and the target neutral family, a large number of second-order half-orcs started fighting. Suddenly, the familiar majestic voice sounded in Luze's ear again. Bloody killing, increased fighting spirit. The current level of killing intent on the battlefield is 2nd level, and the area of God's domain has been reduced to 9 km x 9 km. Then, he discovered that the half-orcs, who were originally in decline, started to go crazy at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming fearless and fearless. At the same time, the outermost circle of the virtual God's domain below him also melted into a phantom like ice cream and gradually dissipated. This brought a huge shock to everyone on the field. It also makes everyone understand that even if you don't want to enter the inner circle now, you can't do it. Because, after a few rounds of fighting spirit improvement, if your family members are still on the periphery, you may not even need your opponent to take action, as long as the dissipated God domain can completely wipe out all the family members who are still on it. Chapter 66. Hold it, shield warriors stand it. Short spear pitcher 2 throwing ready, shoot. The knoll hand axe is ready, and after 2 rounds of throwing, grab the blade and be ready to charge at any time. Protect the flanks well, don't let those blood wolves rush in. The battle is quick, and I don't have much time to spend here with these half-orcs. Sharo issued orders methodically. The Taoism from its own gods told it a lot of news that can only be known by overlooking the overall situation. Plus the fighting spirit that suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart. A sense of crisis suddenly surged in Shaluo's heart. This makes it subconsciously speed up the attacking rhythm, even if it will suffer a lot of losses, it will not hesitate. Except for the Taoist troops and the main force of the merman, the other soldiers have become bargaining chips in its hands that can be sacrificed at will. Just to win. Seen from the heights of God's domain, since the level of combat intent was raised to 2nd level, the attacking rhythm of all students began to accelerate. Gu Jianfeng's 4-armed desert snakes had already killed the violent goblin bears that rushed up. After Xiaoqian's shooter troops came up, the jackals could no longer escape the fate of living targets. Yun Chang's stone jaw man waved a sledgehammer and smashed each cave lizardman into a pulp. Luze's short spear shooters also showed their full power for the first time. Facing half-orcs with almost no protection, the sharp short spears were quick, accurate, and ruthless. On the ground, the jackal warriors showed even more ferocity, and the wide war blade in their hands was undone, slashing at the half-orcs to death. But the situation is gradually developing in a bad direction. Because Gu Jianfeng's four-armed desert snakes attacked the fastest and killed all the bear goblins first. In addition, many blood beasts have been solved. This allowed him to break through 2,000 points first. At this time, the points of Luze, Xiaqianj, and Yunsheng will all break through 1,500 points. Let's not talk about the temporary lead in points. More importantly, he did not order the family members to rush to the center of God's domain immediately to speed up the rendezvous with Yunsheng's family members. Instead, the four-armed desert snakes turned in the direction of Xiaqianj's family without stopping. At the same time, Yunsheng's harpies also began to turn their wings and flew to the position where the young dragon of Sen Lin Long was. From the looks of it, the two seemed to want to concentrate their efforts to eliminate Xiaqianj's family first, and then join forces there victoriously. Seeing this, Luze and Xiaqianj, who had already met at high altitude, frowned at the same time. The opponent is plotting overtly, and the time difference between the fights. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Gu Jianfeng's family to enter the God realm first, together with Yunsheng, they formed a siege against Xiaqianj. With successive battles and two-sided attack, Xiaqianj's family may face a complete collapse if they are not careful. After all, there are many shooters in the family, so it is easy to form a long-range attack on the enemy, and it is also easy to be attacked by force. Before facing the attacking family, Xiaqianj could use Lin Long to interfere with the enemy's formation. But now, Yunsheng also has family members in the air. The harpies of two squadrons are enough to pose a huge threat to the immature forest dragon cubs. First, slow down the speed of those four-armed desert snake people. Thinking about it, Luze was going to do a magic trick. The third thing: high wind, heavy rain, extreme cold. Then he suggested that Xiaqianj retreat and trade space for time. Converging from the periphery, although it is a waste of time, is better than a heavy loss. Unexpectedly, Xiaqianj stopped immediately after sensing his divine power fluctuations. Xiaqianj, Luze, wait for the magic spell to be cast first. I think this may also be our chance. Look at the terrain passageway behind the Knoll tribe, it's only 7 or 8 meters wide. If I let the centaur warriors block there, with the saturated firepower of the wild elf archers and centaur archers, it will not be easy for those four-armed desert snakes to rush over. As long as I can hold on, when the time comes, if you rush over again, it will be our front and rear attack, and the initiative will become in our hands. And, look, that lake is also right next to your family's route. I remember that your family's black scales have a talent that calls the tide. Bringing the momentum of the tide, in this way. Luze suddenly realized. In the third round of the top 32 competition, in the desert oasis terrain, facing Yunyu's goblin berserkers, Shailuo and the others did the same. At that time, it was only a shallow layer of lake water, and it had that kind of power. But now, the lake in front of him is not only larger in size, but also deeper in water. If, at that time, let Luo Li use the mysterious water beads as a guide, gather the power of all the black-scaled sharks, and carry the trend of the tide. That scene. Luze can be sure. Whether it's Gu Jianfeng's four-armed desert snake man or Yunsheng's stone jaw man, it's hard to stop his sharpness. But the premise is that Xiaqianj can hold on. Otherwise, the situation will get worse. Thinking, Luze stared at her deeply. Xiaqianj was looking at him seriously, waiting for an answer. After thinking about it again and again, Luze took a deep breath, and finally decided to trust his own teammate, saying, "Okay, then it's up to you. Since Gu Jianfeng and the others want a quick fight, then we will fight them quickly. In this way, it's better to send them back to compete for the third or fourth place." Hearing this, Xiaqianj couldn't help smiling. She didn't expect that Luze could be so humorous at this time. The mentality is really good enough. However, after thinking about it, she also felt normal. After all, no average person can withstand the pressure of handing in blank papers for 6 consecutive monthly exams. Thinking of this, she couldn't help laughing even more happily. Chapter 67. Small Lounge. The game in the big arena is broadcast in real time. Chen Linfen and Bai Lakun were commenting while drinking tea. Bai Lakun, old Chen, judging from the current situation, it is not very beneficial for your second squadron. If you let student Gu Jianfeng and student Yunzhang make dumplings for student Xiaqianj, at that time, even if student Luze has a hero unit and a lot of spellcaster troops, he will fight against 2, facing the ground, the air, and the gods. The three-dimensional attack of the technique also has to be defeated with hatred. At this time, student Luze can't save his divine power, he should use divine power to support him. But it seems that he is a little indifferent. Could it be that the conversation between the two just caused some quarrel? These young students, talent is good, but sometimes, they are too young and energetic. This is not the time to be angry. Hearing this, Chen Linfeng gave Bai Lakun a speechless look. Old Bo, who did you learn from Yin and Yang's strange tone? This is not like your style. Moreover, if you take a step back, where is this? You are too happy too early. Student Gu Jianfeng's 4-armed desert snakes want to attack Xiaqianj's family, but take a closer look. Does Xiaqianj seem a little nervous? With such a narrow pass, there are so many shooters in student Xiaqianj's family. If one is not good, student Gu Jianfeng will have to steal a lot of money. Student Luze will come up from the back. At that time, it will not be student Gu Jianfeng and student Yunzhang who surround student Xiaqianj, but student Luze and student Xiaqianj will surround them instead. Bai Lakun smiled mysteriously, haha, let's wait and see. Let's see whose student is better. In the domain of God. Luze nervously made arrangements. Choosing to believe in Xiaqianj is a difficult decision. But now that such a decision has been made, Luze no longer suspects it. At the same time, he issued an edict to Shero again, telling them to continue to speed up their attack. While staring at Gu Jianfeng intently. So far, no one has released a magic spell. But with Gu Jianfeng's understanding and attainment of the desert priesthood shown in the Starry Sky Lounge, Luze can be sure that the desert magic he cast will not be weak. If you don't pay attention, he will help the 4-armed desert snakes rush out of the narrow pass with a wave of divine magic and break through the obstruction of the centaur warriors. Then the plan between himself and Xiaqianj turned out to be a mirror image. At this time, you can only be head-to-head. See if the opponent's spear is stronger, or your own shield is stronger. The 4-armed desert snakes were moving very fast. As soon as Xiaqianj eliminated the Knoll tribe of the neutral family, the 4-armed desert snakes appeared in the woods 100 meters away from the pass. Seeing this, the centaur warriors immediately rushed to the pass and lined up to wait for the enemy. However, in comparison, the air unit Harpy moves faster. They were already hovering nearby. Seeing the centaur warriors rushing out of the protection range of the Lin Long cubs, they immediately grabbed some stones weighing tens of kilograms, huge wooden blocks, and even the corpses of some blood beasts, and threw them at the arrayed centaur warriors like bombs. Smash them to pieces. The harpies didn't dare to rush towards the shooter's position where there were 2 forest dragon hatchlings hovering, but they didn't have the slightest psychological burden to bully the centaur warriors who were some distance away from the forest dragon hatchlings. This made Xiaqianj have to let the forest dragon cubs come forward and drive away the harpies. Otherwise, under such harassment, the centaur warriors would be in a mess before the 4-armed desert snakes 100 meters away charged. Even so, facing a round of throwing by the harpies, the centaur warriors still had quite a commotion. Fortunately, Xiaqianj spent his faith points in time to issue an oracle, which further strengthened their will to fight. But Gu Jianfeng made a move. A palm-sized, inconspicuous yellow tornado flew out of his hand. It grows against the wind, like blowing up a balloon, expanding to tens of meters in the blink of an eye. The yellow sand all over the sky was swept by the strong wind, showing the appearance of shrouding the heavens covering the sun. The trees, corpses, and stones along the way were all uprooted and carried forward. A few seconds later, they arrived at the place where Xiaoqian's family members were. Before formal contact, the outer yellow sand crackled the armor of the centaur warriors, making them unable to open their eyes. This is the power of the gods. If there is no obstruction, the formation of the centaur warriors can be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Luze has been staring at Gu Jianfeng for a long time. He did not choose to confront Gu Jianfeng's magic. The main effect of Gu Jianfeng's magic is to create an environment conducive to the four-armed desert snake people and help them break through the formation. That being the case, Luze will do the opposite. He wants to make it difficult for the four-armed desert snake people to move. The third child. Blast. Showers. Extremely cold. As Luze performed the most and understood the combination of magic most deeply. Under his full efforts, the four-armed desert snakes seemed to be plunged into the icy winter in an instant. The wild sand made the centaur warriors unable to open their eyes, and the extremely cold hailstone made the four-armed desert snakes unable to open their eyes. Even, because they have always lived in high-temperature areas of the desert, the four-armed desert snake people are even more uncomfortable in the face of extremely cold and hail. All of them were pale with cold. Not to mention moving forward, even maintaining body temperature has become a problem. Yun Shang wanted to help, but found that she couldn't get in at all. The priesthood she mastered belonged to the wind system, and her magic was also of the wind type. If the wind blows again at this time, she feels that she may not be helping Gu Jianfeng's four-armed desert snake people, but speeding up their death. As for increasing the power of Gu Jianfeng's magical technique, it is a good choice. But if you want to directly reach the point of killing thousands of people, the amount of faith consumed is worth a lot. With everyone's current demigod level and the upper limit of 500,000 faith point consumption, it is really difficult to achieve. See that the expected effect cannot be achieved. In desperation, Gu Jianfeng had no choice but to withdraw the Guangsha dragon roll, covering his family members, and then cast the hot magic to counteract the effect of Luze's magic. He really didn't expect that Luze's magical skills were as good as his own. I have been blowing sand for more than 10 years. Chapter 68. Magic is useless for a while. After a stalemate for a while, Luze and Gu Jianfeng stopped at the same time in a tacit understanding. It doesn't matter if you don't stop. This kind of large-scale battlefield magic consumes a lot of faith points. In just this moment, their remaining faith points are less than half. It is estimated that at most one more time, the blue bar will be exhausted. But there is no way, as new gods and demigods, their understanding of the law is still very superficial, and coupled with their lack of background, it is already the limit to be able to do so. This is still under the condition of receiving the training of the school system. Unlike the demigods of the outer domain, who were born and raised in the bloody wind, step by step, after hundreds of thousand years, once they become a demigod, they can have a very strong combat power. That's why the Federation clearly stipulates that ordinary students are not allowed to go outside the territory during the first year of high school. That's why everyone was so excited when the host Ding Zhou told everyone that the top 32 students could get the chance to explore the outer domain. Under the protection of the government, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to explore foreign lands during the freshman year of high school. Of course, there are risks. It's just that, compared to the possible benefits, it was subconsciously ignored by everyone. After all, no one would think that he would be the unlucky one before the danger occurred. Shoot. Shoot again. Do your best. All shooters are not allowed to save their skills, aim at those cold-blooded snake people, and shoot them all into a sieve. Wearing an emerald green crown and holding an elf staff, the wild elf priest said loudly. As he spoke, the staff in his hand shot out emerald rays of light from time to time to heal the wounded centaur warriors ahead. Just now, not long after the magical confrontation between the two sides ended, those extremely resilient four-armed desert snakes launched an attack on their own initiative. Gu Jianfeng's family members are well trained. There are 500 third-tier four-armed desert snake people. Each upper body is wearing a fine steel breastplate and a yellow linen robe with a very ethnic characteristic. Each of the 4 strong arms holds a war blade. Without saying a word, murderous. Even if they had just suffered a round of magical blows, they didn't show any low morale, as if they were born killing machines. They swayed their thick snake tails, and each gliding step could drag a long trace on the ground. After applying the divine spell Bloodthirsty Slaughter, as the 4 war blades waved, the sword screen formed was like water splashing. Fortunately, Xiaoqian's centaur warriors were not vegetarian either. After realizing the lack of own melee strength in the last monthly test, Xiaoqian trained the centaur warriors in a targeted manner. Although the job change is only an ordinary warrior class, due to the racial characteristics of the centaur, it is born with 4 hooves and 2 arms, which is comparable to a low-profile cavalry. Especially under the arm of Xiaoqian, they are covered with fine iron battle armor, and the war blade in their hands is as huge as a wide-handled mo knife. Combined with the combined skills of charge plus heavy attack, even the 4-armed desert snakes can't go straight to the front of them under a wave of charges. This is also an important reason why Xiaoqian had the courage to let the family members face Gu Jianfeng's 4-armed desert snake people in the narrow pass. However, the price is heavy. After all, no matter how strong the centaur warriors are, their race ranks are there. Charge plus heavy strike, although powerful, they can only support a wave. After the skills cool down, they have to face the 4-armed desert snake's knife screen as fast as water. In addition, Xiaoqian's strategy is to defend, mainly relying on the strength of the shooters to drag Gu Jianfeng and Yun Shang's family until Luze arrives. This made the centaur warriors rush out and basically never come back. In terms of tactical arrangements, he was completely reduced to a tool man. The 1,200 troops were all divided into groups of 100 and arranged in 5 rows of 20. Then, round after round, they launched a suicide charge towards the exit of the pass. After one wave dies, another wave will come again. It seems that the 4-armed desert snakes are bound to be blocked in the pass. As for the shooters, they don't distinguish between enemies and friends, as long as they are within the range, they all attack, regardless of whether there are centaur warriors of their own. Seeing that Gu Jianfeng couldn't help but have 1 head and 2 heads. This woman is too cruel. Chapter 69. However, I have to say that the effect of this method of injuring the enemy by 1,000 and self-injury by 2,000 is astonishing. Ren's 4-armed desert snake people's forearms were so chopped that they were about to smoke, but they couldn't break through the narrow pass that was only tens of meters short. The small pass is like a meat grinder, strangling everything that enters. The corpses at the exit piled up into mountains, and the blood that flowed across them gathered into a shallow stream. This caused Yun Shang's follow-up family members to arrive, but they had no chance to make a move. They could only stay behind the snake people and stare blankly. Let a group of stone-jawed men be very irritable. However, this scene did not last long. As time went by, when the level of killing intent on the battlefield was raised to 3rd level, and the area of God's domain shrank again. Tier 4 blood beasts began to appear in God's domain. The frequency of refreshing is very fast, especially in the combat area where people are concentrated. As soon as he appeared, he bravely charged towards the surrounding contestants' families. Caused quite a commotion. In particular, Xiaoqian's back row troops were all shooters, and their melee combat ability was limited. She had to spend a lot of divine power to cast the divine spell Vine Art plus Summon Treant to help the family resist the attack of the blood beast. In comparison, Gu Jianfeng and Yun Shang were much better, but they also involved a lot of energy from their families. Let all the Stonejaw men who were still wary of Luze's family enter into a violent fighting state ahead of time. As for Luze, it was also miserable at this time. Along the way, the blood beasts kept attacking the family members, making it impossible for the family members to move faster. Seeing that the pressure on Xiaqian's family was increasing, and there was a possibility of collapse at any time, Luze could only issue a Taoist order to Shaluo in advance to let the Taoist troops take action. Originally, he was going to let the Daoist troops save some spirit power, and wait for a surprise in the decisive battle. Now, you can only adapt to the situation. After Shaluo received the order, he reacted very quickly. The order was conveyed immediately. After receiving the order, a group of Taoist soldiers who had been soy sauced all the way seemed to be full of blood, and they were refreshed all of a sudden. They also lived up to Luze's expectations. It's extraordinary from the first shot. The accuracy of Taoist attacks is scary, almost 100%. Moreover, it specifically aimed at the lower 3 lanes of the blood beasts, which greatly increased the speed of the team in an instant. Soon it was approaching the lake in the bloody plain. After crossing the lake and landing, 100 meters away was the pass where Xiaqian's family and Gu Jianfeng's family were fighting. A group of stone-jawed men were fighting with a large number of blood beasts rushing forward at a distance of more than 10 meters from the lake. Seeing this, Gu Jianfeng smiled instead of worrying. Luze's performance from the beginning to the end has been mediocre, which is not in line with the level of a semi-finalist. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that he must be hiding something. And hiding represents variables. That feeling of being out of control displeased Gu Jianfeng. Therefore, after the neutral forces were quickly resolved, he would let the 4-armed desert snakes of the own family immediately turn to attack Xiaqian's family. For 2 reasons. The first stage, as seen on the surface, is to solve Xiaqian's family in one fell swoop and establish an advantage for oneself. There is also first stage, which is to exert pressure and let Luze expose his own cards in advance. But now, Gu Jianfeng feels that the second stage goal of own has been achieved. Because, Luze's caster's family troops who have been hiding until now were forced to take action. The casters of the 2 squadrons are indeed surprising. But as the teachers often say in class, a whole card that is exposed is not a whole card. Gu Jianfeng took it for granted. He doesn't think that under the current situation, the exposed casters of the 2 squadrons can play a role in calming the world. Not to mention that their magic power is not enough to last until the decisive battle. Even if it is enough to last, Gu Jianfeng will not give them a chance to play a role. He'll keep his main force out of range of them. In particular, right now the Own family has merged with Yun Shang's family, but Luze's family and Xiaqian's family are still separated. The initiative is on your side. As for Luze's family members, most of them are water family members. What if they enter the lake and do not meet the enemy? What should they do if they are harassed? Gu Jianfeng wished they were like this. Because, what decides the outcome of this match is integral. As long as his side gets enough points, he doesn't care if Luze's family is in the water or not. You shouldn't be so stupid. Thinking about it, Gu Jianfeng gave Luze a meaningful look. On the other side, Luze's black-scale merman and skaky murlocs began to fall into the water like dumplings. Seeing this, Gu Jianfeng turned his head disapprovingly and said something to Yun Shang. Then, I saw a large group of stone-jaw men holding huge iron bars quickly smashing the heads of the surrounding blood beasts. While driving away other blood beasts, they lined up on the bank, looking in the direction of Luze's family in the lake, ready to fight. God's domain outside. I have been following the live broadcast of Luze's game. Favorite healthcare, student Gu Jianfeng and student Yunzhang are miserable. It seems that the scene of flooding the 7th Army has to be staged again. Schadenfreude JPG. Favorite healthcare at that's right, the anchor and the official administrator, why don't you have a quiz in this game? I still have more than 10,000 points here. Hurry up and start the guessing game. I will bet all in, and I will bet on the second squadron on the right to win. Peace Elite, shocked JPG. I have never seen such a brazen person. But, I like it. Please open the guessing game quickly, and I will also bet on the second squadron to win. Brush and ink painting Hongchen at +1. Wandering Rose at +2. In an instant, the live broadcast room began to refresh the screen. However, this wave did not last long, and soon died down. Because in the live game screen, the waves are rising. Chapter 70. Pinghu has ripples. The waves are monstrous. As soon as the black-scaled sharks made a move, they did so with all their might, leaving no room for error. Especially the holy maiden Luli of the Mingkang school is the most dazzling. She stood at the head of the tide tens of meters high with the mysterious water drop in her hand, the spirit power all over her body was driven to the extreme, and the azure aura was shining brightly. Driven by the group of black-scaled mermen led by her, the huge wave instantly turned into a ferocious water-colored blue dragon, and with a silent roar, it rushed straight to the group of stone-jawed people not far away. Seeing this scene, Gu Jianfeng's face was full of astonishment, and he was no longer calm as before. If he hadn't seen this battle with his own eyes, it would be hard for him to imagine that it would be something that a family member of a freshman in the same class as him could do. This is already a small-scale mobilization of the power of heaven and earth. He didn't have time to think about it, and after looking at each other with Yun's Hang, he hurriedly activated the magic spell to interrupt the monstrous water together. Unexpectedly, Luze and Xiaoqiange moved even faster. The two took the first step, and at the same time emitted a bright divine light from their hands, shooting into the monstrous wave caused by Luo Li and the group of black-scaled mermaids. All of a sudden, the wind was surging, the white waves were surging, and the huge waves were rushing forward at an unmatched speed. The momentum is getting higher and higher. In the tide, countless elemental water beasts began to condense. In the blink of an eye, it rushed ashore, engulfing a group of stone-jaw men who were ready to go on the shore, dumbfounded, as if they were actively sent into the mouth of a water beast. Then, it continued to rush forward, hitting the desert snake people at the pass 100 meters away. Life stone-jaw people in the cave and desert snake people in the desert have never seen such a battle. Countless people drowned and choked on water at once. Not to mention, there are still a large number of black-scale mermen and skaky murloc fighters in the wave. On the shore, a group of Scotchy murloc warriors could only be regarded as side dishes in front of the desert snake people and stone-jaw people. But in the water, that's their home field. With the help of turbulent waves, their speed is comparable to that of a fast-charging knight. No matter what kind of war blade you hold, the lethality it produces is incomparably astonishing. It is a rare elation. As for the black-scaled merman, his physical fitness was no less than that of Gu Jianfeng's trump card family, the four-armed desert snakeman. In such a state, the enemy eliminates the enemy. Killing is even more handy. This allowed Luze and Xiaoqiange's total points to quickly surpass the sum of Gu Jianfeng and Yun Shang's combined points, pulling them far apart. Seeing this, Gu Jianfeng slowly dispelled the yellow sand tornado that had just been aroused in his hand, looked at Yun Shang who was still about to struggle, and sighed, "Give up, we underestimated Luze, and it is reasonable to get such a result middle. I really didn't expect that Luze would cultivate a family of heroes so early and forge a magic tool that fits her so well. We are not wronged." Snort. Hearing this, Yun Chang felt upset. But the matter has come to this point, the defeat has been decided, and she can only accept it. The only thing that bothered her was that she found out that she had lost to Xiaoqiange again. From childhood to adulthood, as a peer, coupled with the acquaintance of the elders in the family, Yun's Hang has always been compared with Xiaoqiange. As for Xiaoqiange's monstrous sister, because she was too outstanding, people couldn't compare her. From kindergarten to junior high school, Xiaqianj and Yun Sheng have always been classmates. Every time after the exam, the first question Yun Sheng's parents asked was never about how Yun Sheng did in the exam, but how did Qianj do in this exam. If they didn't do as well as Xiaqianj in the exam, they would say, learn more from others. If they did better than Xiaqianj in the exam, they would say, it doesn't count if you do well in the exam once, you have to keep doing it. Xiaqianj is better most of the time. As a result, the two people who had a good relationship with each other gradually began to have a gap. Of course, Yun Sheng unilaterally made the gap. Because Xiaqianj had never paid attention to these things. Until the time of the senior high school entrance examination, Yun Sheng worked desperately to study, but Xiaqianj always asked her to go out to play. Yun Sheng couldn't avoid her affection and agreed every time. As a result, in the last monthly ranking, Xiaqianj ranked first, and Yun Sheng fell out of the top 10. This made Yun Sheng wonder whether Xiaqianj did this on purpose to affect his own results. As a result, the two had a lot of misunderstanding. Until later, because of some other things, they broke up completely. She went to number 1 middle school, and Xiaqianj went to number 2 middle school, and they never contacted each other again. Thinking about it now, Yun Sheng felt, it's really unnecessary. I was so naive back then. Looking back at Xiaqianj, and smiling at her, Yun Sheng was the first to click the surrender button. It's just a match, so she won't take it as seriously as before. On the road to becoming a god, it is king to have the last laugh. The momentary battle in front of us is just a drop in the ocean in the face of the infinite lifespan of the true gods. She firmly believes. I will definitely go farther than everyone else. Will. Chapter 71. Record: your opponents Yun Sheng and Gu Jianfeng initiated a surrender, and you and your teammate Xiaqianj won the match. Record: congratulations on successfully qualifying for the final. Record: the Virtual Gods Domain Great Arena is being formatted. Record: the thinking of the family members is turning. Record: you have returned to the Starry Sky Lounge. Luze returned to the Starry Sky Lounge, and before he could get a firm foothold, Xiaqianj who was beside him suddenly smiled strangely at him. Then, there was a burst of joyful cheers in my ears. System broadcast: because your final opponent Xiaqianj abstained, you are automatically promoted. System broadcast: congratulations, you have won the championship of this freshman exchange competition. Luze was startled, and just as he was about to ask something, the short-haired figure beside him began to disappear. Only a word of silent lips. Thank you for the God's Domain land card last time, this is my gift to you. For a while, Luze didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good guy. Put surrender so fresh and refined. However, he is the champion after all. After thinking about it, 2 words thank you, came out of Luze's mouth. He didn't know if Xiaqianj heard it. But it is enough to make oneself think clearly and have a clear conscience. The light golden eggshell-shaped protective cover slowly sank into the ground, and Luze stepped out. The long-lost sense of landing. Comfortable. However, before he had time to feel it carefully, Luze was confused by the dark crowd in front of him. Chen. Principal Chen. Teacher Dong. In addition to the two, there were a few elders who had obviously been in high positions for a long time standing at the front. But the embarrassing thing is that Luze doesn't know anyone. Just when he didn't know how to continue speaking, an elderly man in a Hyuxia tunic suit strode forward, put his arm around Luze's shoulders, and said in a clear and youthful voice. Good job, student Luze, this time our number 2 middle school has made a big splash by relying on you. Seeing this, the others behind the elder in the tunic suit couldn't help but feel ashamed. The principal's damn youthful heart. This is too losing face. After all, he is also a true god. The smile on Luze's face became even stiffer all of a sudden, the half of the arm that was being hugged seemed to be clamped by an iron clamp, neither flinching nor shrinking. Hearing the caring voice of the other party coming from the ear, "Don't be nervous, there are teachers from our number 2 middle school all around, our own people." Luze couldn't help but slander, "I'm not nervous, but this elder, who are you?" Fortunately, Chen Linfeng came up in time to relieve the siege, and respectfully respected the old man in a low voice, "Principal, all adults are still waiting in the banquet hall, so don't delay here for too long." Hearing this, Lu Xian, Yan, the principal of number 2 middle school, suddenly came to his senses, "Oh, yes. I almost forgot about it. Then after returning to school, we will properly commend LU students and other outstanding students from the whole school. Champion! It's been so many years since we won the number 2 middle school." Luze was walked all the way by the old man. He is about 1.8 meters tall in the main world form, and he looks like a child in front of the tall and broad-framed old man. The toes are not even enough to touch the ground. It wasn't until the school's large shuttle that Luze was let go. Chen Linfeng called him to the Fizhuo conference room for a meeting because he was holding Principal Lu. There were several other elders who went in together. Seeing everyone leaving, Dongwan brought a glass of fruit juice to Luze, and smiled sweetly, "Principal Lu is like this, he is about to enter the existence of powerful supernatural power, and he is still young at heart." One time, the school board members had a meeting. In the middle of the meeting, he suddenly said that he was a little hungry and wanted to eat. He suspended the meeting on the spot and ordered gourmet takeaway. As a result, the meeting almost turned into a carnival. Of course, he is very reliable in business matters. He fights for education funds every year and fights for the welfare of teachers and students. He has never been persuaded. He even quarreled with the mayor's office to raise everyone's wages. The city was so angry the official almost kicked him out at that time. After Luze listened, some didn't know whether to laugh or cry nodded. It can be seen that Principal Lu is indeed someone who can do such a thing. However, Luze felt that the most confidence that supported him to quarrel with the mayor's office was the first sentence Mr. Dong mentioned, "Quickly enter the existence of powerful divine power." Powerful divine power, not much in the entire federation. Even if Principal Lu is only close, it is enough to make people respect. After all, as long as he goes one step further, he is qualified to go to Outland to guard the crystal wall system. Chapter 72. The large shuttle stopped again, in front of a towering tree covering an area of over 1,000 acres. At first glance, it is more imposing than Tongtian Jianmu and Luze God's domain. Decorated with lanterns and festoons everywhere, the lights are brilliant. In the large square halfway up the tree, countless shuttles come in and out, and the bustling level is as fast as the large airport in and out of the main world plane. After parking the shuttle at number 13, Luze and his group walked out of the berth. But this time, Principal Lu didn't put his arms around Luze again. Obviously he also knew that in such an occasion, that was not appropriate. Luze walked at the end, side by side with Dongwan, quietly listening to Dongwan's introduction of the origin of the building in front of him. "Luze, you should have heard of the name of Thousand Spirit Tree Palace. It is well known in our Nanfan city and even the entire Pu district. I heard that it was originally a world tree in the middle plain. It was cut off by the first Nanfang city mayor and brought back to the main plain. It settled here and became the most official reception place in Nanfang city. Later, the reception banquet and the awards ceremony will be held in the main palace of Thousand Spirit Tree Palace. I will be able to follow you for a while, and my trip will be worthwhile." Hearing this, Luze showed a surprised look. "Hasn't Mr. Dong been here before?" "Haha, why, it's not like that. In front of you, I am a teacher, a true god on high. But in front of you adults, I'm just a weak little guy with little divine power who hasn't even reached the weaker level of divine power. In Outland, a serious legion officer is better than me. Usually, I am not qualified to participate in this kind of occasion. Even this time, it all depends on your light. Teacher Dong's words are wrong. Chen Linfeng also fell behind at some point. Hearing what Dongwan said, he couldn't help interrupting. This time, you are also a great contributor. 3 students from one class entered the top 16, and another 2 students entered the top 3. In the past 20 years, no class teacher in the high schools of Nanfan City can achieve such good results. This is all thanks to Teacher Dong, you teach well. Dongwan couldn't help but blushed when she heard this, secretly helpless. She dare not take credit, especially to Luze. Although after the last monthly exam, she had a new understanding of Luze and her attitude changed a lot. But in the final analysis, the help is limited. Even the application for special students is the initiative of the Vice Principal Chen Linfen. The only help may be to give Luze the place for the class to participate in the main competition under pressure. But that was just icing on the cake. With Luze's strength, even if he doesn't have this quota, he can still pass the audition and enter the main match. Therefore, Dongwan has a clear understanding of herself, so she doesn't feel that her class has a few outstanding students and is superior to other teachers of the same grade. Just a few steps after everyone walked out of the number 13 shuttle parking area, several reception staff wearing dark gold patterned slim-fitting robes greeted them with extraordinary temperament. The leader was a woman with long silver hair and slender ears, and a pair of emerald eyes looked very breathtaking. There was a faint smile on her lips. It seems that he and Lu Xian are old acquaintances. Principal Lu, you are welcome. Assistant Fang, you are too polite. I trouble you to come out to meet us in person. Lu Xian pretended to be polite, but it could be seen from the expression on his face that he enjoyed it very much. After all, the other party is not only a proud beauty of the Silver Moon Elf clan, but also represents the officialdom. In the entire Nanfeng City magistrate system, she ranked high enough to be in the top 5. His strength is the same as that of Lu Xian, or even better. At the very least, Lu Ji cannot suppress a layer of abyss and 100-year is not turbulent. This is of course due to the main attack direction of the priesthood and the different soul refining styles, but it is also enough to prove the strength of this high-ranking Silver Moon Elf beauty who looks like a spring breeze from another aspect. The two talked and laughed all the way. After leading Lu Xian to the second half of the main palace of Qunlingshu Palace, Assistant Fang stopped. This side hall is temporarily for you to rest for a while. There are all kinds of tea and fruits inside. After all the 32 strong students and many guests have arrived, there will be another guide to guide you to sit down. I have to welcome other guests here, so I won't accompany you any longer. Lu Xian was full of joy. Assistant Fang is too polite, please do your best if you have something to do. Everyone who walked along the way looked sideways, which had already made Lu Xian steal the limelight. So far this is what it should be. He didn't think that he could have such a face that an assistant to the mayor was with him all the time. That was the treatment that only the existence of truly powerful divine power could have. Even now, it is because number 2 middle school is the alma mater of the champion student that he can enjoy such courtesy. As for Yluze, as the champion student, was not pushed to the top. This has to be said about the protection of the government and the school. After all, champion students only represent a kind of potential, not strength. As a demigod, being able to walk with a group of true gods is a kind of flattery. Not to mention, there will be an award ceremony next. If it was too high profile before, and it was suspected of grandstanding, it would make many people disgusted. It is not a good thing to make many true gods feel disgusted. The awards ceremony starts promptly at 1900 hours. 10 minutes earlier, there were staff members to guide Luze and his party into the main venue. The magnificent main venue is so high that it is star-studded, as if you are under the distant galaxy cluster. A little bit of cold white moonlight swayed, adding a bit of immortal chi to the main venue. The seats of the participating students are not in the same place as the many guests watching the ceremony, but the frontmost position on the left side of the main venue, so that it is convenient for them to come to the stage to receive the award later. In the middle are a group of main officials of Nanfeng City, invited representatives of large companies and leaders of well-known families. The patriarch of the Xia family where Xiaqianj was located was in it. As for the front row on the far right, they are the heads of a group of high schools in Nanfeng City. After all, the students and the school are the protagonists in this freshman exchange competition. When Luze sat on the exclusive seat with a golden inscription, Xiaqianj beside him had already been seated for a long time. In addition, other students he knew, such as Gu Jianfeng, Yunzhang, Yanwei, etc., had already taken their seats, and the front rows of seats were basically full. Of course, this does not mean that there are only 32 of them in the main venue. Other students who are eligible to participate in the main competition also have seats in the main venue, but they are ranked from front to back. Being able to participate in the main competition has already represented that they are the most potential and best students in Nanfeng City. 1900 hours sharp. The awards ceremony started on time. The hosts are Luze's old acquaintance, Ding Zhou, the host of the top 32 match, and Gu Yuebai, a charming lady. The two chatted and laughed happily on the stage. First, they introduced the origin of the freshman competition and the development process over the years, and then began to introduce many outstanding students in this competition. From time to time, the big screen in the middle shows the wonderful game scenes of the students. When it was Luze's turn, it was the scene in the semi-finals when Luo Li led a group of black-scaled mermen to summon the tide. This caused a lot of commotion on the field, especially some other students who didn't know Luze well. Seeing this scene, the idea that he is just lucky that many students thought in their hearts disappeared in an instant. Joke. With such momentum, many students can't achieve it even if they do it themselves. Not to mention that it was only caused by Luze's family. Everyone couldn't help but be convinced. This is also the other first stage purpose of the official award ceremony, to create momentum for outstanding students. 1 hero and 3 gangs. Building momentum for outstanding students in advance can increase a group of potential fans for them. This will make it easier for them to recruit suitable candidates when they form a team, the prototype of the God system, in the 3rd year of high school. After all, a complete team, in addition to the main combat personnel, also needs a sufficiently complete logistics team. Chapter 73. Next, I invite Luze, the champion of the freshman exchange competition, to come to the stage to accept the award. The guest presenting the award is the mayor of Nanfeng City, top of the mountains, Your Excellency the Mayor of Yushan Mountain. Everyone welcomes with applause. There was warm applause, and Luze stepped onto the podium. Facing such a scene for the first time, to be honest, Luze was still a little nervous. In particular, they were facing the powerful leader of Nanfeng City, an existence who looked more powerful than the mountains. Fortunately, Yu Shan had a good impression of him, and when he looked at him with a meticulous face, he rarely showed a smile. You performed very well in the exchange competition, and I am looking forward to your next performance in Outland. Nanfeng City will not treat any meritorious ministers badly. As he spoke, Yu Shan patted Luze on the shoulder affectionately, and personally put on Luze the golden medal with divine patterns that symbolized the honor of the champion. He couldn't help being flattered. In addition, what was handed to him was a small palm-sized box, which contained the physical rewards he deserved for each promotion since the top 32. All of them were sealed well by the divine pattern of order. No one else can open it except himself. However, in order to show fairness and transparency, the reward list was completely placed on the side screen next to the awarding platform. 32 top rewards: 5-star rare card pack X1, Outland Trial Invitation Letter X1. Rewards for the top 16, 5-star rare card pack X1, Divine Power Crystal X5. Rewards for the top 8, 5-star epic card pack X1, 5-star rare sealed God card X3. Rewards for the top 4, 5-star Epic Card Pack X1, 5-star Epic Sealed God Card X2, Divine Power Crystal X10. Rewards for entering the finals, 5-star Legendary Card Pack X1, 5-star Legendary Sealed God Card X1. Champion Rewards, 5-star Legendary Card Pack X1, 5-star Legendary Sealed God Card X2, Sunday Spiritual Fluid X1, Universal Divinity X1. When this list of rewards appeared on the screen on the right side of the podium, the whole audience was boiling, especially the student area on the left. Everyone knows that this year's high school freshman exchange competition has a lot of rewards, but they didn't expect it to be so rich. Although they are only things that demigods will use, they are not worth mentioning for the existence of true gods. But it still made countless students jealous. Because that's exactly what everyone needs. This step alone opened the gap between LUZE and countless students of the same class. It's just that, no one knows, enjoying rights also means accepting obligations. The reason why Nanfeng city officials offered such generous rewards to the top 32 students was because the outer domain trials they were going to face next were far more difficult than imagined. Even with official protective measures, casualties cannot be completely avoided. Especially the champion students will face a challenge of narrow escape. Moreover, there is no room for rejection. That's why the official will come up with rewards far exceeding previous ones. On the one hand, it is to further enhance the strength of the students before the start of the Outland trial. On the other hand, it is also a kind of compensation. Of course, some people may wonder if this is too cruel for the students. But federal rules have always been that way. The first article written in the federal constitution is, "Rights and obligations are equal." When you enjoy resources far beyond ordinary people, you have to undertake obligations far beyond ordinary people. When the task comes, there will never be any reduction because of whether you are a student or how old you are. Of course, if you don't want to take responsibility, that's okay, then accept mediocrity and be a protected ordinary person. In the Federation, the reason why the true gods are worthy of respect, apart from their powerful strength, is that they have been guarding the safety of the Federation. The abyss, the underworld, ancient gods, extraterrestrial civilizations, void behemoths, the world is not peaceful. With the expansion of the Federation's territory, these existences are constantly fighting against the Federation. There are millions of true god-level powerhouses who die in the Federation alone every year. If it weren't for the Federation to establish a perfect system for cultivating true gods and formulate strict laws prohibiting internal fighting, the attrition of death alone is enough to bring the country to collapse. Therefore, there has never been a quiet time. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. Chapter 74. By the time Luze was sent back to the apartment by Dongwan's private shuttle, the main world time was already close to 1 o'clock in the morning the next day. Luze couldn't wait to enter the realm of the gods. Because the new phase of the basic Daozang has been refreshed. The basic Daozangs in the previous issue were some spiritual herb seeds, elixir pill recipes, magical item refining methods, etc., which had little impact on the competition, so they were not specifically listed after purchase. Same old, 6-piece suit. Tiangong Pavilion, special building, the core building of Moism among the hundreds of ancient philosophers, the sacred land of the craftsman, with its own earth-fire tripod. Conditions for entering the cave: an official refiner and a spiritual vein node are required. Residence effect: the speed of gaining experience at the level of the resident refiner plus 100%, and the success rate of the resident refiner when refining objects of the same level plus 50%, the research and development speed of new artifacts by the refiner is plus 50%, and other effects need to be activated with the progress of building research and development after entering the cave. The price is 1 million incense value, and the remaining 1/1. Baiko Hall, special building, the core building of 100 middle-class farmhouses of the ancient philosophers, the sacred land of the pill refining master, with its own earth-fire pill stove. Conditions for entering the cave: 1 official pill refining master and 1 spiritual vein node are required. Residence effect: the speed of gaining experience at the level of the settled pill refining master is plus 100%, and the success rate of the settled pill refining master when refining the same level of medicine pill is plus 50%. New pill recipe research and development speed plus 50% for pill refining masters, and other effects need to be activated with the progress of building research and development after entering the cave. The price is 1 million incense value, and the remaining 1/1. Chi refiner, basic occupation. You can transfer eligible people to Chi refiner. There is no limit to the number of job transfers, and 10 spirit stones will be consumed for each job transfer. Conditions for job transfer: spiritual roots. Effects after job transfer: Chi refining cultivation base increase speed plus 50%, magic power recovery speed plus 50%, breakthrough bottleneck success rate plus 30%, and can be transferred to other advanced occupations. Price 200,000 incense value, remaining 1/1. Body refining master, basic occupation allows qualified individuals to become body refining master. There is no limit to the number of job transfers, and 10 spirit stones will be consumed for each job transfer. Conditions for job transfer: enough chi and blood. Effect after job transfer: refining body cultivator to increase speed plus 50%, blood recovery speed plus 50%, breakthrough bottleneck success rate plus 30%, and can be transferred to other advanced occupations. Price 200,000 incense value, remaining 1/1. Sword cultivator, special occupation. Those who meet the requirements can be transferred to sword cultivator. There is no limit to the number of job transfers, and 100 spirit stones will be consumed for each job transfer. Professional transfer condition: possess a kendo talent. Effects after job transfer: kendo cultivation base increase speed plus 50%, sword intent comprehension success rate plus 50%, breakthrough bottleneck success rate plus 30%, and can be transferred to other advanced occupations. Price 2 million incense value, remaining 1/1. Tebe sword song, intermediate sword cultivation technique. Volume 1. Absorb the qi of Zhengjin and Tianchuang in the void of chaos to cultivate the sword essence, condense the sword species, cultivate to a high level and slash with a sword, shattering the void. Nothing can stop it, the world is frozen. Practice prerequisite: possess a kendo talent, and can enter the body with Zhengjin qi and Tianchuang qi. The price is 150,000 incense value, and the remaining 1/1. After Luze finished reading, his first thought was not that the products in this phase of the basic Daoist collection were heaven-defying, but that there might not be someone behind this cultivating immortal mod, right? Good guy. The products that are refreshed in the basic Taoist collection of each phase of feelings are based on the remaining incense value of one's own. The more incense points you have left, the more useful and expensive the refreshed Dao Zhang products will be. If this continues, won't he be hollowed out all the time? But I have to say, it's delicious. Every time is more fragrant. The only pity is why the first-year high school students didn't show up before the exchange game. In that way, wouldn't he be able to kill indiscriminately in the game? I only need 1,000, no, 500 is enough for the fighting family members who have practiced Tebe sword song and transferred to the sword repair profession. All over the sky, flying sword took the head of the enemy general thousands of miles away. Who can stand this? Proper dimensionality reduction strike. Thinking about it, Luze couldn't wait to buy the sword cultivator profession and Tebe sword song, and he wanted to immediately form his own sword repair team. As for the Chi refining scholar and body refining scholar job changes, as well as the 2 special buildings, let's put them aside. After a while, after searching the entire family in Taishan cave, Luze was dumbfounded. He felt that God was playing a joke on him. Putting a powerful special arms class in front of me, but looking at the overall situation, no one can change jobs. Yes, no one. In the current Taishan cave, there is no one who has a swordsmanship talent who can meet the job transfer requirements. Even Luo Li, who is the best in talent, is not satisfied. Is this not purely engaging people's mentality? Luze himself can practice. But with his kendo talent, Luze simulated it shallowly, and it will take at least 300 years to reach the point of minor success in Tebe sword song. That is to say, driving the sword 1,000 meters away, one sword can cut a small river more than 10 meters wide. Can you still practice this? As far as the current Taixuan Dongtian is concerned, no family member has lived to be 300 years old. Forget it, let's start with the basics first. Qi refining warrior and body refining warrior are just basic job-changing jobs, but they look pretty good. After the job change, not only can the cultivation speed of the family members be greatly increased, but also their bottleneck breakthrough rate and battlefield endurance can be improved. The most important thing is that the threshold for job transfer is low. Isn't this much more delicious than a sword cultivator who can only watch but not eat? At that time, all the staff will use the magical item refined in Tiangong Pavilion, and everyone will knock the medicine pill refined in Baikatang together. That's normal cultivating immortals, right? As for sword repair, dogs don't practice it. Well, dogs don't practice. Luze said firmly in his heart with a serious face. He won't admit that it's because he can't practice it. Chapter 75. Exit the Daozang interface. Luze took a deep breath. The episode of Sword Cultivator passed in a flash, and then, he will start the next pleasant process according to the plan, opening the card pack. With a wave of his hand, 6 shining card packs appeared in front of him. These are the rewards of the freshman exchange competition: 2 5-star rare card packs, 2 5-star epic card packs, and 2 5-star legendary card packs. According to the instructions, there will be 5 cards in each card pack, at least 1 5-star god card of the same level as the card pack, 1 first-level 5-star god card than the card pack, and the other 3 5-star god cards of the same level as the card pack. Random. As an appetizer, Luze waved his hand and directly opened 2 5-star rare card packs at the same time. 10 radiant cards appeared. 2 uncommon, 2 rare, and 6 common. When Luze saw it, he couldn't help but think to himself, it really is. Generally speaking, the manual says at least, which means a high probability. Just like Luze at this time, completely guaranteed. However, although it is guaranteed, it can be used as an official reward, just as the host Ding Zhou said when distributing the top 32 rewards, the quality is very good, and it is a rare boutique in the same level. For example, the 2 rare level 5-star god cards that Luze was reading carefully in his hand at this time. Green Water Anaconda Lair, 5-star species card, rare. A deep pool with an area of 1 km x 1 km can be summoned in the domain of the gods, with more than 10 young green water anacondas living in it. Qing Shui Anaconda, after adulthood, the strength can reach the 4th level intermediate level. The growth stages are divided into juvenile anacondas, 3 years, from the 1st level to the 2nd level, young anacondas, 10 years, from the 2nd level to the 4th level, adult anacondas, 10 years, 4th level intermediate. Although the summoned green water anaconda can't be taken outside the god's domain to fight, it is very effective in defending against enemy invasion. And the cultivation period is only 20 years. The only flaw is that the upper limit of racial growth is the 4th intermediate level. This means that if there is no special opportunity, the strength of an ordinary green water anaconda from adulthood to death can only be maintained at around the 4th order intermediate level. Difficult to match Luze's upcoming and ever-evolving dominion. As for another problem of the green anaconda eating a lot, Luze actually is not very worried. Because out of the 6 5-star white cards that were issued, 4 were species resource cards. One-horned coral, number 500. King Kai rabbit, quantity 2000. Grayskin zebra mouse, number 5000. Spineback wild boar, quantity 200. And they all belong to the kind of species that are easy to survive and reproduce. And another rare 5-star God card. Spiritual Light Cave, 5-star terrain card, rare a cave terrain with an area of 1 km x 1 km and containing faint spiritual light can be summoned in God's domain. Energy is easier to gather in the Lingguang cave. Compared with the introduction of the God card in the green water anaconda's lair, the introduction of the God card in the Lingguang cave is obviously much simpler. But as a high school student who has been educated in the theory of systematic gods, Luze knows the value of Lingguang cave is even higher. If converted with equivalents, 1 piece of spiritual light cave is approximately equivalent to 3 pieces of blue water anaconda's lair. Because spiritual light cave, besides having the attribute of gathering spirits, it can actually add an extra kilometer to the area of God's domain. And blue water anaconda's nest just selects a piece of land in the God's domain to create a deep water pool, and does not increase the area of the God's domain. This has something to do with the different tendencies of the 2 God cards. One is terrain-oriented, and the other is species-oriented. But no matter what, the God cards of the same level that can increase the area of the God domain are always more favored by the students. Because this involves a federal rigid regulation on the development of God's domain. Ordinary demigods produced in batches in the federal God-making plan can only be loaded with a 5-star or higher God's domain card after the area of the God's domain reaches 300 square kilometers. And for any mid-rank Familia God's domain card, the star rating starts with 6 stars. This means that if the cadets want to load up the mid-rank family, go further. The area of the own God domain must be continuously expanded. Chapter 76. Epic, rare, 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 rare. Epic, rare, 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 common. Legendary, epic, epic, rare, rare. Legendary, epic, rare, rare, rare. After spending half a day, Luze opened the remaining 4 card packs in one go. 2 legendary cards, 5 epic cards, 7 uncommon cards, 5 rare cards, plus 1 common card. The golden blue 5-star rare God card that is usually rare, now looks like a Huxia cabbage on the street. In front of those divine cards that shone with golden divine light and golden orange divine light, they seemed inconspicuous. Luze is unavoidable, without exception, he began to appreciate from the highest level of magic cards. King Yun Sword Crane, 5-star species card, legendary, alien beast. After using it, you can summon a nest of alien beast King Yun Sword Crane eggs in the God's domain. The number is between 22 to 28, and it needs to be placed in a place with rich energy. Because it is obtained from the remains of an unknown civilization, the growth limit of the King Yun Sword Crane is unknown, and the cultivation conditions are unknown. The source of the identification level refers to the concentration of life energy in the egg, so students need to consider carefully when using the divine card. Shenka Master Association. Seeing that the first legendary card turned out to be a legendary blind box card, Luze was a little confused. Blind box card, as the name suggests, is like opening a blind box after using this card. Most of them come from unknown ruins. For example, Luze's King Yun Sword Crane card, although the identification level is marked as legendary level, but no one can be sure of the actual level. The King Yun Sword Crane that has been developed may be of great benefit to the development of God's domain after cultivation, or it may be difficult to even support after spending a huge price. After all, this is a species excavated from relics, and there is not much introduction on the list of species in the main world. But it is precisely because of this that if you can use it well, you may give yourself an extra whole card. This has also caused many demigods and even true gods to purchase this kind of blind box card for cultivation. It's just a legendary blind box card, which is rare. For Luze, this is a bad start. However, after seeing the second card, Luze's inner depression was greatly relieved. Dragon Blood Fruit Tree, 5-star God's Domain card, legendary, spiritual plant watered by the blood of the real dragon. The precious spiritual plant was born in a place with rich energy. It blooms in the 100-year, bears fruit in the 100-year, and matures in the 100-year. After ripening, it has a strange fragrance, and after taking it, there is a chance for the eater to obtain a trace of dragon's blood. Lingzi, the name of the dragon blood fruit tree. Luze has heard of it for a long time. Because of it, the owner has the opportunity to cultivate a group of dragon family members with the blood of the dragon. Moreover, it is a dragon descendant family born and raised in God's domain, not an alien species. The meaning behind this is self-evident. Next are a few epic cards. 100-year acceleration card, 5-star special card, epic after use. It can speed up the time in the God's domain, and 1 day in the main world is equal to the 100-year in the God's domain. Sea of Emeralds, 5-star land card, epic increase the area of God's domain by 6 km x 6 km at one time, limited to Sea of Emeralds. Mica vein, 5-star mineral card, epic after use, a rich mica vein can be summoned in God's domain. White ape with sword, 5-star species card, epic, alien beast after using it. A group of more than 100 different beasts white ape can be summoned in God's domain. Because he likes to carry a long branch on his back, which looks like a sword on his back, he is named white ape with a sword. White ape with a sword, a race of white apes with low-level intelligence. When they become adults, their strength can reach the peak of the 5th order and they have a long lifespan. There was a real divine general who was cultivated into a family member of the divine realm after enlightenment, but the cultivation was extremely difficult and consumed a lot of resources. Griffin Knight, 5-star professional card, epic after using it, the family members of God's domain can be transferred to the arms Griffin Knight. Professional transfer requirements, the strength of the transferee has reached the 3rd level, and he has the God's domain species Griffin. Chapter 77. Read the introduction of the God card one by one. Luze was sometimes delighted and sometimes frowned. These God cards include species God cards, terrain God cards, spiritual plant God cards, building God cards, mineral vein God cards, family God cards, and occupation God cards. The quality is very good. The only pity is that some of them are not very useful to Luze. After reading the introductions of all the God cards, Luze stood in the high-altitude wind and fell into deep thought. He didn't know how many God cards could be loaded with Tai Xian Dongtian's current law capacity. This prompted him to prioritize the use of God cards. The land God card must be loaded first. 6x6 Emerald Sea, epic, 1x1 Spiritual Cave, rare, and 3x3 newly opened dense black pine forest, rare. After these 3 God cards are loaded, they can not only add an area of 46 square kilometers to Tai Xian Cave. After digestion, it can also make the laws of God's domain in Tai Xian Cave become more stable. If the rules are stable, you can load more God cards. This is one of the changes in Luze after loading the Xiaoxian mod. As for other students, it is not as easy as him to load more God cards. It's a virtuous cycle. Then there are those 2 5-star legendary cards. Dragon Blood Fruit Tree, legendary. Needless to say, Luze is still waiting for it to bear fruit and use it to cultivate the dragon family. And King Yun Sword Crane card, legendary, is a blind box card, but in view of its super high quality, after thinking twice, Luze decided to take a gamble. If they can be cultivated, then find beast taming related occupations and train them to become beast companions. The increase in combat power will never be small. And they are also flying aliens. Then there are a few epic cards. Mica Vein, epic, load. White Ape with Sword, epic, load. 100-year Accelerator card, epic, load. Griffin Rider, epic. Because there is no griffin species in God's domain temporarily, Luze chooses not to load it. After that, there are 2 10-year acceleration cards, rare, 1 green water anaconda nest, rare, and several rare level species resource cards and mineral vein resource cards. To be able to load all these god cards into God's domain would take a while to digest. As for other rare level and common level god cards, they were all put into the reserve by Luze. As an old missionary, Luze certainly will not take advantage of the major changes that will take place in Taikshuan Dongtian. A qualified god needs to use every opportunity to increase the family's belief in own. Therefore, Luze issued a Taoist order 3 days in advance to the high-level members of the Ming King sect, asking them to prepare a grand sacrificial ceremony. He wants to reward. On the day of the sacrificial ceremony, a 9-story tower rose above the core dojo of the Ming King sect. There is a tall golden statue of Luze and a pile of sumptuous sacrifices on it. After She Luo finished the lengthy sacrificial prayer, Luo Li led a group of black-scale mermen and a group of qualified participants from other races in the periphery to perform 9 devout kowtows. Luze fell from the sky. He rides on a chariot of Kowloon incense, the clouds on the top are so high, the flute of fairy children on the left and right is singing, the white crane and green loon lead the way in front of the chariot, and the fairy robes of red phoenix are fluttering behind the chariot. Surrounded by clouds and mist, all the immortals followed, and the warriors obeyed. Between the heaven and the earth, the clouds are everywhere, the sun bridges, thousands of golden lotuses spring up from the ground, and countless auspiciousness spreads all over the sky. However, when everyone looked up, all they saw was a flash of golden light. An indescribably majestic and magnificent figure stood in the void. Seeing this, the real Lingmu who was watching the ceremony couldn't help thinking inwardly, the cultivation base of the Taoist ancestor is becoming more and more unpredictable. It is worthy of being the ancestor of all the Taoists in the heavens. But I saw Jingxia gaze coming. He was so startled that he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look up at the sky again. As for the others, they had already thrown themselves to the ground, chanting the supreme prayer. Taixu's secret realm and his party, you have performed very well, I am very relieved, so I am here today to bless you. When Luze spoke, the brilliant voice was like the sound of the avenue piercing everyone's minds. Ming King sect lives up to the prestige of my Taoist teaching, and bestows a blessed land glass Emerald Sea and Lingguang Cave, a guardian spirit beast green water anaconda, a spiritual mine mica vein, and a special building 1 Tiangong pavilion, and some other resources. A bottle of elixir Sunday spiritual fluid, a piece of spiritual shell field, a number of spirit stones, and a number of medicine pills from the black scales human race. The Scotchy murlocs gave a bottle of elixir moonlight spiritual fluid, diluted Sunday spiritual fluid with other spiritual things added, a race mine, some spirit stones, and some medicine pills. The jackals give a certain amount of spirit stones, and a certain amount of medicine pills for practice. The rewards of the jackal human soldiers are counted into the Mingkang faction. Kobolds give some spirit stones, and practice medicine pill. In addition, Master Lingmu has contributed to Dongtian, the medicine pill is practiced by him, he has contributed to the Taixu secret realm trial, and he has given the mountain spirit beast King Yun sword crane sword backing white ape, Lingzi dragon blood fruit tree, a special building herb hall, a spirit mine, and some spirit stones. At the same time, I will set up countless opportunities in the cave as rewards, and I hope everyone will encourage them. The majestic voice gradually dissipated into the void. It took a long time for everyone to react. They shouted in unison, "Thank you Daeza for your grace." As the sound fell, the earth-shaking changes in Tai Xian's cave officially began. The first thing to fall into the cave was a sea of emerald glass from the void, and a small cave shimmering with spiritual light was embedded in its corner. As soon as it landed, a towering spirit power storm was set off within the range of Long's Day Wan, and countless spiritual chi gold liquid descended. Luze used divine power crystals and incense values to simulate, on the one hand, to improve the belief of believers, on the other hand, it is also counted as a reward for the family. Seeing it, everyone sat in the lotus position and entered the state of cultivation with the help of spiritual qi gold liquid. Then, there are two magnificent tall buildings. One falls in the Mingkang Sex Dojo, and the other falls in the mountains. Immediately afterwards, there were 3 alien beast lairs. One falls in Long's Daywan, and 2 falls in dense forests of mountains. Dense black forest and white ape with sword and King Yun sword crane fell together. Then, there was a spiritual plant exuding bright golden light. Finally, there are many other resources such as veins, mines, shellfish and new species. The change is so great that it is tantamount to rebuilding the world. Chapter 78. 10 years in the blink of an eye. After rewarding meritorious deeds, Luze used a 10 years acceleration card. Ren Taixuan evolved naturally in the cave. Originally, he just wanted the family members to digest the rich fruits of victory. Unexpectedly, from a series of news records, a few surprises were discovered. And almost all of them are related to Ling Mu. Record: under the careful care of your family member Ling Mu Daoist, all the eggs, 25 pieces, of the alien beast King Yun sword crane hatched. Record: your family member Ling Mu Daoist is very talented in pill refining and herbal medicine, and has advanced to a 3rd level pill refining master. Record: your family member Ling Mu Daoist is very talented in pill refining and herbal medicine, and has advanced to a 4th level pill refining master. Record: when your family member Ling Mu Daoist uses the Baikatang Earth Fire Pill Stove, it triggers the vision of heaven and earth, obtains a special bonus, and refines the special medicine pill shaping pill Yulu, 36 pieces. Record: when your family member Ling Mu Daoist uses the Baikatang Earth Fire Pill Stove, it triggers the vision of heaven and earth, obtains a special bonus, and refines the special medicine pill Kizi Dainyi Furnace, 108 pills. Record: your cave species King Yun sword crane took the shaping pill and obtained a human form. Record: your cave species white ape with sword back has taken the Kizi pill, and its intelligence has greatly improved. Record: under the teaching of your family member Ling Mu Daoist, the transformed King Yun sword crane has faith in you, and respectfully calls you demon ancestor. You got a new family. The classification of this family is unknown. Record: under the guidance of your family member Ling Mu Daoist, the enlightened white ape with sword developed faith in you, and respectfully called you demon ancestor. You got a new family. The classification of this family is unknown. Race: King Yun sword crane. All the attribute information below is the peak data in the uncultivated state after adulthood. Category: unknown, can be named. Level: 7th tier advanced. Occupation: none. Talent: spiritual roots of wind and water system, preliminary explanation of kendo. Specialty: Yufeng LV2, riding the cloud LV2. Physique: 58, the sword crane clan is not good at physique. Strength: 49, strength is the weakness of the sword crane clan. Agility: 69, if you want to catch up with them, you have to be able to fly. Spirit: 64, casting spells is also their strong point. Spiritual wisdom: 53, higher comprehension, low-level cultivation technique can get a great practice speed bonus. Evaluation: a high-rank flying race with great potential, possessing extraordinary kendo talent, with great training value. Race: white ape with back sword. All the attribute information below is the peak data in the uncultivated state after adulthood. Category: unknown, can be named. Level: 6th level elementary. Occupation: none. Talent: metal and earth spiritual roots, sword apprentice. Specialty: backing the mountain LV1, casting sword LV1. Physique: 59, excellent stamina, amazing resilience. Strength: 57, mid-rank orcs are not as good as them. Agility: 54, in the jungle, speed plus 10. Spirit: 38, the white apes are not good at intelligence. Spiritual wisdom, 40, with good comprehension. When practicing low-level cultivation technique, you can get a certain practice speed bonus. Evaluation, an extremely good mid-rank race, its strength and physique are comparable to high-rank races, it has extremely good talents and specialties, and has high training value. After reading the introductions of the two new family members, Luze couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Especially after experimenting, I found that both of them can load the sword repair profession. It's really a complete interpretation of what is. There is no place to find when you break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. However, before raising them further, Luze decided to exercise a sacred rite first. Name their category. Monster race. Since you follow your instincts and respectfully call me demon ancestor, I will name you the monster race. I also hope that you can spread the prestige of my monster clan in this vast alien land. The voice of Luze's Taoist instruction was like a grand bell, resounding through the minds of all the blue cloud sword cranes and the white apes with swords on their backs. Smelling it, all of them felt an upsurge of emotion, knelt down and shouted. Of course, I would like to obey the demon ancestor's order. Yaezu, officially launched since then. Chapter 79. However, in 10 years, the changes in Taishan Dongtian are far more than that. In addition to the fact that the number of people in each tribe has increased a lot, another thing that surprised Luze is the transformation of the black scale merman and the skaky murlocs. Record: some of your black scale merman family members have taken the sunshine spiritual fluid, advanced to green scale merman, and their race level has been raised to 5th level medium. Record: some of your Scotchy Murloc family members took Uehua spiritual fluid, advanced to Silverfin Skarky Murloc, and their race level was raised to the 3rd elementary level. Race: green-scaled merman, a subspecies of merman with a blood purity of 50%-60%, which can evolve. Category: subhuman race. Level: the 5th rank is medium. Occupation: none. Talent: tide call, intermediate water system spiritual roots. Specialty: picking pearls LV1, weaving silk LV1, imperial water LV1. Physique: 30. Compared to the black scale sharks, the green scale sharks have improved blood purity and greatly enhanced their physique. Strength: 35. As an aquatic race, the green-scaled merman's strength is also considerable. Agility: 43. The green-scaled sharks can walk against the water, and use their full strength to double their speed in the water. Spirit: 51. Natural caster. Spiritual wisdom: 42. Have a comprehension far exceeding that of the same rank race, and the speed of comprehension of the water system cultivation technique is greatly improved. Evaluation: an extremely good mid-rank aquatic race. Compared with their low-ranking siblings, the black scale sharks have greatly improved their attributes in all aspects, and their cultivation value has further improved. Race: Silverfin Skarky Murlocs. Category: subhuman race. Level: 3rd level elementary. Occupation: none. Talent: water spiritual roots. Specialty: picking pearls LV0, raising shellfish LV1. Physique: 14. The nourishment of spiritual chi, the marrow washing bone of the elixir, greatly improved the physique of the newly born silverfin skaky murlocs compared to their ancestors, ordinary skaky murlocs. Strength: 14. Their strength is no less than that of some low-level orcs. Agility: 13. Speed in water plus 10. Spirit: 11. The aptitude of the murlocs is ignorant, but under the tireless guidance of the black-scaled mermaids of the Mingkang sect and the nourishment of spiritual chi and spiritual fluid, the newly born silverfin Scotchy murlocs already have a certain spell-casting aptitude. Spiritual wisdom: 11. The 3rd level of chi refining is no longer their race bottleneck. Evaluation: a low-level aquatic race with a little potential. Fighting is not their strong point, but they have rich experience in how to herd fish and collect shellfish. Due to the limited number of Sunday spiritual fluid and Uehua spiritual fluid, the number of newly born advanced races, the green-finned merman and the silver-finned skaki murlocs, is not very large. They are all in the hundreds. Basically, they are the existences who have made great achievements for LUZE in the exchange competition for freshmen in high school. For example, the Scotchy murloc soldier Trachoma who beheaded the enemy leader many times. Now, it has advanced to become a silver-finned Scotchy murloc. Not only has the race level been improved, but the cultivation bottleneck that has been stuck in it has not been broken by itself. The moment its race level was raised, it naturally broke through to the third level of qi refining. It was accepted as the inner discipline of the Mingkang school, and was passed on to the cultivation technique of the Mingkang school, which is more advanced than the basic alchemy technique Gishui Zhenju, Volume 1. Other meritorious persons also have their own rewards, or spirit stones, or medicine pill, or cultivation technique, or new spell practice tips. In fact, besides the Scotchy fish soldiers, quite a few of the Jackal human soldiers have also been rewarded with Moon Blossom spiritual fluid. However, I don't know if it's because the Scarchy murlocs were born in the Tai Shen cave at the beginning, and they were not favored by the weather luck of the cave. After all their efforts, at the end, they failed to break through the third-order racial boundary. Chapter 80. Outside the Sirius Crystal Wall, the 17th Legion's garrison level. Legion Commander's Office. On the antique large single leather armchair, Gu Kongding was laying the chair flat and leaning on it with his eyes closed. A pair of looming slender hands gently pressed on his temples on both sides, soft as if boneless, cool and pleasant. Deng. Suddenly, there was a hasty knock on the door. Feeling the force on his forehead increase suddenly, Gu Kongding frowned, and waved his hand back in dissatisfaction. Then he sat up, made a majestic voice, and said, "Come in." The jade hands behind her gradually disappeared transparently. A man with a square face and a dark green military uniform who looked to be in his early 30s came in. As soon as he entered the door, the other party gave a straight military salute, and then opened the folder in his hand. "Start reporting to work." "Knight Commander, the latest investigation results are out. A total of 1,140 demigod-level scout puppets were sent out, 572 of which broke through the emerald barriers and entered the interior of each plane, 73 of which received information and sent back, and 0 returned from the interior of the plane. Shelf. According to the energy detection, no powerhouses above the true god level were found, nor were powerhouses deliberately suppressing the realm. 37 ordinary indigenous demigods, 21 high-level indigenous demigods, and 100 large-scale forces were found. 47. The specific information has been counted as a table and uploaded to the internal Shenhuang. You can check it at any time. Hearing this, Gu Kongding nodded, and opened the internal net to check it on the spot. After a few seconds, the reading is complete. He came back to his senses and asked Ling Yi, the deputy on the opposite side, "Is there still no whereabouts of that thing?" "No." Ling Yi's decisive answer shattered the last illusion in Gu Kongding's heart. If not necessary, he really didn't want those child soldiers to go to the front line. But the current situation. Emerald Barrier is a powerful artifact carefully refined by that, it has no other abilities, and its ability to conceal the breath is top-notch. Otherwise, those fragments of the main plane would not have been discovered for so many years under the noses of the 17th Legion. And it was only discovered after Emerald Barrier took the initiative to absorb energy from the surrounding void to produce special fluctuations because it could not get the energy supplement from the source of the plane. Also, this thing is disgusting. Under the design of that person, the emphasis is that if you can't get it, you will be destroyed. If there is an overly powerful force that wants to break through the protective barrier of Emerald Barrier, and there is no way to control the artifact, it will explode at the last moment of being broken through, destroying the things protected inside itself together. As a result, if you want to enter the Emerald Barrier now, you can only use the Huero method. That is to enter from the void energy channel that actively absorbs external energy, and the strength of the entrant cannot be too high. After many tests, the standard obtained is that it is below a demigod. And if it is a demigod, the time to become a god must not exceed 1 year. Otherwise, the divinity in it will be recognized. Cause those who want to enter to be excluded, or directly exiled to the void. Due to the huge difficulty and uncertainty of exploration, Gukong directed the report to the Federal Military Department to recommend that it is recommended to use the Puppet Corps to conduct multiple rounds of sweeping exploration. Unexpectedly, it was directly rejected by the Federal Military Department. It wasn't until after many inquiries that Gukong learned that there was a special fragment of a great artifact. The puppets could not recognize and store the artifact, in the protective plane of the Emerald Barrier. It is said that it is also closely related to a great artifact that has not been recovered in the graveyard of the gods. More importantly, according to the information received, those ancient gods who have always been accustomed to hiding in the east also want to intervene. In this regard, certain existences in the high-level Federation were very moved. They want to use this as a bait and take this opportunity to wipe out the remaining active ancient gods. This prompts that the bait thrown must be real enough to attract people to take the bait. As a result, the 16 regions and 322 cities of the Federation held the exchange competition for first-year freshmen in advance at the same time. Intentionally or unintentionally, it revealed that the winning students were about to explore the outer domain. So far, Gukong has learned from dark web news that there are 17 surviving ancient gods preparing to participate in this operation, and the number is still increasing. Not including those guys who were dealt with before. Although the federal high-level vowed to say that a complete plan has been formulated to ensure the safety of the students participating in the operation. But so far, Gukong is still hard to believe in its reliability. After all, it was the one known as the Scepter of the Viper who made the plan. Chapter 81. One day later, Taixuan was in the cave. Luze stands high above 9 heavens. In front of him, the remote mirror image formed by using the water mirror technique is playing in real time like a movie screen. In the picture, a young man with slightly protruding antlers on the top of his head is trudging through thorns and thorns in a secret realm, fighting fierce beasts, passing organs, and solving puzzles all the way, until he broke into a cave secret room after going through untold hardships. The cave room is simply furnished, with a crystal-clear skeleton sitting on a futon, an ice jade-colored jade slip and a bottle of medicine pill placed in front of it. Seeing this, the young man with antlers did not act rashly. Instead, he looked around. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the dead bones, and whispered, "Senior, Lu Suanfei deliberately broke into your burial place, but the journey was not easy, and it seems that you also intend to choose one legacy successor. If there is no objection, I will take your things. Don't worry, Master Lingmu taught me to repay you with gratitude. I will pay homage to you every day from now on." After finishing speaking, Lu Xian made another 6 noises. Then he got up and walked to the crystal dry bone, and picked up the jade slip and medicine pill in front of it. Beyond Gaotian, Luze couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he saw this scene. This kid. Over the past year or so, he has set up many such adventure scripts, but there are not many who are as polite as Lu Xian, or seem to be polite. Most of them take things after breaking through the level and leave. Looking at it now, it is not in vain for me to leave this carefully deduced mysterious beast body refining art to him. Yes, these are designed by Luze. In the past year, in order to cultivate the family members in Taixuan Dongtian, Luze has worked hard. The first is to guide the development of the new family. In order to fulfill his own dream of sword cultivator army, seeing that Tebei sword song is too difficult to practice, Luze spared no effort to deduce the basic sword technique and the advanced linking skills with a huge amount of divine power. Then let the avatar teach it under the name of Xianjian Patriarch. The one taught to the King Yun sword crane family is the Skyfrost sword art, and the sword-backing white ape family is the Liujian sword art. Moreover, considering that it is too difficult for the current King Yin sword crane and white ape backing sword to directly absorb the Skyfrost Qi and Zhengjin Qi in the void. He also deduced the method of forging the sword species first, and using the sword species outside the body to replace the sword species condensed in the body. Under the careful teaching of his avatar Xianjian Patriarch, now, the King Yin Sword Crane clan and the sword-backing White Ape clan have already begun to practice the pre-cultivation technique of sword control, controlling art, and achieved initial results. A few talented people have even been able to control the sword species to fly a few meters away from their bodies. It's just that if you want to form a combat force on a large scale, it takes 100 years to say the least. Fortunately, a practitioner has a long lifespan. Especially the King Yin Sword Crane and sword-backing White Ape clans themselves are long-lived races. Although they are not nearly as immortal as the gods, but with hard work, it is not a big problem to live 1,000 years. It won't let Luze's painstaking efforts go to waste. In addition to guiding the development of the two new family members, what Luze has done the most is to create various secret realms to provide adventures for the family members in Tai Xian's cave. Just like what Lu Xian encountered. The reason for this is that Luze is also to prevent the Ming King sect family from dominating and cutting off the practice path of other families. Moreover, not all family members are suitable for cultivating the water system cultivation technique of Ming King sect. Now it's just right. As for positively guiding the development of the Ming King faction and the main families such as the mermaids and the Scotchy murlocs, Luze did not fall behind either. Nowadays, with the abundance of species and resources in Tai Xian Cave, and the increase in the concentration of spiritual qi, in Ming King School not only the weapon refining department is growing continuously, but there are also several formal weapon refining masters. He also obtained his own official pill refining teacher by asking Ling Mu Zhenren for advice. In addition, an official talisman master was born, who can refine two basic talisman Ice Blade Talisman and Xian Shui Shield, mainly because most of the spiritual materials that can be found in Tai Xian Dongtian are water-based, mainly spiritual materials. The green-scaled mermaids have also broken through the bottleneck of the third level of Qi refining, and entered the fourth or fifth level of Qi refining one after another. The spiritual Qi on their bodies is enough to support the use of a low-level defensive magical item and attacking magical item at the same time. However, because the spiritual Qi because of the material, the production capacity of Shaluo Elder and a group of refiners is limited, and there are still a few who can own attacking magical items, and they all have made great contributions. However, from a strategic point of view, what Luze is most satisfied with is that a large number of ordinary Scotchy murlocs can use Taoism. Before, because of talent, even if some Scotchy murlocs were able to step into the Qi refining layer, it was difficult to cast Taoism. In this regard, Luze felt that it was a waste. Therefore, we specially deduced the weakened versions of Ice Blade Art and Xian Shui Shield Taoism, namely Piracy Ice Blade Art and Piracy Xian Shui Shield. Although the power is only 1/3 of the original version, it can be cast by the Scarechi murlocs. Now that the concentration of spiritual qi in the Tai Xian cave is getting higher and higher, and there are more and more Scotchy murlocs breaking through to the first level of qi refining, the increase in combat power is really not small. He could even foresee the surprised expression on the enemy's face after each of the thousands of combat troops he dispatched had a ice blade technique in the subsequent battle. That scene must be very pleasing to the eye. Chapter 82. Just after turning off and observing Lu Xian's water mirror technique, Luze found a new reminder from the Shinaiyu log. Reminder: you have a holographic image communication from Dongwan outside God's domain. Please answer yes/no. Teacher Dong? She was looking for herself at this time. Could it be? Luze never forgot what Dongwan said on the shuttle before the game. As long as you can enter the top 32 in this exchange competition, in addition to the rewards from the organizer, the school will also give you other rewards. Every time you advance to a round, the rewards will increase, and the guarantee will not be higher than the card given to you last time. Poor package. The meeting gift card package given by Principal Chen may not seem like much now, but it's just a guarantee. Not to mention that he won the championship. Thinking about it, Luze showed a look of expectation on his face. He switched on the hologram COMM. Dongwan's noble and glamorous figure appeared in the screen. Luze, good evening. Luze smiled wryly, Mr. Dong, it's daytime here. Daytime? Oh, it's in God's domain. No wonder the connection is so slow. I have good news and bad news here, which one do you want to hear first? Luze, of course good news. Dongwan, then I have to tell the bad news first. Seeing Luze's helpless expression, Dongwan smiled, just kidding. The school's rewards are here. As she said that, Dongwanya flipped her hand, and there were 2 more items shining with divine light in her palm. A tiny long shuttle and a bead of water. Seeing this, Luze showed a surprised expression. Luze doesn't know the tiny long shuttle, but it's not an ordinary thing to be able to put it together with divinity as a reward. Just listen to Dongwan's introduction, this is the universal divinity, you are very familiar with Luze, so I won't say more. What I want to emphasize is this. Broken Tizot. As she said that, Dongwan pointed at the tiny flying shuttle, and the flying shuttle immediately circled around her at such a high speed that it left behind countless phantoms of disillusionment. This Potianchuo was Principal Lu's favorite thing when he was young, and it is a top-quality semi-divine weapon. It can be attacked and defended. When in danger, you can escape into the void to escape. Depending on how much divine power you input, you can run at least 100 miles at a time. Even if you fall into the turbulent flow of the void, you can persist for a long time. Principal Lu gave you an extra reward out of his own pocket. As for divinity, it is the reward that the school has converted all rounds of rewards together. Considering that you have obtained a lot of divine cards in the exchange competition, and you will not be able to use them up for a while, the school has decided to convert them into divinity for you. Luze, you should have no objection. Hearing this, Luze shook his head heavily. There was a rare expression of solemn gratitude on his face. Have opinions? That's a fart opinion. The school has considered this point for itself. If I have any opinions, wouldn't it be that I don't know good from bad? Even if the reward God card value of all rounds is similar to the general divinity value, it is a huge advantage to be able to obtain divinity. Not to mention that Principal Lu paid out of his own pocket to reward a top-quality semi-artifact for escape, which has greatly exceeded the scope of the school's rewards. It's more like his personal appreciation of own, under the guise of rewarding in the name of the school. Luze couldn't help but keep this feeling of nurturing in his heart deeply. By the way, Teacher Dong, what about the bad news? Hearing this, Dongwan's smile faded instantly, his face turned serious, and he said solemnly, the exploration of the outer domain will start in 3 days. This exploration of the outer domain is extraordinary, and it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. When Principal Lu handed me this breaking sky shuttle, he specifically told me to warn you that when you go to explore the outer domain, you must not desperate for quick success, and imprisoned himself for the sake of small profits. When ordinary high school sophomores explore the officially controlled outland plane, the casualty rate is as high as 1/5. This time the casualty rate will only be higher, not lower. That's why Principal Lu specially gave you this breaking sky shuttle. You should understand the meaning of it. Dongwan's words seemed to point to something. After listening, Luze couldn't help but fell into deep thought. That's right, the exploration of outer domains usually starts after the 2nd year of high school. Even the weakest sophomore in high school, with a mid-rank family member, it is not a problem to beat the average high-level genius. Logically speaking, high school freshman students shouldn't have explored the outer domain so early, they should have accumulated some background information. However, the Federation organized a large-scale unification operation for the first year of senior high school students, covering 16 regions and 322 cities. Is this a new exploration of the federal teaching model? Or is there something else hidden? Luze was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice when Dongguan hung up the hologram communication. However, Luze is not someone to worry about. With limited information and unable to see the whole situation, Luze quickly buried this matter in his heart, but didn't get too entangled. If you have time to struggle, it is better to practice and control breaking sky shuttle more, and cultivate your family members. In the previous life, Luze had read a joke. Q. What would you do if you encountered a grizzly in the wild? Answer. Just run faster than the same practitioner. Although this joke is a bit funny, Luze feels that some of the truths in it are also applicable to him when he is exploring outside the domain. As long as you are cautious, not greedy for profit, not impulsive and not in the limelight, hide far enough back, and run fast enough. Always try to avoid putting yourself in a desperate situation. Chapter 83. In the next few days, except for using the God's Domain Accelerator card, Luze spent almost every minute and every second in the God's Domain. He did not let go of the basic daozang of each issue. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, as long as the price is right, it will all be wiped out. This also added a lot of new buildings to Taixuan Cave. The most conspicuous ones should be a towering Tongtian pagoda, for family trials, an intermediate consumption reward after spending tens of millions of incense values, and a enlightenment terrace, realm breakthrough platform, located on the top of the highest mountain in Taixuan Cave. Refreshed in the basic daozang. The rest are items such as cultivation technique, medicine pill, refining blueprints, and spiritual seeds. After using the 100-year God's Domain Accelerator card, 100-year passed by in a hurry. When Luze entered Taixuan Cave again, the original small town where the murlocs lived had developed into a small town. In Taixuan Cave, traces of the beginning of civilization began to appear everywhere. Buildings generally became taller and more orderly. Even the family members of various tribes began to wear clothes and accessories. The rich products allow all the family members to live a prosperous life. The total population in the cave has even broken through 20,000. The area of Taixuan Cave is limited. Although it has the help of semi-cultivation civilization, it is only helpful for cultivation. It has not reached the point of vigorously promoting the development of productivity. 20,000 people are already accommodated in Taixuan Cave under the current area. Population limit. Compared with when it was first established, Mingking sect has also been greatly improved, and has been upgraded to a second-level sect. Various functions and Taoism have been enriched a lot, and the team of Taoist soldiers has also expanded to 500. Spiritual qi is increasingly abundant. Native demonic beasts and spiritual herbs are growing in variety. As for the sword cultivator troop that Luze is most concerned about, King Yun sword crane and white ape carrying sword, because of the small population base and weak reproductive ability, the number did not increase much. However, the average combat power of a single race has risen to the ceiling of the race in Taixuan Cave. In several exchanges with Mingking sect, comparisons where only ordinary disciples participated, he almost won the top 10 every time. Everything is booming. Urgent reminder, you have an important log reminder, please check it. Urgent reminder, you have an important log reminder, please check it. Urgent reminder, you have an important log reminder, please check it. Just when Luze was about to send his avatar Xianjian Patriarch to further examine the achievements of the 100 years kendo training of King Yun sword crane and backing sword white ape, suddenly, a crazy flickering emergency reminder appeared on the God's Domain log interface. Luze's expression froze, and he quickly clicked to check. Then, he was stunned for an instant. Cultivation mod, Saint Shepherd, 100-year depends. In the 100th year of the Taoist calendar, the trainee Saint Luze ushered in the first merit assessment, and the assessment grade was Dingxia, A, B, C, D, 4 levels, upper, middle and lower, and ranked first in the assessment. Reward: acquired merit and virtue. Supreme treasure Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, Talisman, X1, innate merit point X10. Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, Talisman. This deity is a 9-story pagoda formed by the condensed infinite heaven and earth Xianhuang Qi that was born in the void after Pangu opened the sky, and 10% of the merits of opening the sky. Covering the top of the head, can be invincible. The power of the talisman is not as powerful as the deity but it can still suppress the weather luck of the whole and gather the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, immovable. Current effect: the concentration of spiritual qi in Tai Xian's cave is +5, and the stability of the law of the cave is increased to Zhijian. Cultivation of Immortals mod. Reminder: if you realize that there is no heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, Talisman, deity in this world, you can turn the talisman from imaginary to real by spending the same amount of merit to open the sky. Currently there is innate merit point X10, which can be converted into 0.0000001%, 1 billionth, of the condensing progress. Cultivation of Immortals mod. Reminder: the timeout has not been withdrawn, and the rewards will be issued in real time. As soon as Luze finished reading the message reminder, he felt a supreme coercion passing over his head, irresistible but with a hint of kindness in it. At the same time, in the sky above Taixuan Cave, countless spiritual qi gold liquids fell from the sky like a torrential rain, falling into mountains, rivers, vegetation, mineral veins, and living beings. The concentration of spiritual qi in the cave began to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Creatures evolved, vegetation grew, and spiritual veins were born. Many spiritual qi nodes filled the ground, and the entire Tai Xian cave instantly became a blessed place. Even Tongtian Jianmu, who had been moving very little, swayed its branches and leaves, and became more and more prosperous. Outside the Taixuan cave, a phantom of a 9-story pagoda appeared, covering the entire cave. Although it is gone in a flash, but it can still be clearly felt that the Taixuan cave heavenly god realm, which was originally a little thin in the void of the lower plane, became as hard as iron like a bubble. In the distance, countless stalwart figures opened their closed eyes at the same time, and cast their gazes here. But all traces have long since disappeared. Just like the ripples on the surface of a lake, they will completely dissipate before the ripples, making it impossible for people to take measures. A few people looked at each other. Countless oracles have been issued. In the blink of an eye, the realms of the void, like a hot pot with oil splashed on it, exploded in an instant. Chapter 84. The vision of heaven and earth caused by the talisman in Tai Xian cave lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this period, Luo Li's profound background, coupled with the help of the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth, suddenly enlightened, successfully passed the little heavenly tribulation at the enlightenment platform, and entered the realm of refining qi and returning God. Became the first cultivator in Tai Xian cave to enter the realm of refining qi and returning God by self-cultivation. Luze bestowed the ultimate magical item cutting the waves and dividing the water banner, refreshed in the basic Daozang. Banner of breaking waves and dividing water, magical item of the best water system, can be upgraded. At first glance, it looks dull and ordinary, but the magic pattern on it is mysterious. Like the 4 directions of the sea, 9 rivers, there are breaking waves and dividing water extraordinary work. Because its body is refined by Han Ming, it can refine water-type spiritual objects to enhance their functions and origin. Gather all the 9 handles to form the big sea and floating sky formation. With the help of this top-quality magical item with matching attributes, Luo Li is not weaker than some legendary mid-rank existences in the main world with all his strength. At that time, the trip to the outer domain will be enough to provide Luze with a lot of help, and it will be a rare surprise for Luze. However, what surprised Luze even more was He found that after obtaining the talisman, the god's domain card used to use the Taishian Dongtian, which was nearly saturated, and he could continue to load the god card. Moreover, after using several sheets in succession, there is no sign of the slightest instability of the laws of God's domain in the cave. It also made Luze understand what the meaning of the phrase "the stability of the law of the cave sky" has been increased to extreme firmness in the current effect when introducing Tiandi Xianhuang Ling Long Pagoda, talisman. Or the meaning of first stage. That is, there is no limit to the use of God's domain card. Luze couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It is worthy of being the number one meritorious treasure in the day after tomorrow. Even if it's just an engraved talisman whose function is not as good as Bai Yi's, the effect is so heaven-defying. So, in one breath, Luze loaded all the god's domain cards that he had and could use into Taishian Cave, which greatly enriched the species ecology and various resource varieties in Taishian Cave. But even so, the stability of Taishian's cave law is still as steady as Mount Tai, without any turmoil. However, for a while, Luze didn't plan to continue buying God's domain cards and loading them into Taishuan Dongtian. Of course, God's domain land card is excluded. The reason is that the ecological carrying capacity and area carrying capacity of the limited Taishian cave are not enough. In other words, there is no extra space to place new veins or new species. After letting Luze think about it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was the first time he had heard that someone like himself, who had enough carrying capacity of the God's domain law, did not take the initiative to load the God's domain card. Simply maverick. It can be called an alternative in the gods. At the same time, Sirius Crystal Wall System, a special plane group. Plane G17. The 3rd Federal Special Advance Team is stationed. The resident formation is shrouded and hidden in the jungle. Around, there are countless towering trees, vigorous weeds more than a foot long, rich in the breath of life, verdant and verdant. In the distance, there are countless animals, deer singing and birds singing, and magical beasts intertwined. However, inside the residence, there was a dead silence. The 5 demigod-level Special Forces members of the advance team all disappeared. There are broken golem fragments everywhere. There were bloodstains in the camp, but it was rare to see a dead body. After a long time, a wild deer walked around the garrison circle. Just as it was about to step in, several wind blades struck it, quietly cutting it into several pieces, dripping with blood. Immediately afterwards, countless dark green vines emerged from the ground, wrapping and absorbing the corpses and blood on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were once again clean and dead. Chapter 85. The final departure notice for the Outland Trials was sent to Luze in the afternoon before departure, and a thin ticket was also given as a gift. When Luze entered the station with the ticket, he didn't know if some divine pattern had been activated, but the ticket in his hand slipped out of his hand automatically, folded and transformed into a small paper bird, flying around Luze's body. From time to time, the sound of chirping was heard. "Hi student Lu, I am your ticket king Yun No. D138. There are still 2 hours and 40 minutes before the King Yun No officially enters the station. 3 of your associated companions have already entered the number 12 waiting hall to wait. On your way to the number 12 waiting hall, there are 3 specialty snack bars, namely Old Squad Leader Fried Chicken Drumstick, Grandma Tuhua and Shanghai Mom Ice Cream. They are all famous snacks on this site. The ingredients are fresh and delicious. Excellent, won the recommendation of this ticket and friends. No, I've already eaten. Luze didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was his first time traveling far, and he didn't expect that the ticket could be advertised. It doesn't matter if you don't eat. You can also look at other products. My spiritual link stores information on more than 23,100 products. As long as you tell us what you need, all of them can be delivered within 15 minutes. I will not delay your trip at all. The little paper bird transformed from the ticket King Yin D318 danced on Luze's head while talking, his tone full of anticipation. There was no other way, Luze just remained unmoved. No, go straight to the waiting room No. 12. Oh. The little paper bird gave Luze an aggrieved look, fluttered its little wings, and led the way ahead with twists and turns. After bringing Luze to the waiting hall No. 12, there was a very resentful hum, and then stretched into a ticket again and fell into Luze's hands. The King Yun that Luze is about to take is a super-large civilian shuttle under the Federation Feta Company. It is famous for its large space and comfortable environment, and is often used for long-distance passenger transportation. The distance between the main world and the Sirius crystal wall system is far away, even taking a light-speed shuttle would take 3 days, and at the speed of King Yun, it would take 5 days to reach the final destination, Tianrenguan Plain. Going forward, it is a dangerous area, and civilian shuttles will no longer transport them. At that time, Luze and his students who are exploring the outer domain will need to take another military escort warship. As the number 12 waiting room for large-scale Lushuo passengers, the scale is not small. Hundreds of rows of single leather seats form a semi-enclosed private space from head to tail, creating a very comfortable environment for waiting passengers. Waiting environment. The main world with a highly developed civilization has never had anything to say in terms of infrastructure conditions. Even an ordinary old man with no labor force can live like a fish in water and feel very comfortable relying on the basic federal security fund alone. From time to time, I can go out to another plane for 2 trips. Therefore, Lusuo tickets for the King Yun, which is the main tourist route, are in short supply all the year round. When Luze didn't enter the waiting hall, he didn't care about it. Once he entered, he found that waiting hall number 12, which can accommodate thousands of people, was already overcrowded, and the smell of food was everywhere. Almost everyone has more or less food, drink, or other commodities in their hands. Obviously, they all couldn't stand the temptation of the tickets and bought them. The 3 people related to the ticket reminder. The 3 of Gu Jianfeng were huddling in a corner of the waiting hall near the gate, greeting Luze cordially. Looking at Luze with his hands empty, the 3 of them looked surprised at the same time. Especially Gu Jianfeng. Gu Jianfeng has a big chicken leg in his left hand, ice cream in his right hand, and a small pendant on his body. Luze, you are so awesome. You can resist the temptation of the voices of the true gods of the broadcasting department. What are you doing? I didn't buy it either, it was all controlled by real people. Are you saying that those who control those paper birds are true gods? That's right, otherwise you thought I would be sold by a little bird? Isn't it not easy to see the true gods and sisters? Then you are really loving. Luze disagrees. If you don't buy it, you don't buy it, so he won't easily shake his own mind. However, after listening to Gu Jianfeng's words, he also somewhat understood why so many people bought it. It can only be said that the marketing methods of the merchants are too clever. I don't know if it was because the other 2 students didn't pay much attention to Gu Jianfeng. When they met, Gu Jianfeng started chatting with Luze before Luze sat down. Luze, you know, I never imagined that this time the Outland trial would have to travel so far. The Sirius crystal wall system is at the edge of the federal area, and it needs to be stationed all year round. Legion. But that's good too. This shows that most of the Outland trials this time will not be scripted as in the past. It's exciting to think about it. Exciting? Are you sure that's not dangerous? Luze looked at Gu Jianfeng suspiciously. After listening to Dongwan's words, he kept them in his heart. Unlike Gu Jianfeng who likes excitement, he prefers safety compared to excitement. Wouldn't it be good to live well? But Gu Jianfeng obviously didn't think so. I don't know if his family and teachers didn't tell him, or he didn't take it to heart after telling him. In short, he almost wrote his excitement on his face, making this outland exploration feel like a trip. It made Luze subconsciously want to keep him away. Luze's strategy is cautious and prudent, one word go. But looking at Gu Jianfeng's state, it's clear that he wants to make trouble and stimulate him. No matter how you look at it, you are not the same person. Of course, Luze will not deliberately refute what others say. After all, it is normal to have different identities and different ideas. As a child of the family, Gu Jianfeng must have some life-saving artifact. It's really a disaster, it's a big deal and slipped away. Unlike myself, the only life-saving semi-artifact was just given by Principal Lu. The confidence is different, so naturally it is not the same. But in fact, Luze misunderstood Gu Jianfeng when he thought so. It's true that Gu Jianfeng likes excitement, but he's not the brainless kind either. It was the forging and beating of the family for so many years that made him suffocate. Not to mention, in these years, in the family's Huangsha god realm, he has encountered life and death crises no less than dozens of times. For the crisis, he already had his own way of dealing with it. Moreover, the more critical the situation is, the more it can stimulate his potential. Otherwise, as an elite child that the family focused on cultivating, the Gu family would not allow him to participate in this outland exploration. You must know that because of the faint rumors of danger, many families have made their children give up the opportunity to explore the outer domain. Although it is easy to be blacklisted by the Federation, it is better than losing your life.